Traversing the Marvel Universe as a necromancer equipped with the skills of Diablo 2, the protagonist mused, Angelo Li, do you believe in God? You may refer to me as the Reverend Lama Wang from the Hell's Kitchen branch of the Shaolin Temple on Wudong Mountain. I harbor no belief in deities. Faith is a personal endeavor, and so is redemption. Angelo replied to Thanos with unwavering conviction. How then shall I attain redemption? Thanos inquired, stroking his prominent bald head. While I cannot provide an answer to that question, I can certainly address the one posing it. Chapter 1. Engaging Iron Man in Online Confrontation. In a cyber CAF situated in Brooklyn, New York, a tall young man of Chinese descent tapped furiously at the keyboard, unleashing a torrent of English expletives upon the screen. The computer displayed a popular card game titled Warhammer, and it was evident that the Chinese youth was on the cusp of victory. His opponent, clearly displeased, began to mock him, branding him a pauper. Unyielding, the youth retaliated with equal fervor. Hello, motherfucker. You're a destitute fool. I swear I will stuff your head into your backside. I swear it by the name of the Stark family. Hello, motherfucker. Regardless of what his opponent uttered, the youth persisted with his refrain of hello, motherfucker. The verbal sparring continued until the game concluded, and in the final moment of triumph, the youth dispatched his last message. Enough of this nonsense. See if you dare, come confront me. I reside at apartment 1001, building 2, Flip Street, Flip Community. My father is Handsome Hu, and my mother is Xiaoli Zhang. I am Tutu Hu. Gazing at the screen displaying his victory, the young man exhaled a sigh of relief and logged off, departing the CF. As for his opponent's feelings, or whether they would truly seek him out, it was of no consequence to him after all. Being ridiculed as a pauper during a gaming session was hardly a delightful experience. He also found it implausible that someone would traverse through the digital realm to confront him over such trivialities. Hailing a taxi on the street, he instructed, "Good day, sir. To Hell's Kitchen, please, to the Lasma Church." The driver glanced at the Chinese youth with a hint of trepidation, but said nothing further, pressing down on the accelerator. This young man is named Angelo Li, a blend of Chinese and Italian heritage. He has resided here for over 6 months. He is not a native of this universe. In his previous life, he was an ordinary second-generation demolitions expert named Li Yang. One day, out of boredom, he activated a supposedly new mod for a game called Diablo 2 on his 3-star computer. Just as he finished adjusting the data for the Necromancer class, intending to unleash a cataclysm of undead upon Sanctuary, his computer exploded, perhaps due to inadequate specifications or some other unknown reason, that he was consequently transported to this world, carrying the attributes of a notorious necromancer responsible for the ensuing chaos. A full inventory of inheritance, all skills of a max-level necromancer, and a Horadric Cube. Subsequently, he found himself inhabiting the body of a young Chinese man named Angelo Li. He currently resides in a Lasma church, which he renamed after purchasing the entire structure. Why did the church sell, you may wonder? This location, known as Hell's Kitchen, is infamous as a haven for nefarious individuals, teeming with gangs, drug traffickers, illegal arms dealers, robbers, and assassins. Would such denizens attend church services? Consequently, the church fell into disrepair, ultimately abandoned by the congregation, which publicly declared it a place where even God would not tread. Thus, it came into the possession of Angelo. Interestingly, Angelo's acquisition was somewhat fortuitous when he sought a property through a real estate agent. His sole requirement was for it to be spacious. The result? Well, it was undeniably vast. "Sir, we've arrived." The taxi driver halted the vehicle at the roadside. Before him stood a dilapidated 3-story church, its exterior entangled in vines due to prolonged neglect, while the statue atop the roof was reduced to a mere half, battered by some unknown force. The entire edifice exuded an eerie, sinister atmosphere, akin to a haunted church in a horror film, and no need to search any further. Angelo chuckled, producing a plain gold coin, seemingly as if by magic, tossing it to the taxi driver before alighting from the car. The driver glanced at the unadorned coin in his hand, and then at Angelo, standing by the roadside. "Sir, I must caution you, there are rumors of hauntings here." Upon uttering this, the taxi driver appeared to recall some terrifying thought, shuddering before hastily accelerating away. Observing the cab retreating in haste towards Brooklyn, Angelo smiled indifferently. This area marks the boundary between Brooklyn and Hell's Kitchen. Although merely a street apart, they seem to belong to entirely different realms. The residents of Brooklyn, despite their poverty, largely maintain a sense of kindness, while Hell's Kitchen resembles a veritable entrance to hell, rife with sin and chaos. Angelo pushed open the grand doors of the church, stepping inside, and addressed the two statues positioned on the interior side of the entrance. "I have returned." The statues, momentarily animated, nodded stiffly before returning to their original stillness. The rumors of hauntings were indeed his doing. Those two statues were summoned clay golems, tasked with guarding the premises. This was one of the skills he had brought with him through the transition. What is so amiss about a necromancer residing in a haunted church? Surely, it is preferable to dwelling in a graveyard. Surprisingly, the interior of the church appeared far less decrepit than its exterior suggested, remarkably tidy, as if it were regularly maintained. The cross, which should have been adorned with the effigy of a deity, stood empty on the altar. When he assumed control of the church, the statue had already been removed by the church's congregation, which was fortuitous, as he had no belief in such entities. Angelo casually summoned two pallid skeletal warriors, issuing them commands to prepare a meal before reclining on a chair in the church's grand hall, contemplating the trajectory of his future. This was the Marvel Universe, a realization that dawned upon him 6 months prior while watching a documentary on Captain America. For the past half-year, he had been immersed in the tumultuous life of America's capitalist society. This place was a hell for the impoverished and a paradise for the affluent. Fortunately, his inheritance from the crossing included a backpack laden with gold coins. Thus, when he paid the taxi fare, he casually tossed a coin to the driver. He was cautious about utilizing these coins in excess, for the entirety of his gold could potentially dismantle the global financial system. Perhaps I should reopen the church. Rally some of the miscreants from Hell's Kitchen. They are steeped in wrongdoing and certainly in need of redemption. I am certain they would be inclined to contribute. I shall seek them out tonight to discuss, he mused. From the corner of his spatial backpack, Angelo retrieved a crumpled document, a token gifted by the real estate agent during his property acquisition, a certification from the American Religious Association. With this document in hand, he could establish a church. The reason for the real estate agent possessing such a certificate was a mystery. The necromancer was also known as Pastor Rasmar, and being a pastor, he could certainly hear confessions. Angelo thought this to himself, entirely indifferent to the future contemplations of the penitents from Hell's Kitchen. Meanwhile, in the Stark Industries tower, the world-renowned scion, Tony Stark, slammed his palm forcefully against his transparent keyboard. Defeat I.S. Chapter 2. The messenger, sir. I am here. A mechanical voice echoed. Find that scoundrel who insulted me. I intend to purchase the company he works for, and then dismiss him. Jarvis seemed to be searching for something. I apologize, sir, but I cannot locate a place called Flip Street on the map. It appears to be a fictitious name. Tony Stark replied with some annoyance. Of course I know it's a pseudonym. Who would name themselves something as foolish as Totoro Hu? Retrieve the surveillance footage. Sir, I must remind you that this is illegal, and you were the one who first insulted him as a pauper. According to the logic you provided, this action may not be justified. Huh. Tony was somewhat flustered by his own artificial intelligence's retort. Who am I? I am Tony Stark. All billionaire. All I'm your scientist. All philanthropist. How could my actions be deemed unlawful? Access the surveillance and find him. Very well, sir. Before Tony, a stream of data appeared on the screen, followed by a notification of successful intrusion. The figure of Angelo emerged on a large display. The surveillance tracking him from the moment he left the internet CAF until he entered the church. Jarvis, this fellow is a priest? Tony's voice brimmed with incredulity. How did he manage to infiltrate the clergy? Though I may not subscribe to any faith, I am aware that a priest would not be so foul-mouthed. Sir, this is Angelo's profile. He is not a clergyman. As he spoke, Jarvis projected all recorded information about Angelo onto the screen. Name, Angelo Li. Age, 25. So, this individual purchased that church and resides within it? I cannot believe I am engaging with such a pauper. Tony chuckled, shaking his head. Never mind, Jarvis. Arrange for our New York office personnel to acquire the church tomorrow and evict him. Understood, sir. However, there are rumors of ghosts associated with that church. Are you truly intent on purchasing it? There are no such things as ghosts in this world. Buy it. Unbeknownst to Angelo, A certain foul-mouthed young master had set his sights on the grand church he owned. He was savoring a charred steak while reviewing a freshly drafted list, checking for any omissions. This list comprised his ranking of the Hell's Kitchen scoundrels, organized not by order of significance, but rather by the number of strokes in their names. The various gang leaders of Hell's Kitchen were all represented, from illicit arms dealers to the heads of streetwalkers, an extensive compilation. Following this sequence, if Angelo intended to return before dawn, he could not afford to spend more than half an hour on each individual. However, persuading these unrepentant scoundrels to convert within such a limited time frame posed a considerable challenge. Were it not for these ruffians, how could Hell's Kitchen be reduced to merely a black market for firearms, devoid even of an internet CAF? Forcing him to venture all the way to Brooklyn to access the web? This debt must also be accounted for. Struggling to swallow the last morsel of steak, Angelo resolved that once these penitents made their donations, his foremost task would be to hire a chef to replace these skeletal beings. The culinary skills of the skeletons were utterly abysmal. Their long-lost sense of taste rendered them incapable of discerning quality in food. And the only reason the dishes were cooked at all was due to Angelo's extensive training. During their inaugural attempt at preparing steak, the skeletons had even neglected to remove the plastic wrap. Observing that twilight was descending, the bustling atmosphere of Hell's Kitchen began to awaken. It is no exaggeration to assert that the days of Hell's Kitchen belonged to New York, while the nights transformed into a haven for gangsters. With even the police refraining from patrolling the area after dark, Angelo stepped out of the church, secured the door, and listened to the crackling gunfire echoing from the street corner, reminiscent of firecrackers. With a hint of annoyance, he summoned a suit of skeletal armor to envelop his entire body. He was not afraid of being struck by bullets. Rather, he dreaded the prospect of being splattered with blood. Given his physical attributes, not even the god of fire's cannon could harm him, even without accounting for his equipment's enhancements. Summoning a bone spear, he gradually altered its form, smoothing the sharp tip into a blunt end, until it ultimately transformed into a staff. His intent was to seek the conversion of these ruffians, not to slay them. After all, who would donate if they were dead? The wind rustled through the deep gray fabric of his coat, his shirt flapping in a breeze, and under the moonlight, his skeletal armor glimmered with an eerie coldness. Had anyone passed by the church at that moment, they might have been terrified by Angelo's appearance, clad entirely in bones, wielding a staff that emitted a ghostly glow, with the ominous church looming behind him, resembling a reaper emerging from the depths of hell. Alas, no one would witness this spectacle. This was the boundary between Hell's Kitchen and Brooklyn, where the miscreants of Hell's Kitchen seldom ventured out, and the inhabitants of Brooklyn would not dare enter at this hour. Dragging the staff along the ground, Angelo advanced step by step into the depths of Hell's Kitchen, the harsh sound of friction accompanying his every move. Strength may be fleeting, but style is eternal. The first to notice him were two rival gang factions engaged in a fierce skirmish. The grating noise made their skin crawl, and gradually, the gunfire ceased as they turned their attention to the peculiar figure approaching from the distance. "Hey, which gang are you from?" a brash African-American gang leader shouted, brandishing his handgun with bravado. "I am Angelo, the pastor of the Ramos Church, here to preach to you. Would you care to believe a little?" The gang leader erupted into laughter, followed by the collective laughter of everyone present, momentarily filling the battleground with a jovial atmosphere. Listening to their mocking laughter, Angelo sighed and muttered to himself, "I knew it." Not wishing to waste further time, he seized his staff and charged forward. He was determined to redeem these scoundrels. Angelo ventured out alone today, deeming it unnecessary to summon any allies against these individuals. Despite wielding nothing more than a simple stick, the gangsters showed no signs of mercy. As he charged towards them, gunfire erupted. Bang! Bang! Tot-tot-tot-tot. Where one shot was fired, another soon followed, with some even resorting to automatic rifles aimed at him. In an instant, smoke enveloped the scene, obscuring Angelo's figure. Under normal circumstances, a mere mortal would have been reduced to pulp by such a barrage. Yet, an unsettling intuition crept over the gangsters. This was not some fanciful notion of invulnerability amidst smoke. Rather, the sounds they heard were unmistakably not that of bullets striking flesh. but rather the dull thud of bullets hitting the ground. For those accustomed to gunfights, such a distinction was impossible to misconstrue. As the gunfire gradually ceased and the smoke began to clear, Angelo emerged unscathed, clad in a ghastly white skeletal armor. The previously questioning gang leader was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, recalling the recent rumors of hauntings at the church known as Lasma. Despite their criminal nature, the gangsters could not escape the primal fear of the unknown. Gritting his teeth, the leader seized a firearm from one of his subordinates, firing blindly in Angelo's direction. Boom! Accompanied by a flash of light and a thunderous explosion, the shot struck Angelo not far away. Chapter 3. Speaking nonsense while awake as the flames dissipated, the gangsters craned their necks, attempting to locate the body. Suddenly, a white figure darted towards them. It was Angelo, still clad in his skeletal armor. This time, he had no intention of returning fire. Instead, he swung his bony staff with ferocity, aiming directly at the shoulder of the young thug who had just fired. In his fury, he added a bit more force to his strike. Having been momentarily careless, the thug failed to dodge and bore the brunt of Angelo's wrath. Although he sustained no significant injury, the resulting dust cloud filled his mouth. "Youth, how dishonorable," he muttered in a language the thugs could not comprehend, as he swung his staff wildly. My arm is broken. Run." Panic ensued, triggered by the thug leader's anguished cry. Angelo's strike had shattered the thug's arm, tearing a large chunk of flesh from his shoulder in the process. Invulnerable and clad in his bone armor, he whispered incantations that the gangsters misinterpreted as demonic tongues. Having released some of his pent-up frustration, Angelo consciously moderated his force. He had no desire to slaughter these men. After dispersing the thugs, Angelo merely broke the legs of a few individuals before continuing on his journey. These men were but pawns under the command of gang leaders, incapable of making decisions, thus not worthy of excessive time and effort. "Alexei, I have arrived," Angelo announced as he reached the residence of the first gang leader, where security was already exceedingly tight. 2 modified armed pickups were stationed at the entrance, each mounted with a heavy machine gun, while over a dozen well-equipped armed men stood guard at the door. Alexei was the most notorious illegal arms dealer in Hell's Kitchen, and Andrew's initial target was indeed a formidable opponent. Upon hearing Andrew's call, a tall, bald Russian man emerged from the crowd, a cigar clenched between his teeth. "Are you that so-called priest?" Alexei inquired, his brow furrowed. "The one who injured my man?" From the crowd, a stretcher was brought forth, bearing the very thug whose hand Andrew had first broken. His shoulder wound had been crudely bandaged. "It was he who shot at me first," Andrew stated, pausing to offer his adversary a chance. "By the way, I'm Father Lasma. Would you care to have faith?" Suddenly, Alexei burst into a menacing laugh. "You may be somewhat exceptional, but who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner?" The latter part of his sentence erupted into a roar. "Open fire." At Alexei's command, the heavy machine guns unleashed a torrent of flames. Bullets slicing through the air like whips directed at Andrew, while the remaining gang members opened fire as well. The building across the street was riddled with bullets, leaving a series of concentrated holes that nearly cleaved it in two. Given Andrew's speed, evasion was entirely possible. However, he deemed it unnecessary. He intended to subdue these scoundrels head-on. With a look of horror on the faces of the gang members, Andrew boldly advanced, enduring the machine gun fire. The thugs mechanically squeezed the triggers. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, until Andrew raised his weapon and struck the leg of the machine gunner atop the pickup, shattering it. The gunner's anguished cries roused the others from their stupor. Andrew swung his club and charged into the throng. In an instant, the air was filled with the sharp sounds of bones breaking and cries of pain, occasionally interrupted by the distant crack of gunfire. Yet these were futile struggles. Andrew descended upon them as if a deity, each gentle strike of his club resulting in shattered limbs. As he passed the thug leader once more, Andrew deliberately crushed his other arm underfoot. "Hey!" As calm returned to the scene, Andrew stood upon Alexei's arm, a smile gracing his face. "Brother, would you care to embrace faith?" Alexei's expression darkened significantly. "Since you have triumphed, take what you desire, but do not humiliate me." He could hardly believe that the other party had crawled over to ask him if he wished to believe in that absurd Lasma cult. The world beyond the law is that simple. The victors devour all, while the vanquished possess nothing. Angelo shook his head with a hint of impatience, realizing that engaging in a rational conversation with this gang was futile. With a forceful step, a crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed in the air. Do you wish to embrace the faith? If not, I shall strike you down. Alexei, a man of formidable strength, endured the excruciating pain of his fracture, not uttering even a groan. Is that all? Alexei gritted his teeth through the agony and replied, Then I shall believe. A wise man recognizes the times. Since the other party had no intention of killing him, why seek death on his own accord? Only then did Angelo, satisfied, remove his foot from the other's arm and smiled, saying, Remember to report to the Lasma church tomorrow morning. You will need to confess. Oh, and do not forget to bring 1 million in confession fees, or I shall come looking for you again. Having said this, Angelo calculated the time and deemed it appropriate to move on to the next location. Just as he was about to turn away, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to Alexei. Now that's more like it. We are all civilized individuals. Why resort to violence? With that, he departed from the street, leaving Alexei behind, utterly despondent. Gazing at his fallen subordinates scattered across the ground, he thought to himself, Is this what they call civilized? This is their idea of avoiding violence? This night had proven disastrous for him. Aside from the unfortunate soul who had lost both arms, these men constituted his core strength, and they needed to recover. In the short term, he found himself devoid of trustworthy allies, hoping that Angelo would extend his approach to the other gangs. Otherwise, if someone were to strike against him, it could spell danger. On the other side, Angelo's progress was surprisingly smooth. Upon arriving at each new gang, not only did they refrain from wasting a bullet, but the leaders also welcomed him at their doorsteps with exceptional cooperation. Before he could utter a word, the gang leaders eagerly proclaimed, I believe. I have been a devoted follower of Lasma since childhood. Long live Lasma. Their responses were astonishingly uniform, as if they had rehearsed them together. Angelo stared at these gang leaders in disbelief. What of your dignity? How can you lie so brazenly before me? How did you become leaders while maintaining such deceit? You have been loyal followers of Lasma since childhood? Nonsense. Lasma is not a deity. I am a priest of Lasma, a necromancer. Who the hell knows what Lasma truly is? Seeing Angelo's astonishment, the gang leaders assumed he was dissatisfied and quickly assured him that they would bring 1 million in confession fees to the church tomorrow morning. Given their assurances, Angelo naturally had no reason to act against them. This situation persisted until Angelo sought out a notorious Eastern European smuggler, the kingpin, Baal. Chapter 4, Fury Unleashed. Baal Rodini, a native white American, operated an Eastern European smuggling business through the ports of Hell's Kitchen, at least on surface. When Angelo approached him, he was poised at the entrance of his residence, preparing to engage in his religious rituals. Initially, Angelo intended merely to inform him before departing. However, everything changed when he began to hear the desperate cries emanating from inside Baal's residence, escalating towards an uncontrollable situation. Help! Someone save us! The faint yet urgent pleas of a woman, distinctly a blend of Mandarin and English, reached his ears. Instantly, Angelo's expression darkened with palpable intensity. He was not oblivious to the existence of Chinese women engaged in the flesh trade within America. They had made their choices, and he had no desire to interfere. Everyone possesses the right to determine their own path in life. Yet, the voices he heard indicated that the women inside Baal's residence were clearly not in such a predicament. What is happening? Angelo's cold visage pointed toward the house, addressing Baal with an icy demeanor. A sinister suspicion brewed within him. Baal's slightly overweight face retained a semblance of respectful composure, yet beneath the facade lurked a hint of malice. We're just having a gathering, you know. This is a free country. It's just a bit crowded. It's nothing to worry about. Bring them out for me to see. Angelo tightened his grip on the stick he held. Angelo, I will bring 1 million in repentance fees to your church tomorrow. It's best if you don't meddle in this matter. Baal finally abandoned his duplicitous smile, squinting his eyes as he spoke. I said, bring them out. Angelo raised the stick, pressing it against Baal's throat, his voice a thunderous roar. He had never felt such fury before, not even when struck directly in the face moments ago. He had surmised the grim reality of the situation. Baal, while ostensibly engaged in the Eastern European smuggling trade, was undoubtedly involved in the trafficking of human beings. Such vile practices, even in Hell's Kitchen, were intolerable. If discovered, the entire underworld would unite against him. After all, no crime lord wished to see their family sold into slavery after their demise. The only reason he had not yet shattered Baal's skull in rage was the uncertainty of the hostages' safety. He did not know if armed guards were watching them. And bullets do not discriminate. Are you certain you wish to see? I advise you to refrain from meddling, Baal cautioned, signaling one of his henchmen to enter the house and deal with the women discreetly. He endeavored to keep Angelo engaged here, allowing ample time for his subordinates to manage subsequent matters. Capturing a thief necessitates apprehending them in the act. Human trafficking is not a charge that an amateur like Angelo can easily be pinned with. Regrettably, he had merely heard tales from other gangs about Angelo's prowess in combat. Invulnerable, he thought. He assumed there might be an element of exaggeration, and his reluctance to engage Angelo stemmed from a desire to avoid mutual destruction. He did not genuinely believe anyone could be impervious to bullets. When Angelo observed one of his adversary's men stealthily retreating from the crowd, he realized that his opponent had likely left no one inside the building. If not now, then when? Not only did he need to act, but he had to do so with swiftness and precision, ensuring his adversaries could not rush into the house. He promptly swung his staff, unleashing a flurry of chilling, luminous fangs that instantaneously pinned the armed assailants to the ground. The speed of the assault was such that it took them 3 seconds to react after being struck, their screams reverberating through the night sky. Skill, Fong, summons multiple bone projectiles to strike enemies. Particularly, the gunman who had attempted to retreat was singled out by Angelo, pierced by 3 of the fangs, resulting in instant death. His body was torn apart without a sound escaping his lips. Bayard was the first to react. A sixth sense honed through prolonged gang warfare saved him. The moment Angelo swung his staff, he desperately retreated, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of fangs. Fire! Bayard bellowed as he dashed towards the rear of the crowd. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted. Regardless of the circumstances, now that the battle had commenced, he resolved to handle the immediate threat before addressing the matter of human trafficking tomorrow with assistance from his employer. Just then, a wall of stark white bones materialized before him, completely sealing off his escape route. Skill, Bone Wall, erects a barrier of skeletal remains. This bone wall effectively confined his entire building, and Bayard turned to glance behind him. The once dense gunfire began to wane, and Angelo, the target of their fire, stood unscathed, like a deathly specter, casually summoning more white fangs to unleash upon the armed gunman. At this moment, Angelo revealed a fraction of his true power. Those fortunate enough were merely shot through the leg or abdomen, writhing in agony on the ground, while the less fortunate met their demise as a Fong obliterated their heads, leaving no trace above the neck. Bayard finally comprehended what the other gangs meant by the invulnerable devil. However, it was too late for regret. As Angelo drew nearer, Bayard frantically emptied his handgun of bullets, then turned back, relentlessly pounding against the bone wall before him. His sole hope for survival lay in the possibility of taking a few hostages, attempting to negotiate his escape from Angelo's men. After Angelo had dealt with all the gunmen, he coldly observed Bayard, who was still desperately striking the bone wall. With a wave of his hand, several massive fangs pinned Bayard's limbs to the ground, and then he opened a door in the bone wall to enter the dwelling. Only Bayard remained on the ground, squirming like a maggot. When Angelo followed the cries for help to the basement, the flicker of his previously dwindling fury reignited in a sudden blaze. The basement had been transformed into a dungeon by Bayard, small and cramped, with only a minuscule vent facing the ground, which was almost negligible. The air was thick with a foul odor, and the stifling atmosphere was almost unbearable. Most tragically, the cramped space of less than 50 square meters was filled with ragged women, at least 70 in number, the majority of whom were of Chinese descent, with a small portion being Eastern European women. Upon seeing a strange, godlike Chinese man descend, aside from a few women expressing their desperation for help, the rest looked at this figure with a mixture of numbness and a glimmer of relief. For them, even death might be considered release. Even the coldest of hearts would feel a surge of rage upon witnessing their compatriots in such dire circumstances. Confronted with the plight of these unfortunate Chinese women, Angelo could only forcefully suppress his anger as he broke open the lock of the dungeon. "I am here to rescue you." After a brief introduction, he lacked the inclination to comfort the injured women. He instructed the few Chinese women to lead the others out of the cell and back to the surface. He was intent on confronting that scoundrel Baird. Chapter 5. Corpse explosion on the surface. Baird was struggling in agony. Although his limbs had been pierced, he had not entirely lost his ability to move. The wounds on his limbs had begun to show faint signs of healing, thanks to a peculiar serum his employer had once administered to him. If he could extract his limbs from the exaggerated fangs before the dreadful demon emerged from the dungeon, he might escape and later seek vengeance against his employer. As for his injured subordinates, his own life took precedence over theirs. He had no doubt that the demon priest would show no mercy in killing him. Subordinates could always be replaced when he regained his footing. Unfortunately, the 4 massive fangs were firmly embedded in the ground, as if welded to the floor. Before he could devise a concrete escape plan, Angelo approached with a throng of dazed and expressionless women. With bloodshot eyes, Angelo gazed at Baird. From the few women who had not completely succumbed to despair, he had gleaned enough to understand the situation. These women had been abducted at night by Baird's subordinates. As for the fate of these women, it culminates in but 2 outcomes. Either they become subjects of human experimentation, or they are sold off to underdeveloped regions such as Africa or India. This evokes in him certain unpleasant memories, reminiscent of the vast numbers of Chinese refugees in history who were sold off like livestock. "Face me, you scum," Angelo bellowed, seizing the collar of the prostrate, feigning death. "Baird, why have you done this?" Baird continued his charade of lifelessness, attempting to evade accountability. Angelo's lips curled into a sinister grin as he mercilessly thrust the long rod into Baird's abdomen. The rod, devoid of sharp tip, penetrated solely through the sheer force exerted by Angelo. At last, under the excruciating pain, Baird could no longer maintain his ruse and let out a wretched howl. The moment he opened his mouth, he realized his demise was imminent. Baird, being a solitary man, upon recognizing his fate, did not plead for mercy. Instead, he fixed a grim smile on Angelo, his gaze akin to that of a dead man, utterly unrepentant, which only served to intensify Angelo's wrath. Without further ado, Angelo withdrew the rod from Baird's belly and then brought it crashing down upon his skull, shattering it. "The dead require no confession," he declared, lifting Baird's severed head by the hair, the neck a gruesome tableau of blood and flesh. Witnessing Angelo's frenzied demeanor, the rescued women finally exhibited a flicker of the vitality inherent to the living, albeit tinged with terror. Observing these pitiable souls, Angelo sighed inwardly. These traffickers were truly unworthy of the title of humanity. "Make your way to Lasma Church. Tomorrow morning, I shall escort you from this hellish kitchen," Angelo announced. And without another word, he turned and departed, clutching the bloodied remnants of Baird's head. As Angelo's silhouette receded, the women exchanged glances, remaining silent for an extended moment. Finally, a Chinese girl, who had previously taken the lead, gritted her teeth and began organizing the others to leave, following the address provided by Angelo. Once she discreetly observed their departure towards the church, she gently waved her hand, activating the corpse explosion skill upon the fallen gangsters. Skill: Corpse Explosion. The selected corpse detonates, inflicting damage on all nearby enemies. Instantly, a series of violent explosions erupted, each akin to a detonation of tremendous force, resounding throughout the very skies of Hell's Kitchen, carving a 2-meter-deep crater into the ground, obliterating the dungeon where the women had been imprisoned into a wasteland. Regardless of whether they had perished or were merely injured, the gangsters' remains were utterly annihilated, the only testament to the prior existence of the scene being the lingering scent of blood in the air. Angelo, still grasping Baird's head, proceeded toward his next target, devoid of any desire for further discourse. Should such a scenario arise again, he would act without hesitation. The illicit arms dealer, he could tolerate. The street gangs, he could endure, and even the drug traffickers from Hell's Kitchen, he could accept. This is a distinctive feature of a nation that prides itself on freedom. However, the one thing he could not abide was human traffickers. This transgression transcends the very limits of humanity, no matter the location. When the explosion resonated through Hell's Kitchen, all the local gang leaders received the news. They were unaware of who had provoked this madman. According to prior information, it seemed that as long as Anshi promised to appear at the church tomorrow with $1 million in repentance fees, he would refrain from violence. Now, everyone was in a frenzy, bewildered as to what had compelled this lunatic to act. They could not believe there was still someone foolish enough to risk $1 million by confronting Anshi. Such imbeciles had long perished in Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen undoubtedly has its own philosophy of survival. Here, weakness equates to being devoured by others. It was hardly worth it for a mere $1 million. The explosion indicated that their earlier intelligence was erroneous. There must be some other underlying cause. Engaging in a confrontation was certainly out of the question. Even the first arms dealer in Hell's Kitchen, Alexei, had been left with a broken arm, nearly reduced to begging for mercy. If Alexei were to learn how he was perceived among the gang leaders, he would likely be driven to exasperation, having always considered himself a tough guy. Thus, they could only retreat. All the gang leaders issued stern orders to their subordinates to avoid conflict with Anshi. The foot soldiers were told to stay home, while the higher-ups clustered around their leaders. Regardless of the circumstances, even if it was your wife giving birth and the child was not yours, you must wait until tomorrow to deal with it. That night marked the first time since the emergence of Hell's Kitchen that such tranquility prevailed. When Anshi returned to Lasma Church, it was slightly earlier than he had anticipated. As he presented the severed head of Bayard to the remaining gangsters, everyone greeted him with an unsettling eagerness, joyfully welcoming him and bidding him farewell. This left him with a peculiar impression that he might have mistaken his target. While everyone was curious about the cause of Bayard's demise, no one was foolish enough to voice their inquiries. Observing the women in the church hall, weeping and clutching their heads in despair, Anshi felt a surge of irritation, especially upon noticing the fear and avoidance reflected in some of their eyes. The reason he had hastily departed after saving them was precisely to avoid comforting these individuals. Though such sentiments may seem cold-hearted, it is the truth. I do not know you. Your psychological breakdown is of no concern to me. Once the dawn arrives, and I send you away, we shall have no further ties. We are all adults. Why should I be obligated to console you? Adults possess the ability to self-regulate their emotions. Is that not a fundamental expectation? He was no longer at an age where the sight of a woman would incite base desires. In fact, he harbored a slight aversion to anything that might compromise his mental purity. Fortunately, among these women, there were a few individuals with a strong sense of self. One particularly ragged yet bright-eyed Chinese woman stepped forward, nodding apologetically at Angelo. "Thank you. May I ask if there is hot water available?" Angelo remained silent, removing his skeletal armor before plopping down on the pulpit. He lit a cigar and gestured towards a wooden door on the side of the hall, indicating that the kitchen was there, where they could prepare their own food and water, and advised them not to ascend beyond the second floor. At dawn, they would be escorted from this place. The woman nodded in gratitude and ceased her pursuit of Angelo. He relished the peace, leaning back on the pulpit, puffing on his cigar, with ashes falling directly to the ground. He turned on the television, watching news of an explosion on the streets of England, shaking his head before switching it off. It seemed that this world, regardless of location, was not as secure as one might imagine. He remained seated until dawn. As a multitude of vehicles began to appear before the church, the cars belonging to gang leaders, while the women's sobs gradually subsided. The first to arrive was Alexei, the Russian with a cast on his arm. Chapter 6. Investigating human traffickers, Angelo opened the church doors, and sunlight streamed in. The rays illuminated his figure, casting a long shadow upon the ground. To the women seated on the benches in the hall, Angelo appeared as a deity descending from the heavens, with the sun glowing magnificently behind him. Upon seeing the door open, Alexei turned towards the sound. From his expression, It was evident that the figure emerging was the fearsome being from the previous day. However, at that moment, Angelo looked entirely different from the terrifying figure of yesterday. Having shed his horrifying skeletal armor, he now donned casual attire, his tall and robust physique presenting him as a somewhat handsome Chinese youth, resembling a recent university graduate. Alexei intended to make a jest, but then he recalled that this was indeed the terrifying figure from the night before, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Such terror could only be fully understood by those who had experienced it. Mere recounting could never evoke the same feelings. Suppressing his reckless thoughts, Alexei accepted a silver box from his bodyguard and respectfully presented it to Angelo. "Reverend, this contains $1 million, a penance for my sins." Angelo, who had been squinting, opened his eyes slightly upon receiving the box, a hint of amusement appearing at the corners of his eyes. With a voice tinged with a smile, he replied, "Ah, splendid, I sense your contrition. Please, come in and sit for a moment." He stepped aside at the entrance of the church, gesturing for Alexei to enter. "Excuse me? What?" Alexei looked at Angelo in confusion. Was he truly expected to go inside? He had assumed Angelo was merely seeking to take advantage of them. Yet now he was invited in? Could he genuinely be a missionary? Indeed, how can you repent if you do not sit with me for a while? Otherwise, wouldn't the money be for naught? I'm not a robber. Angelo, displaying a hint of impatience, gave a gentle push on his back and remarked, "Right? Have her bodyguard wait outside and spare me the idle chatter." At that moment, Angelo spotted a new penitent approaching from around the corner. Alexei, contemplating the purpose of his visit, gritted his teeth and signaled to the gunman he had brought with him to remain in place before swiftly entering the church. Angelo observed the bald, burly man entering the church without a trace of concern for the young women within, setting aside the fact that the man would hardly dare to act recklessly on his own turf, even if he did. The two clay golem stationed inside would ensure he learned his lesson. The next to arrive was the same fellow who had brazenly lied the day before. Angelo effortlessly guided him through the necessary protocol, and from a distance, he noted that Alexei had already gone inside, which left him with little resistance to the proceedings. Moreover, having been insufficiently formidable against Angelo at their base the previous day, the gunmen Alexei had brought along were even less likely to pose a challenge. It was far better to enter boldly and maintain an image of a tough contender among his peers. Though he could not outmatch Angelo, he was unafraid, a rather masculine persona indeed. By the time Angelo re-entered the church, half an hour had passed, and the bosses had all gathered, which pleased him greatly as it spared him the trouble of another visit. That morning alone, he had collected a total of 25 million in penance fees. As he entered the church and closed the heavy doors behind him, Alexei nervously waved his plastered arm a couple of times, quietly asking the pimp, "Riley, who sat beside him? How does the confession go?" "How should I know?" Riley replied, casting a bewildered glance at him. Among these gang leaders, familiarity was common. Otherwise, the atmosphere would not have felt so strained. "Aren't you a believer in God? Have you ever seen a church named Lasma, if it truly were one?" Riley scoffed at him inwardly, mentally branding him an ignorant fool. Angelo paid no heed to the hushed whispers exchanged among the gang leaders as he ascended the pulpit, nonchalantly taking a seat and clapping his hands to capture their attention. "Excellent. You all seem lively. I trust you didn't sleep well last night." A gentle smile graced Angelo's face, for these individuals had paid for his time, allowing for a more relaxed demeanor. In truth, he harbored no murderous intent toward these rascals. Otherwise, they would not have survived until that morning. This place was markedly different from his past life, where the gangsters had become an integral part of the local ecosystem. With that thought, Angelo produced a cigar and lit it, utterly indifferent to its appropriateness within the church. "I trust you all sent someone to visit the Byers family before coming here." "Indeed, it was I who orchestrated that." As he spoke, Angelo retrieved the bloodied head of Byers from a plastic bag and tossed it onto the floor. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the hall, as the expressions of the gang leaders turned tense. They were perplexed by the meaning of Angelo. Did it imply that they would be ensnared here? Indeed, prior to their arrival, they had dispatched someone to survey the site, which had been blasted into a gaping crater, resembling the aftermath of a cruise missile strike. Yet, It was unmistakably not the work of a missile. The American military was not inept, although they were unaware of how Angelo had accomplished such devastation. They conceded that they could hardly withstand such destructive power. They attributed everything to Angelo's peculiar capabilities. Perhaps they had heard whispers of extraordinary individuals. Yet they had never before witnessed such a monstrous entity. This was precisely why they sat obediently, allowing Angelo to dictate their fate. In a corner of the hall, a group of women gazed once more at the face that instilled them with unending terror, instinctively shrinking back. Angelo, standing upon the pulpit, surveyed the myriad of expressions below and could not help but smirk slightly. He felt no anger now. He was merely stating a fact. I discovered him trafficking humans in his family's dungeon. The women seated behind you are those he has abducted. As he spoke, Angelo produced the bone-like staff from last night, as if conjuring it from thin air, forcefully thrusting it into the ground beside the crucifix, where it sank entirely into the earth. For such individuals, forgiveness was a matter for the divine, while his task was to escort them to meet their maker. You are gangsters. I neither concern myself with you nor wish to. However, I refuse to witness the presence of traffickers in Hell's Kitchen any longer, including that underling of Bayard. As the staff disappeared into the concrete floor, the gang leaders collectively shuddered at the thought of it piercing their own bodies. Oh God, they swore they would never allow such a thing to happen to them. In that moment, they reached a remarkable consensus upon returning. They would initiate a purge in Hell's Kitchen. Even if Angelo had not mentioned it today, they would certainly investigate the traffickers once they learned of this matter. Misfortune would not befall their families. No one wished for their loved ones to be seized by traffickers. Well then, having confessed, you may leave. There is nothing more to discuss. Angelo had compelled them to enter solely to convey this information. If they were genuinely contrite, it would indeed be a rare occurrence. As for whether these gang leaders would exploit the common folk even more ruthlessly due to Angelo's extortion of $1 million in penance fees, unlikely. $1 million was not a significant sum for them, and the gangsters would not drain the well dry, nor would they dare to do so. The seasoned gangsters began to rise. Since Angelo had allowed them to depart, matters of repentance could wait for another time. What was urgent now was to search for any remnants of the traffickers. Just as the gang leaders stood, the doors of the church were pushed open once again, revealing a figure clad in a suit, exuding the aura of a societal elite. Hello, is this the Lasma Church? Chapter 7, Visitors from Stark Industries. As soon as the impeccably dressed gentleman stepped into the church, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Numerous pairs of eyes turned toward him, nearly inducing a state of panic. Present in this space, aside from the abducted women, were notorious gang leaders, each emanating a menacing aura that, while ineffective against Angelo, was overwhelming for this gentleman. He was merely a junior employee at Stark Industries' New York office, despite the prestige associated with his position. Moments ago, upon witnessing an array of luxury vehicles outside, he had assumed that wealthy patrons were inspecting the premises, fantasizing about the potential for acquiring the church and enhancing his own reputation. However, the reality was starkly different. This was evidently a gathering of gangsters. The gentleman instinctively inhaled sharply, suppressing his unwarranted sense of superiority. Acutely aware of the potential danger he faced upon exiting the church, he scanned the interior and ultimately focused his gaze on Angelo, awkwardly greeting him. The gang leaders, who had been poised to rise, settled back into their seats, eager to observe the unfolding drama. Although they had each contributed a hefty sum of $1 million as a penance, it did not imply their willingness to comply. They secretly hoped that this suited man might indeed purchase the church, considering the possibility of Angelo demanding further payments in the future. I am Hayden Walker, an employee of Stark Industries' New York office. The gentleman articulated cautiously, striving to maintain a polite tone. We would be willing to offer $5 million for your church. Angelo couldn't help but chuckle. Had this offer been made a day earlier, he might have acquiesced. The church had been appraised at under $200,000 when he acquired it. However, having recently earned $25 million in a single morning, he had transcended his former impoverished status. $5 million was simply insufficient. This establishment was a veritable golden goose. Furthermore, he recognized Stark Industries as the family business of the affluent Tony Stark. Although he was uncertain why Tony would desire to acquire his church, he felt that an offer of $5 million was rather dismissive. Angelo Li, momentarily forgetting his recent past as a member of the impoverished class, firmly shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot sell. The minimum price is $50 million. In Angelo's anticipation, inspired by the extravagant nature of Tony Stark, he believed that if he did not sell for $500,000, it would surely escalate to $1 million, continuing to double in value. However, reality dealt him a devastating blow. The man in the suit merely nodded in disappointment before turning to leave. Angelo gazed in astonishment at the man's retreating figure, his mouth opening in an attempt to utter words of persuasion that simply would not come forth in the presence of such formidable gang leaders. Why not negotiate? He thought. Surely, you do not genuinely wish to purchase? He had never heard of such audacious demands without the expectation of haggling. This was, in essence, a miscalculation on Angelo's part. While Tony Stark possessed the audacity to demand such inflated prices, the man in the suit was merely a worker, and the $50,000 he had quoted was, in fact, the maximum amount sanctioned by his superiors, granted only due to the personal favor of Tony Stark. Since Angelo expressed no desire to sell, the man had no reason to linger. The piercing gazes of the gang leaders sent a chill down his spine. After all, the job belonged to the boss. But one's life was one's own. The man in the suit hastily exited the church and retreated to his vehicle, escaping Hell's Kitchen as though fleeing for his life. Once he caught his breath, he took out his phone to call his superior. Hey, sir, please inform Mr. Stark that the other party is not selling and insists on a minimum of $50 million. With a hint of disappointment, the gang leaders inside the church watched the man in the suit flee in disarray, realizing there was no further entertainment to be had, and thus began to depart individually. Angelo, seeing his attempts to extort fall short, felt a tinge of disappointment but did not deem it a total loss. After all, there remained 25 golden hens that would lay eggs. He planned to wait until the gang leaders had vacated before renting a large bus to transport the women out of Hell's Kitchen. These women would eventually return to their own lives. When everyone had left, only that scoundrel Alexei remained, feigning piety as he sat on a bench in the hall, occasionally glancing at himself. Annoyed by his gaze, Angelo jumped down from the pulpit, casually lighting a cigar, and approached Alexei. Alexei, have you completed your confession? The implication was clear. It was time for him to leave. To his surprise, Alexei began to spout nonsensical drivel, seemingly oblivious to the underlying message in Angelo's words. No, I believe I am being summoned by Razuma. Watching Alexei's jiggling visage, Angelo couldn't help but find humor in his frustration. Speak plainly, or take your nonsense outside. I have matters to attend to. He was not a demon. After all, Alexei was, at this moment, a benefactor who had contributed $100,000 in confession fees. He could not simply break the man's legs and toss him out for lingering in the church. Moreover, it was evident that Alexei had something he wished to discuss. Hey, Pastor, Alexei said, sidling closer with a grin. Do you have anything planned? Is there something I can assist you with? Angelo pondered for a moment, then pointed to the group of women seated in the corner. I intend to rent a bus and transport these women to the Hongmen in Chinatown. Do you have a bus available for rent? I can pay. The Hongmen in Chinatown. This is what Angelo learned during his 6 months here. It is well known that the ideology of racial discrimination among Americans is quite severe, resulting in many Chinese individuals engaged in business in the United States often facing bullying from the locals. Whenever the Hongmen becomes aware of such incidents, they discreetly intervene to seek justice for their kin. The women of Chinese descent in that vicinity are assured of their assistance. Alexei raised an eyebrow, questioning, So you intend to pay us with the confessional fees you obtain from us? Despite this cynical thought, he replied, Hongmen S. I happen to know him well. I shall call for my subordinate to bring a bus, and I will personally escort you there. He then withdrew his phone and made the call. Angelo squinted at him from the side, remaining silent until Alexei instructed his subordinate to fetch the bus. He finally spoke. What exactly do you intend to do? He could not trust this rogue's seemingly altruistic intentions. After all, what gangster is devoid of blood on their hands? Engaging in acts of kindness? Such behavior bears the hallmark of deceit. It is akin to the President of the United States contracting influenza. I have felt the summons of Lasma. I believe I must atone for some past misdeeds, Alexei declared, his words dripping with absurdity. Angelo, in response, conjured a long white bone staff in his hand. Although he could not decipher the intentions of his adversary, he was confident that his staff could compel candor. After all, does not a rod evoke filial piety? Coaxing honesty from a gangster should not be an insurmountable task. Speak the truth, Angelo commanded coldly. Otherwise, I shall thrust this staff into your backside. Chapter 8, Chinatown and the Hongmen. I seek your protection for a time, at least until my subordinates recover, Alexei conceded, casting a wary glance at the staff in Angelo's grip. Angelo scrutinized Alexei's eyes in silence for a protracted moment, until the imposing bald man began to feel uneasy. Finally, Angelo spoke, "Very well, but you would do well not to use my name as a banner for your expansion during this period." Alexei's plea for sanctuary stemmed from his own predicament. He had severely injured all of his core members the previous day. It was not that Angelo was a benevolent figure. He harbored no fondness for these gangsters, yet he had no desire to eliminate them either. The annexation of gang invariably leads to a significant outbreak of gunfire. In a hellish locale like Hell's Kitchen, who could predict what kind of heavy weaponry Alexei, an arms dealer, might unleash if he were driven to desperation? Even the introduction of a depleted uranium round would not catch Angelo off guard. Thus, maintaining stability emerged as the optimal course of action. Furthermore, he indeed required Alexei to act as a bridge to the Hongmen, thus rendering a favor in return. While he had only heard of this Chinese organization, he had never engaged with them. If Alexei were willing to facilitate an introduction, it would alleviate numerous complications. "Thank you, Mr. Pastor," Alexei expressed with gratitude. Upon hearing Angelo's agreement, Alexei exhaled a sigh of relief. He harbored no doubts that had Angelo refused to protect him, he might very well be gunned down on this street by an unseen assailant lurking in the shadows. Soon, one of his subordinates arrived, driving a bus that came to a halt before the church. Angelo signaled to the women in the corner to board the vehicle. Alexei then yanked a black thug from the bus, whispered instructions in his ear, and took his place at the driver's seat, awaiting the women to finish boarding. This arrangement had been made by Angelo with the women the previous day. They were to be escorted away from Hell's Kitchen that very morning. Most of the women had boarded, leaving only 9 Chinese women standing at the church entrance, hesitant to move. Angelo furrowed his brow and approached them, softly urging, "Get on the bus. I will take you away from here." The 9 women exchanged glances, and one who appeared to be their leader, the same woman who had asked him for hot water the day before, stepped forward. "Mr. Angelo, we wish to stay and offer our assistance. We truly have nowhere to go, our families." Angelo, growing impatient, waved his hand to interrupt her. "What does your lack of a destination have to do with me? My duty is to escort you from this place." The woman bit her lip defiantly and replied, her voice tinged with resolve, "We can stay and help you. With such a large church, you must need nuns and staff. We can clean." With an amused glance at the obstinate woman before him, Angelo shook his head. "Cleaning? Are my skeleton warriors incapable of performing their duties, or are they seeking a raise? Those skeletons have no lawyers." He had no particular desire to drive the women away. Adding some presence to the church could be beneficial. However, the environment of Hell's Kitchen was utterly unsuitable for these women, where gunfire and explosions were the order of the day, and street shootouts were commonplace. "Did you not claim you were capable of work?" Angelo jested, gesturing towards the overgrown weeds in the churchyard, nearly reaching adult height. "If you can till this land, I will agree to let you stay. If not, you should leave promptly." In Angelo's eyes, these women were not unattractive. Tall legs, oval faces, at least scoring above 65. While they might not have been treated like princesses by the ravenous men outside, they were certainly ill-suited for such labor. Even though America prides itself on gender equality, it merely rebranded women's status from a vulnerable group to one of gentlemanly decorum. To his surprise, the women glanced at the overgrown yard, turned, and silently returned to the courtyard, picking up tools from a wall to begin their work. Angelo stood momentarily dumbfounded, questioning their reasoning. Were they genuinely going to till the land? Did they not realize he was trying to drive them away? After a brief moment of stupor, he shook his head and boarded the bus, choosing not to concern himself further with them. Did they truly believe they could handle such menial tasks? Perhaps they would soon start lamenting, so it would be better to let them give up altogether. At worst, I could return later to escort them again. Alexei cast a thoughtful glance at Angelo, but chose silence, starting the bus and heading toward Chinatown. Angelo could be considered a member of the chaotic good alignment. He was willing to lend a hand as long as his own interests were not at stake, yet he was far from a self-sacrificing saint. Although he often claimed indifference, dismissing matters as irrelevant, he was still striving to preserve the last glimmer of humanity within him from being engulfed by desire. Otherwise, with his current power, he could easily choose to become a dictator of Earth. At that moment, no one on the planet could rival him, not even the United States, still frozen in the Arctic, could contend with him. As they neared Chinatown, Angelo, who had remained silent since boarding, inquired of Alexei, "What did you say to your subordinate earlier?" Alexei noticed a hint of emotional fluctuation in Angelo and, while carefully navigating the vehicle, answered candidly, "I instructed him to spread the word that I've recently gained your protection. But I made it clear that this is only until my subordinate has recovered from his injuries and is discharged from the hospital." Angelo found this rather amusing. It was a far cry from the gangsters he had envisioned. In his mind, a mob boss should resemble Marlon Brando's godfather. Yet this Russian bald man appeared more like a buffoon, perhaps even more like Star-Lord. "Do you know Star-Lord?" he asked. "No, who is that?" "A fool." Angelo shook his head, choosing to gaze out at Chinatown and dismiss these troubling thoughts. Meanwhile, Alexei silently noted the name Star-Lord in his mind, marking it as foolish. The bus halted in front of a Chinese-style building in Chinatown, and Alexei jumped from the driver's seat. A group of Chinese individuals approached, led by a middle-aged bald man wearing glasses and a tang suit. "Hey, Guoxiang Zhou." Alexei embraced the man named Zhou Guoxiang and gestured towards the bus. "These are the ladies my boss asked me to deliver." Angelo quickly stepped forward, concerned that if this scoundrel continued speaking, these women would find themselves in a perilous situation. In fluent Mandarin, he interjected, "Mr. Zhou, I am not his boss. My name is Angelo Li. These women were kidnapped by the Hell's Kitchen gang, and I have brought them here, seeking your assistance in helping them return to a normal life." Among the group were primarily women of Chinese descent, with a few Eastern Europeans, making their arrival at the Hongmen quite reasonable, as the Hongmen gained support in Chinatown primarily by assisting the local Chinese community. Zhou Guoxiang looked at the young man of mixed Chinese heritage before him, his fluent Mandarin creating a favorable impression, seemingly laced with a hint of a northern accent from his homeland. He nodded in approval and said, "Mr. Li, I extend my gratitude on behalf of these individuals. I will arrange for my subordinates to assist them in settling down." And Angelo shook his head, replying, "It's nothing. This is what I ought to do, as they are my fellow countrymen." This remark further endeared the young man to Zhou Guoxiang, who promptly patted Angelo on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Young man, I've heard of your remarkable abilities. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in the future, feel free to seek me out in Chinatown. As long as I am here, no one can harm you." And Angelo smiled in acknowledgement, although he understood that if he could not resolve an issue through his own strength, the adversary would likely be equally incapable. This recognition from a compatriot filled him with great satisfaction. After a brief handover of personnel, Angelo and Alexei declined Zhou Guoxiang's invitation to stay, departing directly on the bus as Angelo intended to return and bring over the 9 women who had refused to leave. Before leaving, he casually mentioned to Zhou Guoxiang his need to hire a Chinese chef and asked for his assistance in keeping an eye out. Having grown weary of the abysmal culinary skills of those he referred to as skeletons, which were only slightly better than those from the UK. Chapter 9. From 1 to 9, as Angelo made his way to Hell's Kitchen in Washington at the Trident Building in the director's office on the top floor. Nick Fury, sporting a gleaming bald head, sat in his chair, gazing at his assistant. "Hill, did you say there was an explosion in Hell's Kitchen yesterday? Isn't that unusual? That place is rife with gunfights, almost rivaling Afghanistan. Our foremost task now is to assemble a special team to address external threats, not to focus on these despicable gangsters." Agent Hill, with an impassive expression, handed over her tablet, which displayed a series of data. Director, I've already sent this information to your email. The energy level of this explosion exceeds that of conventional explosives by several times. This is abnormal. Nick Fury, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his temples, as he had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Arctic. Taking the tablet, he scrutinized the dizzying data with his one eye and muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. He then returned the tablet to Hill, saying, All right, I understand. Instruct the research department to continue investigating this matter. Inform me once the cause is determined. I will devise a solution. Understood, Hill replied flatly before turning to leave. However, upon reaching the door, she paused and added, by the way, some members of the World Security Council may be displeased with our plans to reinstate Captain America. The pressure is mounting, so we must act swiftly. Nick Fury nodded, refraining from further comment. The World Security Council was rife with factions, and naturally, there would be differing opinions, with some wishing for S.H.I.E.L.D. to be dismantled entirely. Many were oblivious to the threats facing the world. However, Director Fury was acutely aware, and ever since Captain Marvel had repelled the Kree space fleet, he had been preparing for the impending challenges. Hill serves as the Deputy Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although she is a member of the World Security Council, she remains fundamentally a competent Level 9 agent, acutely aware of what actions would best serve S.H.I.E.L.D.'s complex current situation. Unbeknownst to her, they have already identified the approximate location of Captain America, a fact that Nick Fury has concealed from everyone. The King of Agents trusts no one, not even the World Security Council, his immediate superiors. Throughout their journey back to Hell's Kitchen, Alexei incessantly spoke. Despite Angelo's silence, Alexei recounted his harrowing past, losing his parents at a young age, illegally immigrating to America, enduring bullying, and gradually ascending the ranks within the criminal underworld. He detailed his acquaintance with the notorious leader of the Hongmen, Zhou Guoxiang. His tragic tale could easily fill a tome titled The Chronicles of American Organized Crime over 2 decades. Angelo remained silent, recognizing the likelihood that Alexei's narrative held a kernel of truth. No one is inherently a drug dealer or a murderer. Many find themselves in such positions due to the vicissitudes of life. Typically, most villains once aspired to be good people but were left with no other options. As Alexei articulated, being at the bottom of the social ladder, one must strive to survive. A child who has crossed borders illegally often finds refuge in gangs. For what other choice remains? Without the ambition to rise, one risks a grim fate on the streets. While he empathized with Alexei's predicament, Angelo found it impossible to align himself with an illegal arms dealer. Upon returning to the church, he was taken aback by an astonishing sight. The 9 women who had insisted on staying had already cleared a significant portion of the weeds from the courtyard and were still at work. This was entirely unexpected. He had anticipated that upon his return, these women would have abandoned their tools, lamenting their plight and pleading for him to take them away. What motivated them to persevere in this endeavor? Furrowing his brow, Angelo approached the leading woman and said, "You have done well. You may stay. Please, cease your efforts." The woman glanced at him and replied, "Yes, I understand, but our task is not yet complete." With that, she disregarded Angelo and continued to work alongside the others, none of them relinquishing their tools. Angelo noted the blisters forming on their hands. How stubborn they were, even if he were in their position. He doubted he could surpass their dedication. With a sense of resignation, he waved towards the bus where Alexei was waiting, signaling him to leave. These 9 women had already achieved so much. He had no justification for sending them away. Once inside the church, Angelo first retrieved a bottle of beer from the kitchen, then settled on the pulpit, lighting a cigar as he awaited the women to finish their labor. He intended to have a conversation with them. As Angelo neared the bottom of his beer, the 9 women finally arrived, their hands already dripping with blood, the crimson drops absorbed by the church's carpet. "Speak, introduce yourselves," he commanded, draining the last sip of his drink and casually placing the bottle upon the crossbeam, where a statue of the divine should have been bound. Qin Lu had no intention of inquiring into their backgrounds. Women capable of inflicting such harm upon themselves were either steeped in profound grievances or had utterly lost hope in life. There existed no third possibility, a truly tragic lot. This was genuine feminism, far surpassing the shallow, discontented expressions of those who merely vented their frustrations on social media in a past life. The leading woman stepped forward, and it seemed they had swiftly reached an unspoken understanding, tacitly acknowledging her as their leader. You may call us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I am number 1, she stated, her countenance a blend of defiance and sorrow. The past is inconsequential. You likely have no interest in it, she continued. I am number 2. I am number 3. One by one, the 9 women introduced themselves. Angelo watched, unable to suppress a wince. These were truly formidable individuals, particularly the woman who identified as number 1. Her organizational prowess was nothing short of terrifying. Remarkably, these women had previously been strangers. Had he not personally rescued them from that vile creature, Baal, and known their lack of combat capability, he might have assumed they were a covert assassination squad. Angelo found himself at a loss for words. Very well, do as you wish. Seek out your rooms on the 2nd floor. There are ample accommodations. I typically reside on the 3rd floor. Unless necessary, do not come up. You may leave whenever you wish without needing to inform me. Noticing their tattered clothing, he retrieved 9 bundles of $100 bills from his spatial bag and placed them upon the pulpit. Purchase yourselves some attire. The salary is $3,000 a month. Having completed these arrangements, he turned to ascend the stairs, yearning for a brief respite, leaving other matters for later, trusting that these women were no longer children and could fend for themselves. Angelo truly wished to distance himself from their presence and their peculiar numerical designations that felt devoid of humanity, a sight that grated upon him. Chapter 10. The Night Demon. As evening approached, Angelo awakened, roused by an unusual sensation emanating from the clay stone demon. Shifting to the demon's perspective, he observed number 1 applying a substance resembling laundry detergent onto the clay stone demon's body, vigorously scrubbing it. Is this a scrub? Angelo shook his head in disbelief, quickly switching back to his own viewpoint. It was simply too surreal. After washing his face, he descended to the 1st floor hall, where he found the entire space revitalized. Although he often summoned skeletons for cleaning, there remained an undeniable distinction between them and living beings. The hall usually displayed a rigid neatness. Yet today, it was infused with the vibrant essence of life. Hey, what number are you? Angelo inquired, stopping a girl passing by. I am number 6, boss, she replied, slightly bowing. Number 6, could you prepare a dinner for me? It would be my honor, boss. Angelo regarded the girl known as number 6, shaking his head in bewilderment. He found it difficult to comprehend why individuals like her still existed in a society that proclaimed freedom and democracy. At the very least, one would expect a semblance of personal independence. What was going on here? He approached number 1, who was busy scrubbing a clay golem. Number 1. Angelo gently called out, you can stop that. Number 1 halted in her actions, sensing Angelo's discontent, and nervously explained, boss, I merely thought these 2 statues appeared a bit dirty. Angelo rubbed his forehead in frustration, unsure how to clarify the situation to number 1. The statue, transformed from a clay golem, had been placed there as a guardian when he acquired the church. It was not genuinely dirty. Its color was merely a dull hue inherent to its clay composition, and no amount of scrubbing would change that. Moreover, Angelo sensed something amiss. He was puzzled by the expressions of inexplicable admiration or reverence that appeared in the girl's eyes while he was asleep. Coupled with their uniform, nun-like attire, this gaze was reminiscent of fervent religious zealots, a notion that unsettled him, as he held no affinity for religion or belief in deities. Deciding to take action, Angelo approached the clay golem and patted it, signaling it to move. In the astonished gaze of the girls, the clay golem sprang to life. It first rose from the ground, then shook its body in irritation, flinging away the water and detergent clinging to it, casting a displeased glance at number 1. After all, it was this 2-legged creature who had been incessantly touching it. The clay golem seemed to forget that Angelo had sculpted its form into a humanoid figure. While the girls were startled by the sudden animation of the statue, none let out piercing screams. which pleased Angelo immensely. He gestured for both clay golems to return to their positions and turned to the 9 girls, stating, "It is alive. This is its natural color, and it does not require cleaning." Number 1 instinctively began to nod in understanding. Angelo then sat upon a nearby bench, organizing his thoughts before speaking. "You need not act this way. If you're concerned that I might send you away, rest assured, you have complete freedom to come and go as you please. By the way, do you hold any beliefs?" He posed a question, recalling the fervent look in one's eyes moments ago. The last thing he desired was to have a zealot by his side. For a non-believer, it would be nothing short of torment. The women initially glanced at Angelo, then collectively pointed towards the pulpit. Razama, following their gestures. Angelo's gaze fell upon the empty beer bottle he had carelessly left on the crossbeam of the pulpit after returning that morning. The corner of his eye twitched involuntarily. These women could have cleaned the entire hall, so it was evident that the bottle had been deliberately left behind. Angelo approached and picked up the empty bottle, casually tossing it into a nearby trash bag. "I don't even know what Razama is. I just made that up. I have a strong aversion to religion. Yet I do not disdain faith," he remarked, casting a glance at the perplexed expressions of the 9 girls. "You need not believe in Razama. You may embrace freedom of belief, justice, or even the worship of a cat. Faith is yours, and so is redemption." To articulate such a sentiment was a remarkable feat for Angelo. It must be noted that in his previous life, he was no great orator, but merely a person living off inherited wealth. Nevertheless, his fundamental worldview aligned with that of the mainstream society. Faith could exist, but one need not believe in deities. He acknowledged the existence of gods in the Marvel universe, yet considered them merely another form of extraterrestrial beings, akin to Thor, who was nothing more than a loud, boisterous fool. At that moment, one remained silent, her head bowed in contemplation, seemingly lost in thought. Angelo was unaware that when individuals are on the brink of despair, the sudden emergence of a formidable savior can lead them to view this figure as their last hope and faith. This psychological phenomenon is difficult for a rational mind to comprehend. Perhaps it could be termed the zealot's psychological effect or the Arkham syndrome. Whether this condition is deemed good or bad is subjective. After all, it is this very mindset that enabled these women to survive their psychological trauma. It also confined their thoughts. At that moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say that these 9 women had become Angelo's fervent followers. Before long, 6 promptly served a plate of steak. After tasting it, Angelo was pleasantly surprised by its palatability. It was far superior to the abysmal culinary skills of the skeletons. While it still fell short of a professional chef's standards, it was commendable enough to warrant the skeleton's dismissal, at least until he could hire a professional chef. He could rely on these young women to prepare his meals. After dinner, Angelo sent the girls upstairs to rest, claiming they had worked enough for the day and could clock out. Besides, the church would not see any visitors that evening, allowing him the opportunity to contemplate how to help these girls return to a semblance of normalcy, having taken on 9 considerable burdens. Angelo reclined on the long bench in the hall, propping his legs up while lighting a cigar. Suddenly, the doors of the creaky church were pushed open just a crack, and a figure slipped inside. "Hello, Father, may I confess now?" The phrase that had almost escaped Angelo's lips, "Why should I care?" was swallowed back down upon seeing the visitor. The hall was still illuminated, allowing Angelo to clearly discern the newcomer. Approximately 6 feet tall, wearing a hood that obscured his eyes, clad in a tight black outfit, and holding a cane. Despite the peculiar attire, there was an inexplicable charm radiating from this individual. "Goodness, it's Daredevil, the Kingpin of New York," Angelo inwardly exclaimed. Chapter 11. Get Out. Washington, Stark Manor. Recently interrupted from a date with a young model by Pepper, Tony sat by the window, intrigued as J.R.V.I.S. relayed the reports from the New York office. Interesting. A dilapidated church not worth 500,000 dares to ask for 50 million. Tony casually poured his Lafite into the sink, then instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. prepare my private jet. I wish to meet that fellow in person. Hopefully, he'll still be able to speak by then. Additionally, inform Pepper and Happy that they are to accompany me. After a brief pause, J.A.R.V.I.S. replied, "Sir, Your private jet requires advanced preparation. According to air traffic regulations, it may take approximately 2 hours. With a hint of impatience, Tony waved his hand dismissively. It's my private jet. I don't care how they prepare it. I want to take off within an hour. Only Jarvis. And Pepper could tolerate his insufferable demeanor. Even Happy found it unbearable. In the church, Angelo gestured toward the bench, indicating for Matthew Michael Murdoch to sit at his leisure. Here, we practice self-service confession. Matthew glanced at Angelo in astonishment. He had never encountered such a church before. Wasn't it customary for a priest to sit in a confessional booth to listen to confessions? Little did he know, the confessional had long been converted into a kitchen by Angelo. Angelo recognized this man as Daredevil, thanks to the Marvel adaptations that had been made in his previous life, showcasing him as a vigilante wandering the streets of New York in his black suit, combating crime and safeguarding the innocent from harm. Merely an ordinary man endowed with somewhat special abilities, perhaps aptly termed a street hero. Daredevil's story was tragic. As a child, he had been blinded by industrial waste while rescuing an old man, subsequently gaining supersensory abilities that heightened all but his sight. This enhancement allowed him to navigate the world without being hindered by visual impairment, yet the acute awareness incessantly tormented him. Upon maturing, he became a lawyer, advocating for the impoverished during the day while assuming the role of a vigilante at night, adhering to a principle of an eye for an eye. He harbored a deluded belief that the eradication of gangsters from Hell's Kitchen would precipitate change, oblivious to the futility of his endeavors. A pitiable zealot, he was particularly adept at enduring punishment. This encapsulates Enkairo's impression of himself in the television series. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in this individual, who, despite being blind, has ascended to the status of the King of New York, a veritable human canon. Nearly every woman he has encountered has succumbed to his charms. One cannot help but wonder from whence such allure emanates. I do not seek to atone for my transgressions. Rather, I implore your understanding for the actions I am about to undertake. Matthew lowered the hood of his garment, concealing his eyes once more. Although Enkairo would never embody a person like Matthew, it does not preclude him from admiring the latter. For Enkairo could never muster the courage to risk life and limb for the sake of so-called justice as Matthew does. After a moment's hesitation, Enkairo rose from the kitchen, retrieving 2 bottles of beer, and handed one to Matthew. Matthew took a sip and then turned to Enkairo. Mr. Priest, you seem to have divined my intentions. Though framed as a question, the certainty in his tone was unmistakable. Matthew's heightened senses allowed him to easily discern the psychological currents of his companion. Indeed, Enkairo replied, raising the beer bottle in acknowledgement. I know you, Matthew. Very well, then. I hereby extend a formal invitation for you to join me, Mr. Priest. A smile finally graced Matthew's face as he articulated his purpose. His extraordinary hearing conferred upon him a remarkable capacity for information. From Enkairo's departure the previous evening to the confessions of those he robbed from the gang today, he felt as if he were present at the scene. His intention today was to solicit the formidable priest, a man of terrifying prowess, to aid in the eradication of the gang. Yet, Enkairo's subsequent statement left him momentarily speechless. I'm afraid I must decline your invitation. After a brief pause, Matthew's frustration flared. Why? You possess such immense power. Together, we could obliterate the Hell's Kitchen gang tonight. Perhaps even eliminate Kingpin himself. Enkairo sighed, reflecting on how the daredevil of the screen remained unchanged. Indeed, the current incarnation seemed freshly graduated from university, imbued with vigor and obstinacy. I have stated my refusal, Mr. Matthew. With that, Enkairo gestured towards the clay golem at the door. Out you go. Engaging in conversation with the obstinate is a futile endeavor, akin to playing music for cattle. Matthew, endowed with his own superhuman abilities, sensed the movement of the 2 statues at the entrance. While surprised, he was not caught off guard. He had no inclination to strike at non-gang members. Instead, he shouted with fervor, Mr. Priest, are you not a believer in God? Why not engage in this act of justice? God will hold you accountable. Enkairo had initially wished to avoid further discourse, but upon hearing this, a flicker of interest ignited within him. He waved his hand, signaling the clay golem to withdraw, straightened his posture, and said, "First and foremost, I do not believe in God. Secondly, as you suggest, even if we were to eradicate the gang, what would that accomplish? New gangs would inevitably arise. Is that your desire? Or is it merely the act of killing that you seek? The civilians you wish to protect will suffer even greater harm." Upon hearing Ankiluo's words, Matthew's face revealed a look of confusion as he murmured, "What can I do then? Sometimes I detest my own abilities. I can sense cries for help and wails from kilometers away in the dead of night, yet I cannot save everyone." Ankiluo interrupted him, saying, "It is not just you. Even God cannot save this place, nor can I. The church refers to this area as a place where even God will not tread. Do you understand the root of the problem?" Before Matthew could respond, Ankiluo continued, "Darkness will never vanish, and poverty breeds sin. You cannot rescue everyone. Eradicate all the gangs here? I could do that, but it would merely transform Hell's Kitchen into a hell, while elsewhere another Hell's Kitchen would emerge. Kill Jinbing." Matthew's voice was laced with murderous intent. He is the king of New York's underworld. Killing Jinbing would only give rise to another Ian Bing, and perhaps not one as competent as Gene Bing, who, to some extent, maintains order among New York's gangs. Matthew appeared as though he had grasped a lifeline, excitedly exclaiming, "You could replace Gene Bing. You proved last night that you possess this capability." Ankiluo chuckled and patted his shoulder. "My friend, how can you be certain that I wouldn't become another king of New York's underworld? That would be worse, for no one would be able to hold me accountable." Matthew's previous fervor, driven by obsession, began to wane in light of Ankiluo's words. "What then can I do?" he asked, his voice tinged with anguish as he removed his mask, tousling his hair into a tangled mess. Chinyu shrugged. "To change this place, it requires not a vigilante in tight spandex or a hero, but rather a shift in the system, environment, and balance. You may think I jest, but a gang leader once told me that his initial desire was simply to have a full meal. No politician cares for Hell's Kitchen. There are no political donations here, nor votes to be garnered. What should I do?" Matthew heard the distant cries for help, gunfire, and police sirens from Brooklyn, his fists tightening until they turned pale. "Aside from this, I can do nothing. I haven't figured it out, so I won't stop you. You may pursue what you wish, but I recommend you explore the concepts of alliances in Chinese culture. You might find relevant literature in Chinatown. I will not give up. I will persist until I find a true solution." Ankiluo gazed at Matthew in silence for a considerable time before rising to leave, shaking his head in resignation. The so-called heroes on screen, in his view, live lives far less effortless than an ordinary person's, burdened with too much. He preferred to be a villain rather than a hero, for heroes are forever emblematic of sacrifice and burden. He shared so much with Matthew, perhaps only because he considered Matthew less handsome than himself, wishing to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Impossible. Moral coercion was out of the question. He simply desired to relish life. Chapter 12. The infuriating Tony Stark. When Ankiluo awoke that morning, Number 6 had already prepared breakfast for him, and the hall had been thoroughly cleaned under the guidance of Number 1. After his conversation with Daredevil Matthew the previous day, he had temporarily abandoned the idea of sending the women away. They appear to have some psychological issues, and at least in his presence, he could shield them from harm. As for the future, he would address it when the time came. After finishing his meal, Ankiluo ceremoniously opened the church doors, signaling the commencement of its operations. "Well, the doors are open. If you choose not to come, that is your own concern." He anticipated a quiet day with no visitors, but was soon proven mistaken upon seeing the balding figure of Alexei standing outside. "Alexei, have you nothing better to do? Why does a mob boss visit me so frequently?" Ankiluo chuckled with a mix of exasperation and amusement at the sight of the bald man. "Aren't you afraid someone might take you out on the way here?" "Ah!" Alexei laughed awkwardly, his demeanor oddly unbothered. "Not at all. The Hell's Kitchen knows that the good priest is currently sheltering me. No one dares to lay a finger on me." Reluctantly, Ankiluo stepped aside to allow Alexei entry, aware that the mobster's carefree attitude was likely a facade. A ruthless arms dealer would not survive long if he truly acted so foolishly. Yet this persona seemed to work for Alexei. He was candid and sincere in his manner. Besides, He had paid for the service, so it was only right to let him in. By the way, you mentioned that no one dares to harm you? After Alexei settled onto the bench, Angelo raised an eyebrow and inquired. Indeed, the good priest's name has become quite renowned in Hell's Kitchen. While the two engaged in light banter, an infuriating voice echoed from outside the church. Happy, make a note of this. After purchasing, replace this door with an electric one. It is simply too unsightly. And those two statues out front, switch them to something resembling the Thinker. I am beginning to regret coming here. What is so special about this decrepit church that warrants my personal visit? Angelo turned towards the entrance, where a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man in a suit swaggered in. His tie askew, a pair of tinted sunglasses perched on his nose, and a pretentious mustache adorning his face. Following him was a poised blonde woman in her 30s, who cast an apologetic glance in Angelo's direction. Accompanying them was a stout man, resembling a bodyguard, though his corpulent physique suggested he might not be the most reliable protector. Even against Alexei, Number One's expression darkened. The church was, in a sense, her home and her sanctuary, and the audacity of someone speaking so disrespectfully within its walls was deeply unsettling. Yet, it seemed this brash individual was rather affluent. The ostentatious man immediately noticed Number One. Wow, what a stunning beauty. Care to join me for dinner? Why do you stare at me so? Do you not recognize me? I am Tony Stark, one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. Have I been less visible in interviews and on-screen lately? Facing Tony's shamelessness, I merely stared at him coldly, my expression devoid of emotion, leaving him with a sense of tedium. To be fair, I used to admire Iron Man while watching films. But the current Tony is evidently far from embodying that character. He remains the same insufferable rich boy. At this moment, I felt an impulse to break his legs and toss him out. Hey, 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 I exclaimed, my irritation palpable. I know who you are, you arrogant fool. What brings a wealthy man like you to my presence? Are you here to confess to the women you've seduced and subsequently discarded? Clearly, I was throwing shade at Tony. This even caused Pepper, standing behind him, to show signs of displeasure, for she harbored feelings for her boss, who was notoriously a playboy. Each time Tony moved on from another woman, he left her to deal with the aftermath, which was hardly a pleasant memory. It was akin to not only defecating on your head, but also demanding toilet paper. Though my words irked Pepper, they reflected an undeniable truth, leaving her with no choice but to direct her frustration towards Tony Stark. Tony, unfazed by my cold demeanor, turned his gaze towards me. Wow, Angelo, I finally meet you. You know I'm Tony Stark, but perhaps you're unaware that you insulted me in the game just the other day. However, the great Stark has no intention of holding you accountable. I hear you intend to sell this church for $50 million. That's acceptable, but do ensure to include this lovely lady. Had Tony approached me with courtesy, perhaps I might have genuinely considered the sale. However, that was evidently no longer possible. I was taken aback to realize that the person I had sparred with online was none other than Tony Stark. I had thought him merely a keyboard warrior, as they exist everywhere. To my astonishment, Tony Stark was so juvenile that he actually crawled through the internet to confront me. As my demeanor began to chill, I halted Alexei, who was about to rise and engage in a conversation with Tony Stark. Do you truly believe that wealth grants you the freedom to do as you please? I emphasized the mockery in my tone regarding his arrogance. Tony, perceptive to my ridicule, frowned slightly. Is there anything in this world that money cannot resolve? If so, it is merely a matter of insufficient funds. Apologies, but wealth indeed allows one to act with impunity. With that, he lightly shrugged his shoulders. Observing his infuriating demeanor, I struggled to suppress the urge to strike him, then waved my hand, retrieving a gold coin from my spatial bag and holding it aloft as if conjuring it from thin air. Ah, Mr. Magician, your tricks are quite impressive. I turned to my bodyguard. Happy, take note of this, and remember to give this magician an extra coin later on my behalf. Angelo cast a cold glance at Tony, a spark igniting within him, and then gold coins erupted from his hand like a fountain, continuously cascading from a distance. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment. What kind of sorcery was this? The sheer volume of coins that had poured forth in such a brief moment was far beyond what one could conceal on a person. The women surrounding him displayed an exuberance in their eyes. Was this not akin to alchemy? Indeed, it surpassed mere alchemy, transforming air into gold. A miracle. Undoubtedly, a miracle. Angelo did not cease, but continued to unleash a torrent of coins from his hand, which soon blanketed the entire hall and gradually crept over the feet of the gathered crowd, ever increasing in quantity. What kind of new technology was this? The latest projection technique? Tony exclaimed in disbelief, but as he felt the tangible sensation beneath his feet, his expression shifted to one of gravity. Something was amiss. This was not a projection technique. It was real. Noticing Happy, now on guard and attempting to intervene, Angelo pointed at him with his other hand, declaring, "I know you. Happy, I advise you not to move." With that, his free hand joined the fray, unleashing a fountain of coins at Happy. The latter scrambled to fend off the raining coins, but it was evidently futile. His attempts to push them aside were no match for their relentless descent. And soon he was completely buried beneath the gold. Angelo's backpack had been filled to its utmost capacity, the measured quantity surpassing millions, and if released entirely, it could easily inundate the street. This was truly a case of money overwhelming all. Once everyone was submerged up to their chests in coins, Angelo finally halted, concerned that the walls of the building might not withstand the pressure and collapse, not due to a lack of funds. After all, Stark had valued this church at 50 million, and such a collapse would be a tragic loss. Chapter 13. Ripping off Stark, Angelo approached Tony, who was half buried in coins, and squatted down, mockingly remarking, "Ah, mister. Big bucks. Money truly does allow one to do as one wishes." The infuriating Iron Man reserve was still somewhat defiant, struggling valiantly, but to no avail. As for the others, Pepper and Happy wore faces of clear panic, feeling like lambs awaiting slaughter, a most uncomfortable sensation. Alexei, on the other hand, wore a look of resignation. He knew that Angelo could eliminate him without such a grand display, and he was discreetly stuffing coins into his pockets, hoping to recoup some of the confession fee he had previously paid. As for the women numbered 1 through 9, they gazed at Angelo with a fervor that was beginning to vex him, as if they were beholding a deity. Perhaps, at that moment, if Angelo commanded them to take their own lives, they would comply without hesitation. "My apologies, Mr. Angelo," Pepper sighed resignedly, observing the still defiant Tony. "I apologize on behalf of Tony. I wonder if you might consider extracting us from this predicament? It's truly an unpleasant feeling." Pepper truly understands her boss all too well. It is clear that her superior must have instigated the situation, only to be met with harsh words from the other party. Unwilling to accept such affront, he sought further trouble, behaving rather like a petulant child. Over the years, this has caused her no small amount of distress. The crux of the matter is that even in seeking trouble, he has not managed to best his opponent. Such supernatural forces evoke a sense of unknown dread. "Miss Pepper, I am aware that there is no ill intent on your part, and thus I harbor no malice towards you or Happy. At this juncture, I merely wish to hear an apology from Mr. Stark," Enquiro stated, his demeanor unyielding. He contemplated whether he might extract some profit from Tony Stark, as he had 10 mouths to feed. With a sly smile, he observed Stark's struggles until the latter finally ceased his resistance. Enquiro approached him, squatting down, and inquired, "Well, Mr. Stark, half buried in the dirt, do you wish to apologize?" Hey, hey. "All right," Stark said, casting a glance at the immobile Happy and Pepper, his reluctance palpable. "Fine, I apologize, Mr. Priest." Thus, Enquiro's encounter with the first superhero concluded in this rather unpleasant atmosphere, marked by Stark's begrudging apology. Amidst the incredulous expressions of those present, Enquiro waved his hand, reclaiming all the gold coins, save for those furtively stashed away by Alexei. Enquiro surveyed the group seated on the ground after the coins vanished, and turned his gaze to Alexei. "Produce my gold. Do not take me for a fool. Your trousers are nearly falling down from the weight of those coins." With a sheepish grin, Alexei retrieved a generous handful of gold coins from his pocket and returned them to Enquiro. Once everything was organized, Enquiro gestured towards the bench and kindly sent number 1 to the kitchen to fetch beer and lemonade for everyone. Stark took a sip of beer and then directed a fierce glare at Enquiro. "Kid, you're in serious trouble. I'm telling you, I want to box you one-on-one. No holds barred. You're not permitted to use your strange abilities. Anquiro chuckled at him. Strange abilities? This time, burying you in gold up to your chest was merely a remedy for your foul mouth. Otherwise, you would be preparing for your last rites by now. Tony Stark may indeed be a piece of work, yet his willingness to sacrifice himself for humanity is truly admirable. Mr. Stark, perhaps you should focus on defeating him first. Anquiro remarked, nodding towards Alexei. Though Alexei was a mob boss, he had never neglected his training, and coupled with his innate ferocity, he appeared more formidable than Anquiro. Even Alexei regarded Stark with a peculiar look. The notion of this top American tycoon challenging Anquiro to a duel seemed utterly absurd. He was well aware of Anquiro's terrifying prowess and wondered why Stark would even entertain such a notion. Was living not preferable? His arm was still encased in a cast, and the gaping pit in Hell's Kitchen remained a stark reminder of their previous encounters. Although Stark was oblivious to these details, he wisely chose not to pursue the topic further, having assessed the physical stature of both parties. Let's discuss the matter of acquiring the church, shall we, Mr. Stark? Angelo cheerfully raised his wine glass, his mind already bustling with schemes. No more purchases, enough of that, Stark replied earnestly, having abandoned the idea upon witnessing Angelo's abundance of gold coins. Are you truly not willing to reconsider? No. Angelo expressed a hint of disappointment, then gestured toward the beer in Stark's hand and the lemonade held by Pepper and Happy. Very well, Mr. Stark. If you would kindly settle the bill for the drinks, you may take your leave. Stark, agitated, thought it outrageous that he was expected to pay for a bottle of cheap beer, as if his mere consumption of it did not already grant Angelo a favor. In a fit of frustration, he rummaged through Happy's pocket, producing a handful of coins, which he slapped onto the table. Is this sufficient? Angelo glanced at the pile, estimating it to be several $100s. I'm afraid, Mr. Stark, this is a church and the price for our beverages is $500 per bottle. What did you say? Stark nearly choked on his drink. This was the first time he had suffered such a blow. Not only was he taking a beating, but now he was also expected to pay for this overpriced beer. It wasn't that he could not afford the sum, but rather that his pride was wounded. Angelo shrugged, addressing Pepper. Miss Pepper, it seems your employer is not as affluent as he portrays. One wonders if he might delay your wages. Perhaps you should consider working for me. I have a grand church in need of management, and I could pay you in gold coins. Before Angelo could finish, Stark, with a tinge of jealousy, shouted, Pepper, pay the bill. We're leaving. The bitterness in his tone was palpable, even detectable by the clay-stone demon at the entrance. Pepper glanced at Tony, who resembled a sulking child, and then signed a check for Angelo. I apologized for the interruption. She bore no ill will. After all, it was Tony who instigated the trouble, and this was merely compensation for the chaos he had caused. For years, she had played the role of caretaker, ensuring Stark did not meet a grisly end. Angelo accepted the check and glanced at the amount, winking at Pepper, causing her cheeks to flush. Were you not reluctant to pay? I have always known your weak spot, compelling you to settle the bill. Stark, perhaps oblivious, remained unaware of Pepper's significance in his life. Pepper offered a nervous chuckle to Angelo before following Stark out of the church, while Angelo called after them with delight, You are always welcome to return. This remark prompted Happy, the last to leave, to quicken his pace. Under Alexei's envious gaze, Angelo casually handed the check to number 1, stating, Here's your salary for this month. Do remember to collect it from me later. Alexei had just witnessed the staggering sum of $50,000, a figure that could be casually tossed about. After all, Stark's money was already taxed. With the cover of this check, Anquiro felt untroubled by the prospect of an audit from the tax authorities. Stark and his companions exited the church and entered a waiting Rolls-Royce. Once inside the vehicle, Pepper resignedly instructed Happy to head to the New York office, as there were still matters to attend to. Stark, shedding his previous demeanor of despondency, whistled a carefree tune and surreptitiously produced a gold coin, exclaiming, Hey, Happy, we're returning to Washington. I've secretly kept a gold coin. This must be some new technology. Once I decipher its mysteries, I shall return for vengeance. Chapter 14. Unwelcome visitors. Stark had pilfered one of his gold coins, unbeknownst to Anquiro. who could not even recall the lengthy string of numbers representing the gold coins in his backpack. Nevertheless, even if he were aware, he would harbor no objections. For Stark would not unleash a deluge of gold coins upon the market, likely only extracting an additional $50,000 at most. Alexei lingered in the church until dinner time, managing to partake in a lunch prepared by the sixth chef. It was an authentic Chinese meal, spicy hot pot. Though Anquiro found it somewhat lacking in flavor, Alexei relished it thoroughly. For this, Anquiro extorted $500 from Alexei. After all, the president of Stark Industries had paid $500 for a bottle of wine. It was only fair that Alexei paid the same for a meal, especially considering their shared status as neighbors in Hell's Kitchen. Alexei prattled on to Anquiro about various topics, and since Anquiro had little to occupy his time, the company of this Russian was welcome, though he mused that it would have been preferable if this Russian had been a long-legged blonde woman. It was during this exchange that Anquiro first grasped the psychological workings of these gangsters. They did not relish the gangster lifestyle as ordinary people might believe. In fact, many feared money, as its origins were often dubious, and the tax authorities' scrutiny was relentless. There exists a joke in America that even gangsters must pay taxes. The firearms in their possession offered little reassurance when confronted by the tax office, regardless of whether those arms included heavy machine guns or rocket launchers. For the might of the tax authority was second only to that of the military in times of war. Shortly after Alexei departed, Matthew stealthily entered. Anquiro found this amusing. It seemed they were taking shifts at the church, one arriving by day, another by night. Was he truly that fearsome? Moreover, had their internal clocks been reversed? Lawyers working by night, while gangsters operated by day? However, upon observing the evident wounds on Matthew, Anquiro swallowed the remarks that had formed on his lips. Clearly, Matthew's endeavors after his reasonable departure the previous day had not gone smoothly. Why must you put yourself through this? Anquiro rose and tossed Matthew a bottle of beer, reminiscent of the previous day. He began to entertain the notion that perhaps this place was more suited to a bar than a church. Matthew shrugged nonchalantly. I think it's quite good. I saved 2 people yesterday. Angelo found himself at a loss for words in the face of Matthew, a man of action who, despite knowing he could not alter the overarching narrative, resolutely endeavored to make a difference. Had the individual been one who merely espoused grand slogans without action, Angelo would have swiftly dismissed him. However, with Matthew, a man who embodied his beliefs through tangible deeds, Angelo could only harbor admiration. What brings you here today? Pray, do not tell me you have come merely for a chat. I shall not forego my rest this late at night to provide you with psychological counsel. Angelo mused that he would much prefer to engage in discussions about attire with individuals numbered 1 through 9, rather than with solitary men. After contemplating Angelo's words, Matthew cracked a slight smile, retrieving a book from his bag and opening it, gesturing towards Angelo. To Angelo's surprise, he noticed the title emblazoned on the cover, The Art of War. I have come to read this. It is quite an intriguing text, and I have some questions that I hope you can clarify for me. Angelo's expression turned peculiar. He had not anticipated Matthew's promptness in action. Only yesterday had he mentioned the book, and today Matthew had already procured it. A sudden thought struck him. Wait, Matthew, are you not visually impaired? How can you read? Matthew, unfazed by the label of blind, casually reached out to feel the book's pages. I am capable of perceiving some theories within this text. Indeed, I cannot see, but I'm a doctor of law from Columbia University. I have a query I wish to pose to you. Observing Matthew's tactile engagement with the book, particularly as he held a traditional Chinese text, Angelo could not help but liken him to a blind fortune teller on a bustling street corner. He quickly interjected, "You misunderstand. When engaging with such literature, one must seek understanding independently. Relying on others for interpretation is invariably unsuitable." Is that so? Matthew pondered, furrowing his brow, sensing an incongruity in the assertion. Indeed, Angelo rose and ascended the stairs. Today, I shall leave the door open. You may remain here and ponder at your leisure. I have faith in your abilities. With that, he strode purposefully towards the upper chambers. He had never delved into the art of war himself. Such traditional texts often eluded comprehension, even for many of his compatriots. Now, with Matthew's inquiry, he feared he would expose his own ignorance. Just yesterday, he had recounted to Matthew only a vague recollection from his elementary history classes about a formidable strategist from the Warring States period. Nothing more. As for concerns about theft with the door left ajar, setting aside whether the local ruffians dared confront the clay stone demon with Matthew present, any intruders would merely be delivering a meal. Despite Matthew's visible injuries, a testament to his encounters with multiple armed gangsters in a one-on-one confrontation, he could easily handle a few petty criminals. Angelo Li chose to disregard Matthew, who reciprocated by not disturbing him. Their mutual understanding was remarkable. In the ensuing days, Alexei and Matthew seemed to have tacitly agreed upon a schedule. One would take the day's shift while the other covered the night. The following day, Alexei delivered a brand new computer to the church and diligently connected it to the internet. This gesture was prompted by a previous conversation in which Angelo Li had expressed his dissatisfaction with the lack of internet cafes in Hell's Kitchen. Under Alexei's watchful gaze, the employee from the internet company had nervously installed the connection before hastily departing, clearly intimidated by Alexei's mafia affiliation. This worked to their advantage, as they need not worry about any covert throttling from the service provider. After all, Alexei's machine gun was not merely for show. Matthew no longer required Angelo Li's invitation. Upon arrival, he would help himself to a bottle of beer from the refrigerator and settle down in the church hall. If he happened to hear cries for help, he would temporarily leave to address the situation, returning before dawn. Naturally, he had no intention of settling any bills, as Matthew was currently a pauper. Angelo Li, unfazed by the cost of a single beer, would diligently record Matthew's tab in a notebook, intending to collect it later when Matthew had funds. Angelo Li had expected his life to proceed peacefully, at least for a time, playing games, boasting with Alexei, and perhaps softening the heart of this gangster. While jotting down Matthew's expenses, life seemed quite pleasant. However, merely 3 days later, someone could no longer remain idle. On this particular day, as Matthew entered the church and Angelo Li greeted him, he ascended the stairs, unsure of how to address Matthew's peculiar inquiries. For instance, Matthew had just asked the meaning of a phrase that spoke of seeking the yin through the yang, and of virtue yielding to power. Angelo Li was utterly baffled by such arcane references. Before he could reach the upper floor, a cacophony of revving engines and motorcycle roars erupted from the street outside. A considerable number of individuals had arrived. Matthew, his expression grave, turned his attention toward the church's entrance, his keen hearing detecting at least 20 pairs of footsteps, some belonging to formidable adversaries, suggesting ill intent. Those residing on the second floor, including number 1 and others, peered out the window to assess the situation below and descended to stand behind Angelo Li. While they knew not the identities of the newcomers, they were acutely aware of who sought trouble. Those were their enemies. The commotion outside ceased abruptly, and Angelo Li intended to step out to discern the cause. To be honest, he did not believe anyone in Hell's Kitchen would dare to confront him. Recently, he had learned from Alexei that following his explosive visit to the trafficker's lair in Bayard, the gang leaders of Hell's Kitchen had privately reached a consensus to avoid provoking Angelo Li at all costs. Perhaps a wealthy magnate had once again felt the allure of Razuma and sought to contribute to her cause, or perhaps a fine drink in the church. Angelo Li whimsically contemplated. As he approached the grand entrance of the church, the once antiquated wooden doors emitted a series of howling sounds, soaring past Angelo Li's ears and crashing heavily onto the floor of the hall, shattering into pieces. He gestured to the visibly enraged individuals, signaling them to remain calm. No matter how furious these women might become, their impotent rage would be of no avail. They were utterly defenseless against the menacing figures before them, destined only for demise. Turning his gaze back towards the entrance, his expression was now as dark as a storm cloud. Regardless of who these intruders were or their intentions, in Angelo Li's mind, they had already been marked for death. Standing outside was a man clad in tight-fitting attire, with a target tattoo emblazoned on his forehead, sporting a grotesque smile while brandishing a knife. Not far behind him stood a group, led by a portly Caucasian in a white suit, who was frowning as he scrutinized the scene. In the Marvel Universe, It is not only superheroes who don tight clothing, some villains do as well. And it was evident that this grinning man was already categorized as a villain in Ankyluo's mind. Only the deceased villains could be deemed good. Just as Ankyluo was about to strike down this perverse individual, Matthew's exclamation momentarily stunned him. Target. Kingpin. While he was unclear about the identity of Target, he could surmise it was this grotesque figure before him. Yet the name of Kingpin was one he recognized well. He was the true underground emperor of New York. It appeared that Kingpin must be the rotund man behind. Moreover, just a few days prior, he had conversed with Matthew regarding Kingpin, and he had never anticipated that Kingpin would come knocking today. However, since Kingpin had arrived at his doorstep, Ankyluo's initial reluctance to kill him could be reconsidered. He had no habit of being struck without retaliating. As for the Underground Order of New York after Kingpin's demise, that will be Matthew's headache to contend with. In the brief moment of Ankyluo's distraction, Target had already raised his hand and hurled the knife. Ankyluo caught a glint of silver flash before him, too late to intercept, as the knife flew toward number one, aimed directly at his throat. Precise, lethal, with the intent to take a life, Ankyluo's resolve to eliminate the adversary solidified even further. He raised his hand to encase number one in skeletal armor, but Matthew was quicker. Having been on high alert, he immediately drew his cane to intercept the knife. Clang! The knife collided with the cane, producing a crisp metallic sound before falling to the ground. This was not to say that Matthew was superior to Ankyluo. Rather, Ankyluo had not anticipated such shamelessness in Target, who dared to strike at number one. Caught off guard and distracted by the mention of Kingpin's name, Ankyluo faltered. Stop! Target! What are you doing? The furious roar of the stout man in the white suit fell to the ground. Prior to Jean Bing's arrival, he had naturally conducted an investigation into Angelo, particularly concerning the events that unfolded in Hell's Kitchen just days before. He had summoned several small-time thugs who had witnessed the clash, meticulously inquiring about the details. Ultimately, he arrived at a staggering conclusion. The adversary's white skeletal armor rendered him impervious to weapons and possessed immense strength, seemingly accompanied by other unknown abilities, rendering any attempts at confrontation futile. As the underground emperor of New York, Jean Bing had his channels to acquire information. He was aware that certain clandestine laboratories around the world had produced individuals of extraordinary capabilities akin to Captain America. His subordinate, Bullseye, had also emerged from such an experiment, albeit he was merely a subpar imitation compared to the glorified Captain America. Jean Bing was not particularly curious about the origins of Anchiloa's powers. He had come to negotiate, not to instigate conflict. He had given clear instructions to his subordinates before setting out. Yet Bullseye's reckless actions had evidently derailed all of his plans. Jean Bing had always harbored a dislike for Bullseye, a madman whose utility was the only reason he remained unburied beneath the ocean floor, encased in cement. Today, it was evident that Bullseye had encountered a formidable opponent. Hearing Jean Bing shout, Angelo merely raised an eyebrow, his actions remaining unperturbed. The skeletal armor materialized around him, reminiscent of the battle against the gang, as he conjured a bone spear devoid of a tip. With a mighty swing of the bone staff, he aimed to strike Bullseye's head, intending to resolve any misunderstandings only after dispatching this scoundrel. Bullseye's ability allowed him to nearly guarantee a hit on his target, and his reflexes were equally swift. Anchiloa's straightforward assault with the staff prompted Bullseye to evade while hurling throwing knives from his hands. Jean Bing, however, restrained his eager subordinates from intervening, observing Bullseye with a cold gaze. He had grown weary of this disobedient subordinate. Receiving a lesson today would serve him well. Based on his previous analysis of Anchiloa's combat prowess, Bullseye was doomed. Such a subordinate, if lost, would be of no consequence. It would also provide an opportunity to gauge Anchiloa's disposition. Anchiloa barely flinched as the throwing knives struck his skeletal armor, leaving not even a mark. Your aim may be precise, but what use is it if you cannot breach my defenses? Annoyed by the incessant noise from the flea-like Bullseye, Anchiloa impatiently unleashed a spell. Attack Reflection. Curse type. The damage inflicted is returned to the attacker, effective only against physical harm. The fully leveled skill reflected over sixfold the damage back on a bullseye himself. He had initially sought to discover the vulnerable points in the skeletal armor, such as the knee joints. He unleashed a solitary flying dagger, but before it could pierce the flesh of the target, the backlash of the attack struck him. In an instant, his thigh shattered at the knee, as if severed by a guillotine, and torrents of blood gushed forth from the ruptured vessels. The chilling scream of the target and the sound of the dagger colliding with the skeletal armor resonated simultaneously. To the onlooking gangsters, the scene unfolded with bewildering swiftness. Mere moments ago, the target had been dominating the fight, only to find himself swiftly incapacitated by a decisive blow from Angelo. The abrupt reversal left them in stunned silence. Angelo approached the writhing figure of the target on the ground, his demeanor benevolent yet sinister, and with a cheerful smile, he swung his club to shatter the other leg, truly fracturing it, smashing the calf from knee to flesh and bone, separating it entirely. Now it appeared symmetrical. The target and the gang leader, now rendered armless, could aptly be described as a disfigured duo. Later, there would be another chapter. Chapter 16, Not My Concern. Matthew, who had been steadfastly guarding the front lines, furrowed his brow at the target's shrill cries, only to relax moments later. He understood perfectly where his allegiance lay at this critical juncture. His momentary frown stemmed only from the fact that Angelo had not executed the target outright. He had no inclination for sentimental compassion. In his view, all these gangsters deserved their fate, were it not for his awareness of Angelo's terrifying prowess. He would have willingly engaged in a life-or-death struggle against Jean Bing and his crew, risking injury or even death to shield the innocents from the gang's wrath. Such was his conviction. Angelo placed a foot upon the target, casting a cheerful glance toward the nearby gangsters and Jean Bing. The gangsters trembled at his gaze. Instinctively bowing their heads, they had witnessed the horrific events unfold, perceiving him as a demon capable of smiling while breaking the target's legs without a flicker of emotion. The target continued to emit horrific wails, echoing throughout the cathedral. Jean Bing, recognizing the undeniable reality that his forces stood no chance against Angelo, felt the weight of fear threatening to creep in. Yet, he resolved not to succumb to such emotions. With determination, he stepped forward, approaching Angelo alone. He cast not a glance at the screaming target, having deemed that troublesome subordinate expendable. "Mr. Angelo, greetings," Jean Bing said, offering a polite nod with a smile. "Would you believe me if I said this was not my idea?" Though Angelo maintained his smile, his eyes were as frigid as ice. "Why should I believe you?" At this distance, a mere swing of Angelo's club or a flick of a bone spear could extinguish the life of the hefty white man before him, leaving no room for treachery. "Simply because I am Jean Bing, Wilson Fisk." Jean Bing introduced himself briefly, stating, "Mr. Angelo, I have come to see you without any ill intentions. If it weren't for this fool." Angelo pondered for a moment, recalling memories from his past life, and was rather disconcerted to realize that Jean Bing might genuinely be truthful. However, he reminded himself not to rely too heavily on past memories. After all, this individual posed no real threat. It would be harmless to hear him out. If he were to eliminate this fool outright, Matthew's workload would likely exceed even the most grueling of schedules. Indeed, this fellow was rather dim-witted. Angelo hoped he could make his foolish subordinate pay for the missing door to his church. Angelo pointed at the now-absent door at the church entrance and then stomped on the target beneath his feet. The target immediately emitted a more intense wail. Angelo, holding the target, stepped into the church, then disdainfully tossed the limp target aside at the entrance to temporarily replace the shattered door. He had no desire for the fool's blood to stain the church floor, which would only add unnecessary work for the others. Jean Bing followed him inside without hesitation. As he pressed down on the long benches in the church hall, they creaked audibly, though their quality was still acceptable. "Speak, Jean Bing. What is it you wish to discuss?" Angelo gestured for his assistant to fetch 2 bottles of beer for himself and Jean Bing. Naturally, he would ensure that the cost of the drinks was added to the expenses for the door. "I have come to negotiate with you," Jean Bing replied, locking eyes with Angelo, completely unfazed by Matthew's seething presence beside them. "Negotiate with me for what?" Angelo chuckled, glancing at him. "This is merely a church. I'm not part of the mafia, nor do I deal in drugs. Were it not for your unwelcome visit, I would not seek you out at all. Indeed, you are not part of the mafia. However, you have inadvertently influenced the gangs in Hell's Kitchen. Recently, the gangs there have been operating under your name, claiming you as their leader. I wish to inquire about your perspective on this matter. And Shiloah's expression darkened visibly at this revelation. Such a situation had not crossed his mind. His first instinct was to think of Alexei, if it were indeed some Russian's doing. He would certainly make that individual regret it, he swore. He had explicitly instructed Alexei not to expand his territory while using Shiloah's name. Alexei? No, none of those gangs include Alexei. They claim to have paid you protection fees. This was certainly unexpected for Shiloah. It was not Alexei, whom he had temporarily sheltered, who was misusing his name, but rather those other gangs engaging in reckless behavior. I have not accepted any protection fees from them. They have nothing to do with me. And Shiloah asserted after a moment's thought, emphasizing they came here voluntarily to pay penance for their actions. They are remorseful. Jean Bing found this somewhat absurd. Penance? Do gangs feel remorse? Will they continue to deal drugs and sell weapons even after expressing contrition, realizing their mistakes, only to repeat them later? What then do you mean? Jean Bing is not lacking in protection fees from the gangs. However, these gangs have violated the established rules, and such a breach cannot go unpunished. He seeks a definitive answer from Angelo to ensure that he will not face retribution from him should he decide to take action against those gangs. Does Mr. Angelo have any intentions of taking over those gangs? Angelo shook his head, asserting that he would never become involved with the underworld. I see. Mr. Angelo, I will issue a warning to these individuals, and as for their repentance fees, I will pay you monthly, hoping you will refrain from interfering in gang affairs. Jean Bing's words were imbued with a palpable menace. For disobedient subordinates, this is the most effective solution in the underworld. Otherwise, how do you think so many concrete blocks ended up at the bottom of the sea? Angelo silently shook his head, not discouraging Jean Bing's thoughts. He was no saint. The path of the gang is fraught with peril, especially since the other party has usurped his name. One must pay the price for their actions, mustn't they? Jean Bing stood up, placing his half-drunk beer on the bench, and said, Well, since we have reached a consensus, I shall take my leave. Angelo shrugged, gesturing towards the nearly untouched beer. Oh, buddy, it seems you possess great self-discipline. I have always been this way, Jean Bing replied with a kind smile. It was hard to believe that this emperor of the underworld could wear such a sincere expression. Well, my friend, you might need to cover the $10,000 repair cost for my door, considering your men smashed it to pieces. Without hesitation, Jean Bing produced a check, filled in the amount, and handed it over, explaining reassuringly, This has been taxed, so you can use it without concern. Angelo chose not to comment on this. How could a gang leader have completely clean money? But that was not his concern. After escorting Jean Bing to the church's entrance, Angelo paused momentarily at the target dummy, summoning a long stick once more, and with a swift motion, he shattered the head of the target, which had succumbed to blood loss and lost consciousness. You won't hold this against me, will you? Angelo smiled at Jean Bing. After all, I prefer to avoid unnecessary trouble. I am beginning to appreciate you, my friend. Even if you hadn't done that, I would have. He was a fool who only attracted trouble. Jean Bing smiled and shook hands with Angelo before turning to leave the church with his men. Angelo watched the departing convoy, shaking his head. It seemed that Hell's Kitchen was about to be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. A tempest was brewing. Chapter 17. Strategic partnership with the proctology hospital. Once Jean Bing had left, Angelo returned to the church. For the moment, he did not concern himself with the shattered door. He intended to find a factory the next day to have a new one made, preferably with electric sliding tracks. Last time Tony Stark had mocked his wooden door, he recalled that among the 25 gang leaders, there was one involved in the smuggling of timber, hoping that he would not become entangled in Jean Bing's purging plans, and that he would still be alive tomorrow to commission wooden doors. Thus, does violence truly yield results? A hesitant voice from Matthew interjected. Angelo glanced at him and shook his head. He had witnessed Matthew's transformation since the moment he first set foot in the church, from a staunch advocate of violence to one who now hesitated. In just a few days, Matthew's beliefs had been shaken to a point of confusion. I do not know. The solutions must be sought by you alone, Angelo Li said, growing increasingly agitated, lacking the inclination to serve as a life coach for Matthew. What I can offer is a recommendation of traditional Chinese culture. You must learn to grow on your own. Without waiting for Matthew to respond, he continued, in the future, do not seek my counsel on such matters. Decide for yourself what actions to take and whether you can bear the corresponding consequences. Like that fool at the shooting range earlier, I could have easily killed him, yet I chose to torment him instead, for he must face the repercussions of his actions against the first gang. I have never been a hero. I am a villain. No one seeks advice from a villain, do they? With that, Angelo Li waved his hand at the still-standing first woman in the hall, signaling her to go upstairs and rest. She bit her lip, feeling ashamed as she approached him. I'm sorry, boss. We weren't able to help and ended up being a burden. Not to worry. Go and sleep. Angelo Li replied with a smile, interrupting her. In truth, her willingness to stand up had taken him by surprise, even moved him somewhat. Feelings of guilt were far from his mind, as he would not lash out at these strong women. Once the first woman had ascended the stairs, Angelo Li prepared to follow, leaving Matthew alone in the drafty hall, lost in thought. By the way, Matthew, remember to take away the shooting target outside when you leave tomorrow. Today's beers will be on the house. In fact, compared to Matthew, Angelo Li held a greater admiration for Jean Bing, as he too sought to change the environment of Hell's Kitchen. At the very least, he had managed to prevent it from deteriorating further, albeit with a bit more commotion. Jean Bing was also someone who had clawed his way out of Hell's Kitchen. He always knew what he was doing and was prepared to face the consequences. His purpose for coming today was to maintain order in Hell's Kitchen, and he even promised to remit the penance fees from the overstepping gangs to himself monthly. It is not that my forces are inadequate. The payments are simply too generous. Angelo Li lay on his bed, closing his eyes, deciding to put aside these troubling thoughts and instead contemplate the design of the wooden door he wished to commission for the following day. Jean Bing was quite generous. The night enveloped Washington. In the basement of a magnificent mansion, Tony Stark wore an expression of fervent enthusiasm as he tirelessly manipulated the projections before him. Analyzing the coin he had acquired from Ankira, he had stumbled upon the gateway to a new world. This coin, bestowed by the priest, emanated an entirely novel energy field, one that current technology could not decipher, a groundbreaking material. For a genius like Tony Stark, who commanded the pinnacle of global technology, this was an exhilarating revelation. Should he succeed in unraveling the technology within this coin, Stark Industries' weaponry would experience an unprecedented leap forward. Hey, Jarvis, document the fluctuations of this energy field. I believe I am on the verge of uncovering the secret of that damned magic. Immediately, a cascade of data accompanied by garbled text appeared on the projection before Tony. Apologies, sir. Jarvis's distinctly recognizable voice resonated. This entirely new energy field appears to be unrecordable. Tony was not surprised. He merely wearily rubbed his dark circles. Having endured several sleepless nights, he had even canceled several modeling appointments, diving into the study of this peculiar coin upon returning to Washington. The more he delved, the more he discovered this seemingly innocuous coin possessed an enigmatic energy field. Initially, he thought his findings were limited to that. Yet he gradually discerned that the coin's material differed from ordinary gold, containing unknown information within its composition. Through experimentation, he found that this energy field could conduct energy and, under certain conditions, achieve an astonishingly near-perfect efficiency of 99. Moreover, it exhibited remarkable durability. As for the information, after days of personal analysis, he had only managed to decipher a series of incomprehensible characters, utterly indecipherable. There must be other functions. Jarvis, continue the analysis. Then, send this string of characters to linguists for their examination. Tony Stark rose, intending to catch a brief rest, instructing, when I awaken, inform me of the results. To decode this novel material under all unknown conditions would require an exhaustive approach, one that Jarvis could execute autonomously using the Laboratory S equipment. There was no need for him to remain physically present. Simultaneously, within the Triskelion building of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury scrutinized the restored video on his tablet, his face inscrutable, betraying no emotion. Hill, where is Agent Coulson? The tall, elegant deputy director, Hill, stood nearby. Agent Coulson should be undertaking a mission in the United Kingdom. Have him set aside his current task and return promptly. I have a new assignment for him. Understood. Hill promptly exited the director's office, leaving Fury, his expression as dark as the night, gazing expressionlessly out at the Washington skyline. Unbeknownst to Ankura, the butterfly had already begun to flap its wings in Washington, heralding an impending storm destined for New York. Certainly, even if he were aware, he might not care. He simply detests complications rather than fearing them. I may not be able to resolve the issues, but I can certainly deal with those who present them. For individuals who cannot be managed with a single strike, 2 will suffice. This aptly describes Ankilio. When he rose in the morning, Matthew had already departed, and the splintered wooden door in the lobby, along with a puddle of target marks at the entrance, had vanished without a trace. It remains uncertain whether it was Matthew or the first team who tidied up, while savoring the breakfast served by the 6th. Ankilio's thoughts drifted to when Chinatown would assist him in locating the Chinese chef he desperately needed. The 6th could only prepare a handful of Chinese dishes: spicy hot pot, mapo tofu, spicy boiled fish, and spicy chicken, all laden with heat. Were it not for his body's peculiar constitution, he might have already found himself in a gastroenterological hospital by now. As for why the first team remained unscathed, it was because they prudently confined themselves to steak and bread. Chapter 18. I'm a good customer. Ankilio had anticipated that Alexei would not show up today, yet unexpectedly. After finishing his breakfast, he found Alexei standing at the church entrance with a rather lewd expression at 8 o'clock. Oh, you have time to come today? Ankilio smiled and gestured for the 6th to prepare a pot of tea. Compared to the lemonade often consumed in America, Ankilio found the traditional Chinese tea to be far more delightful, albeit a touch more troublesome to brew. Chinatown sold tea, none of it particularly exquisite, but it had a decent flavor and was authentic. My subordinate has yet to be discharged, so speak your mind. Alexei chuckled awkwardly before cautiously producing a mobile phone. That priest, do you mind if I record our conversation? He observed Ankilio's expression intently. You should be aware that some incidents transpired in Hell's Kitchen last night, where several gangs were dealt with by Boss Gene. I was pushed forward to inquire about your stance. Ankilio initially contemplated declining, but upon reflection, he realized that if one disregarded Alexei's gang affiliation, he was quite an agreeable fellow, at least sufficiently sincere. Perhaps it was simply the influence of his peers. To be frank, even if the other party chose not to divulge information and recorded the conversation, it was quite possible that Ankilio would remain oblivious. However, should he eventually discover it, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. The gangsters likely refrained from confronting him directly, primarily due to Alexei's frequent presence in the church, which led them to thrust him forward. Moreover, it was indeed prudent for Ankilio to clarify his position to deter any ulterior motives within the gangs. Very well, record away. I, too, have matters to address with those ruffians. Alexei swallowed nervously, steadied his racing heart, and activated the recording function on his phone. That priest, I am ready. Shall we begin? The expression of self-sacrifice on Alexei's face amused Ankiro greatly. Clearing his throat, Ankiro cultivated a fierce demeanor. I am aware of what transpired in Hell's Kitchen yesterday. Some scoundrels have been using my name to cause trouble. Even if Gene does not seek me out, I will come for you. You are part of the mafia. What you do is none of my concern, nor do I wish to meddle. However, should I discover anyone misusing my name for their nefarious deeds, I swear I will hunt you down and extract your entrails to strangle you. If anyone finds this unacceptable or uncomfortable, feel free to confront me. I am right here. Remember to bring your coffin. Beside him, Alexei was breaking out in a cold sweat. These past few days, Ankiro had been quite amiable while at the church, and though he had been extorted for $500 for a meal, he had gradually lost much of his initial fear of Ankiro. As he came to understand Ankiro better, he realized that the man was not as terrifying as he had presumed. His motives were simpler than those of many gangsters. He merely sought to enjoy life. Ironically, as the only mob boss who had survived the brutal beating in Hell's Kitchen that night, he was among the least intimidated by Ankiro. Yet, Alexei felt the palpable menace in Ankiro's words. He could assure anyone with his bald head that if such a situation arose again, Ankiro would indeed follow through on his threats. He couldn't help but feel relieved by his initial decision to refrain from using Ankiro's name to instigate trouble, instead opting to patiently wait for his subordinates to recover. Otherwise, he might have ended up like those gangsters who were eliminated the previous night, becoming mere concrete blocks at the bottom of the sea. Ankiro signaled to Alexei that he could cease recording. With a disdainful glance at the cold sweat on Alexei's forehead, Ankiro remarked, "You and the Mafia are so afraid of death. If you fear for your life, why not pursue legitimate business?" Alexei offered a wry smile. "Who in the Mafia isn't afraid of death? I too desire to engage in legitimate business, but there are no options in Hell's Kitchen. Now be off with you. When you see that timber smuggler Billy, bring him to me. I need to have the door here redone." Ankiro shook his head, dismissing him, signaling that he could leave. It was evident that Alexei had his own matters to attend to, as the territories vacated by those eliminated require negotiation among the Mafia bosses. Alexei's reasoning held merit. What legitimate enterprises could possibly thrive in Hell's Kitchen? The notion of persuading these gang leaders, accustomed to resolving matters with gunpowder, to open a pizza shop was surely a fanciful dream. However, that was no concern of his. If he could lend a hand without much hassle, he would. But to single-handedly assist these individuals in establishing legitimate ventures was a task he would rather avoid. As Alexei walked out, he tugged at the back of his shirt, which was already soaked with cold sweat. He vowed that this time he would make those bastards who had pushed him out pay dearly. Oh, if they refused to comply, he would surely give them a swift kick in the rear. Alexei felt as though he had danced with death. Negotiating with Ankiro was an utterly dreadful experience. After Alexei departed, Ankiro returned to his computer to indulge in gaming. Stark's account had not been active for quite some time, leaving Ankiro with a tinge of regret as he gazed at the screen. He had intended to address Stark's foul-mouthed tendencies. However, considering who Stark was, the president of Stark Industries, one could hardly expect him to spend his days idling away in the office. After all, engaging in research and courting women must surely be more enticing than immersing oneself in online gaming. Ankiro glanced up at the diligent workers, including Number 1 and others, and could not help but shake his head. Logically, those 9 women were quite attractive, yet the fervent gleam in their eyes sent chills down his spine, dispelling any fanciful notions he might have entertained. If anyone were to witness Ankiro's expression at that moment, they would surely suggest he was simply restless, a sign of yearning. Unfortunately, within the church, only Number 1 and the others, who regarded Ankiro as a deity, would fail to enlighten him. Before long, Billy arrived. He was merely a smuggler operating at the port, not a true gangster, and thus required little territory to thrive. Thankfully, he still drew breath. His presence in Hell's Kitchen was solely due to the port's convenience for receiving timber smuggling ships from Russia. "I need to have a new wooden door installed, preferably with an electric sliding track. How much would that cost?" Ankiro gestured toward the vacant doorway. Billy quickly smiled, asserting that such a minor task required no payment, proclaiming it as his contribution to the Church of Hell's Kitchen. Billy understood that Alexei had leveraged his connection with Ankiro to assert himself firmly during the recent distribution meeting. If he could also forge a relationship with Ankiro, he would not need to maintain a cadre of thugs. He could simply focus on his timber smuggling business. "You wish to provoke me? First, consider Ankiro's stance." Ankiro jestingly rebuffed him, stating, "All right, enough of this nonsense. I will pay you what is fair. As long as you refrain from engaging in human trafficking, I shan't trouble you." What was that phrase again? "I may tattoo, drink, and frequent bars, but I'm a good girl. Though I compel you to confess and pay, I am indeed a good customer." Ankiro considered himself a good customer. The fees for confession and business were entirely separate matters. Chapter 19. The purple-haired girl. Ultimately, Ankiro and Billy reached a consensus. Ankiro would pay $2,000 for the church's wooden door. To be honest, this price was not exorbitant at all. It is worth noting that Billy would also handle the installation, and in America, labor costs often exceeded those of materials. Billy measured the dimensions of the wooden door and then departed, promising to return before nightfall with a crew to complete the installation. Jean generously provided him with a check amounting to a substantial sum of $100,000, The cost of a new electric wooden door was merely $2,000. As for the remainder, it could be considered compensation for his emotional distress, a burden that Angelo bore lightly. When Billy returned to the church, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Angelo observed as he arrived with his crew, who resembled gangsters more than laborers, swiftly installing the wooden door. At times, Angelo found himself admiring these gangsters. Their execution of tasks was more efficient than that of some Fortune 500 companies. With no intention of shirking his financial obligations, Angelo took $2,000 from the hefty sum of $25 million he had received in penance and tossed it to Billy. Billy, clutching the bundles of cash, chuckled nervously. "Actually, you don't need to pay, Reverend." Angelo waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. I have no intention of defaulting. Take the money and leave. Dinner is soon. Do you expect me to invite you to join me?" "Really?" Billy asked, his face alight with hope. He had not yet abandoned his desire to forge a connection with Angelo. If he could share a meal with him, perhaps the other gangsters would think twice before encroaching on his territory. "Get lost," Angelo retorted with a mock scolding chuckle. Billy forced a sheepish smile as he departed the church with a subordinate. Once the church doors were closed again, the electric mechanism proved its convenience, requiring no effort from Angelo to shut them. A mere press of the remote sufficed. He mused contentedly about how Stark would have little to say the next time he visited. As he savored the steak delivered by 6, he anticipated Matthew's arrival. Just then, the church door was rapped upon. Without turning, Angelo pressed the remote to open the door. "Matthew, what do you think of my newly crafted door?" he called. However, he waited in vain for Matthew's reply. Only the knocking continued, accompanied by a faint mewl. Reluctantly, Angelo placed the steak back on the plate and turned to see what mischief Matthew was up to today. To his surprise, it was not Matthew at the threshold, but a diminutive figure, seemingly a child of 4 or 5 years. The daylight outside had not yet faded completely, and the sunset's glow streamed through the door, rendering the child's features vague against the backlight. Angelo squinted, halting his initial impulse to investigate, and approached the entrance himself. As he reached the door, he finally discerned the child's appearance. Indeed, it was a little girl, as if she had crawled out from a heap of refuse. The girl appeared to be around 4 or 5 years of age. Her soiled little face was adorned with streaks of dust, and her long, violet hair appeared somewhat disheveled. She was clad in a collection of salvaged garments, and her mismatched shoes were ill-fitting, clearly too large for her. In her arms, she cradled a dirty orange cat. It was evident to Angelo that her attire was scavenged. After all, what little girl would wear a substandard adult shirt? The shirt was excessively long, trailing on the ground, and its condition was far from clean. At that moment, the little girl gazed up at Angelo with her large, pleading eyes, tightly clutching the orange cat. Her pupils were also violet. While Angelo was somewhat taken aback by the color of her hair and eyes, he dismissed it as a mere curiosity. After all, individuals with naturally violet irises were not unheard of. It is often said that all creatures are adorable in their youth. Angelo was unsure of the truth in that statement. Yet he found himself momentarily enchanted by this little girl with purple hair. Such a sweet and understanding child, who even waited for his permission to enter. What kind of irresponsible parent would allow her to wander in Hell's Kitchen at this hour, dressed in such tattered clothing? Angelo resolved to inquire about the girl's guardians and personally seek them out for a discussion. "Little one, where are your guardians?" Angelo inquired as he crouched down, affectionately stroking the girl's silky purple hair. His gesture prompted a threatening hiss from the orange cat, though the girl swiftly silenced it with a firm slap, leaving it to glare at Angelo from her embrace. "Oh, you're quite fierce, aren't you?" Angelo chuckled. The girl remained silent, her gaze drifting past Angelo to the half-eaten steak on the dining table. Angelo discreetly swallowed, feeling a pang of hunger. He frowned, not out of dissatisfaction with the girl's behavior, but rather due to his displeasure with her parents. Even in Hell's Kitchen, such negligence was rare. How could they allow their child to go hungry? He gently patted the girl's shoulder and said, "Come in and have something to eat. I'll take you home afterward." Once again, his movement elicited a growl from the orange cat. He led the girl into the church's main hall and seated her at the dining table. The little girl reached for the steak, but Angelo stopped her, chuckling at her forlorn expression. That's my leftover. I'll have someone prepare a fresh one for you. Though she still longed for the steak on her plate. The girl nodded obediently. Angelo glanced at the attendant, number 1, who seemed equally charmed by the girl and her orange cat, gazing at them with wide eyes. All right, number 1, enough staring. Go tell number 6 to prepare another steak. In the heart of number 1, Angelo's command reigned supreme above all else. She turned and made her way to the kitchen to inform number 6, who was in the midst of preparing dinner for them. Before long, number 1 returned, carrying a freshly cooked steak, gently placing it before the little girl. Although Angelo's orders overshadowed all, number 1 possessed her own tenderness. This was her dinner, perfectly timed as number 6 had just finished. It mattered little that she could eat later. The adorable little girl appeared utterly famished. However, number 1 had clearly misjudged the situation. Amidst the astonished gazes of Angelo and number 1, the little girl devoured the steak in a matter of moments, then looked up at Angelo with a pitiful expression. The orange cat in her lap also gazed at Angelo. Hungry meow. Angelo's lips twitched slightly. How long had this child been starving? Half an hour later, Angelo stared numbly as the little girl swallowed the last morsel of steak, while the cat beside her consumed a piece as well. Both child and feline exhibited expressions of sheer satisfaction. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Priest. I am nearly full. Even Angelo couldn't help but twitch at this remark. The little girl and the orange cat had together consumed 50 pieces of steak, and by this point, number 6 was quite overwhelmed. Number 1 rushed to assist. These were no ordinary steaks. They were sourced from a particularly formidable cow in the dark games they had traversed. The energy contained within far exceeded that of standard beef in this world, capable of satiating an adult with just one piece while also providing a slight enhancement to the user's physique. Naturally, for Angelo, such augmentation was non-existent. It merely served to fill his belly. However, for an average person, the effects were markedly significant. The weaker the constitution, the greater the enhancement. Number 1 and her companions had reaped considerable benefits from this. Initially, he had feared that the little girl might overindulge, but after she devoured her third piece, he gradually transitioned from shock to astonishment and finally to numbness. The little girl possessed an extraordinary appetite. Even disregarding the fact that the steaks were far more potent than ordinary ones, 50 pieces combined would surely stretch the stomach of any typical child to its limits. A particularly voracious appetite, yet, even if this was somewhat unique, it bore no relation to Angelo. After all, she was not his daughter, and he had not encountered any violet-haired heroes in past films, suggesting she was likely not a significant figure, considering his dwindling meat supplies. Angelo resolved to send this delightful little girl away. Should she continue to consume at this rate, his reserves would scarcely last a few years. Little girl, what are your parents' names? Do you have a phone number? I can call them to come and take you home. Despite his reluctance to part with his steaks, Angelo maintained a cheerful demeanor as he inquired. It is not the little girl's fault. Besides, she is so adorable that one simply cannot hold her accountable. When I mentioned this, the little girl displayed a look of disappointment and sorrow, revealing no information about her parents, merely stating that she had not seen her father in quite some time. And Cairo hesitated and tentatively suggested, how about I take you to the welfare home in the city? They will ensure you are well fed. He was aware that some welfare homes in America may not be as pleasant as they appear. Thus, he sought the girl's opinion first. The little girl, though visibly disheartened, politely hopped off her chair and bowed to Cairo, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality, sir, but I shall not trouble you any further. This meal will sustain me for 3 days." With that, she made her way towards the door, cradling the orange cat in her arms. Perhaps due to the meal Cairo had provided, the cat appeared much friendlier, waving its tiny paw in Cairo's direction as if bidding farewell. Number 1 emerged from the kitchen, opening his mouth as if to say something, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. Watching the little girl depart was profoundly sorrowful. Was she abandoned? Cairo found himself a loss for words. Was it heartache, sympathy, or pity? Perhaps it was a blend of all three. The truth is, no adult should have to witness a little girl needing a meal that would last her 3 days. Moreover, she was such a charming and sensible child. Hell's Kitchen had not been devoid of orphans created by gang violence. But those children typically grew up on the streets, exuding a rough demeanor and often resorting to mischief. It was understandable. They did what they had to in order to survive. However, Cairo had no intention of extending a helping hand to those gang-affiliated rascals, as one could not reason with the damned. Yet, Ganada was different from those troubled youths. She was endearing, polite, and devoid of any moral coercion. Cairo felt compelled to take action. Otherwise, he would struggle with his conscience, especially when recalling the adorably innocent gaze she had cast upon him during their farewell. Forget it. Ganada, stay. Cairo scratched his head in frustration, pondering the absurdity of the situation. He had yet to resolve the 9 troubles posed by numbers 1 through 9. And now he was voluntarily taking on another small dilemma. He suspected that Ganada's wretched father had abandoned her because of her hearty appetite. Nevertheless, this was not an insurmountable challenge for him. After all, his special stakes-based backpack still contained plenty of provisions. If necessary, he could always devise a plan after those were consumed. Furthermore, he had heard that Tony rather enjoyed children, so he could enlist his help in exploring some high-energy foods. Upon hearing Cairo's words, Number 1's face brightened, and he quickly dashed to intercept Ganada, who was making her way out of the church. Ganada also heard Ankelu's words and turned around, her small face filled with disbelief. When Number 1 took Ganada's little hand and returned to Ankelu's side, Ganada looked up at Angelo, who was seated in a chair. Her large purple eyes brimmed with anticipation, anxiety, incredulity, and a cautious demeanor. Can I truly stay? Ganada's expression was complex, resembling a forsaken little kitten suddenly encountering a kind-hearted stranger, filled with both hope and fear. Since Angelo intended to take her in, there was no need for him to play the villain any longer. He kindly lowered his head and gently stroked Ganada's purple hair. Of course, little girl, you may stay and enjoy a full meal every day. Upon saying this, Angelo turned to Number 1 beside him. Is it feasible for you to prepare a bit more steak daily? Absolutely, Number 1 replied promptly. All 9 of us can pitch in. The kitchen has 9 burners. What about my cat? The little girl cautiously pointed to the orange cat that had jumped to the ground, tentatively asking, Sir, if you could take in my cat. I apologize, but I do not wish to abandon my friend. Ganada was still quite young. While she could communicate with people without issue, she struggled to articulate more complex thoughts. Angelo exerted considerable effort to comprehend her words. It was evident that Ganada did not want to forsake her companion, who had wandered with her for so long. Very well, it may stay as well. You can call me Angelo. He nodded in agreement. He believed it best not to deprive Ganada of her companion. After all, feeding one gluttonous creature was the same as feeding 2. Despite his agreement, as someone who held grudges, he had not forgotten how this little creature had bared its teeth at him earlier at the door. Ganada, does this little one have a name? Angelo asked with a teasing glint in his eye, scrutinizing the orange cat. Judging by its size, Angelo seriously suspected that this feline had pilfered a considerable amount of Ganada's food during their time on the streets. Otherwise, how could it remain so plump while being a stray? The orange cat, clearly sensing Ankelu's ill intentions, stealthily crept behind Ganada, concealing most of its body, leaving only its large, round head visible as it stared at Angelo. I call it Gugu, Ganada said, crouching down to soothe the orange cat. Angelo waved his hand dismissively. Never mind what it was called before. From now on, it shall be known as Juzi, he declared. Consider it the beginning of your new life. This was a small indulgence of Ankelu's mischievous nature, prioritizing a name like Juzi. However, the name Gugu sounded somewhat familiar, though he could not quite place it. Perhaps it was just one of those commonplace names like Zhang San or Li Si. Chapter 21. The story of Juzi clearly was not pleased with this new name. Hiding behind Ganada and huffing in response to Angelo. Angelo, unfazed, remarked, Your dissent is irrelevant. By tomorrow morning, you shall come to accept it. After all, he was the one holding the reins to your sustenance. Number 1, please ascend to the 3rd floor and assist Ganada in tidying up her room. Also, take a moment to find her a suitable outfit and help her bathe. Angelo glanced at Ganada's tattered clothing and realized that Number 1 would likely not have any fitting garments for her. Thus, they would have to make do for the night and procure new clothes for her the following day. The young girl appeared somewhat anxious, seemingly worried that she might trouble Ankilio and be abandoned once again. Observing her expression tugged at Ankilio's heartstrings. He gently reassured her, "Do not fret, Ganada. You shall reside here from now on, as if it were your own home. No one will cast you out. By the way, you might also consider giving Orange a wash. The linens are all new." "Yes." Number 1 responded with enthusiasm as she led the young girl upstairs. Finally, the tension in Ganada's demeanor eased, and Ankilio couldn't help but smile maliciously at the sight of her cheerful form and the way she insisted on dragging Orange up the stairs. This was certainly one of the few joyful moments of the day, especially when Ankilio envisioned the orange cat being submerged in the bathtub. It was simply delightful. To be honest, Ankilio had never had a sister or daughter in his past life, or this one, leaving him perplexed about how to interact with a girl of Ganada's age. She possessed an understanding demeanor that was heart-wrenching, making it evident that her previous life as a vagabond had been harsh. Ankilio feared that his words might unintentionally evoke painful memories for her. Fortunately, with Number 1 and the others around, he need not worry about her daily needs. They would surely take good care of Ganada. As for their future interactions, he decided to put that aside for now. After all, there's always a way when the time comes. Ankilio lingered in the hall for a while, contemplating how to approach Ganada when Matthew arrived. However, as the clock struck 10, Matthew was still absent. It seemed he would not be coming today. After muttering to himself, Ankilio closed the door and ascended the stairs for some rest. He speculated that Matthew's absence might be due to his fragile pride being hurt by Ankilio's words the previous day. Could it be that the renowned knight demon had a sensitive soul in need of nurturing? Ankilio chuckled to himself, finding it hard to believe that the illustrious hero could be such a person. Perhaps he was simply preoccupied with some pressing matters. Meow, Orange Ganada, clad in oversized nun's habit, sat on her bed, her tiny hands unconsciously tracing the pristine linens. She softly addressed the cat resting at the head of the bed. "Have we finally found our peace?" Orange, with its now fluffed orange fur, appeared noticeably rounder than before. It clearly expressed its discontent with the name Orange. Instinctively sensing that it bore a negative connotation, and lightly swatted at Ganada in protest, sitting upright in a dignified manner. "Meow, do you say you dislike that name? It is truly remarkable that Ganada can comprehend the words of the orange seat." Meow, but Ganada hesitated for a moment, as Mr. Ankilio is quite benevolent, providing us with food and allowing us to bathe. Meow. The mere mention of bathing causes the orange seat to bristle. It despises bathing, especially when that bipedal creature, referred to as Number 1, clumsily touches it while washing. "You claim they're not good people?" Ganada expressed disbelief, suggesting, "Shall we leave immediately?" As she spoke, Ganada reached out to embrace the orange seat. After a brief moment of contemplation, the orange seat extended a tiny paw to block Ganada's advancing hand. "Meow, Ganada!" With a hint of dissatisfaction, Ganada tapped the little nose of the orange seat, saying, "But you just said Mr. Ankilio is not a good person. Now you want me to call him Daddy?" The orange seat gazed at Ganada, letting out a resigned sigh, before resting its head on the bed, falling silent. This foolish child was indeed a source of concern, and it was all for the sake of her future sustenance. Even though that detestable Ankilio forced it to bathe, the orange seat sensed that he bore no malice. Perhaps he was merely a bit unpleasant. For the sake of this silly child, it decided to endure. Observing the orange seat's stillness, Ganada, too, reclined, relishing the softness of the bed beneath her, as she began to gaze dreamily at the ceiling. She had been cast alone onto earth since childhood, never having met her father, with the orange seat as her sole companion. Though the presence of the orange seat ensured she would not starve, the experience of such a soft bed and a brand new outfit was surreal, akin to a dream. Not to mention the delectable steaks she had savored that evening. In the past, she could only scavenge discarded clothes or collect expired food from the back door of supermarkets, constructing a makeshift nest with a few cardboard boxes on street corners for sleep. It was not that she lacked the ability to attain a better life. Rather, the orange seat forbade her from using her powers against others, and she herself was reluctant to employ her abilities that only brought her distress. She could certainly discern whether Ankilio harbored ill intentions. She had witnessed too much malice in people. Even when encountering a few kind-hearted individuals, their generosity was limited to offering a few scraps of bread or some cartons of milk. How could anyone compare to Angelo, who provided her with steak and new clothes? From Angelo, she felt a sense of acceptance, compassion, and security. Her understanding of the term father was merely an abstract notion, devoid of a tangible figure. She had been abandoned on Earth since birth. She only knew that when children saw alluring cakes in shop windows, their fathers would buy them, a reality that had once filled her with immense envy. Upon reflection, although Mr. Angelo did not indulge himself in those extravagant cakes, he did treat himself to a delicious, steaming steak and adorned himself in a brand new set of clothes. It seemed hardly inappropriate for him to address his father as such. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Gonata appeared to have resolved upon something. Quietly clenching her small fist beneath the covers and then tightly wrapping herself in her little blanket. After a considerable time, the orange seat, pretending to be asleep, cautiously turned its head to glance at the foolish child who had already drifted off, choosing not to disturb her and unable to suppress a soft sigh. It had sacrificed so much for this child, whom it initially intended to devour, even relinquishing a job that provided room and board. Now, they had finally found a place to scrape by together. Chapter 22, Father. As silence enveloped the Lasma Church, the laboratory of Stark Industries was filled with the thunderous sounds of rock music. Tony Stark was perusing the emails sent back by linguists, which he had instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to dispatch before his slumber. Remarkably, less than a day had passed, and the linguists had already responded. What accounted for such swiftness? It was all due to the allure of money. Stark had provided them with ample funds, prompting nearly the entire linguistic academic community to spring into action. As he reviewed the varied results of the deciphering, Stark rubbed his temples in exasperation. J.A.R.V.I.S. Summarize and analyze these communications. Identify the content that comes closest to the correct answer. Understood, sir. J.A.R.V.I.S. began utilizing the supercomputer within the lab for calculations. Listening to the hum of the cooling fans of the supercomputer, Stark picked up the whiteboard coin from the desk and muttered a curse. That damn magician, Angelo! At that moment, he stubbornly believed that this was a trick achieved through some new technology. Tony, Pepper entered the room, prompting J.A.R.V.I.S. to instinctively pause the music. Don't turn off the music, Tony said without looking back at J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony. Pepper's tone grew more insistent. You should be preparing to attend the award ceremony in New York, not here researching a coin. Oh, all right. Tony stood, slipping the coin into his pocket. It's the perfect opportunity to confront that damn magician. Additionally, there are arrangements for your commencement speech at MIT. That's in June. It's still far off. They've come to remind you. I've already assured them of your attendance. Please, help me fend them off. Don't let them all come down on me. Tony took a sip of coffee. Before Pepper could respond, J.R.V.I.S. interrupted. Sir, and Miss Pepper, I apologize for the interruption. The text has been deciphered. The general meaning is not even death can save you. Referring to religious texts, this seems to be a divine script. Oh, the damn divine script. Where does this divinity come from? Tony lowered the blanket. Let us depart at once. Pepper, please inform Happy to join us. Meanwhile, in the office of Nick Fury at the Triskelion, the director spoke. Agent Coulson, you summon me? A middle-aged man with a notably receding hairline entered the top-floor office, a smile gracing his face. Coulson, there's a mission I need you to undertake. You'll lead a team to New York to make contact with this individual. As he spoke, Nick Fury transmitted a video concerning the brutalities of the Anquiro gang to Coulson. Coulson glanced down momentarily, pondering before asking, who is this individual? RS. H-I-E-L-D is the last line of defense for Earth against cosmic threats. You have previously engaged with Captain Marvel. You should be aware of the gravity of our situation. We must assemble a specialized team to confront the dangers emanating from the universe. Coulson nodded with a smile, understood. I shall bring him back. Very well. Go forth, Nick Fury acknowledged with a nod, falling silent. A night devoid of dreams passed. Yet Anquiro found himself restless, having been startled by the sudden arrival of a strange little girl at the church. He dreamt of Ganada, her face a picture of hunger, devouring all his steaks and then consuming the entire church piece by piece, all the while calling out for more food. Suddenly, Anquiro jolted upright in bed, gasping for breath. It appeared that he had been left unnerved by Ganada's voracious appetite from the previous day. After calming himself, he proceeded to wash up and step outside. Upon opening his door, a youthful voice rang out beside him. "Daddy!" Anquiro felt as though he had been struck by lightning. "Huh? What?" he stammered, staring in disbelief at Ganada standing at the door, dressed in a nun's robe that was several sizes too large for her small hands clasped behind her back. Gazing at him innocently, "Daddy, you're awake." Anquiro thought, "How did I suddenly become a father after just one sleep?" Hey! Anquiro crouched down, looking into Ganada's violet eyes. "How can you call me daddy? Your real father would be upset. I'm not even married, not to mention having a girlfriend. What is this sudden appearance of a daughter?" Ganada extended a tiny hand, counting on her fingers with a troubled expression. "What should I call you then? Though you Haven Tea bought me those delicious-looking cakes like the fathers of other children, you did treat me to tasty steaks and gifted me beautiful new clothes." At this, Ganada gazed at him with a pitiful look. "You don't want to be my daddy? Then could you please not send me away? I don't need cakes. I could manage with a third less steak every day, or perhaps half less." Hearing this, Anquiro felt a pang in his heart, struggling to fathom the kind of life Ganada had endured to appear so cautious. Unable to bear the sight of her heart-wrenching demeanor any longer, he stepped forward and embraced Ganada, saying, All right, I will gladly be your father. You need not venture anywhere. This is your home, where you shall be well fed at every meal." At this moment, Anquilo's mind was filled with the image of Ganada cautiously laying out her conditions. As for the notion that one could have a daughter without a girlfriend, or that Ganada's biological father might be displeased, let those thoughts be cast aside. If Ganada's own father could abandon her, he was surely no paragon of virtue. Should he come knocking one day, Anquilo would handle the matter personally. Ganada nestled closely against Anquilo's shoulder, inhaling the scent emanating from him, feeling the vibrant energy that coursed through his being. Is this the scent of father? It seems quite delectable, yet he is my father. I must not indulge. Anquilo's peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of an orange figure at the stairway corner. He recognized it as the portly cat belonging to Juzwa. However, he paid it no mind. His primary concern was his daughter. Let that fat cat entertain itself. In truth, considering Anquilo's age and his previous life, numerous peers had already settled into marriage and parenthood. He had merely chosen not to wed in his past life, and now, with such an adorable daughter arriving unannounced, it felt like a fortuitous turn of fate. Anquilo silently commended his own understanding of life. "Ganada, may I call you Golly?" he tenderly inquired as he descended the stairs, cradling the little one in his arms, wishing to bestow upon her a more endearing name. Constantly referring to her as Ganada felt too formal. "Yes, if it pleases you, father," Ganada gently nodded, accepting the name Golly. "By the way, Golly, you haven't called anyone else father, have you?" Anquilo asked, an inexplicable curiosity driving the question. "No," Golly replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "Those kind uncles and aunts, upon seeing how much I could eat, were frightened away." "That is reassuring," Anquilo said, lifting Golly into his embrace with a cheerful demeanor. "Rest assured, father will ensure you are never hungry." As he carried Golly downstairs, he contemplated taking her shopping for a fitting outfit and indulging her with the delicious cake she had mentioned earlier. Moreover, he had heard tales of American fathers-in-law confronting their sons-in-law with shotguns. Should Golly grow up and choose a rogue for a boyfriend, he mused, he would rather be prepared and procure a shotgun from that rascal Alexei, one of the most powerful, no less. While Anquilo was lost in these thoughts, Juzwa's cat stealthily trailed behind them, observing Anquilo's fervent protective demeanor with a satisfied, if somewhat peculiar grin. Chapter 23. I am no longer called Gugu. To this day, Anquilo remains unaware that his newly acquired daughter, Golly, is not a native of Earth. She is, in fact, a being that survives by consuming energy, capable of devouring entire planets after outgrowing her juvenile phase. Her insatiable appetite stems from the inadequacy of ordinary food to satisfy her voracious hunger. Even now, effortlessly devouring a mountain or two is a trivial task. The reason why Juzi urged Gali to regard Angelo as a father is twofold. Firstly, she can easily sense the immense energy concealed within Angelo's being, even surpassing that of the creature known as Captain Marvel. Secondly, she perceives that while Angelo may not be an entirely virtuous individual, he is undoubtedly the most suitable figure to be Gali's father. He can protect and guide her effectively while providing her with the necessary energy. Otherwise, when Gali matures, he would be unable to restrain her if she desired to consume the life on Earth. As for the final point, Angelo offers a comfortable living arrangement, and he can also find a job here that provides sustenance and shelter, a position graciously afforded by that rather unsightly, dark-hued boiled egg. When Angelo descended with Gali in his arms, Number One was already standing in the hall, grinning and adorned with an apron, presumably just emerging from the kitchen. Number One greeted Angelo with a bow. If one were to overlook her fervent gaze directed at Angelo, she resembled a caring lady of the household. "Boss, 10 servings of steak are ready. You may eat first while we prepare more in the back." Angelo gently set Gali down from his shoulder, contemplated for a moment, and then called Number One, who was heading towards the kitchen. "Oh, and please introduce her to the others. This is Gali, now my daughter. From now on, whatever she says in the church will be as if I have spoken it." Number One did not appear disheartened or uncomfortable by the sudden addition of a little boss. Her face radiated surprise, clearly showing her fondness for Gali. "Yes, boss." She then slightly bowed to Gali, saying, "Please wait a moment, Your Grace." With that, she turned and hurried off to the kitchen. "Daddy," Gali hesitantly asked Angelo, "did Sister Number One just call me Your Grace?" She recognized Number One as the sister who had bathed and dressed her the previous night. Angelo sighed, pointed to his head, and shook it, indicating his mental shortcomings. Gali, displaying remarkable understanding, nodded and compassionately gazed in the direction where Number One had departed. "Sister Number One is so unfortunate. I've seen those who are mentally unwell. They seem to transform into that state after consuming something." Instantly, Angelo's expression became quite animated. He understood that Number One merely faced psychological issues. Over the days, he had discerned her situation. They regarded him, a man who himself does not believe in the divine, as a deity, even though they refer to him as boss. In other respects, she appeared quite normal. Gali's mention of having seen individuals with mental troubles was clearly not applicable to Number One. Those were the common addicts found in the depths of Hell's Kitchen, individuals who were often drug dealers, both peddling and consuming. Now, Angelo genuinely considered Gali as his daughter. Was it prudent to allow her to grow up in such an environment, surrounded by scoundrels and miscreants? What if those vile individuals harm Gali? The repercussions would be irreparable, even if he were to eliminate their entire family. Such a scenario is utterly unacceptable. It seems I must find time to converse with the gang leaders. For Gali's sake, this miscreant must be compelled to act. Gali sat on a stool, swinging her little legs, and though hunger gnawed at her, she remained silent, her eyes twinkling as she gazed at her newly acknowledged father. The sensation was delightful. She had a secure little nest and a father who cherished her. Angelo noticed Gali's attentive gaze and playfully tugged at the corners of his mouth, making a silly face that sent Gali into fits of giggles, even causing her to overlook the impatient orange cat who waddled into the hall. The cat, feeling neglected, plopped down beside Angelo's feet and gently nudged him with its paw, signaling that it was time for its meal. This provoked Angelo's irritated glare. Did the cat not see that he was engaged in a moment of bonding with his daughter? This oblivious feline was quite lacking in perception. With a gentle push, he nudged the orange cat aside and continued to amuse Gali with silly faces. The arrival of Gali and the rotund cat not only provided her with a stable life, but also revitalized Angelo, infusing his existence with color and offering him a reason to stay, a home where he could find peace. Previously, Angelo felt out of place in this world, always perceiving himself as an observer. However, after recognizing Gali as his daughter, he suddenly discovered a newfound purpose in life. Regardless of the turmoil in the world, he now had a family, a daughter, and an oblivious, plump cat. He felt an urgent need to protect his loved ones, even if Thanos were to arrive. He would confront him without hesitation. The orange cat, having been nudged half a meter away, opened its mouth in mild annoyance, but after a moment's contemplation, it began to pat Ankyluo's calf with its small paws. Yes, it was merely a pat, careful not to extend its claws, expressing its dissatisfaction while being cautious not to inflict harm. "Daddy, the cat is hungry." Golly finally noticed her companion and pet after all these years, pointing at the cat and calling out softly, "All right, I understand." Ankyluo said with a smile as he lifted the cat by the scruff of its neck and placed it on his lap. Golly was so well behaved. The cat shot him a disdainful glance, appearing somewhat bewildered. Noticing the cat's expression, Ankyluo retaliated by vigorously ruffling its fluffy head, transforming its once smooth fur into a tangled mess. At that moment, a server pushed a cart laden with 10 portions of steak to the dining table, filling the hall with a rich aroma of beef. Ankyluo took a portion for himself and placed 8 servings in front of Golly, holding the last steak. He flashed a grin at the orange cat. "Come, kitty, it's time to eat." The orange-clad figure clearly had no fondness for this absurd name. Was Gugu truly unappealing? However, as the delightful fragrance wafted through the air, Orange discreetly swallowed, overwhelmed by the aroma. The choice between food and a name was rather straightforward, was it not? Very well. I shall no longer be called Gugu. I am Orange, and I am ready to feast. How delectable it is. With a casual meow, Orange acknowledged Ankyluo's presence, merely as a formality, before swaying her ample rear towards the plate of steak and indulging in the meal. "My darling, let us commence our feast." Ankyluo observed the eager Gala, who was salivating profusely yet still waiting for him to begin the meal, and felt an immense satisfaction. Such a polite and considerate child resembled the proverbial other people's children often spoken of by parents. Chapter 24. The most potent. After dining, Ankyluo glanced at the hastily devoured steak by number 1. "Number 1, you will accompany us shortly to assist Gala in procuring some properly fitting attire." He halted number 1, who was about to tidy the tableware. "Understood, boss." Ankyluo gently lifted Gala from her chair, placing her carefully upon his shoulder. A wave of emotion washed over him. So this was the sensation of fatherhood. Little Gala was truly his angel, and should anyone dare to harm her, he would be the first to oppose it, he vowed. Not even the Almighty could intervene. Although the little angel had quite the appetite, it only added to her charm, did it not? As he watched Orange lick the last remnants of steak sauce from her designated dish, she followed suit with a swaying gait. Ankyluo paid little heed. He initially contemplated securing Orange with a leash as one would a dog, but reconsidered, for having accompanied little Gala through their adventures, she was unlikely to stray. "Boss." Number 1 descended the stairs, donned in casual attire, and approached Ankyluo. "Shall we set off?" Ankyluo glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the morning. It seemed that Alexei was still preoccupied with his affairs and would not be joining them today. Thus he resolved to procure the firearm himself. "Let us depart." With a grand gesture, Ankyluo led the trio and the cat out of the church. They climbed into a second-hand Raptor pickup truck, a vehicle Ankyluo had acquired upon his arrival, initially intended for hauling goods, but ultimately left to languish at the doorstep, despite its worn appearance, adorned with unsightly scratches. The truck's sturdiness exceeded expectations, surpassing even that of the current main battle tank armor. Concealed within the driver's compartment was an inconspicuous triangular stone tablet, one of the legacies that had accompanied Ankyluo to this realm. Inscribed upon it were the runes, 33, Sod, indestructible. With this enchanted inscription, he need not worry about damage to the vehicle. Ankyluo understood that this theoretically indestructible entity, while it could withstand damage up to a certain threshold, could still be destroyed. However, he had yet to discover any existing weaponry on Earth capable of reaching such extremes. He opened the door to the passenger seat and placed Golly into her seat, while the orange cat, ever so eager, attempted to jump in as well. Watching the leaping orange cat, Ankyluo was suddenly struck by a mischievous impulse. He discreetly extended his leg to trip the unsuspecting feline. The orange cat stumbled, deviating from its intended landing spot, and collapsed onto Golly's legs in a rather undignified manner. Golly erupted into a fit of giggles, her short legs swinging joyfully in the passenger seat. "Meow! Huh!" exclaimed the orange cat as it clambered off Golly's legs, baring its teeth and growling at Angelo. Unfazed, Angelo shrugged in response and gently closed the door before making his way to the driver's seat. As for number one, she required no assistance from Angelo. Settling into the driver's seat, he tenderly fastened Golly's seatbelt, which elicited a protest from her. "Daddy, this strap is uncomfortable." "No, this is a seatbelt. You must wear it whenever you get in the car. It's for your safety." Golly, though only partially comprehending, nodded. It was her first time in a car, and since Daddy had said so, she would remember it, despite the fact that many in America, particularly in Hell's Kitchen, often disregarded such regulations. Angelo adhered to the values instilled in him from a previous life. Buckling up was essential. Reckless driving led to tears from loved ones. He certainly couldn't engage in high-speed chases with the police like those rogue gangsters, nor could he resort to eliminating officers issuing tickets. The last thing he wanted was for Golly to grow up to be a violent delinquent. Angelo drove toward Alexi's territory, familiar with the route from previous visits. While his departure from the church was inconsequential, the gang in Hell's Kitchen was thrown into a frenzy. The last time Angelo left the church, he had obliterated that fellow. By reducing him to ashes quite literally, 2 meters of ground had been blown away. Who had angered the priest this time? Just yesterday, Angelo had warned everyone through Alexei that anyone who dared to misuse his name would face his wrath personally. The gangs that had survived the recent purge in Hell's Kitchen went on high alert, with the higher-ups urgently calling their subordinates to inquire if anyone had dared to exploit Angelo's name. Once it was confirmed that no one had been so audacious, they noted that Angelo was heading towards Alexei's domain. The gang leaders collectively exhaled in relief, declaring the alert lifted, their expressions betraying a sense of schadenfreude as they anticipated the unfolding drama. Just yesterday, Alexei had boasted about his good rapport with Angelo at the Division of Spoils meeting. Today, they awaited to see how he would fare. Alexei naturally received the report from his subordinate. He quickly confirmed that none of his underlings had acted recklessly, which put his mind at ease. He stood respectfully at the entrance of his home, awaiting the arrival of Angelo. Without needing to guess, he was well aware that the gangsters from his rival factions were undoubtedly waiting to witness his misfortune. However, he remained unperturbed after spending considerable time in the church. He had come to understand Angelo's character. As long as he did not incur Angelo's wrath, he was indifferent to whether others engaged in murder, arson, or drug trafficking. As for the purpose of Angelo's visit, that remained an enigma to Alexei, as long as the formidable figure was not seeking trouble with him. He did not have to wait long. Within 10 minutes, he spotted an old pickup truck leisurely making its way around the corner, unmistakably Angelo's battle-worn vehicle. Upon seeing Angelo step out of the truck, Alexei hurried forward, wearing a forced smile, oblivious to the strange expressions on the faces of his subordinates nearby. "Reverend, what brings you here today?" Angelo waved him off, instead approaching the passenger side to retrieve little Golly, who promptly hopped out of the vehicle as well. It was only at this moment that Angelo turned to glance at Alexei, the bald man. "You lot needn't worry. I'm not here to trouble you," Angelo declared. After saying this, he affectionately rubbed his shoulder against Golly's small face resting there, proudly stating, "I have come to purchase firearms from you. This is my daughter, Princess Golly." Hearing Angelo's assurance of no trouble, Alexei exhaled in relief, though he was soon filled with curiosity as he looked at the little girl perched on Angelo's shoulder. Reverend, did I hear you correctly? This little princess is your daughter?" Alexei observed Golly's purple hair and then glanced at Angelo's black locks. "Indeed, she is my daughter. Do you have a problem with that?" Feeling Golly's grip on his shoulder tighten slightly, Angelo shot him a sideways glance. Alexei chuckled awkwardly, wisely choosing not to pursue the topic further. After all, this little girl had already been classified as someone not to be trifled with in Hell's Kitchen. Golly leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on Angelo's cheek, causing Angelo to beam with joy. Well then, Reverend, what type of firearm do you desire? Consider it a gift from me, Alexei enthusiastically remarked as he guided Angelo and the others into the house. For a weapons dealer like him, it was hardly a burden, just a mere gun. No need. I will purchase it myself. This is for when I prepare to break the legs of Golly's future boyfriends. Show me the most powerful shotgun you have. Chapter 25. 1,000 Ways to Take Your Life. Alexei could not help but feel sympathy for the future boyfriend of little Golly. Anyone who encountered Angelo as a father-in-law would be too terrified to even make a sound, let alone boast about it for a year. Moreover, Angelo had even mentioned using a gun. Reflexively, Alexei touched the plaster still encasing his arm. Indeed, being struck by a baton wielded by Angelo would be rather tolerable. Merely a fleeting discomfort. Alexei led Angelo into his collection room, dismissing his eager underling who had come to offer assistance, as he intended to personally attend to this father-daughter duo. Number 1 trailed silently behind, akin to an invisible specter, wordlessly surveying the surrounding gangsters with vigilant eyes. The collection room boasted an entire wall adorned with an array of firearms, of various types, though Angelo, lacking expertise, could hardly discern which might be superior. Is this truly all your inventory? Angelo inquired, turning to Alexei. It wasn't that Angelo found the selection lacking. After all, he wasn't heading to the battlefields of Afghanistan. Yet, for a firearms dealer, the assortment did seem somewhat meager. Reverend, I have a dedicated warehouse for my goods, filled with mass-produced items. It lacks excitement, Alexei remarked, gesturing towards the weaponry on the wall. Please, take a look and see which weapon appeals to you. Angelo glanced at the menacingly designed arms, feeling a bit overwhelmed. In his previous life, he hailed from a nation with stringent gun control laws and was no military enthusiast. He was hardly knowledgeable about such matters. A shotgun with the greatest firepower will suffice. Please select one for me. To Angelo's mind, any weapon would create a similar wound on an ordinary human being. How substantial could the variance truly be? If all else failed, he could always resort to wielding a baton to incapacitate an opponent. Are you quite certain? Alexei suddenly appeared hesitant. Absolutely. Spare me the chatter. Rest assured, I shall compensate you. Angelo rolled his eyes at the miserly Alexei. Very well. Please take your time to choose. With that, Alexei, under the curious gaze of little Golly, retrieved a double-barreled shotgun that was notably longer and larger than an ordinary one, presenting it to Angelo. At that moment, the shotgun was unloaded. Angelo inspected it thoroughly, finding satisfaction in its rugged aesthetic. After all, the romance of man lies in grandeur. This extended shotgun not only featured a lengthened barrel, but also boasted a thickness comparable to a finger, feeling substantial in his grip. Indeed, a weapon befitting a true masculine figure. Preventing the overly inquisitive Golly from reaching out to touch, Angelo placed her gently on the ground, feeling assured that no harm would befall her in this moment. He waved the long-barreled shotgun in front of Alexei, exclaiming, "Hey, my friend, do you have a place to test this weapon?" Indeed, through that door. Alexei indicated towards a small door in the corner of the collection room. He then picked up a remote control from a nearby cabinet and pressed a button, transforming the entire wall into transparent glass. Oh, your setup is rather high-tech. Angelo raised an eyebrow at Alexei and strode confidently inside. Little Golly followed closely behind her father, resembling a delightful little shadow. Upon entering the small room, Angelo discovered it was, in fact, a well-equipped underground shooting range. The center of the range was populated with various mannequin targets. Angelo tenderly picked up a pair of ear protectors and placed them on little Jelly's ears, smiling as he said, "My dear, watch here while Daddy shows you how to shoot, shall we?" Although little Jelly did not comprehend the appeal of shooting, considering it merely a triviality akin to the toys one might find on the street that posed no real harm, she enthusiastically clapped her hands in support of her father. With that, Angelo rose and extended his hand toward Alexei, requesting bullets. Alexei, scratching his nose, retrieved 2 bullets, each approximately 20 centimeters in length, from a nearby ammunition box and handed them to Angelo. Huh, are these shotgun shells? Angelo gazed incredulously at Alexei. Are you certain these aren't cannonballs? Indeed, These are the bullets for the shotgun, Alexei affirmed, inserting the 2 shells into the rear of the shotgun. Observing the flawless fit of the bullets, Angelo, though still somewhat astonished, felt an increasing sense of anticipation. In his entire life, he had never fired a gun. He had only been on the receiving end. Now, the prospect of experiencing it for himself intrigued him. Angelo aimed the gun for quite some time, and just as he was about to pull the trigger, he reconsidered and turned to draw little Jelly behind him. Those 2 formidable bullets were clearly not to be trifled with. In the unfortunate event that shell casings were to ricochet back, he could shield little Jelly. Obediently, she nestled behind her father's back, peeking out with her curious little head. After ensuring everything was in order, Angelo finally squeezed the trigger aimed at the target in the field. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted beside him, shaking his entire being. Had he not reacted swiftly to brace himself, the recoil would have surely toppled him. Little Jelly, cushioned by her ear protectors, seemed relatively unfazed by the loud noise. Her eyes wide with wonder as she stared at the target, her small mouth agape in astonishment. Shaking his head to regain composure and confirming that little Jelly was unharmed, Angelo turned his gaze towards the human-shaped target. His mouth fell slightly open in disbelief. Goodness, is this truly a shotgun? Are we certain it's not a cannon? Previously, 5 dummies had been scattered across the field, but now, not a single one remained intact. Not even a sizable fragment could be found. Although he had aimed at only one of the targets and had admittedly missed slightly, it mattered not. After all, the shooting target had been utterly obliterated by the bullets. Angelo found himself increasingly enamored with this firearm. Well, since I can't shoot accurately with a single bullet, why not unleash a barrage of firepower? As long as I hit the target, that's what matters. Excellent. Angelo excitedly patted Alexei on the shoulder and exclaimed, "My friend, just give me this." "How much?" "Mr. Minister, I'll charge you a cost price of $10,000. It's worth $750, Alexei replied. "No, from this moment on, it shall be called your life's worth $3,000. Angelo interrupted Alexei, dramatically pulling out 20 bundles of crisp dollar bills and placing them on the counter, grinning wickedly as he added, "And give me another $10,000 worth of bullets. Let me see which fool would come knocking at my door." Alexei opened his mouth, suddenly at a loss for words. If he had previously felt sympathy for the potential suitor of little Golly, he now found himself in a state of mourning. He wished to retract his earlier thoughts. A mere blow from Angelou's stick might result in a broken leg or arm, but a strike from that weapon could obliterate any semblance of humanity. "Your little princess may never find a husband," he mused. "Do you think everyone is invulnerable like you, capable of withstanding a heavy machine gun?" The absurdity was that even a robust individual would require time to recover after firing such a weapon. Yet Angelo appeared capable of firing it in rapid succession. This firearm, known as the 750, was the most powerful shotgun in Alexei's collection. Previously, a subordinate had fired it, only to suffer 5 broken ribs from the recoil. Since then, it had become merely a collector's item. As for those 2 bullets just fired, they were special munitions developed by an Italian company post-World War II, utilizing a 1,300 grain bullet with a velocity of 2,200 feet per second and a muzzle energy of 14,000 foot-pounds. The overall pressure exceeded 31,000 pounds, capable of destroying any engine, penetrating any wall, and lethally striking any target. Its power was equivalent to that of 20 cannons. At $50 per round, Angelo had purchased 200 rounds. Imagining the devastation of being struck by 200 rounds of such ammunition, Alexei pondered who might be foolhardy enough to attempt it. He firmly resolved that should his unfortunate son harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards little Golly, he would not hesitate to break his legs and confine him securely. He swore it. Even God could not intervene. A broken leg was far preferable to losing a life. Father is truly formidable. Little Golly finally regained her composure, clapping her hands enthusiastically and gazing at Angelo with admiration, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Father is indeed extraordinary. The guns he wields surpass those on the streets. Chapter 26. Is this what you call a revolver? After Angelo emerged from the shooting range, wielding the fearsome weapon, Alexei dispatched his subordinates to the warehouse to retrieve the ammunition. Each bullet was as thick as 2 fingers and 20 centimeters long. 200 rounds required the capacity of 2 heavy machine gun ammunition boxes, a quantity far beyond what the range could accommodate. Fortunately, the warehouse was not far away, allowing Angelo to remain in the collection room, conversing with Alexei, while little Gali was permitted to roam freely, exploring the room. After all, the firearms in the collection room were separated from the ammunition, alleviating concerns of her injuring herself. In fact, Alexei chuckled awkwardly to himself. Mr. Priest, you need not worry about payment. Although the $10,000 Angelo had provided for the firearms and the same amount for the ammunition were cost price, Alexei still felt a twinge of unease. $2,000 was hardly significant for someone of his stature in the arms trade. If I can leave a favorable impression on Angelo, perhaps there will come a time in the future when it may prove beneficial. In the world of organized crime, none can guarantee a perpetual reign at the pinnacle of power. Alas, Angelo is not swayed by such sentiments. Business is business. And I still have over 20 million in illicit funds that I have yet to figure out how to launder. This money is still untaxed. That simply cannot happen. Business is business. Just as Alexei found himself in an impasse, little Gali came running from the side, clutching a shotgun of unknown origin, its length nearly matching her stature. She was gleefully mimicking the sounds of gunfire from earlier. Bang, bang, bang. Her adorable antics instantly extinguished any desire Angelo had to engage in frivolous banter with Alexei. He scooped Gali into his arms, playfully brushed his fingers against her nose, and relieved her of the shotgun. This will not do, my dear. Angelo inspected the weapon in his hand, finding it inferior to his own, and lost interest immediately. You are a lady. How could you wield such a brutish weapon? Gali beamed sweetly, pouting at Angelo, but I want to protect Daddy too. Angelo felt a twinge of emotion, tightening his grip to prevent her from slipping away, and looked at her earnestly. Daddy does not need Gali's protection. It is sufficient for you to look after yourself. In the future, I shall procure for you a rosy-hued revolver, and if any ill-mannered boys dare to bully you, you can give them a good scare. Beside them, Alexei was startled. It was clear that the good priest had no intention of marrying off little Gali. However, upon glancing at her, an idea seemed to strike him, and his eyes gleamed with mischief. Father, I happen to possess a pink revolver that I believe would be perfect for Princess Gali. Consider it a gift for our little princess. Though Alexei was unsure of the precise shade of rosy, it was certainly pink. Angelo gazed at Alexei with incredulity, as if scrutinizing a peculiar individual. How could a brawny mob boss, whose very visage seemed to scream intimidation, possess a pink revolver? The image of a muscular man in pink flashed through Angelo's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Noticing Angelo's expression, Alexei offered a sheepish explanation. Actually, this was meant for my late wife. However, before the revolver was completed, she left. Only then did Angelo nod in acknowledgement, accepting that Alexei was not a cross-dressing deviant. In truth, in the United States, a licensed gun shop does not sell revolvers at exorbitant prices. The most expensive barely exceeds $200. With this in mind, securing a ready-made rosy revolver for little Gali seemed a trivial matter, a fitting gift from Alexei. Otherwise, it would merely serve to deepen his own sorrow. Sweetheart, quickly thank Uncle. Thank you, bald uncle. Your shiny head is so handsome. At this moment, Gali adorably expressed her gratitude to Alexei. Alexei, feeling somewhat bashful from the praise of little Gali, scratched his head awkwardly. Under the intimidating gaze of Angelo, he flailed his hands in a panic, exclaiming, I'll fetch your gun right away. I left it upstairs. With that, he fled the collection room as if escaping a calamity. Handsome? How could one perceive any charm in Alexei's barren head? Once Alexei dashed out, Angelo, feeling a twinge of jealousy, turned to little Gali and asked, Oh, my dear, who do you think is more handsome, Daddy or that bald man? Daddy might feel heartbroken. With a chuckle, Gali leaned closer to Ankel's ear and whispered, Of course, Daddy is the handsome one. Only then did a satisfied smile grace Ankel's face. Angelo could discern the longing in Gali's eyes. Yet, it was only after she agreed to accept the gift that he felt at ease. She was certainly an improvement over those wailing children of her past life. After quite some time, while Ankel directed the two underlings to load ammunition into the trunk of his pickup truck, Alexei finally returned. However, upon seeing the item in Alexei's hands, Ankel could no longer contain his outrage. Damn it! A classic expletive escaped his lips. To be fair, the revolver Alexei brought was indeed correct, pink and revolver-shaped. But why on earth was it larger than an adult's arm? What do you call this a revolver? Ankel compared it to his own shotgun, noting that the revolver was only 20 centimeters shorter. It was hard to imagine even an adult managing to wield such a weapon without setting on a platform. Ankel recalled a type of sniper rifle called Barrett, which was fired in such a manner, but that was an anti-material sniper rifle capable of taking down tanks. Was this revolver truly what he meant? Ankel's expression darkened as he scrutinized Alexei. Alexei, scratching his bald head, replied innocently, "Yes, this is a revolver. It's developed by an Austrian company." Ankel struggled to suppress the urge to break his legs upon witnessing Alexei's unassuming demeanor. Was this really a revolver? It resembled a hand cannon. He could hardly fathom little Gali wielding such a weapon and obliterating someone with a single shot. However, upon seeing the large revolver, Gali's eyes sparkled with excitement. This looks very much like Daddy's shotgun. Both are very cool. She noticed the pleading gaze directed at her by the bald uncle. Gali gently tugged at her father's sleeve and, in a beseeching tone, said, "Daddy, this revolver is beautiful. Gali likes it. Could we not make things difficult for bald uncle?" Upon hearing the little princess's words, Ankel's expression instantly softened, transforming into that of a benevolent father. His ability to change demeanor rivaling the most skilled actors of his past life. Since our little Gali likes it, let us accept it. Truly a double standard. A fickle man. Certainly, Angelo remains indifferent to others' opinions of him. After all, I acknowledge my own flaws. Dare to speak another word, and I shall silence you. In retrospect, it is not so grave. At worst, my daughter may grow up to be a fierce little warrior, which seems rather endearing. Ultimately, it is the ne'er-do-wells who will bear the brunt of it. Perhaps, in a few years, Angelo will come to understand a profound truth. I have become you. Chapter 27. The fear of insufficient firepower in the end. Angelo allowed little Galilee to take possession of the delicate pink hand cannon, while Alexei generously included 2 boxes of what appeared to be revolver ammunition. Naturally, Angelo confiscated the bullets, declaring that he would bestow them upon little Galilee when she was older. After placing the 2 boxes of specialized shotgun shells and the 2 boxes of revolver bullets in the back of the pickup truck, Alexei stood once more at the doorway, watching as Angelo drove away at a leisurely pace in his dilapidated vehicle. Having securely stowed the $20,000 Angelo had just given him, Alexei instructed one of his subordinates to inform the leaders of Hell's Kitchen to gather at the church later. He added, carefully glancing at Angelo's expression, that was a message from a priest. This was what Angelo had requested just before his departure, indicating that he had some matters to announce. Despite Alexei's imposing physique, he possessed a keen sense of observation. He suspected Angelo intended to introduce little Galilee to the gang leaders. Truth be told, Alexei felt a twinge of envy for little Galilee. Angelo's position in Hell's Kitchen was uniquely significant, although the ostensible leader remained Jean Bing. The latter's respectful negotiation with Angelo had elevated him to a symbolic pinnacle of power in the area. It was clear that if Jean Bing was addressing Angelo with such courtesy, there was little reason for others to act defiantly in his presence. Simply by virtue of being Angelo's daughter, little Galilee could be regarded as the undisputed princess of Hell's Kitchen, having been born into greatness. Without delving into how Alexei engaged in conversation with the gang leaders or their attitudes toward Angelo, we shift focus to Angelo, who drove little Galilee and number 1 toward the commercial district of Hell's Kitchen on 58th Street. This area, a rare bastion of relative order amidst the chaos, featured both clothing shops and bakeries, serving as a reminder that even those involved in organized crime require sustenance and attire. The term relative order is used because no one here cared about the origins of your funds as long as you were willing to pay. They certainly knew how to manage such transactions. Moreover, This was territory directly governed by Jinbing, and ever since a few individuals who attempted to encroach upon it mysteriously vanished, no one had been foolish enough to pursue such ambitions again. After parking the vehicle curbside, Angelo instructed Number 1 to take little Galilee shopping for clothes while he waited in the car with the eager orange tabby. It would be rather inappropriate for a cat to sneak in and watch a girl change outfits. Moreover, little Golly not only needed to purchase some children's clothing, but also sought to acquire undergarments. And Cairo stepped out of the vehicle, seizing the opportunity while no one was watching to retrieve 4 boxes of ammunition from the trunk. Returning to the driver's seat, he idly amused himself by teasing the orange seat, earning nothing but a languid flick from it. Glancing at the orange seat beside him, his gaze inevitably shifted to the hand cannon resting nearby. A sudden thought struck him. This was the Marvel Universe. Although Golly's hand cannon could obliterate an ordinary person into mere fragments, the Marvel Universe was replete with an array of peculiar abilities, those transformed by experiments. High-tech scoundrels like Tony Stark and sorcerers like the Ancient One. What if Golly were to encounter a formidable adversary like the Hulk, with his thick skin and immense resilience? It was dubious whether this hand cannon would be effective. A shot might merely leave a bruise. It would be prudent to enhance it. Fortunately, Cairo had traversed into this realm with a plethora of runes at his disposal. Strengthening the weapon, it seemed, would pose no challenge. With this in mind, he picked up the hand cannon and began to contemplate how to enchant it. Golly, lacking professional training, required an improvement in accuracy. Thus, he decided to apply Rune 1, which would enhance accuracy by 50%, along with a boost to brightness and defense. Next, he aimed to augment the attack power, opting for Rune 4, which would repel enemies and bolster defense against ranged attacks. Amidst the somewhat fearful gaze of the orange seat, Cairo continuously produced metallic plates, affixing them to the hand cannon. Although it too could conjure objects from thin air, it was alarmed by the sheer number of metallic plates Cairo was summoning. Each plate emitted a subtle energy wave. But as Cairo produced 10, then 20, by the time he affixed the 20th plate, the orange seat was certain it could not withstand a single shot from this weapon. And still, Cairo persisted in adding more plates until a staggering 33 had been affixed to the hand cannon. If the orange seat had ventured across the ocean, it would surely have had a term for Cairo's behavior, a fear of insufficient firepower. What began as a simple desire to enhance the hand cannon's potency gradually morphed into the realization that merely applying a few effects was insufficient. Cairo, therefore, applied all 33 runes, transforming the once pink hand cannon into a unique piece of art, melding the style of Kroskin with punk aesthetics. Gazing upon this artistic creation, with its menacing barrel and overwhelming aesthetic appeal, Cairo nodded in satisfaction. Now this looked the part. It appeared significantly more valuable. The barrel is inscribed with the indelible runes of Sod, ensuring its longevity, while its power is amplified by enhancements of ice, fire, electricity, and poison, along with various effects that disregard or weaken defenses. Coupled with enhanced defense and reduced equipment requirements, it is likely that even the Hulk would struggle to withstand its might. A single shot would not merely leave bruises, it would leave a mark upon the wall and the ground. This is precisely why the size of this hand cannon is substantial. Smaller firearms simply lack the surface area for such numerous runes. With a mischievous grin, Cairo pointed the muzzle at the terrified Oranger, causing the latter's hair to stand on end as he instinctively crouched and backed away from the weapon. Unbeknownst to him, in that fleeting moment when the barrel was aimed at him, Oranger genuinely felt the specter of death looming. After placing the hand cannon back in the passenger seat, Cairo retrieved his death-dealing weapon, repeating the earlier ritual of adorning the shotgun with 33 different runes before deeming it complete. In times of scarcity, precision strikes prevail. In times of abundance, overwhelming firepower reigns. Oranger resolved internally to never provoke Cairo's ire again. The dread of receiving a bullet from him was simply not worth the risk. By the time Cairo concluded his preparations, Number 1 emerged from the store, leading a jubilant Golly, her arms laden with a multitude of shopping bags. Golly had finally shed her voluminous nun's attire for a casual ensemble consisting of suspenders and a yellow top, topped off with an adorable duckbill cap. Although her clothes were not from the luxury brands of Fifth Avenue, she appeared as if a sprite had descended into the mortal realm, particularly with her striking purple hair that drew the attention of passers-by. As Gali entered the vehicle, she immediately spotted the punk-styled hand cannon that Angelo had modified. With an exuberant cheer, she leaped into the car and embraced the formidable weapon. For a being like her, who thrived on energy, the pulsating waves emanating from the large revolver were as enticing as a roasted chicken to a beggar. She could absorb these energy fluctuations, and holding the revolver meant she was constantly feeding, albeit in small doses, yet the sustenance was enduring. The little metal shards perpetually generated new energy waves. "How do you like it, Gali?" Angelo asked, his eyes twinkling as he gazed at his little princess. In that moment, he began to comprehend the affectionate glances his friends had bestowed upon their daughters in a past life. Of course, had it been a son, the sentiment would have been different. One would be inclined to reprimand him repeatedly throughout the day. Gali, grinning broadly and revealing her pristine little teeth, declared, "Daddy is the best." It remained unclear whether her fondness lay with the weapon itself or the energy it radiated. Upon noticing number one also climbing into the back seat with shopping bags, Gali adorably clutched the large gun and turned to her, saying, "Thank you, Sister One." "Oh, it's nothing," came the cheerful reply. The first one quickly waved his hand with a smile. Setting aside the fact that she was the boss's daughter, he genuinely adored the understanding little girl. Angelo started the car and headed towards the church. He had not forgotten about buying cake for little Jelly. Fortuitously, the only bakery in Hell's Kitchen was conveniently located on their way back. Upon arriving at the bakery, Jelly gasped in awe at the sight of the cakes displayed in the window, exclaiming how beautiful they were. Angelo chuckled and nodded, saying, "Darling, which one do you fancy? Daddy will buy it for you." Jelly's face lit up momentarily, but then she looked at Angelo with a hint of disbelief, asking, "Can Daddy really buy it for me? Or maybe we should skip it." In Jelly's memories, the time spent wandering with Juzwa dominated her recollections. Although she had never tasted cake, it seemed to her that such delights were not easily attainable, as evidenced by the expressions of other children. She feared that the cake might be too expensive and would burden Angelo. Angelo tenderly ruffled her purple hair and smiled, reassuring her, "It's all right, don't worry about the cost. If it weren't for the concern of you getting too plump, I would buy the entire selection." Hearing Angelio's words, Jelly relaxed and happily marched into the store, clutching a large toy gun, with Angelo jovially following her inside. Jelly was adamant about not putting down the large gun, and Angelo indulged her. Recognizing that they were in Hell's Kitchen, where carrying firearms was commonplace, and the toy was harmless, the shopkeeper was a refined woman, a quintessential housewife, dressed with care, and the cakes in the shop were exquisitely crafted. It was evident that this woman had stories to tell, but that was of no concern to Angelo. In Hell's Kitchen, even the gangsters had tales to share. What mattered most was accompanying the little princess in her cake selection. The shopkeeper was not one to freely share her life story. Instead, she smiled at Jelly as she chose her cake and nodded at Angelo in greeting. As for the large toy gun in Jelly's hands, the shopkeeper exhibited no fear. In Hell's Kitchen, there are often more armed individuals than unarmed ones, although the size of the toy Jelly held was indeed somewhat exaggerated. Jelly first lingered in front of a grand cake shaped like Snow White, before hesitantly moving to a much smaller cake. She cautiously tapped on the glass display. "Daddy, can we buy this one?" she asked, pointing to a cake that was merely the size of an adult's palm, adorned with cream in an oddly shaped design, featuring a grotesquely large mouth that was difficult to behold. Angelo found himself both amused and exasperated. It seemed that Jelly was still worried about the cost. Although the cake was not as expensive as she imagined. "Jelly, this one is too small. If we are to eat, we should indulge in the largest one. Who would be satisfied with just this little piece?" He gently pulled Jelly along and walked towards a grand Snow White cake. "We shall have this one." As he spoke, without granting Zygali the opportunity to retort, he casually plunged his hand into his pocket, dramatically retrieving a wad of cash, which he then handed to the female proprietor. By the time Angelo returned to the church, accompanied by the beaming Zygali and the first companion, it was unbeknownst to them that noon was fast approaching. The rear seat of the car was already brimming with their purchases from the day, including Zyagali's attire and a magnificent three-tiered cake. After parking, he noticed a black SUV stationed at the church's entrance. It was unusual for anyone to visit this place, let alone park their vehicle here. Thus, Angelo cast a few curious glances but could discern nothing from within the vehicle and chose not to investigate further. The road at the entrance did not belong to him, and he was not so domineering as to prohibit parking there. Together with the first companion, Angelo helped carry the cake back into the church. Zygali, with her kind heart, called upon her 9 sisters, excitedly announcing her desire to share the cake with them. Truly, the daughter of the old man was remarkable. At such a tender age, she already understood the virtue of sharing. Angelo was eagerly anticipating a slice of cake from Zygali when, at that moment, 2 men clad in black suits emerged from the vehicle. One of the men seamlessly entered the church, while the other remained by the SUV, showing no intention of approaching. Angelo squinted at the man who had entered the church, instinctively shifting his body to shield Zygali. He was not naive enough to believe that the visitor had come for penance or sightseeing. It was not only the man's dark attire that raised his suspicions, but also the aura he exuded. The essence of one's demeanor is an elusive quality, and Angelo distinctly sensed that this individual bore the characteristics of a shadowy assassin or an operative. "What brings you here?" Angelo inquired first, his hand subtly forming a grip, ready to wield his stick should the need arise. If this man were indeed an assassin or an operative, he preferred to act preemptively rather than risk collateral damage to others. The other congregants in the church took note of the commotion, casting curious glances. For the last individual to act so recklessly had met a grim fate. The man in black was a Caucasian, approximately 28 or 29 years of age, with short, deep brown hair, large eyes, a prominent nose, and high cheekbones. He embodied the archetype of a tough guy from an American film, with an ease that belied the situation. He surveyed the church's interior, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing Angelo's question, the man finally directed his gaze toward him, offering a stiff smile. "I am Agent Grant Ward. You must be Angelo Li, correct?" "Yes, that is me. What is the matter?" Angelo furrowed his brow, perplexed as to how he could possibly be involved. "You are now implicated in a case that endangers national security. I must ask you to accompany me for an investigation and to provide testimony." As he spoke, Grant Ward retrieved an identification badge from his suit pocket, displaying it to Angelo before gesturing toward the first companion and Zygali and the others. "They're also related to this case and need to be taken back together." Chapter 29 SHS expression graduelle d'Arkened. The credentials of the other party were indeed from the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States, commonly referred to as the CIA. He was uncertain about the circumstances and preferred not to engage with government agencies, as it signified an endless array of troubles. Moreover, it was evident that they had set their sights on Gali and one, among others. As for the claims made by Agent Ward regarding threats to national security, Angelo had no faith in them. Even if it were indeed a matter of national security, it pertained solely to the United States and had nothing to do with him. "Agent Ward, is it?" Angelo furrowed his brow as he regarded him. "I recall that you possess no law enforcement authority within the United States. Am I mistaken? You are required to present a warrant and authorization from the local police department." Upon hearing this, the smile on Agent Ward's face completely froze. As Angelo had surmised, the other party lacked both a warrant and the necessary documentation from the local police, not to mention the challenges of obtaining a warrant within the country. Acquiring authorization from the local police was simply impossible. There were only 2 officers in the Hell's Kitchen precinct. How could they be unaware that a formidable individual resided in the church? To expect them to provide authorization to apprehend Angelo? Madness. They had no desire to meet their demise. Hell's Kitchen operated under its own set of rules. If one possessed the capability, they would handle matters themselves. If one sought to enlist outsiders to create chaos, they would face collective retribution. Agent Ward's expression soured. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable obstacle on his first day in this task force. He had presumed that his illustrious reputation would compel compliance from the other party. It was not that he was oblivious to the absence of law enforcement authority within the United States. Rather, it was impossible for them to furnish the requisite documentation. S.H.I.L.D. was not well received, and they had historically relied on counterfeit credentials. This was not a manhunt, but merely a request for your cooperation in an investigation. Agent Ward awkwardly attempted to justify. Angelo chuckled, his smile radiant. Since you lack authorization and a warrant, the matter becomes quite simple. This does not constitute violent resistance to law. Even if you seek to cause trouble afterward, you will have no legitimate grounds. Angelo was not afraid of the other party. He merely wished to avoid entanglements with the government. As for the possibility of private retaliation, he was even less concerned. Agent Ward, I must ask you to leave. This church is my private domain, my sacred private property, and is inviolable. Otherwise, I reserve the right to shoot you dead. Angelo was prepared to expel him, wishing not to prolong the conversation. Did he not see that the little princess was still waiting to share cake with everyone? Are you truly unwilling to accompany us? Ward's hand had already moved to his gun holster, deciding to resort to his usual methods of carrying out tasks, as this negotiation style was utterly unsuitable for him. Do not move, leave. If you do not depart, I will shoot you. Just as Ward was about to take action, a youthful voice unexpectedly interrupted his movements. Following the sound, he saw the little girl with purple hair. While Ward had a penchant for violence, he had no inclination to use it against the child. Just as he was about to tease the little girl, he noticed the weapon in her hands, and his smile vanished instantly. Drawing his pistol from his waist, he aimed it at the girl, commanding her to freeze. Meow Orange, crouching low, let out a fierce roar at Ward, but he remained unfazed. His attention fixated on the formidable firearm. He recognized the exaggerated revolver despite its gaudy stickers. This was indeed a dangerous weapon. It could take down an elephant with a single shot. In the face of such caliber, skill was rendered irrelevant. Cursed be the day someone entrusted such a perilous weapon to a child. As he stared down the dark barrel of the gun, beads of cold sweat began to form on Ward's forehead. Although the little girl's unsteady grip on the weapon appeared rather endearing, it only heightened Ward's fear. If she accidentally pulled the trigger, his life could end in an instant. He sensed that today would not conclude well. Having previously executed perilous missions abroad, Ward had heard tales of Hell's Kitchen in New York as a haven for gangsters. And witnessing the scene before him confirmed those rumors without a doubt. A 4 or 5-year-old girl wielding such a dangerous weapon. Little Golly, seeing the imposing man in a black suit attempting to take her father away, was determined not to let that happen. After all, she had only just found her father, who had even bought her a cake. At that moment, the man in the black suit, who had been lingering by the car, could no longer maintain his composure upon witnessing the tense standoff inside the church, especially with the terrifying caliber of the gun in the little girl's hands. He raised his hands in surrender as he entered the church, signaling that he meant no harm. All of this transpired within mere seconds. Angelo observed Agent Ward aiming his gun at little Golly, his expression as frigid as ice. Aiming a gun at my family? Angelo raised his hand to encase Golly in his skeletal armor, ensuring she would not be harmed by Ward's bullets. He then summoned a long bone staff into his palm and swung it fiercely towards Ward's head. Just because he did not wish to provoke government agents did not mean he was afraid to retaliate. The moment you aim a gun at Golly, your death is imminent. The strike was powerful, cutting through the air as it descended towards Ward's head. If it connected, his skull would surely shatter like a watermelon. Ward wished to evade, but faced with the gun's muzzle, he dared not make a move, fearing an accidental discharge from the girl. He could only hope for assistance from his new superior waiting outside. As for Angelo, he harbored no such concerns. He knew Golly's gun was unloaded. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a voice finally rang out, answering Ward's desperate calls. Angelo's gaze swept over the figure clad in black, who had just entered, and he abruptly halted his actions. The stick he wielded pressed firmly against Ward's temple, the tip nearly brushing his hair. The gust of wind created by the stick tousled Ward's locks. Angelo paused, recognizing this individual in the black suit. He had seen him in a film in a previous life. Particularly notable was the alarming height of his receding hairline. Phil Coulson, a former link to the Avengers and a familiar face and a congenial person. Everything fell into place. This Agent Ward was also part of SHIELD, which, under the auspices of the World Security Council, was not beholden to any nation and lacked the authority to enforce laws globally. They merely operated under a disguise, taking the blame. After all, a little more blame wouldn't make much difference, would it? Although they were from SHIELD, that did not grant them the liberty to act recklessly here. What do you have to say? Angelo cast a sidelong glance at Coulson. Though he had ceased his movements, he did not remove the stick from Agent Ward's head. He was keen to see what explanation this good-natured Coulson would provide. Coulson hesitated, refraining from irrationally drawing his weapon. Instead, he glanced at the bone armor adorning little Golly and then at the bone staff in Angelo's hand. Mr. Angelo, greetings. I am with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, commonly referred to as SHIELD. Before Coulson could finish, Angelo waved his hand to interrupt. Thank you to the esteemed Night Ripper for the 500-point donation and to the Mountaingale for the 100-point donation. Chapter 30. What an odd name. I am aware of your organization. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, SHIELD. Correct? Angelo remarked with a teasing glint in his eye. As expected, surprise flickered across Coulson's face. Indeed, Mr. Angelo, we are called the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, but we have never referred to ourselves as SHIELD. Coulson replied, his expression still one of astonishment. However, we have been contemplating a simpler name. I shall suggest the name SHIELD to the director. Angelo was taken aback that they had not yet adopted the name SHIELD, but he deemed it inconsequential. Let's discuss how we should address this Agent Ward. I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory explanation, Agent Coulson. The expression on the congenial man's face grew even more intricate, tinged with gravity. He had not anticipated that the other party not only knew of his organization, but also of his name. While the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics operated covertly, its existence was not a complete secret among the upper echelons, and many were aware of it, with headquarters located in Washington. However, to know his name, now that was intriguing. Coulson was not a particularly prominent figure within SHIELD. Was it possible that this individual had been waiting specifically for him? Thoughts raced through Coulson's mind, yet his expression remained composed. Mr. Angelo, though I am uncertain how you came to know of us, I assure you that our intentions are not malicious. This is merely a misunderstanding. We are tirelessly dedicated to safeguarding the planet, Coulson said, his face adorned with a sincere smile. In truth, had the other party not been affiliated with SHIELD, Angelo might have considered forming a friendship with him. Coulson's smile and charismatic demeanor made it all too easy to persuade others into camaraderie. Regrettably, the individual before him was indeed tied to SHIELD, which inevitably signified endless complications. Angelo interjected once more, do not speak to me. I am uninterested. I have no fondness for your SHIELD or your one-eyed director. You must provide me with an explanation as to why you aimed a firearm at a little girl. Is this how you ensure the safety of the Earth? Even with Coulson's fortitude, he could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Regardless of the nation, pointing a gun at a child is hardly an honorable act. Coulson found himself at a loss, yet he persevered. In truth, Agent Ward harbored no ill will. If he has offended you, I apologize on his behalf. I trust you would not hold me accountable, especially since it was this delightful young lady who first aimed her weapon at him. Angelo stepped forward, retrieving the large firearm from little Golly's grasp. He opened the magazine and shook it to indicate that it was devoid of bullets before returning the weapon to Golly, allowing her to cradle it once more. You see, there is nothing here. This is merely a collector's item. Coulson let out a silent sigh now. Even the final excuse had evaporated. Such a mission was ill-suited for a mercenary-like Ward. So, Mr. Angelo, how do you propose we resolve this? Coulson did not attempt to resist. The ward had not reviewed the footage, he had analyzed the surveillance video, and the two of them together were no match for Angelo. We actually wish to invite you to join a special task force. I have no interest in your task force, and you need not provide me with an introduction. Angelo replied, pausing momentarily. Compensation, and then you may leave. Angelo did not need to ponder. Coulson's mention of a special task force undoubtedly referred to the Avengers, which meant they had discovered his extraordinary abilities and sought him out. Angelo had never intentionally concealed his uniqueness. Why should he live like a subordinate when he possessed the ability to truly enjoy life? Mr. Angelo, perhaps you could first hear our intentions? The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division serves as the last line of defense for Earth, and we are perpetually on guard against threats from the cosmos. Your abilities, I do not wish to hear it. Compensation, and then leave. I am not interested in your task force. Angelo stated impatiently. At that moment, a robust figure approached, swaying with an assertive demeanor, and barked at the two men. Coulson, with an air of resignation, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I apologize, Mr. Angelo, we have no funds. However, should you be willing to join the special task force, I would ensure you receive a commendable salary. Despite the circumstances, Coulson refused to yield, and Cairo repelled the orange-robed figure, amused by Coulson's seemingly indomitable demeanor. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to strike? And Cairo summoned a long staff, conjuring a wall of bones to separate little Gali and her companions, ensuring their safety from potential harm. Just as Cairo prepared to act, an obnoxious voice echoed from outside the church. Wow, what do we have here? Happy, record this moment for me. Are our tax dollars really meant to be used against us? Perhaps I should offer some suggestions to Congress. Stark, clad in a flamboyant suit, entered, followed by Happy and a bemused Pepper. A third party had emerged. Coulson, somewhat exasperated, pressed down on Ward's hand, which was poised near his holstered weapon. While S.H.O.D. might resort to force with others, it was not an option with Cairo. The extent of Cairo's explosive capabilities was still unknown, and his invulnerability was already a significant concern. Moreover, even though Stark did not recognize them, they were well aware of Tony Stark, whose father, Howard Stark, was not only the founder of Stark Industries, but also one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s co-founders. Should they inadvertently harm Tony Stark today, the political repercussions in America would be catastrophic, placing S.H.I.L.D. in a precarious position, further burdened by the many scandals they had already endured. The agency simply could not withstand such pressure. Observing their actions, Stark cast a smug glance at Cairo, who returned the look with irritation. Hey, what's going on? Stark innocently shrugged. If these people are giving you trouble, I can help you out. He initially believed Cairo was facing some form of unjust treatment from a government agency, a not uncommon occurrence in America. Offering to assist would also facilitate a future conversation he wished to have with Cairo. However, Stark's assessment of Cairo's expression suggested otherwise, especially with the sudden emergence of the bone wall within the church, hinting at deeper secrets surrounding Cairo. Uncertain of Stark's intentions, but aware that this was not the moment for such concerns, Cairo decided to address the pressing issue with S.H.I.L.D. Stark. Could you assist me in impeaching the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistic Support? Cairo set down his staff and turned to Stark. Wait, Stark responded, somewhat bewildered. Impeaching them is fine. I am a significant taxpayer. But what on earth is that name? It's so long. Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistic Support. Cairo continued, ignoring Coulson's exasperated expression. All right, what exactly should we impeach them for? Stark chuckled softly. The prospect of impeaching an obscure government department was a trivial endeavor for someone of his immense wealth. This is America. Money truly affords one the liberty to act with impunity. He could easily accuse them of impersonation and abuse of power. Cairo exchanged a smile with Coulson, continuing to heap accusations of racism upon them. Thanks to the generous donation of 100 starting coins from the esteemed Lord of Tears, and to the 100 points gifted by the gentleman who has captured the heart of my beloved, he mused. Chapter 31. The First Greed of S.H.I.E.L. Mr. Encairo, Coulson sighed. How much compensation do you desire? We could potentially negotiate. Do me a favor. Encairo inwardly scoffed. He had not partaken of a fruit of flattery, so why grant him any favor? He smirked mockingly, but Agent Coulson, did you not just claim to be out of funds? Perhaps it would be best to let this matter rest. Coulson forced a wry smile. Compared to the prospect of being impeached by Mr. Stark in Congress, he deemed monetary compensation a preferable outcome, even if it necessitated writing 15 reports. Encairo waved dismissively, uninterested in listening to Coulson's lamentations. As a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., how could his authority be so limited? He had yet to even mention how much he expected in compensation, although he had gleaned from films in a past life that S.H.I.E.L.D. was riddled with Hydra infiltrators. The specific identities of these traitors eluded him. However, he recognized that Coulson was certainly not a villain. He was, in fact, a genuinely good man. The church required renovation. Little Golly needed a plethora of snacks, and the first team needed salaries and clothing. While he could not eliminate them on the spot, he could indeed ensure they faced consequences. As for Agent Ward, having caused S.H.I.E.L.D. such financial strain, it was inevitable that repercussions would follow. I am indifferent to the number of reports you must write. All I seek is a modest sum of 5 million. What say you? Encairo extended 5 fingers. Otherwise, I shall have Stark impeach your Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. To Encairo's surprise, the usually acerbic Stark refrained from his usual banter, instead nodding in agreement. Encairo glanced at him quizzically, wondering why Stark was so agreeable today. Mr. Encairo, you are asking the impossible, Coulson lamented, his expression steeped in despair. Your demands are exorbitant, and we do not possess such wealth. If my salary sufficed, I would even consider using it to cover your request. Stark cast a disdainful glance at Coulson, curling his lip in disdain. You really are quite impoverished. There is no room for negotiation, Encairo replied, shaking his head. He then turned his gaze to Agent Ward. Is the life of a mere agent truly worthless at 5 million? Serving you must be a bargain indeed. I am aware that Nick Fury, the one-eyed dragon, is watching. Do not feign ignorance. Encairo's words struck a chord, and it was evident that Agent Ward's demeanor darkened considerably. Coulson dismissed the words spoken by Angelo, reflecting on the absurdity of a Hell's Kitchen gang easily procuring $1 million while S.H.I.L.D., a colossal organization, could not muster 5 million. Suddenly, the ringing of Coulson's phone broke the tension. Hello, Director, he answered, stepping aside with a hint of exasperation. Yes, I'm here. Understood. In all honesty, Angelo's words were merely an attempt to undermine and deceive. To his astonishment, Nick Fury, that bald-headed overseer, was indeed spying on him. Who could fathom where the surveillance device was concealed on the other party? Upon concluding the call, Coulson returned with a congenial smile. Mr. Angelo, we accept your terms. The funds will be transferred to your bank account, but our director wishes to visit you in person. Angelo shrugged, offering no further comment. Hey, buddy, once the payment is settled, can we leave? Stark, growing impatient, had matters to discuss with Angelo and was eager to conclude the drawn-out exchange. Very well, Mr. Angelo, farewell. Uncertain of what Nick Fury had conveyed during the call, Coulson opted to refrain from further entanglement with Angelo. He hoped their next encounter would be more pleasant, perhaps wishing never to see Angelo again, as the latter waved goodbye to Coulson and Ward's retreating figures. In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, atop the skyscraper, Nick Fury incessantly replayed the footage transmitted from Coulson's miniature camera, ultimately pausing on the image of the orange cat. With a profound sigh, he realized he had not erred. The plump feline was indeed Goose, the creature referred to as a flurkin by the Skrulls. Fury had once embarked on a thrilling cosmic adventure alongside Goose and Captain Marvel. Although the reasons for Goose's association with Angelo remained unclear, Angelo's nonchalant demeanor suggested that his strength exceeded Fury's previous estimations. Resorting to force was evidently futile. Goose alone could effortlessly consume Coulson and Ward without the need for Angelo's intervention. Fury had witnessed Goose devour several Kree, weapons and all, and that was hardly Goose's limit. After a brief contemplation, Fury pressed the intercom on his desk, summoning Hill. Shortly, Agent Hill entered the office. "Director, you called for me?" Her expression was devoid of emotion, resembling that of a machine. "Yes," set Angiolo's files to a level 9 security clearance. Setting aside the unknown capabilities of Angiolo, the very nature of Goose as a Flurkin and its previous encounters with the Tesseract warranted the highest level of confidentiality. At that moment, a flicker of surprise crossed Hill's face. For S.H.I.E.L.D.'s classification levels were tailored to the ranks of its agents, with the pinnacle being level 10. Hill, having established the ranking system within S.H.I.E.L.D., designed her own level as 9, with only Nick Fury, the director, holding the 10th level authority above her. In other words, except for a few top-secret details known solely to Nick Fury, the information regarding Cairo is classified at the highest level, akin to the 9-level confidential projects from decades ago involving that Kree and the spaceship. Although surprised, Hill was not one to indulge in excessive inquiries. She simply nodded in agreement. As she approached the door, Nick Fury spoke again. "By the way, request a project funding of $10 million from the Council for a special confidential project. If the Council has any questions, I will personally clarify." "Understood," she replied. Unbeknownst to Cairo, Nick Fury had embezzled $5 million while ostensibly compensating him. Cairo was quietly fixated on Stark and the whiteboard coin in his hand. "Hey, buddy, don't sweat the small stuff. I just saved your bacon." Stark shook the coin in dissatisfaction. "It's just a coin. I'll pay you." "Huh?" Cairo retorted with obvious sarcasm. The world's top billionaire, Mr. Stark, actually resorting to pilfering a poor man's coin? I believe this could make the headlines of tomorrow's New York Times. Stealing? How could such a thing be called theft? Stark argued, his face flushed under Cairo's gaze. With Cairo remaining unmoved, Stark could only let out a resigned sigh. "All right, buddy, how much do I need to pay for you to forget about this?" "Schaubte 32 Stark. Did you win a lottery?" 50,000. Cairo pointed to the whiteboard coin in Stark's hand. "Consider this coin sold to you for $50,000. I want to disclose this matter." Cairo was indeed making a hefty demand. The weight of a coin is less than 60 grams, and even at the price of gold, the price of $50,000 per coin was at least double its worth. Yet, Stark nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Hey, buddy, here is a $50,000 check." Stark pulled a check from his pocket, filled in the amount, and handed it to Cairo, declaring with pride, "Now that the deal is done, you can't back out." Stark grinned broadly. As one of the wealthiest individuals in America, he was indifferent to the $50,000, as even a single bottle of wine might exceed that price. What delighted him was the satisfaction of feeling he had outsmarted Cairo, especially recalling how last time he had bought a cheap beer from Cairo for $500. This was no ordinary coin. It harbored unknown energy technology. At $50,000, it was an absolute bargain. Angelo regarded him with the incredulity typically reserved for fools. After all, he had multiplied his fortunes several times over. How could he possibly harbor regrets? "What is you so jubilant? Won the lottery?" he inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Pepper. "Has your boss lost his mind? Why not come work for me? At least I'm not insane." Pepper offered a weak smile, remaining silent, as she had long since grown accustomed to Stark's childlike antics. "Hey, buddy," Stark interjected, blocking Angelo's line of sight. "Pepper is my assistant. She is not coming to work for you. And I'm not mad. I assure you, this coin is not just an ordinary piece of currency." Angelo paused, taken aback. "What do you mean, not ordinary? It's just game currency. Isn't it? Could there be some hidden implications?" His expression shifted to one of concern. In a previous life, he had heard tales of modern individuals traversing back to ancient times, where their very pathogens could spell doom for the world. Might these coins he had brought from the game harbor similar consequences? Though Angelo was no saint, he certainly did not wish to be a harbinger of destruction. He had a life to lead in this realm, not to mention the presence of little Golly and her companions. "Stark, what is going on?" he asked, noticing the gravity etched on Angelo's face. Although Stark was perplexed by the fact that these were Angelo's coins, he was unwilling to relinquish the upper hand. "This coin possesses an unknown energy field," Its material is not mere gold, but a novel substance, Stark declared, showcasing the coin he held before Angelo. And let me be clear, it's mine now. You've sold it to me. No takebacks. What energy field? What purpose does it serve? Stark, for your own safety, you must return the coin to me. Hey, you sold it to me. How can you demand it back? Don't you have plenty more? Stark retorted, hastily tucking the coin into his pocket and retreating, wary of Angelo's potential attempts to reclaim it. Angelo could only manage a wry smile. You don't understand. I have no idea if it carries any viruses or other harmful elements. Surely, you wouldn't wish to contract some inexplicable affliction? Viruses? Stark looked at him quizzically. Brother, you're not cursing me, are you? There's only that energy field. I've tested it, and there are no viruses. You can't possibly think that this energy field is a result of some virus, can you? At that moment, Stark found himself coming to terms with Angelo's ignorance regarding the coin's mysteries. Anyone who had attended high school would know that viruses couldn't generate energy fields. Clearly, Stark categorized Angelo's behavior as anti-intellectual. Are you certain? Angelo had initially sought to reclaim the coin for Stark's safety, but upon reflection, he considered that Stark had claimed to have tested it and had carried it for quite some time. This suggests that there are indeed no issues at hand. Yet, what do you mean by the energy field and the enigmatic material? I am perplexed. All I comprehend is that this material possesses exceptional energy conductivity. However, I did manage to translate one phrase. Where did you acquire these gold coins? Jarvis indicated that, according to religious interpretations, this is a divine mark. We are all aware that deities do not exist. Upon uttering this, Stark, along with Pepper and Happy, could not help but chuckle. They all recognized that we are living in an era of science, where gods are mere figments of ancient imagination. Upon hearing Stark's words, Angelo fell into silence, acutely aware that Stark's deconstruction of that phrase was indeed accurate. Furthermore, he knew its origin. It was a famous quote from the game Diablo, attributed to the great Diablo, which could be translated as "not even death can save you." He had heard it countless times during his gaming days. He was uncertain why it manifested on the gold coins and was deciphered by Stark. Angelo remained concerned that Stark's research on the coins might lead to unforeseen consequences, as Stark was often referred to as the man cursed by knowledge. What if, through his study of these coins, he inadvertently summoned Diablo here? Ultimately, wouldn't he have to clean up the mess himself? However, he found it impossible to convey the nature of his own transmigration to Stark. Rising from the bench, Angelo faced Stark with a serious demeanor. Tony, despite having maintained a smile while burying him with coins, Angelo's expression shifted to one of gravity. Stark was taken aback, sensing the importance of Angelo's forthcoming words. Angelo did not afford Stark the opportunity to inquire further. Do you know there exist entities in this world that you cannot comprehend? You surely do not believe in magic, correct? Indeed, how could there be magic? It's merely sleight of hand or another form of technology. Stark sett filmdi. Then, why not touch that wall and feel it? Angelo suggested, pointing to the bone wall he had summoned earlier to protect little Golly and the others. The bone wall divided the entire church in two. Stark gently touched the bone wall, surprised by its unexpected solidity. The surface was rough and textured. The last time Stark visited, this wall did not exist. How astonishing that it had been repaired so swiftly. Goodness, where did you find such a construction crew? This speed is truly remarkable. Stark's jest was interrupted midway as Angelo waved his hand gently. Under the astonished gazes of Stark, Pepper, and Happy, the entire bone wall crumbled, transforming into fragments of bone that gradually dissolved into the air as if they had encountered water. Behind the wall stood the vigilant little Golly and others. Stark's jaw nearly dropped. While the gold coins could still be explained through projection or some new technology, how could this bone wall be rationalized? Projection? He had just personally touched it, sworn in the name of the Stark family. The sensation was undeniably real. Could it be that magic truly exists? Angelo chuckled oddly, feeling somewhat perplexed about how to explain this to Stark. Tony, you must understand, there are countless phenomena in this world that you remain oblivious to. Chapter 33. Little Golly's love for you 3,000 times. Tony, there are many things in this world that you are yet to discover, such as magic. Angelo laughed softly. Clearly, for someone like Tony Stark, who had been a steadfast believer in science since childhood, this revelation struck him with profound astonishment. After a moment of stunned silence, Stark, not willing to give up, approached in an attempt to investigate whether Angelo had concealed some mechanism underground. However, the floor of the church was impeccably seamless, devoid of any cracks that could suggest the possibility of a rising wall. Stark was well aware of the improbability of any mechanism. After all, he had witnessed the fragments of the wall vanish without a trace. Yet, he suddenly found it hard to accept. His bewildered expression caused little Golly's face to scrunch up in confusion. How could it be that the two villains had vanished in such a short time? Leaving behind this fool? Could it truly be magic? Stark, seemingly undeterred, grasped Angelo's shoulder tightly. Of course, didn't you see it with your own eyes? Angelo paused for a moment, recalling the bald-headed ancient one, and added, what I invoked should be termed necromancy. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand, instantly connecting with the two clay golems at the entrance, beckoning them to come to life, before the astonished and incredulous gazes of the onlookers. The seemingly aged statue at the door animated, lumbering towards Stark with heavy steps, towering over the bipedal creature and gazing down with evident disdain. This bipedal creature was the one who suggested replacing us with that so-called thinker during its last visit. The astonishment and disbelief primarily lingered with Happy and Pepper, particularly Happy, who recalled how his boss had nearly courted disaster during his first visit, felt a shiver of dread. Fortunately, Mr. Angelo had not confronted the boss at that time. They had previously witnessed the two statues come to life, and in their minds, Angelo was akin to a deity. Thus, nothing he did would seem strange to them, but rather awe-inspiring. As for little Golly and the orange cat, meow. Wow, Daddy is amazing. Little Golly quickly shifted her attention from Stark, clapping her hands enthusiastically and cheering for her father. Stark, completely unfazed by the fine fabric of his suit, plopped down onto the carpet, his mind adrift as he gazed at the two statues now standing nearly 3 meters tall. The conceptual upheaval was far beyond Angelo's imagination. For Stark, a staunch advocate of science, to acknowledge the existence of magic was akin to an atheist unexpectedly encountering a weasel, speaking human words and inquiring what it resembled. Stark recalled Jarvis's mention of the divine runes and promptly inquired of Angelo, what about the gods? Are there gods? Are you a god? Stark's words nearly caused Angelo to sputter his drink. A god? Don't be absurd. I am merely an ordinary person living a mundane existence. However, noticing Stark's increasingly erratic demeanor, Angelo refrained from pursuing the topic further. The concept of divinity can be interpreted in various ways, he remarked. This philosophical discourse is rather profound, and I am no philosopher. To put it plainly, from a standpoint of belief, I do not subscribe to the existence of gods. They cannot save you. Only you can save yourself. He paused momentarily, then added, if we consider from a perspective of power, I suppose one might liken gods to a different class of extraterrestrials. As for myself, if one insists on labeling me a god from power standpoint, that would not be entirely inaccurate. However, I am certainly not an alien. Angelo reflected on Thor, the Asgardian, whose strength surpassed that of earthly beings, yet at times, his intellect seemed inferior to that of humans. Can such a being be deemed a god? Who, in the realm of faith, dictates the nature of a god? If a god possesses personal desires, can they still be called a god? Tony, Pepper's concerned voice interrupted Stark's reverie. I'm fine, Stark muttered, dazed, seated on the carpet, his hands mindlessly pressing against its soft fibers. Observing Stark's state, Angelo shook his head. He could not believe Stark would be so easily overwhelmed by this influx of information. Hadn't Stark accepted Thor's arrival with enthusiasm in a previous life? As he glanced at the bewildered young Galilee, a smile returned to Angelo's face. Little princess, go cut the cake. Your father is starving. As for Stark, he could take a moment to process his thoughts. Seeing that there was no immediate danger, Galilee and the others relaxed their vigilance. Though they did not fully grasp what had transpired, they understood Stark's question to Angelo about whether he was a god. Isn't that obvious? Of course he is. One and the other women believed this wholeheartedly. They did not offer Stark further explanations, merely casting him a disdainful glance before accompanying the Holy Maiden Galilee to cut the cake. It would be sacrilegious to let the Holy Maiden go hungry. Angelo poured glasses of lemonade for both Stark and Pepper, while Happy, with his stoic expression, appeared to require none. He gestured for Pepper to sit beside Stark. "Miss Pepper, you need not worry so. Tony Stark is not as fragile as you think." Though he said this, Pepper understood, yet could not help but feel concerned. Meanwhile, the young Galilee, with one's assistance, had successfully cut the cake. She carefully balanced a large piece in her small hands, having entrusted the large weapon to Orange Seat for safekeeping. Golly approached Angelo and sweetly said, "Daddy, this first piece of cake is for you." Without hesitation, Angelo abandoned the irrelevant company, gleefully accepted the cake, and planted a kiss on little Golly's cheek, exclaiming, "My little princess is so good." "Thank you, my princess." After distributing the cake, little Golly giggled and dashed back. After sharing a slice with the others, Golly noticed the sizable remaining cake and glanced at Stark, who appeared lost in thought. Hesitating for a moment, she wiped the cream from her mouth, cut 3 pieces of cake, and approached Stark and the others, gazing at him with pity. "You're so unfortunate, still a fool at this age. Please have some cake. It's a gift from my daddy, and it's delicious." And Cairo couldn't help but chuckle at Golly. She might be the first in the world to label Stark a fool. Oddly enough, Stark did resemble someone with intellectual shortcomings in that moment. He suddenly recalled a film he had seen in his past life, featuring Stark and Pepper's child, little Morgan, declaring, "I love you 3,000 times. If it were Golly, would it be I'll take your life 3,000 times?" He glanced at the massive weapon guarded by Orange, shivering at the thought. This was terrifying. He must ensure Golly never became such a violent person. He vowed to take down the villains himself, sparing Golly from such brutality. They say that as long as a father is present to raise a child, the outcome is secondary, but with a father who easily resorts to violence, it would be unacceptable for Golly not to become a little warrior. Chapter 34. 50,000 for one. Golly's call roused Stark from his thoughts. He was somewhat astonished to receive the cake from Golly, as it was the first time someone had called him a fool. Throughout his life, Tony Stark had been an undisputed genius, having created a circuit board at the age of 4, an engine at 6, and graduating from MIT at 17. All with top honors. "I'm not a fool," Stark instinctively wanted to retort, but upon seeing the delicate, purple-haired girl before him and the murderous glare from Angelo, he wisely swallowed his words. "Little girl, I'm not a fool," Stark said softly, sitting on the ground. Golly scrunched her cherubic face in confusion, but soon dismissed it. "All right," she replied nonchalantly. "If you're not a fool, then try the cake. It's from Daddy, and it's really delicious." In Golly's mind, whether Stark was a fool paled in comparison to the importance of cake. It wasn't until Stark, grinning foolishly, tasted a bit of frosting from his finger that Golly was satisfied and left. After she returned to her group, Stark turned to Angelo and asked with a smile, "Is she your daughter? Biological?" He turned his gaze once more to the violet hair of the petite Galilee, then to the ebony locks of Angelo. Angelo shrugged nonchalantly, dismissing any sense of peculiarity. Galilee was not his biological daughter, yet she bore no distinction from one. "But what of you? Have you come to a realization?" Angelo was reluctant to delve further into the matter of Galilee, fearing that she might feel inferior for not being his flesh and blood. He embodied the essence of a newly minted father, indulging her with unconditioned affection, born from a mindset fraught with anxieties. Fortunately, Galilee was remarkably perceptive, thus avoiding the pitfalls of becoming a spoiled child. "Ah, I have come to understand," Stark said, shifting his focus to Angelo's countenance, causing Angelo to feel a twinge of discomfort. "What are you doing? I must inform you that I am not inclined towards such inclinations." Angelo's lips twitched. He recalled that Stark had not exhibited such quirks in the film. Had he? "Hey, buddy, I have no interest in men, especially not in someone as unattractive as you," Stark grumbled, rising from a makeshift stall while brushing off the dust from his trousers. "You are correct. Deities are merely extraterrestrials, and that magic is but a form of advanced technology. Therefore, I wish to enlist your cooperation in my research, and of course, I shall compensate you handsomely." Truly, Stark was impressive. He quickly emerged from the conceptual shock induced by Ankyluo's magic, and his reasoning bore merit. Was not Thor's hammer forged from the core of a planet? Interpreting it as technology was not out of the question. Likewise, Ankyluo desired Stark's technological insights to unravel the mysteries of his necromantic magic. As his transference bore too many enigmas, the explosion of the computer was inexplicable. Even if it was a TriStar model, it should not have been lethal. While Ankyluo hoped Stark could decipher the enigma of magic, it did not imply that he would acquiesce to Stark's bizarre human experimentation. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. Hey, I absolutely refuse to cooperate with any human experimentation, Ankyluo warned, casting a wary glance at Stark. Should Stark pursue such unethical experiments, he would undoubtedly summon the earthen elemental to expel him from the premises. I am not Osborn's biological research enterprise, Stark retorted flippantly, whistling dismissively. I merely require samples of the material from that wall you conjured, as well as a few of those extraordinary coins you possess, at least on the surface. Stark appeared to have adjusted his mindset. Buddy, let's examine that wall of yours right now. Stark's excitement grew as he hastily set down the cake in his hands, intent on dragging Ankyluo back to Washington for immediate testing. Fortunately, Pepper interjected with a resigned tone. Boss, you still need to attend the Pinnacle Awards ceremony this evening. Ankyluo chuckled alongside her. What is the rush? Besides, I cannot possibly accompany you to Washington. Am I to abandon my grand cathedral? Then sell me 1,000 coins at $50,000 each. I will call a car to pick you up. Stark disdainfully glanced at the petty Ankyluo and, without a moment's hesitation, extracted a check from his pocket, swiftly signing it for Ankyluo in the amount of $50 million. Ankyluo was taken aback by Stark's lavishness. Is this the realm of the affluent? Well, this is splendid. Even if little Golly consumes all the stake reserves, the money I've saved will suffice for a while. Golly, though adorable, is quite the financial burden, consuming far too much. Carefully placing the check in the corner of his spatial backpack, Ankyluo had no concerns about Stark's acquisition of these coins adversely affecting the global economy. Pepper, standing nearby, twitched her lips, astonished to how quickly her boss had spent $50 million. Wealth does not simply equate to such extravagance. At the very least, some negotiation should occur. Yet, she could not intervene, as Stark was genuinely the boss, and she had to maintain his dignity before others. To prevent Stark from continuing his lavish spending, Pepper kindly approached to remind him, Tony, you should prepare to attend the Pinnacle Awards in Las Vegas. Stark nonchalantly waved his hand. It's fine. There are plenty of such awards. I won't go. I intend to have a good chat with Ankyluo here. You can handle Colonel Rhodes for me, Pepper. Stark turned to meet Pepper's gaze. You can represent me outside. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Pepper was momentarily taken aback by Stark's sudden affectionate tone, and the strong woman felt herself blushing like a love-struck girl, dazedly leaving with Stark's reassurance to have Happy accompany her for protection. Ankyluo watched this amusing scene unfold, recalling how, in his previous life, he had seen Pepper's affection for Stark. He wondered about the nature of their current relationship. In truth, Ankyluo had also been a fan of Stark in his past life, though not an ardent one. Stark's brash demeanor during their first meeting had diminished his idol's glow. Nevertheless, being friends with someone so wealthy was certainly appealing. Once Pepper and Happy had distanced themselves, Ankyluo leaned closer to Stark with a playful expression. Hey, Tony, what is your relationship with Miss Pepper? I think she is quite lovely. Ankyluo's face bore a teasing smile. Stark brusquely pushed Ankyluo away, discontentedly exclaiming, Ankyluo, what are you doing? I warn you, do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts about my assistant. She has no time for romance. The bitterness in his tone was palpable even from a distance, making Ankyluo wince. Chapter 35. Memorial lines. Ankyluo chuckled. I never implied I had any intentions towards Pepper. What about you two? As he spoke, he gestured in a manner that left little ambiguity. Stark, feeling somewhat irritable, raised a middle finger towards Angelo, attempting to explain. I do not indulge in affairs with my assistants. However, observing Stark's noticeably disconcerted expression, it became apparent that he was not as carefree as he had previously claimed. You should consider how to explain to Pepper your habit of changing models every month. Angelo cast a disdainful glance at Stark. I am not interested in your feelings for Pepper. Rather, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Angelo, do you believe there are truly unknown phenomena in this world, such as your magic? Noticing Stark's expression of confusion, Angelo realized that Stark did not possess the nonchalance he had previously exhibited. Angelo refrained from answering immediately, rising to fetch a case of beer from the kitchen, which he placed before Stark. On the occasion of buying gold, the beer is on me today. As he opened a bottle and handed it to Stark, he added, Did you not see it? What do you think? Angelo was equally perplexed, wondering why people sought him for answers to questions they could not comprehend. Matthew is like this, and so is Stark. I am not a proper priest. I do not even possess a confessional. How am I to explain this to you? If you were to ask Ancient One, perhaps there would be an answer. But you ask me? I am as bewildered as you are. Indeed, I have witnessed it. Yet, why was I oblivious to such matters for all these years? Stark, this time, did not disdain Angelo's inferior beer, accepting it and taking a hearty swig. Angelo contemplated, deciding to offer Stark some insight, motivated by the prospect of financial gain. Those with such abilities can be regarded as more powerful ordinary individuals. They too would succumb to a fatal blow. Of course, I might be an exception. Angelo's words aimed to comfort Stark, for in the future, beings like the Hulk and Thor might endure such blows without consequence. Yet currently, they had not manifested. If, as you say, these individuals with extraordinary powers are deemed gods, can a mortal body ever rival divinity? Who knows? Perhaps. Stark and Angelo continued their revelry in the church until evening, even partaking in the church's specialty steak. As they grew increasingly inebriated, Stark insisted on having Angelo serve as the godfather to little Golly. Angelo, somewhat pleased, agreed, having been concerned about how Stark might assist in researching a high-energy food for Golly. Now, the matter was resolved. If your goddaughter would go hungry, it would hardly befit you as her godfather to refrain from offering assistance, would it? Certainly, Angelo acquiesced, not solely for that reason, but also because it was evident that Stark genuinely cherished children. Upon becoming the godfather to little Golly, Stark had even penned 2 promissory notes for supercars, declaring that when Golly found the time, she could freely take 2 vehicles from his garage. Golly, lacking any concept of supercars, found immense joy simply in having cake. The presence of a new father, albeit a godfather, was enough to elevate her happiness. However, not all moments were entirely joyful. In a fit of unwarranted bravado, Stark foolishly challenged Angelo to a duel, attempting to reclaim his pride. Angelo, bemused, had no choice but to let the clay golem administer a lesson to him, subsequently relegating the drunken man to the guest room to indulge in his inebriation. In truth, it was only a little past 8 in the evening when Angelo had Stark confined to the guest room. Golly had already been ushered to bed by Angelo at precisely 8 o'clock. After ensuring Stark's accommodation, Angelo pondered for a moment before quietly entering Golly's room. Inside, little Golly was already fast asleep, clutching a large firearm. Upon hearing Angelo's entrance, she lazily lifted her head for a brief glance before disregarding him once more. Observing Golly's embrace of the weapon, Angelo let out a resigned sigh. While other children snuggled with plush toys, his daughter had chosen a hand cannon as her bedtime companion. Initially intending to retrieve the firearm that night, Angelo found Golly unexpectedly unwilling to relinquish it, so he decided to acquiesce to her wishes. Gently tucking the blanket around Golly, he settled onto the carpet by her bedside, watching her sleep with paternal affection. He had long sensed the peculiarities surrounding Golly and the orange cat. Golly's voracious appetite was striking, and the cat exhibited an unusual degree of human-like behavior, far from that of a typical feline. Yet what did it matter? In Hell's Kitchen, were there not plenty of tales to tell and oddities to encounter? For now, he cared only that Golly was his daughter, and he would safeguard her. One should not underestimate a new father's instinct to protect his daughter. Otherwise, he would not have adorned Golly's hand cannon with so many runic stickers, which, in all seriousness, could bestow upon her the power to vanquish gods, provided she had the ammunition. Angelo tenderly pinched Golly's chubby little cheek, eliciting an adorable frown from her in her dreams. He smiled gently, murmuring softly, "Child, when you came into this world, the Church of Rasmar whispered your name, Gali. My child, I take pride in watching you grow each day, becoming an embodiment of justice. Remember, we have always ruled this land with wisdom and strength. I trust that you will wield your formidable power with caution. Yet, true victory lies in inspiring the spirit of your people. One day, my life will reach its conclusion, and you shall be crowned as queen." With that, Enkairo found himself smiling at the thought. This is a particularly popular line that he was familiar with from a past life, though he is unaware of its specific context. However, according to his interpretation, it embodies the hopes and aspirations parents hold for their children, which is sufficient for him. Children are the continuation of their parents' lives. And Ankiliuo believes that since Xiagali began calling him daddy, she has become the embodiment of his life's legacy. After all, he does not currently have a girlfriend. As long as he is willing, no one would mind. Today marks the first day Xiagali has called him daddy. Thus he feels the need to commemorate this occasion. Beside him, the cat Juzwa, observing Ankiliuo lost in his thoughts, impatiently swatted at him with a paw, prompting Ankiliuo to bare his teeth in a playful threat before Juzwa finally left the room. After closing the door, Ankiliuo was about to return to his room for a rest. He had consumed a fair amount of beer alongside Stark and was feeling somewhat dizzy. At that moment, the door to the church downstairs swung open. Ankiliuo initially thought it was Matthew arriving, but a glance up the stairs revealed that it was Alexei and a group of mob bosses who had come. Only then did he recall that earlier in the day, while taking Xiagali to purchase a firearm, he had instructed Alexei to notify the mob leaders to come here that evening for an announcement. Chapter 36, A Heavy Burden He. Alexei, having spent several days mingling with Ankiliuo in the church, had recently established his standing among these mob leaders. He approached first, grinning as he asked, "Mr. Priest, what brings us here today?" The Hell's Kitchen mob is secretly gathered here. Alexei deliberately avoided referring to himself and the others as mob bosses, fearing it might displease Ankiliuo, especially given that he appeared to have just finished drinking. If he were to let loose in his inebriated state, it could lead to dire consequences. Ankiliuo shook his head a couple of times to clear his mind. "I have summoned you for no particular reason other than to inform you to refrain from fighting in my vicinity. I do not wish for my daughter to grow up in such an environment. Should I witness any fights in this area, I will not hesitate to take action." Upon hearing Ankiliuo's words, the mob leaders exchanged bewildered glances. His statement seemed disjointed and lacking context. Moreover, when did this violent priest acquire a daughter? Fortunately, Alexei had met Xiagali earlier in the day, and he quickly interjected with a flattering smile, Understood. I shall relay your message to them." Now, the mob leaders who had intended to inquire further fell silent. Realizing that Alexei seemed to understand the situation well, they decided it best to keep their questions to themselves. At this moment, a sense of regret began to surface among the mob leaders. Perhaps it would have been better if they had remained after paying their penance, fostering a closer relationship with this violent priest, which would serve as a protective charm in Hell's Kitchen. Alexei stepped forward and patted the bald-headed leader on the shoulder, saying, "You're not beyond redemption yet. Why not consider what legitimate business ventures you could pursue? Forget it. Think about it yourself. I have no desire to burden myself with this." Alexei chuckled lightly, wisely refraining from pursuing the topic further. His current wealth indeed allowed for a life of ease. Yet he was acutely aware of the sordid affairs of high-ranking individuals. He understood that not only would those elites seek retribution, but even his subordinates would not hesitate to eliminate him to ascend to power, an opportunity that would not be overlooked. After a moment of hesitation, Mr. Alexei addressed the matter of Bayard, stating, "There have been some new developments, and we would like to inquire about your perspective." "Bayard? Isn't that the human trafficker?" In all honesty, Angelo had nearly forgotten about this individual. Had it not been for Alexei's mention, he would have struggled to recall him. "What? Are there new discoveries?" Angelo finally stirred to attention. A look of discomfort crossed Alexei's face, mirrored by the other gang leaders, as he continued. "We have traced indications that there are indeed others behind Bayard, yet these individuals appear to operate beyond Hell's Kitchen. This line of work is not only distasteful to Angelo, but is also unacceptable to the gangs. Then let us pursue this further. There is nothing insurmountable here. And I am willing to assist, Angelo asserted earnestly. We are the gangs of Hell's Kitchen. We cannot venture beyond its confines. Alexei finally voiced his concerns. Ever since Gene Bing ascended to the throne of New York's underworld, he had tirelessly worked to maintain order. Having emerged from Hell's Kitchen himself, he was acutely aware of the stark contrast between this den of iniquity and the outside world, where other gangs seemed like mere street thugs. It must be noted that the gangs of Hell's Kitchen were bold enough to engage in gunfights openly, while those from outside would consider it a significant incident if a single shot were fired. Consequently, Gene Bing had established a crucial rule. No power was permitted to step beyond Hell's Kitchen. Angelo, not being foolish, grasped the implications of this situation. If gangs were allowed to roam freely, New York would likely be in utter chaos by now. He gestured towards Alexei and the others, saying, "All right, I understand. I will speak with Gene Bing about the leads in New York. He can handle it." With that, Alexei and the others departed with a sense of relief, having silently mourned the impending fate of Bayard's unseen allies. The violent priest Angelo, alongside the underground Emperor Gene Bing, made it clear that survival for their adversaries was unlikely. Even if they possessed some formidable background, could they withstand Angelo's might? Setting aside Alexei's venture with the gang leaders to learn about the purple-haired girl, Angelo did not immediately contact Gene Bing after their departure. Instead, he chose to retire upstairs for some rest. I will wait until tomorrow to call Gene Bing. After all, what if he is preoccupied with some private matters? One more night won't make a difference. Angelo silently commended his own understanding. The following day, Cairo was roused from his slumber by the delightful antics of Little Jelly, who burst into the room with orange seat. Though he initially wished to linger a while longer in bed, he found himself obliged to sit up and catch the exuberant child bouncing towards him. "Daddy, it's time for breakfast. I can already smell the steaks that big sister know. One is cooking downstairs." Little Jelly beamed, her mouth a gleaming display of pearly teeth. Suddenly, Cairo was struck by a grave concern. Had Little Jelly neglected to brush her teeth before bed last night? He pinched her cheek playfully and, with a stern expression, inquired, "Little princess, did you go to bed without brushing your teeth last night?" Little Jelly stuck out her tiny tongue and attempted to flee, only to be firmly grasped by Cairo, who elicited a sweet, "Daddy, I promise I won't forget next time." Instantly, Cairo's demeanor softened. He reached out to gently tickle Jelly's nose, kindly warning, "Be careful, or the tooth fairy might come to steal your teeth." How terrifying!" Little Jelly exclaimed, then retrieved a fearsome-looking toy gun from behind her, declaring, "I'm not afraid. If it comes, I'll shoot it." Meanwhile, Orange Seat's expression transformed into a complex mix of emotions. In fairy tales, the tooth fairy exchanges gifts for children's lost teeth, but here, under Cairo's influence, it had morphed into a dark fable. Even more astonishing was the rapid transformation of the adorable Little Jelly into this violent persona within a mere 2 days. At that moment, Cairo noticed a newly crafted holster on Little Jelly's back, from which she had drawn the toy gun. "Daddy, isn't this pouch pretty?" "Big sister, no. One made it for me this morning." Little Jelly observed Cairo's gaze. "It is indeed lovely," he replied, realizing it was time to abandon the warmth of his bed. Naturally, he could not allow himself or Stark to linger any longer. He took it upon himself to burst into Stark's room before Big Sister Number 1 had finished preparing breakfast. Yanking Stark from the bed, confronted with Stark's bewildered and slightly grumpy expression, Cairo shrugged. "This is a morning gift from your goddaughter, in return for yesterday's 2 supercar receipts. Come now, little princess, greet your godfather." Little Jelly obediently hugged Cairo's leg, gazing adorably at Stark as she called out, "Godfather." Of course, it would have been preferable if Little Jelly could set down her toy gun. Chapter 37. Is Stark going to Afghanistan? Stark sat in the hall, partaking in breakfast with Cairo, while listening to Cairo recount how he had insisted on recognizing Little Jelly as his goddaughter the previous night. "Mr. Stark, you cannot back out now." Cairo concluded his tale with a smile. Stark offered a wry smile as he glanced at Little Jelly, who was voraciously consuming steak. "I have no regrets. Little Jelly is quite charming, and I adore her. However, is there truly no concern regarding her appetite? This was already the 13th piece of steak that he had witnessed her devour, with no signs of her stopping in sight. Stark could scarcely manage a single bite. He is an adult, after all. Rest assured, it's quite all right. I've grown accustomed to it, Angelo replied, shrugging his shoulders. Mr. Stark, I believe you should contemplate how to develop a high-energy yet delectable food for your goddaughter. At this moment, Angelo revealed his true intention, to have the eminent scientist Stark create a nutritious food specifically for little Golly. Although it seemed a formidable challenge, one must remember that Stark is a preeminent scientist of the world. Surely, he could be trusted, couldn't he? Stark grinned, turning to greet little Golly, and then addressed Angelo, saying, "Very well, I accept. Once I attend to my current matters, I shall begin to research." Just as Stark was about to say more, the church doors were abruptly flung open, startling both Angelo and Stark, effectively interrupting their conversation. Angelo raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to impart a profound lesson to the intruder. Surely, no one would dare to trouble him now, would they? At the very least, the gangs of Hell's Kitchen would not. Upon realizing that the newcomer was Pepper, Angelo wisely chose not to provoke the enraged woman and discreetly stepped aside, a lesson learned through past experiences. Most importantly, Pepper appeared to be seeking an audience with Stark, leaving Angelo with no reason to meddle in their affairs. After all, such matters were best resolved by the couple themselves. It was far more entertaining to observe from a distance. Pepper animatedly conveyed something to Stark, who maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Since boarding Stark's private jet to travel from New York to Las Vegas for an awards ceremony, Pepper had come to the realization that she had been deceived by Stark. While it was no trouble for her to present the award on his behalf, as she had long since grown accustomed to Stark's whims, her awareness deepened when Colonel Rhodes approached her. It was then she recalled Stark's arrangement with Rhodes to jointly demonstrate the latest Jericho missile for the military in Afghanistan. Coupled with Obadiah's urgency, she had hastily flown back for 8 hours to confront Stark. Pepper also considered Obadiah's warning that should Tony decline, the loss of this contract would lead to a significant drop in Stark industry stock. Ultimately, after Pepper's fervent insistence, Stark consented to accompany her to Las Vegas to join Rhodes on their journey to Afghanistan. Before their departure, Stark made a point to bid farewell to Angelo and little Golly. Angelo, after some deliberation, cautioned Stark, "Mr. Stark, Afghanistan is not a safe place. Please exercise caution. Should any insurmountable issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I should be able to assist." Meanwhile, Pepper, visibly fatigued, recalled the scene she had witnessed at Angelo's the previous day, nodding in understanding. Stark, however, remained unperturbed, chuckling as he responded to Angelo, "Hey, buddy, what danger could possibly befall me? Surely, no one would dare to attack a convoy of the U.S. military. Who knows?" Angelo remarked with a hint of profundity, though Stark and Pepper paid him no heed. Stark shrugged nonchalantly and said, "If someone were truly mad enough to attack a U.S. military convoy, I would build a children's hospital for little Golly in Hell's Kitchen." After pondering for a moment, Angelo ultimately chose not to dissuade Stark. Eventually, Stark departed, and Angelo accompanied little Golly to finish their meal, cheerfully leading her to sit on the grass outside the church, basking in the sun. The lawn, having been tended to, finally resembled what a proper green space should look like. The wild weeds had mostly been cleared away, leaving only soft blades of grass. Little Golly played with her orange seat beside her, while Angelo dialed a number for Jean Bing. He hadn't forgotten the conversation he had with those gang leaders the previous night. A promise made must be fulfilled. During Jean Bing's last visit, they exchanged contact numbers. When the call connected, a deep voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, Pastor, what's the matter?" "Ah, Jean Bing. This is Angelo," he stated directly, skipping any preamble. "I've uncovered a lead regarding the forces behind a human trafficker. Would you care to investigate? It extends beyond Hell's Kitchen." After a moment of silence, Jean Bing replied, "Are you referring to the individuals behind Bayard?" Angelo was taken aback that Jean Bing was already aware. After all, he had yet to explain the situation. As for the possibility of Jean Bing being involved with Bayard's backers, that was utterly implausible. If Jean Bing were indeed involved, He would not be able to comfortably maintain his position as the emperor of New York's underworld. He would have long been overthrown by the gangs united against him. The politicians of New York would never tacitly accept Gene Bing's status. You know, I know a little but not much. However, I advise you to let this matter rest. The individuals behind UNDEAD are complex and possess significant power. Angelo found himself both amused and infuriated by Gene Bing's attitude. Complex? Powerful? Does power grant them the liberty to act with impunity? To turn a blind eye to the existence of human traffickers? Are you implying that you choose to remain uninvolved? Angelo barked into the phone, his disdain for human traffickers palpable. His loathing had begun in a previous life. How many missing children had been sold off to be maimed and turned into beggars? How many university students had been abducted to remote areas, imprisoned, and reduced to mere breeding tools? Although I'm the boss of New York's underground world, many eyes are upon my position. Gene Bing did not outright refuse. Instead, he began to explain his reasoning. Recently, the police in New York have been causing me constant trouble, and those above me expect me to maintain order in the underworld. What do you suggest I do? Angelo grew increasingly impatient. Frankly, he was not adept at the intricate power struggles of this realm. It is said that adults are guided by self-interest, and if Angelo were placed in Gene Bing's position, he would not necessarily perform better. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that Angelo chose to settle in Hell's Kitchen rather than eliminate Gene Bing to ascend as the new kingpin of New York. Compared to ambition, he preferred to savor life like a contented fish. His logic for survival is remarkably straightforward: to live as he pleases. Despite possessing formidable power, he refrains from arbitrarily depriving or harming others. However, when confronted with the moral depravity embodied by human traffickers, entities unworthy of the very title of human, he is resolute. While he may not reach distant realms, he is determined to uproot the traffickers in New York. He cannot save everyone. It suffices to protect those close to him. Very well. If you find it inconvenient to intervene, I shall take matters into my own hands. Whether it is to avenge number one and the others, or to ensure that little Golly is never at risk of abduction, I will not hesitate. He thundered into the phone. He comprehended Gene Bing's predicament, yet that did not equate to yielding. Chapter 38. Uncle Long. Gene Bing sat in his grand chair, massaging his temples in exasperation. He was well aware of Angelo's capabilities. His direct involvement could undoubtedly resolve the issue, but it would also precipitate far greater complications. An outright annihilation of an organization would create a ripple effect in the underground world that could not be succinctly articulated. Rather than allow Angelo to act recklessly, it would be more prudent for him to pursue the matter himself, thus minimizing the repercussions. To maintain order in New York's underbelly, Angelo must not be allowed to intervene. After resolving his thoughts, Gene Bing addressed Angelo on the line. Mr. Priest, I shall take charge of this matter. You need not involve yourself. I will send someone to you shortly to exchange intelligence. Angelo exhaled in relief. While he was indeed a formidable fighter, he was but one man and could not guarantee that no loose ends would escape his grasp. Additionally, he detested complications. Gene Bing's willingness to take the reins significantly alleviated his burdens. Isn't it more pleasant to remain at the church with little Golly? He mused. Do not send anyone to me. Simply seek out Alexei. Angelo firmly rejected. The leads were uncovered by us. I'm unaware of the details. Gene Bing paused, incredulous. As he hung up the phone, bemused. You have no information, yet you spoke so decisively, as if you were poised to confront those individuals immediately. Are you attempting to compel me into action? Despite the sudden sensation of being in Angelo's service, Gene Bing was not so petty as to renege on his promise. After terminating the call, he promptly summoned his subordinates to arrange the matter. Erica, please come up. After Angelo hung up, he ceased to fret over the situation. With Gene Bing assuming control, it was unlikely that significant problems would arise. Observing little Golly's apprehensive expression, Angelo smiled gently and reached out to stroke her purple hair. What troubles you, my little princess? Has your father frightened you? Little Golly, clutching her oversized toy, resolutely shook her head and called for the orange cat. Father, are you going to fight? I can help too. I want to go. Angelo gazed bemusedly at the petite figure of little Gali, observing her earnest expression. He reached out to embrace her and waved off the orange seat, suggesting it play elsewhere. My dear princess, you must remember to refrain from resorting to violence at every turn. He gently brushed down little Gali's wind-tousled hair, affirming, Father does not engage in fights. I am here to accompany you, my little princess. Gali's face lit up once more with a smile, planting a kiss on Angelo's cheek. At that moment, number 1 emerged, holding 2 glasses of lemonade. Observing the harmonious scene between Gali and Angelo, it was as if they were destined to be a father and daughter, their differing appearances not detracting from the bond they shared. Angelo spent some time playing with Gali on the grass. Gali possessed a particularly contented nature. Even the simplest games became delightful with Angelo by her side. As long as her father was with her, any activity brought her joy. Excuse me, is this the Lasma Church? As the two engaged in their playful interaction, a white-haired elderly man with a prominent nose entered through the gate. Clad in a bright yellow jacket, Angelo glanced over, rising from the grass to kindly inquire, Yes, this is indeed Lasma Church. How may I assist you? The elderly man appeared to be in his 60s or perhaps older, his face marked not only by wrinkles but also by faint scars. Upon hearing Angelo's authentic Chinese accent, a smile spread across his face. Anyone encountering a compatriot speaking the same language in a foreign land would be delighted. Yet, there lingered a trace of enduring sorrow in the depths of this weathered man's eyes. Hello, sir. Do you know Mr. Angelo, the pastor here? I am looking for Mr. Angelo. The elderly man was as amiable as a kindly neighbor, and his Chinese visage greatly eased Angelo's wariness. Uncle, I am Angelo. How may I help you? Angelo maintained a respectful demeanor towards the elderly, adhering to the traditional values of honoring one's elders. Hello, boss. My name is Guan Yulong. I am here to apply for the position of chef. I heard from Boss Zhou in New York's Chinatown that you're seeking a Chinese chef. I previously operated a Chinese restaurant in England. Upon realizing that this young man was indeed Angelo, Guan Yulong's demeanor shifted to one of respect, understanding that he would be seeking employment under this young man. Having left his own restaurant to Lin Baoyi, recalling that he had indeed asked Zhou Guoxiang from Chinatown to keep an eye out for a Chinese chef, Angelo had almost forgotten amidst his daily indulgence in number 6 grilled steak. He affectionately ruffled the curious little Gali's hair and smiled at the elderly man, saying, There is no need for such formality. You may call me Angelo, or whatever you prefer. Uncle Long, may I call you Uncle Long? I look forward to your assistance. Thank you very much, the elderly man replied. Uncle Long nodded in agreement, casting a somewhat envious glance at the warm interaction between Angelo and Zaijiali. Had it not been for the unexpected turn of events, he might have been cradling a granddaughter in a few years, given that the other party had previously run a Chinese restaurant in the UK. His culinary skills were undoubtedly commendable. He merely hoped that Zaijiali's appetite would not frighten him away. After a moment's contemplation, Angelo spoke again. Uncle Long, my family tends to require a larger portion size. Both my daughter and I have quite hearty appetites. He emphasized the word larger. Not a problem. My restaurant in the UK was quite successful, and I enjoyed the bustle of daily activity, Uncle Long replied without hesitation, his gaze kindly resting on Zaijiali. Being able to eat is a blessing, especially for a young lady like you who is still growing. Little princess, say hello to Grandpa Long, Angelo encouraged, taking Zaijiali's small hand to prompt her to greet Uncle Long, as her meals would surely involve his assistance in the future. Hello, Grandpa Long. Zaijiali sweetly tugged on Angelo's finger, her gentle voice instantly bringing a smile to Uncle Long's face. Good. And hello to you too. Uncle Long responded with a warm, affectionate tone, his eyes reflecting the fondness of a grandparent observing their own progeny. By the way, Uncle Long, do you have a place to stay? If not, I can reserve a room for you here, or I can assist in renting one. I can cover the costs. Angelo offered. When he had disentangled himself from Zhou Guoxiang's assistance in finding a chef, they had already agreed on the terms. A monthly salary of 6,000, including room and board. Given that Uncle Long was an adult, Angelo did not insist on him living at the church. After all, If Uncle Long wished to support a struggling young lady on the street, staying outside would be more convenient, wouldn't he? I've already rented a place just down this street, Uncle Long replied with a smile, choosing not to mention the room and board arrangement. And Killuo, understanding the unspoken agreement, also refrained from addressing the matter, quietly adding the rental costs to Uncle Long's salary for the end of the month. Their mutual understanding on this issue mirrored their silent acknowledgement of each other's backgrounds. And Killuo could discern that Uncle Long was undoubtedly a man with a story to tell. One's eyes cannot conceal their tales, and it was unlikely that a serious chef would choose to work in Hell's Kitchen without a few stories of their own. As for Uncle Long, he had likely gathered some insight into An Killuo's situation from Zhou Guoxiang, and was thus well aware of the underlying nuances. This perhaps exemplifies the distinction between Chinese individuals and those from other nations. Not every matter necessitates explicit elucidation. Chapter 39. The true delicacies. While An Killuo was indeed curious about the elder's story, now was not the appropriate moment to inquire, as they had only just met. All right, Uncle Long, you may go inside now, An Killuo gestured to the first assistant, signaling her to escort Uncle Long within. Hell's Kitchen was not a serene locale. Yet in the vicinity of An Killuo's entrance, the atmosphere felt remarkably devoid of the typical chaos. Even the drug dealers that commonly lurked around the corners had seemingly vanished. This encapsulates Uncle Long's initial impression upon his arrival here. Before he located An Killuo, he had likely inquired about the environment of Hell's Kitchen. A few days prior, Zhou Guoxiang had shared some insights, yet Long felt compelled to ascertain that his presence would not impose any burden on An Killuo. The locals, be they street gangsters or residents, spoke of An Killuo with great discretion, merely describing him as a young man of immense respect. Regardless of how persistently he probed, they remained tight-lipped. Uncle Long, accompanied by Number 1, meandered through the church before being escorted to the dining hall. From the kitchen window, he observed An Killuo frolicking on the lawn with little Charlie. Had it not been for his long-standing acquaintance with Zhou Guoxiang, who had shared some details about An Killuo, he would never have imagined that this notorious Hell's Kitchen, even renowned in Britain, could be sanctified by the presence of such a young man. How had he achieved this? Shaking his head, Uncle Long dismissed these disordered thoughts. The means were inconsequential. His purpose in coming here was solely to ensure that Lin Baoyi would not encounter any trouble or harm. Miss Number 6, what flavors do you typically enjoy? Uncle Long, you may simply call me Number 6, she replied politely with a bow. Earlier, my sister mentioned that the boss desires to savor Chinese cuisine, and I can assist you with that. An Killuo played with little Charlie outside until noon. Although it sounded lengthy, it was barely 3 hours. Soon, the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen chimney captured their attention. It was delightful, unlike the usual scent of Number 6's steaks. This fragrance was enriched with a hint of spices, a subtle whiff of tomatoes, and various other enticing notes. An Killuo was neither a chef nor even a discerning connoisseur. He could not articulate these scents in detail. Yet, upon inhaling this aroma, his spirit was invigorated. This was the authentic flavor of Chinese cuisine. These foreigners' palates were utterly bland. Where was the richness in preparation and seasoning found back home? Daddy, little Charlie whispered, swallowing hard. What is this flavor? The steak that Sister Number 6 made doesn't taste like this. An Killuo also swallowed discreetly, chuckling as he tousled Charlie's hair. This is Chinese cuisine. This is the pinnacle of culinary art. Shall we go in and take a look? Okay. Little Charlie eagerly tugged at her father's hand, racing toward the church with her little legs moving swiftly, while An Killuo followed behind, laughing. Indeed, many Chinese dishes might not appeal to foreigners, and certain ingredients were often unpalatable to them. However, An Killuo preferred to cultivate Charlie's palate for Chinese flavors, believing that only a cuisine encompassing the quintessence of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty could be deemed true gastronomy. Life is much like this. Did you not notice how little Charlie was already salivating at the scent? When An Killuo returned to the church with little Charlie, Uncle Long was already clad in an apron, serving the meal, while Number 6 assisted him. Upon seeing little Charlie eagerly tugging at An Killuo, Uncle Long quickly wiped his hands on his apron and approached with a warm smile, saying, "Oh, my little princess, There is no need to be in such a rush. I have prepared a feast. Grandpa Long, is it time to eat? Although little Charlie's gaze was fixated on the dining table, brimming with eagerness, she respectfully paused, waiting for Uncle Long's nod. Just moments ago, her father had advised her to show respect to the chef who prepared her meal. All right, Uncle Long chuckled, stepping aside to let her pass, while reminding her gently, take your time eating, no need to hurry. There's plenty for everyone. He had taken number 6 advice to heart, preparing a plethora of dishes. While he harbored doubts about whether they could consume it all, he understood the wisdom in listening to others and ensuring a hearty meal. With Uncle Long's permission, little Charlie cheered and pulled Angelo to their seats. Angelo surveyed the spread before him, realizing that Uncle Long was indeed a talented chef. Not only was there an abundance of food, but the variety was impressive as well. The staple was the simplest of steamed rice, accompanied by dishes such as beef stew with tomatoes and potatoes, black pepper beef, spicy beef, and a refreshing stir-fried cabbage and vinegar, even topped off with a dessert of corn with pine nuts. The mere sight of these dishes ignited an appetite, and the aroma wafted enticingly through the air. Angelo watched as little Charlie, under number 1's guidance, clumsily attempted to use chopsticks to pick up food from the plates. He smiled, choosing not to interrupt number 1's instruction. Indeed, he felt fortunate to have encountered Uncle Long's culinary skills. It seemed almost a waste for him to be a chef here. However, that was of little concern. He could always offer Uncle Long a raise. With such talent, regardless of Uncle Long's troubles, Angelo would gladly shoulder them. He was no fool. Initially, he had not anticipated Uncle Long's exceptional skills. Such talent could easily thrive in a Chinese restaurant on Chinatown, guaranteed to attract a bustling clientele, with affluent investors eager to support it. Clearly, Uncle Long's presence in Hell's Kitchen signified some underlying troubles. As they dined, Angelo contemplated how best to converse with Uncle Long about these matters. While he could assist in alleviating Uncle Long's burdens, he must first ascertain the nature of those troubles. Little Charlie, under Uncle Long's astonished gaze, consumed over 10 bowls of rice, creating a rather surreal scene. Glancing at little Charlie's flat belly, Uncle Long was utterly perplexed as to where all the food had disappeared, and this did not even account for the dishes. Decades prior, during his time back home, he had encountered some extraordinary individuals, yet none could possibly consume over 10 bowls of rice in a single sitting. Moreover, little Charlie was merely a 4 or 5-year-old girl. Beside her, number 1 had long grown accustomed to the spectacle. Initially, when they first witnessed the prodigious appetite of Xiaogali, they were utterly astounded. However, as Xiaogali consumed such copious amounts at every meal, they gradually became accustomed to it. Under the table, the orange seat was also voraciously devouring a steak, which constituted its daily fare. As Angelo finished his meal, he intended to rise and seek a secluded spot to converse with Uncle Long. Just then, a voice emanated from the church entrance, and in strode a bald man, the sunlight outside beaming off his head and casting a luminous spot onto the church ceiling. "Hello, Mr. Angelo," spoke the bald man. Angelo chose to ignore him, instead directing a bemused glance towards the individual following closely behind, the S.H.L. agent, Phil Coulson. "Agent Coulson, what brings you here this time? I have made it clear that I hold little fondness for your organization." Although the $5 million from their last encounter had been swiftly settled, the adage that the customer is always right evidently did not apply in Angelo's case. Coulson opened his mouth awkwardly, about to speak, only to be interrupted by the bald man. "Mr. Angelo, this visit was my idea. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nick Fury." Angelo directly interjected, raising an eyebrow. "I know who you are, the current director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, the king of agents, and a master tactician. So what brings you here?" "I harbor a greater disdain for you than for Coulson." Fury, unfazed by Angelo's demeanor, appeared unsurprised, having observed his attitude through surveillance footage. Ignoring the subtle hostility, he jovially remarked, "Hey, buddy, is it because I lack a Kardashian-like posterior?" Following this, he erupted into laughter as if he had shared a remarkable jest. Angelo regarded this grotesque figure with a cold gaze, unperturbed, as though he were witnessing a humorless pantomime. He could not fathom what warranted the personal visit of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director. But one thing was certain. The name Nick Fury encapsulated nothing but trouble. Almost all known predicaments within the Marvel Universe stemmed from this director's terrifying need for control. After a brief moment of laughter, Fury realized that Angelo was not amused. He composed himself and continued his attempts to bridge the gap, saying, "Mr. Angelo, your suggestion for the name S.H.I.E.L.D. was rather apartment. The full title, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, is excessively lengthy. S.H.I.E.L.D. has a nice ring to it." Angelo's expression turned peculiar. He had not anticipated that he had inadvertently contributed to the naming of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Well, I acknowledge your gratitude, Director. If there is nothing further, I kindly ask you to take your leave." Regardless of Fury's entreaties, Angelo was resolute in maintaining a distance from him. "Mr. Angelo, do you truly believe you are the only one who is exceptional?" The dark figure finally relinquished his sullen demeanor and ceased his performance. "There are countless individuals in this world who resemble you. Are you referring to the captain who was encased in ice?" Angelo interrupted impatiently, expressing his indifference towards your S.H.I.E.L.D. and even your so-called Avengers Initiative. Do not disturb me, do you understand? Damn it. The other party was even aware of the Avengers Initiative. This plan was known only to a select few high-ranking officials. Could it be that someone within S.H.I.E.L.D. has leaked information? Nick Fury involuntarily pondered over some inexplicable occurrences from the past few years, gradually forming a hypothesis. "We are not enemies, Mr. Angelo. We are the last line of defense for Earth. I fail to comprehend why you harbor such hostility towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you think this is why you are still here, engaging in this futile dialogue with me?" Angelo, uninterested in further conversation, silently summoned the clay golem at the entrance, gesturing towards Nick Fury and Coulson to direct it to attack. Nick Fury stared in horror at the two statues that had come to life, advancing towards him and Coulson with heavy steps. What the hell is that creature? The previous intelligence reports had not indicated that Angelo possessed such abilities. All they knew was that he was impervious to weapons and capable of causing explosions. Hey! Nick Fury hastily waved his hands. "Mr. Angelo, we can leave on our own." Without waiting for Angelo to respond, he turned and left with Coulson. The intelligence was flawed. This was utterly lethal for agents. Not only did they need to reassess his capabilities, but they also required a complete reevaluation of his profile. They had failed to grasp the essence of Angelo. One misstep leads to another. While S.H.I.E.L.D. could resort to violent means against others, doing so against Angelo would be entirely inappropriate. Setting aside the question of how to defeat him, simply considering his connection to Stark makes the use of force unwise. One should not underestimate the influence of Stark Industries. A colossal entity in a nation like America, it could inflict considerable damage on S.H.I.E.L.D. Angelo, in this context, resembled a prickly hedgehog, impossible to handle. Unbeknownst to Nick Fury, Angelo was not merely a prickly hedgehog. He was the tip of an iceberg, a ravenous tiger. Since the mission had failed, should he remain and await expulsion? Did he no longer care for his dignity? Angelo observed the retreating figures of the two, remaining silent for a moment. Since they were leaving voluntarily, he made no move to have the clay golem expel them. Instead, he instructed the two golems to escort them out. Though he was unafraid of S.H.I.E.L.D., he still had to coexist within this environment, and it was prudent not to escalate tensions with such a formidable organization. "Nick Fury," Angelo called out to the dark figure's back. "Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Never attempt to control forces beyond your grasp. Had it not been for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s insatiable curiosity regarding the Tesseract, the First Battle of New York might never have transpired, nor would so many lives have been lost during that tumultuous event. Ultimately, the Tesseract fell into the hands of that purple-hued fiend, Thanos." Nick Fury paused momentarily, uncertain whether Angelo was privy to the knowledge he possessed. Such matters were classified within SHIELD, and it appeared he would need to investigate the potential leak once he returned. As compensation for this disruption, I shall ensure that $1 million is transferred to your account, leaving only the echo of Nick Fury's voice in the church. After dismissing the two agents from SHIELD, Angelo shook his head in amusement. The words of an agent were hardly trustworthy, let alone those of Nick Fury, the king of spies. Compensation? Only a fool would believe such nonsense. Despite Nick Fury's demeanor, which implied he had suffered a great injustice, anyone gullible enough to trust that rascal would surely find themselves betrayed and counting their own losses. However, that was no concern of Angelo's, as he was determined not to align himself with SHIELD, knowing that they had discovered his presence, and considering Nick Fury's character. It was clear this would not be their sole encounter. Yet, Angelo felt no fear. Should they return, he would simply send them packing. Wasn't it far more delightful to spend time with his daughter? Nonetheless, after Nick Fury's interruption, Angelo lost the desire to converse with Uncle Long. He resolved to remain vigilant, observing any troubles Uncle Long might be facing. After all, if Long had not reached out to him, there must be a reason. Earlier, Nick Fury's presence had failed to divert little Jelly's attention from her meal, as she devoured 2 bowls of rice in quick succession. "Daddy," Jelly said, her cheeks full. "Who was that bald man? He looked so ugly." In her brief glance amidst her meal, she had caught sight of Nick Fury's gleaming head, and was struck by his unattractiveness. Angelo chuckled, lifting little Jelly from the table. "My dear princess, that bald man is a fool. Just avoid him whenever you see him. Foolishness can be contagious." Chapter 41. Uncle Long is a master. Little Jelly nodded, somewhat comprehending, though she did not fully grasp the meaning of her father's description of fool. She understood that following his advice and steering clear of that grotesque figure was wise. Uncle Long was undeterred by the alarming appetites of Jelly and Orange Seat. He toiled throughout the afternoon, preparing a sumptuous dinner for the evening. Before departing the church, Angelo observed the sweat-soaked temples of Uncle Long and felt a pang of sympathy. "Uncle Long, when you find yourself overwhelmed, do not hesitate to call on number 1 and the others for assistance. You need not shoulder everything alone. It's all right. Keeping busy is beneficial. When one is occupied, there is little time for idle thoughts," Uncle Long replied with a jovial smile, pulling up the zipper of his jacket. "Do not worry about me, Angelo. You young people have your own lives to lead. What concern is an old man like me?" Having spoken, without waiting for Angelo to respond, Uncle Long quickened his pace, departing from the church and heading towards the house he had rented at the street corner. Angelo opened his mouth to speak, but, upon gazing at Uncle Long's silhouette beneath the streetlight, ultimately refrained from saying anything, merely letting out a sigh. Uncle Long was not merely an ordinary restaurant chef or owner. He undoubtedly harbored a story of his own. After bidding farewell to Uncle Long, Angelo spent some time watching television with little Jelly. The young girl excitedly pointed at the news broadcast, exclaiming, "Daddy, look, it's the Godfather. He is on television." Angelo chuckled as he poured Jelly a glass of lemonade. "My little princess, isn't it quite normal for Stark to appear on television? If you were to cash in those 2 car vouchers he gave you, perhaps you could be on television too." At that moment, Angelo suddenly perceived the truth in the notion of raising a daughter in abundance. After all, he was not impoverished. He even owned a grand cathedral. Moreover, little Jelly had such a wealthy godfather in Stark. Otherwise, if she were to encounter someone like Stark in the future, she might very well be deceived. 2 days had passed since Uncle Long's first arrival at the church. Angelo had not inquired about Uncle Long's story during this time. All he needed was a chef proficient in Chinese cuisine, and clearly, Uncle Long excelled in this regard. His culinary skills were on par with those of the finest chefs from his previous life, and he even took charge of procuring the ingredients, which undoubtedly alleviated many of Angelo's burdens. Furthermore, were there not countless stories among the denizens of Hell's Kitchen? Over the past 2 days, Uncle Long had been preparing various regional Chinese dishes, and compared to the previous chef's skills, it was as if they were worlds apart, even in comparison to Chef No. 6. Uncle Long's prowess surpassed by a considerable margin. This morning, as Angelo awoke from his slumber, he heard rhythmic shouts emanating from the church's backyard. Heave! Huh! The voices seemed to belong to the group, led by number 1. Driven by curiosity, he abandoned his plans to linger in bed, dressed quickly, and approached the window to peer outside. He beheld a sizable cleared space on what had once been grass, where number 1 and her companions were practicing stances under Uncle Long's guidance. Was this martial arts? Angelo recognized the stance they were assuming, known as the horse stance, fundamental to traditional Chinese martial arts. However, he was taken aback to discover that Uncle Long was evidently an adept practitioner of martial arts. He appeared quite formidable, and number 1 and her companions were following his instructions with commendable precision. Even little Jelly had risen early. She stood amongst them, puffing her cheeks earnestly as she practiced the horse stance. Angelo couldn't help but smile at the sight of Jelly's round, serious face. Despite her earnest demeanor, she only grew more endearing with each glance. Noticing that no unexpected incidents had arisen, Angelo felt reassured and decided to inquire with Uncle Long about what was transpiring. As Angelo completed his morning routine, the plump orange cat, Juzwa, emerged from the room belonging to the little girl, Jelly. This lazy feline did not rise early like the others. Instead, it preferred to awaken just before mealtime. Angelo perceived a peculiar and complex expression on the cat's face, reminiscent of a middle-aged man lamenting his own burgeoning belly and the relentless passage of time. Amused, he quickly dismissed such an absurd notion from his mind. Surely, even a cat as extraordinary as Juzwa could not possess such anthropomorphic expressions. Perhaps he was simply overthinking it. With a casual grip on the nape of Juzwa's neck, Angelo lifted the cat, who offered only a token struggle. Faced with the choice between food and dignity, Juzwa decisively opted for sustenance. After all, what malice could a kitten harbor? It was merely a matter of a midlife crisis. In this peculiar atmosphere, the man and his cat made their way to the courtyard, where Uncle Long's martial arts troupe had concluded their morning exercises. Number 1 and the others were wiping the sweat from their brows, preparing to commence their day's work. Curiously, while number 1 and the others were drenched in perspiration, little Jelly seemed unfazed, darting about and eagerly pestering Uncle Long for more practical lessons in martial arts. Uncle Long, with a warm smile, indulged her, even demonstrating a set of punches just for her. Once number 1 and the others donned their jackets and exited the backyard, Angelo approached, still cradling Juzwa. "Good morning, Daddy. And you too, Juzwa." Upon seeing her father and the orange cat, Jelly cheered, abandoning Uncle Long to rush towards Angelo. "Good morning, little princess." Angelo chuckled as he casually set Juzwa down on the grass and lifted Jelly into his arms. Playfully scrunching her little nose before turning his attention to Uncle Long, Juzwa, momentarily bewildered by the sudden change in his situation, gazed up in confusion, his fat feline face brimming with questions. "Good morning, Uncle Long, what is going on?" Angelo inquired, choosing to ignore the astutely perceptive cat. Uncle Long, wiping his hands with a towel, wore a humble smile typical of his culture. "Well, Angelo, I happen to possess a modest understanding of martial arts. If you are of Chinese descent, you should be familiar with our traditional skills, correct?" "Yes, I have heard of them." Angelo nodded, a smile gracing his face. "However, Uncle Long, it seems to me that your understanding is far from modest. In the realm of Marvel, the art of martial prowess remains somewhat enigmatic to him. However, in his previous life, due to the influence of Bruce Lee, many individuals from abroad had mythologized domestic martial arts, particularly within the minds of certain Americans, where martial arts are perceived almost as a mystical discipline. It is commonly believed that every Chinese individual possesses a mastery of such skills. Yet, Angelo is acutely aware that this is mere fanciful exaggeration. Of course, that was in another life, devoid of any supernatural forces. Nevertheless, within the chaotic power dynamics of the Marvel Universe, the situation becomes less clear. As for his perception of Uncle Long, it is evident that he is far from merely possessing a superficial understanding. Angelo sensed a palpable aura of expertise emanating from him. Earlier, while observing Uncle Long demonstrate the horse stance to number 1 and others, Angelo could distinctly feel the presence of a skilled practitioner. Uncle Long's stance was not only formidable in attack, but also defensively sound. Despite Angelo's own considerable prowess, he recognized Uncle Long as a master. Although in a one-on-one confrontation, Uncle Long might not prevail against him, he would certainly pose a significant challenge to most ordinary individuals and even well-trained soldiers. Uncle Long opened his mouth, seemingly about to offer an explanation, when suddenly the sound of high heels echoing through the church's foyer interrupted them, accompanied by Pepper's anxious voice. "Angelo, Father, are you there? Tony is missing." Chapter 42. Pepper's plea. Angelo's heart jolted at the mention of Pepper. Just a few days prior, Stark had mentioned a trip to Afghanistan, and now he had vanished. Unlike the natives of this world, Angelo had watched a series of Marvel films in his previous life. He understood that Tony Stark's transformation into Iron Man was not merely a consequence of his wealth, which was already among the world's elite, but rather stemmed from the harrowing experience during the attack in Afghanistan that forged the Iron Man. This suggested that Tony's disappearance marked the commencement of the Iron Man storyline. Without further ado, Angelo set aside his conversation with Uncle Long regarding martial arts and his background, swiftly carrying little Golly as he made his way to the church's hall. Inside, Pepper paced anxiously, her path obstructed by number 1, who prevented her from entering the church's backyard. Number 1 was indifferent to her relationship with little Princess Golly as godfather. Unless they were part of the church or had Angelo's explicit consent, intrusions into the backyard were strictly forbidden. Otherwise, Pepper would have barged in without hesitation. Naturally, Pepper had no intention of clashing with number 1, especially since her purpose for coming was to seek Angelo's assistance. Having witnessed Angelo's extraordinary powers firsthand during her 2 prior visits to the church, she had come to regard him with a sense of mystery. This morning, upon learning of her boss Stark's disappearance following the attack in Afghanistan, it felt as though the very heavens had collapsed upon her. She had also alerted the American military, but the response was that they were still searching for Stark in the desert, with no updates to report. Pepper found herself perplexed. What was supposed to be a straightforward demonstration of weaponry, conducted under the watchful eye of the military, had inexplicably spiraled into chaos. Yet, searching for an individual in the vast expanse of the desert proved to be a formidable challenge. By the time the American military located Tony, he might very well be beyond saving. In this state of helplessness, the only recourse Pepper could conceive was to seek assistance from the enigmatic Angelo, who might possess some insight into the matter. "What troubles you, Miss Pepper?" Angelo inquired leisurely as he placed little Golly on a chair at the dining table. He was well aware of the unfolding narrative. Tony Stark was unlikely to meet his demise so easily, at least not during this incident in Afghanistan. Thus, he remained unperturbed, understanding that Stark needed to endure this experience to ultimately become Iron Man. Although the Tony who emerged as Iron Man retained his flaws and sharp tongue, he had at least learned to shoulder responsibility, no longer the reckless scoundrel he once was. Little Golly, with wide eyes, sat quietly in her chair, observing Aunt Pepper. She recalled this aunt from a previous visit with her godfather and the hefty companion, lacking an understanding of the concept of disappearance. She could not fathom why Aunt Pepper appeared so distressed. Nonetheless, she remained remarkably composed, choosing to witness how her father would resolve the situation. Uncle Long had also returned to the church's foyer, managing breakfast with number 6, while attentively listening to Pepper's concerns. "Angelo." Pepper approached him with urgency, her words rushing forth. "Stark has gone missing during a weapons demonstration in Afghanistan. Do you have any means to locate him?" Angelo continued, unhurried, to assist little Golly with her napkin. You ought to approach the American government or military. Why come to me?" His feigned ignorance belied his understanding. He knew that even in the cinematic portrayal of Stark's life, he was shielded by the protagonist's aura. By the time the military discovered him, it would be after he had developed the first generation of the Iron Man suit, causing a significant stir at a terrorist stronghold that drew the military's attention. Now, the task of locating Tony Stark in the desolate desert was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, even with the most advanced satellites at the military's disposal. His pretense of ignorance stemmed from a certain mischievous delight. He still recalled Stark's initial visit to the church, marked by a haughty demeanor. Though they had since reconciled, there's a saying that those who acquire things too easily often fail to appreciate them. This was certainly not a manifestation of pettiness or a desire for revenge. The devout Pastor Lasma could not possibly harbor such vindictive thoughts. At present, the military was tirelessly scouring the desert for Tony, yet to no avail. Pepper's anxiety began to mount, and she refrained from pondering why Angelo exhibited no concern for Stark's safety, for after all, Stark was also Little Golly's godfather. According to military sources, Tony has gone missing following an attack, and I am deeply concerned. Although Pepper's words remained unfinished, the expression of worry etched on her face conveyed everything. Angelo chuckled softly. So, you intend to seek my assistance? Yes. Pepper gazed at Angelo with pleading eyes. If you can bring Tony back, we are willing to pay any price, 1 million, 100 million. Name your fee, and we shall accept without negotiation. Angelo could not help but stifle a laugh. Indeed, even in a moment of desperation, their demeanor exuded the air of affluent capitalists. This was not to imply any flaw in Pepper's character. Rather, it was a reflection of the prevailing ethos in this capitalist nation, where individuals naturally develop such instincts. No, I do not require money, Angelo replied with a smile. I can assist you, but I wish for a favor in return. Not just one if you can retrieve Tony. I would agree to 10. Pepper hastily acquiesced. Now, tell me the circumstances, Angelo said, taking a seat amidst Pepper's anxious gaze, as if he intended to finish his breakfast before embarking on the rescue mission. Are we not leaving immediately? I can brief you on the way. The private plane awaits at the airport, Pepper urged helplessly, her composure fraying. She failed to consider that with the multitude of satellites and aircraft the military had deployed to search the desert for Tony's whereabouts, if it were so easily found, it would have been discovered by now. Furthermore, even in a state of urgency, a few minutes should not matter. Do not fret. A brief delay is inconsequential. Trust in Stark. His resilience is remarkable. Angelo remained seated, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Uncle Long and Number 6 brought forth a completed breakfast, which Angelo invited Pepper to share. Regrettably, she declined, as her thoughts were far removed from the prospect of dining on authentic Chinese cuisine. The situation unfolded thus. After leaving your company, Tony traveled to Afghanistan, accompanied by Colonel Rhodes of the Air Force. In Chapter 43, The Confounding Pepper, as Pepper anxiously recounted the events, Angelo leisurely savored the traditional Chinese breakfast provided by Uncle Long. The circumstances mirrored the narrative of Iron Man he had witnessed in his previous life. Tony had also gone missing after a terrorist attack, under military protection. However, even in the film of his former life, it merely suggested that Tony Stark was likely held captive in a terrorist base somewhere in the Afghan desert, without specifying the exact location. Thus, conventional military search methods proved futile under normal circumstances. Stark would have escaped the base using the Mark I suit he had crafted before being discovered by military aircraft. Nevertheless, as Angelo contemplated Stark's current disheveled state, he couldn't help but smile. If he were to witness Stark at his most beleaguered, the expression on Stark's face would undoubtedly be quite the spectacle. Thus, if he wishes to locate Stark amidst the vast desert, he will require some extraordinary methods. Very well, Pepper, I shall assist you in finding that fellow Stark. By the way, have you truly considered the prospect of investing Stark's assets in my church? Angelo mused, his thoughts racing as he communicated with his inner intuition, needing to ascertain certain matters. Upon hearing Angelo's agreement, Pepper let out a sigh of relief, though she was soon left bemused by his remarks. Setting aside the question of whether a mere secretary like herself had any claim to Stark Industries' inheritance, even if she did, what would it mean to invest Stark Industries without any returns for the church? Thank you very much, Angelo. Pepper sincerely expressed her gratitude, then continued. Regarding the matter of investing in the church, that decision must await Tony's return. However, since you are his savior, I trust there will be no issues. Shall we depart now? Angelo, observing the capable Pepper, couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He clearly understood her implications. One couldn't help but wonder where Stark found such fortuitous luck to have such a competent partner. Pepper seemed concerned that Stark might not exert himself, even going so far as to insist that decisions about investments be postponed until his return. In truth, Stark had already delegated most matters of Stark Industries to her. Haha. Very well, Miss Pepper. Rest assured, I shall bring Stark back alive. However, we must wait a moment longer. I have some preparations to make. Not wanting to press further, Pepper felt a twinge of impatience, while simultaneously harboring curiosity about the preparations Angelo mentioned and the methods he would employ to rescue Stark. To Pepper's astonishment, Angelo did not rise, but instead turned to converse with Uncle Long, who had been observing nearby. Uncle Long, our discussion from this morning was interrupted. What is the situation with your collective practice of martial arts? Oh, it's nothing much. The ladies of the first team felt the need for your protection whenever issues arose. Coincidentally, I possess some martial arts skills, so they asked me to teach them, and since I had nothing pressing to attend to, I obliged. They are all promising students. Angelo felt somewhat exasperated, unsure how to articulate his thoughts on the first team. Oh well, let them be. What danger could possibly lurk within the church? It could serve as good physical training. As for whether they would become formidable fighters, Angelo held no expectations. Setting aside the slow progress of martial arts, even if they trained diligently, they would hardly be a match for him. And why is little Golly also practicing? Little Golly came over on her own. I initially thought she was just being playful, but I soon discovered her talent is simply astonishing. Her abilities even surpass those of my nephew. I feel unworthy to be her mentor. Uncle Long remarked with a hint of melancholy. His sentiment was far from hyperbole. Little Jelly's prodigious talent was truly unparalleled at that time, surpassing even his nephew Zhang Shanqi. Akin to the distinction between a blazing sun and a mere lamp. Compared to others, she resided in an entirely different realm. It is worth noting that Zhang Shanqi's gifts had already been heralded in the country as a once-in-a-century genius. Angelo was taken aback by this revelation. In the films of his previous life, the existence of little Jelly had never materialized. He initially perceived her as merely a particularly gluttonous little girl. However, upon hearing Uncle Long's words, it became evident that such extraordinary talent, which rendered Uncle Long somewhat self-deprecating, should not be relegated to obscurity in the Marvel Universe. Had Uncle Long mentioned Zhang Shanqi's name, Angelo might have drawn a parallel to a character named Shanqi within that universe. As the two engaged in conversation, Pepper watched in astonishment. Was this what Angelo referred to as preparation? During their dialogue, Angelo gleaned some insights into Uncle Long's background. According to Uncle Long himself, he had participated in the Vietnam War during his youth. After the war, he chose not to return home, but remained in Vietnam, eventually making his way to the United Kingdom and then to the United States. He did not elaborate on his reasons for moving from Britain to America, but it was apparent that he had incurred the displeasure of someone in the UK, prompting his relocation. As for who that individual might be, Angelo paid little heed. After all, he himself had once left the head of S.H.L.D. in a state of bewilderment. How could Uncle Long's adversary possibly wield greater influence than that? All right, Miss Pepper, shall we set off? Angelo mused silently, assessing his skills status and feeling assured. Before turning to Pepper. Pepper, having finally regained her composure from the exchange between Angelo and Uncle Long, was momentarily taken aback by his words. Angelo, weren't you supposed to prepare for something? Yes, I have completed my preparations, Angelo replied with a smile, leaving Pepper with a multitude of unanswered questions. Though she found the situation somewhat perplexing, Pepper refrained from pressing further. Since Angelo stated he was ready, she decided to call Happy to drive them. While awaiting Happy's arrival, little Jelly gazed at him eagerly, and number one approached, expressing a desire to accompany them. I'm not attending a wedding banquet. Why would you come with me? Number one, please take good care of little Jelly at home. I shall return shortly. Angelo spoke these words in Mandarin, naturally comprehensible only to number one and the other Chinese individuals present, eliciting knowing smiles among them. Yet, alongside their amusement, there was an undercurrent of guilt. Why was it that every time Mr. Angelo needed to handle something, They felt unable to assist. They resolved to diligently learn martial arts from Uncle Long henceforth. After soothing the pouting little jelly, Enkiluo joined Pepper in the vehicle at the entrance. Though Pepper is able to comprehend Mandarin, she remains, after all, a true American, oblivious to the nuances of the conversation. She does not grasp why it is necessary to invite individuals, such as Number 1 and Little Golly, to the wedding. She is unaware of the custom of hugging the seats. Today, it seems that her approach has been misguided, for she can discern every word spoken by Enkiluo, yet fails to understand their collective meaning. Chapter 44. The Rescue of Stark, Part 1. Enkiluo and Pepper are aboard Stark Industries' private jet, piloted by Happy, Stark's stout bodyguard. Their destination is a military base in Afghanistan, where American forces are stationed. Enkiluo gazes with interest at the luxurious interior of the private jet, admiring the young, beautiful flight attendants with their long legs and striking blonde hair. Pepper, Enkiluo teased, "You have provided Stark with so many lovely flight attendants. Is this your way of testing the gentlemen?" I had imagined they would all be young men. Pepper's lips twitched slightly as she retorted, "I am merely Tony's assistant. I cannot dictate with whom he shares his bed." Despite her words, she is acutely aware of her affections for Tony Stark. If it were not for her feelings, she would have long since hurled her resignation at his face, yet she remains steadfastly by his side. "Merely an assistant?" Enkiluo replied, a knowing smile on his face. "For what I observe, Stark's demeanor towards you and yours towards him suggests otherwise." He fell silent, recognizing that some truths are best left unspoken. It seemed evident to him that Pepper, being the astute individual she is, would understand. Stark was not far from being drawn into the depths of love's embrace. "Young gentleman?" It appears that Stark is soon to distance himself from such a title. Pepper's expression grew increasingly conflicted, her thoughts known only to herself. Though her lingering glances towards the tall flight attendants indicated she had taken Enkiluo's words to heart. That afternoon, Stark Industries aircraft arrived at the military base in Afghanistan. After navigating through a series of tedious procedures, Enkiluo finally encountered Colonel Rhodes in the command room. The tall African-American man, with his closely cropped hair, bore a softer expression compared to the officers and soldiers bustling about the base. Only Rhodes' temperament seemed suitable for liaising with Stark's notoriously difficult personality regarding the procurement of arms. Enkiluo recognized Colonel Rhodes. He would one day be a member of the superhero alliance known as War Machine, the very man infamous for employing missiles designed for his ex-wife. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Enkiluo greeted Colonel Rhodes, "Greetings. I hope your ex-wife does not haunt your dreams." Colonel Rhodes responded, You must be Mr. Enkiluo, correct? I have never been married. What do you mean by ex-wife?" Rod was taken aback by Enkiluo's words, and during their first encounter, he inexplicably labeled Enkiluo in his mind. "Just consider it a casual remark," Enkiluo replied with a mysterious smile. Prior to Enkiluo's arrival at the base, Rod had already received a heads-up from Pepper. However, strangely enough, when Colonel Rod attempted to access Enkiluo's information, he was met with an insufficient permission notice. It is noteworthy that this operation, concerning Stark's rescue, required permissions equivalent to that of a brigadier general. To think that he lacked sufficient clearance. Were it not for Pepper's strong recommendation of Enkiluo, and the fact that the colonel could not even access materials classified at the brigadier general's level, he might have dismissed Enkiluo right there based on that perplexing mention of an ex-wife. Of course, whether he could actually expel her, or whether the entire base could overpower her, was another matter. "Enkiluo, how do you expect us to assist you in locating Tony Stark?" "Let me clarify. If your demands are excessively unreasonable, we will not comply." Colonel Rhodes, despite possessing a certain adaptability compared to military personnel, remained at heart a quintessential American soldier, instinctively carrying an air of pride or superiority when conversing with Enkiluo. Before Colonel Rod could finish his sentence, Enkiluo interjected. He had come to rescue Stark at Pepper's behest, and Rod's demeanor was less than satisfactory. However, Enkiluo saw no need to take offense. After all, even if Rod were to steal the iron suit and become War Machine, he would still rank among the weakest of heroes. Did Enkiluo truly need to concern himself with such a minor figure? Perhaps it was best to simply note it down. "Colonel Rod, I require little from you, merely a fully fueled off-road vehicle, a 2-week supply, and a satellite phone. Colonel Rod was momentarily stunned. Was that all? No need for an aircraft? Angelo gave him a sidelong glance, affirming that this was sufficient. Despite their extensive search efforts involving satellites and aircraft, they had still failed to locate Stark. I am not as inept as you lot. Rod could scratch that note off his list for now. Rod was at a loss for words, glancing at Pepper, who showed no reaction, seemingly oblivious to Angelo's derision of the military. Deep down, Pepper had come to regard the military as inept as well. An individual of such significance had gone missing under escort, and, after nearly 48 hours, they still could not find him. What else could this be but incompetence? She had no inclination to defend the military. Seeing Pepper remain unresponsive, Rod had no choice but to grab the radio, furiously shouting to the base. Prepare a fully fueled vehicle, a 2-week supply, and a satellite phone. After his outburst, he slammed the radio down on the command platform and turned to leave. He did not wish to spend another minute in Angelo's presence. Angelo gazed at his retreating figure, seizing the opportunity to take a jab. Colonel Hood, how about a wager? If I manage to bring Stark back, will you indulge in a treat? Beside him, Pepper nearly burst into laughter. Angelo's taunting was relentless, and anyone in the colonel's position would surely find it unbearable. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Pepper shot Angelo an irritated glare once Colonel Rhodes had walked away. Angelo shrugged nonchalantly. I absolutely am. The U.S. military has the capability to wage wars across the globe, yet they can't even locate a living, breathing individual. What else could that be but incompetence? His disdain for the military was palpable. Even if he acknowledged his intentions, what difference would it make? His strength was more than a match for them, and if he were to feign submission, over time, he might truly become subservient. Angelo had no desire, nor need, to forge a friendship with Colonel Rhodes. Perhaps Stark and Rhodes were comrades, but Angelo would never choose to bond with someone of that ilk. Before being a friend, Colonel Rhodes was a soldier. If the day came when he had to choose between friendship and duty to his country, he would undoubtedly pull the trigger for his nation without hesitation. In contrast, Angelo was the type who would stand by his friends, willing to oppose the entire world if necessary, embodying the principle of loyalty over reason. Though Angelo looked down upon Colonel Rhodes, he would not take a moral high ground to criticize him. From a rational standpoint, as a soldier and cornerstone of the military, such individuals were indeed essential, irrespective of right or wrong. It was simply the duty expected of someone in his position. The only difference was that he would not become friends with him. As for his promise to bring Stark back, and whether it would disrupt the Marvel Universe's narrative, thus compromising his foresight, Angelo remained indifferent. Aside from the uncertainty of facing Thanos or beings like Dormammu and Odin, he felt confident against nearly all heroes and villains within the Marvel Universe. I am invincible. You may act as you wish. As for Thanos, he would discover the truth of his strength upon confrontation. Should his involvement lead to insurmountable dilemmas, it would suffice to eliminate the source of the trouble. With the person's disappearance, the problem would vanish as well. Soon, the logistics department of the military base had prepared the vehicles and supplies Angelo requested. With a hopeful glance from Pepper, he drove into the vast expanse of the desert. Chapter 45, The Rescue of Stark, Part 2. After departing the military base and traveling approximately 5 kilometers, Angelo vanished from the military's line of sight. He parked the off-road vehicle behind a shaded sand dune. Ugh! Angelo spat out a mouthful of sand, muttering to himself, "This desert is unbearably scorching. Those who casually travel to deserts must have some issues." He casually stowed away the supplies from the vehicle into his spatial backpack and then retrieved a piece of black cloth to cover his face. As a member of the Zong family, possessing provisions was essential for maintaining composure, and Chiloa had long since stored a considerable amount of supplies in his spatial backpack, including food, drinking water, and clothing. His earlier request for material from UNDEAD was merely a ruse to disguise the existence of the backpack. After securing the supplies, Chiloa began to meticulously recall the plot of the film from his previous life. However, nearly a year had passed since his arrival in this world, and the film Iron Man had been released many years prior, making specific details elusive. He only remembered the intricate mix of races and nationalities within the small base, where various obscure languages were spoken. And that doctor. The name escaped him, but he was undoubtedly a remarkable talent. If possible, he ought to be rescued and brought back to serve as a tutor for little Golly. A child deserves an education and a complete childhood. With his resolve firmly established, it was time to take action. The inability to pinpoint Stark's hideout was highly effective for the U.S. military, which relied on advanced technology for tracking. Yet, for Angelo, it was utterly ineffective. What did it mean to be a necromancer? What was the essence of a human wave tactic? Angelo mentally navigated his skill tree, activating one of his abilities, and then directed his spiritual energy deep into the desert beneath him. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Strangely, when he reached 5 meters, he encountered nothing but endless yellow sand. This was his first use of the skill. Had he not been confident in its functionality, he might have doubted his method. Despite the enigma of the empty 5-meter radius, Angelo pressed on, commanding his spiritual energy to delve deeper. 5.5 meters, 6 meters, 6.5 meters. This time, he explored with greater diligence, leaving no detail overlooked, yet still found nothing. It wasn't until his spiritual energy reached 10 meters that he finally exhibited a glimmer of joy. He had found it. With fervor, Angelo channeled his spiritual energy into his skill connection, fervently feeding it into the skill tree. Revive Skeleton. Skill. Revive Skeleton allows you to resurrect one skeleton from the corpse of a fallen monster to fight on your behalf for each level of the skill. The Afghan desert has long been a grave for countless travelers and local fighters, as well as American soldiers, with the exact number being incalculable. Though undeniably vast and somewhat terrifying, driven by an unrestrained output of his profound spiritual energy, Angelo continued until he sensed a slight depletion of his reserves, reluctantly deciding to cease. After halting the flow of spiritual energy, Angelo excitedly manifested his skeletal armor and a long skeletal staff. He himself was unaware of how many souls, long departed in this desert, would be awakened. It is essential to note that the ability to resurrect skeletons extends beyond mere human remains. However, one certainty remains: the numbers would be ample, even sufficient to traverse this expanse of sand with a veritable ocean of bones. Although he had already exposed himself to the surveillance of SHIELD, he felt compelled to leave the director, with his dubious reputation, a final shred of dignity. After all, should the director, pressured by the World Security Council, come seeking him, he would be unable to defeat him, nor could he entertain the director's nonsensical arguments. How awkward that would be! By maintaining his anonymity, he could allow the director to feign ignorance of his identity. Of course, if the director were to approach him despite this, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Yes, courtesy before conflict, a most polite approach. Enquiro couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. In mere moments, the awakened skeletons beneath the endless sands began to stir. The desert before Enquiro trembled incessantly, as if some infernal demon were about to emerge from the depths of hell. Had it been anyone else in this place, they would have long since fled in terror. Yet for Enquiro, only excitement surged within him. As a player of the Necromancer class in Diablo 2, having been transported here during a computer malfunction, his dream had always been to unleash a plague of the undead upon the sanctuary. However, instigating such a catastrophe in reality was far more exhilarating than within the confines of a game, and given that he had not transitioned into a villainous figure, opportunities for such endeavors were scarce in the urban landscape. As the first frail, humanoid skeleton clawed its way from the ground, shaking off the encumbering sands and silently brandishing its bone staff in a show of defiance towards Enquiro, he could not help but arch an eyebrow. These skeletons seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence. If so, his plans to sweep the desert might require some alteration. Before he could ponder this further, a relentless tide of skeletons surged forth from the sands, transforming the ground before him into a veritable sea of white bones, gleaming starkly in the sunlight. And this was only the beginning. Even as various humanoid and animal shapes filled the expanse. The skeletons continued to emerge at an unrelenting pace, the clatter of bones echoing from below. Enquiro's lips twitched involuntarily. Goodness, it seemed he had bitten off more than he could chew. High above, 3 satellites hovered in the stratosphere, monitoring the desert below. This was SHIELDS surveillance. At the control center, none other than Director Nick Fury sat before the screen. Motherf! Fury cursed under his breath, quietly returning the missile launch button to his drawer. What on earth was Enquiro up to? What intelligence remained hidden from their grasp? Angelo was no stranger to the design of this skeletal armor. He had previously observed it in the surveillance footage from Hell's Kitchen. However, he was taken aback by the grand spectacle that Angelo had orchestrated. As soon as Angelo departed from Hell's Kitchen, SHIELD was alerted to the news. Nick Fury was aware that Angelo had been summoned by Pepper to rescue the missing Tony Stark. Yet he harbored doubts about Angelo's ability to accomplish what the entire military establishment had failed to achieve. He had intended to remotely launch missiles to obliterate Angelo in the desert upon his exit from the Afghan military base. Preferring to eliminate this human bomb rather than gamble on Angelo's chances of rescuing Stark. Little did he anticipate that, after deploying the missiles, Angelo would emerge unscathed, wielding a stick and charging towards the SHIELD headquarters to take his bald head. Thankfully, he refrained from such an action. Otherwise, SHIELD might have faced annihilation before Hydra could even reveal its hand. However, what surprised him was that Angelo, under satellite surveillance, executed a series of operations that were nothing short of terrifying. Nick Fury watched intently as the surveillance footage revealed the staggering number of those gruesome skeletal remains. Information that had not been disclosed in prior intelligence reports regarding Angelo's capabilities. It became evident that Angelo possessed a multitude of unknown powers, prompting Fury's previously restless heart to adopt a more cautious stance. It seemed necessary to reassess the intelligence profile on Angelo, hoping that he would indeed manage to retrieve that scoundrel Stark. As Nick Fury contemplated the satellite images, a pressing matter demanded his attention. "Hey, Hill, get me that incompetent head of the intelligence department." He barked into the phone, "And while you're at it, have that fool bring me the intel on Frank Castle." Chapter 46. Found you. In a concealed military base within the Afghan desert, Tony Stark was jolted awake by a searing pain in his chest. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, vaguely recalling that he had been knocked unconscious by the latest Jericho missile he had developed. Shrapnel must have lodged itself in his chest, and as he struggled to discern his surroundings, he found himself bound to an operating table, utterly immobilized. Just before slipping back into unconsciousness, he caught a glimpse of a balding middle-aged man clad in a mask, gloves, and glasses, wielding a knife and working on his chest, installing a metallic device of uncertain purpose. Angelo, bathed in the scorching sun of the desert, felt a tinge of irritation. Despite having parked his vehicle in the shadow of a dune, the sunlight's reflection off the sand continued to disturb his peace of mind. He retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his backpack, resting them heavily on his nose as he gazed at the bizarre array of skeletons standing upon the sandy terrain before him. With a resigned sigh, he reflected on the peculiar skeletal army that had emerged from the desert floor. This particular battalion consisted entirely of non-humanoid forms, as all the humanoid skeletons had been dispatched to scour for the Stark's base. Several hours had elapsed since he summoned the undead army, and he had begun to discern the intricacies of this cohort. The awakened skeletons possessed a modicum of intelligence, capable of comprehending rudimentary commands, albeit only those of utmost simplicity, such as instructing them to conduct a thorough search of any bases within the desert expanse. Their cognitive abilities paled in comparison to those of skeletal warriors. Moreover, their understanding was limited by the species they once belonged to. Only humanoid skeletons could grasp the concept of a base, while the remaining animalistic or grotesque forms were utterly incapable of comprehending such directives. Angelo silently communicated with the thousands of skeletons he had unleashed, muttering to himself in frustration, "Stark, if you return without treating me to a drink. I shall break your legs. I swear." Aside from learning that a few fragile skeletons had perished in quicksand, he had not uncovered any useful intelligence. The vastness of the Afghan deserts, mountains, and Gobi was formidable. Even with a multitude of skeletons at his disposal, locating the target would not be an expeditious endeavor. Glancing at the darkening sky, Angelo realized he would have to set up camp and await further news. Spending a night in the desert was inherently perilous, with the threat of wild animals capable of claiming lives when one was fatigued. Nevertheless, Angelo felt no trepidation. The peculiar skeletons surrounding him were not to be trifled with, and a simple command to attack any nearby creatures would suffice. He chose not to pitch a tent, instead leaning against the driver's seat of his off-road vehicle, drifting into a light slumber. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury set down a dossier, glancing at the name Frank Castle emblazoned upon it. He then turned his gaze to the satellite surveillance, where a white tide of skeletons blanketed the Afghan mountains, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Within just a few hours, the World Security Council and military had placed several calls inquiring about the situation of the skeletal horde in the mountains, and many had taken notice. However, Nick Fury had deftly deflected their concerns. Even the military's desire to deploy reconnaissance aircraft was stifled by Fury's insistence on SHIELD's operational priorities. He instinctively felt that the fewer people who were aware of Angelo's peculiarities, the better, as it would prevent the emergence of even greater complications. While Angelo slumbered, Nick Fury found himself increasingly agitated by the incessant ringing of the telephone. The situation has become increasingly troublesome, not only due to Angelo's own challenges, but also because of the complications arising from the dossier of an old acquaintance. Recently, this old friend has stirred up a considerable amount of trouble, and it seems that even greater issues are on the horizon. Nevertheless, what course of action Angelo will take remains uncertain, leaving aside the speculations of the Black Egg regarding his next moves. When Angelo awakened once more, it was with a jolt. One of the skeletons dispatched for reconnaissance had made a significant discovery. He quickly shifted his perspective to that of the skeleton, peering through its hollow eye sockets to observe what it found. The skeleton was situated atop a dune, its slender form concealed by the night, and, in the distance, within a cave, flickered a rather inconspicuous light. Above the fire, a camouflage net provided additional concealment. Eureka! It was a military base, the very dark stronghold that had imprisoned Stark in a film from his previous life. Angelo felt a surge of energy, his fatigue vanishing in an instant. He had not anticipated locating this place so swiftly, as he had prepared for several days of searching. Although these terrorists lacked the direct combat prowess of a regular army, their ability to remain hidden was indeed formidable, explaining why the U.S. military had struggled to find them for so long. Now that the target had been identified, Angelo wasted no time. He issued a command to the skeleton that discovered the prison to conceal itself, then communicated with all the scattered skeletons to assemble near the dunes. Finally, he started the vehicle, taking the remaining non-human skeletons along as they headed towards the dune. As the engine roared to life, the headlights of the off-road vehicle pierced the darkness of the desert, illuminating a stark, pale ocean which enveloped a military jeep as it traversed the sands, accompanied by the eerie sound of bones creaking. The scene resembled something out of a horror film, if a particular horror movie were to be filmed here. This authentic tableau could very well earn an Oscar nomination. Regrettably, as for living beings, only Angelo, the Necromancer, was present. Wherever the skeleton army marched, the various small creatures hidden beneath the desert, whether predators or prey, sensed the subtle tremors of the ground and the ominous signs of impending danger, fleeing long before Angelo's path. Describing the desolation left in their wake as barren would not be an exaggeration. Even the most resilient weeds capable of surviving in the desert had been trampled into oblivion by the skeleton horde. Of course, this spectacle did not go unnoticed. For instance, the ever-watchful director of SHIELD, Black Egg, felt a chill run down his spine as he observed the satellite feed. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he promptly picked up the phone on his desk and called his deputy, Hill. Hello, Hill. Immediately secure all satellite imagery over Afghanistan. Chapter 47, Moral Coerción. Damn it. That insufferable bureaucrat was simultaneously instructing the agents to block satellite images while juggling calls from various departments. Earlier today, unusual occurrences in the Afghan desert had garnered the attention of numerous agencies. Even though Nick Fury had managed to brush them off, their gaze remained fixed on the skies above Afghanistan. The violent lockdown of all satellite imagery over Afghanistan by SHLD inevitably stirred discontent among those watching. Without a plausible explanation, Nick Fury knew that this matter could not simply be swept aside. Hello, General Ross. Nick Fury answered the phone. We have blocked the satellite imagery due to a special mission being conducted by SHIELD in the Afghan desert. I assure you, it poses no threat to Afghanistan's Air Force bases. General Ross, you must understand that SHIELD operates under the direct authority of the World Security Council, and I am under no obligation to explain myself to you. The mission undoubtedly pertains to global security matters. As for specifics, I will report directly to the World Security Council. If you find this unsatisfactory, you may file a complaint against me with them. With that, Fury hung up the phone, his expression grim, choosing not to engage further with General Ross. He was acutely aware that General Ross, a two-star general in the Air Force, wielded considerable power within the military establishment. The anomalies in the Afghan desert had piqued his interest, and from SHIELD's intelligence profile on General Ross, Nick Fury knew that Ross had long coveted the super soldier program from the last century. Ross had repeatedly advocated for the revival of the super soldier initiative, hoping to recreate beings akin to Captain America through human experimentation. However, due to certain obstacles, the project had never been approved. Ross's recent threats to potentially impeach SHIELD in Congress were driven by his realization that today's events in the Afghan desert could be the opportunity he had been waiting for. After the serum was administered to Steve Rogers, the remaining samples were destroyed, and with Rogers disappearing into the Arctic during World War II, retrieving the serum was nearly impossible. If Ross could obtain the supernatural forces emerging in the Afghan desert, it would provide him with a new subject for research, potentially paving the way for the creation of another Captain America. At this moment, it was not only General Ross who was causing Nick Fury distress. He was merely one among many, as Fury found himself weary from the verbal sparring with these influential figures. In moments of reflection, one cannot help but ponder the myriad of coincidences surrounding the events at hand. Had it not been for Angelo Li's intervention on behalf of Stark, had Stark's father, Old Stark, not been a founding member of SHIELD, had Stark's demise not held the potential for greater repercussions. One might question the nature of these serendipitous occurrences. Nick Fury, who has perpetually evaded blame, found himself contemplating a rather unusual predicament. It was time to re-establish a project under the auspices of Angelo Li, seeking financial support for activities, for it was unjust to shoulder blame without recompense. After deftly managing the various influential figures eager to confront him, Nick Fury successfully initiated a project named Angelo Li Emergency Plan, securing ample funding. With a simmering mix of indignation and uncertainty, he dialed Angelo Li's satellite phone. Utilizing the resources of SHIELD, he was able to reach the satellite phone borrowed from the Afghan airbase. Hello. Angelo Li's languid voice, tinged with irritation, emerged from the receiver. Who is this? Don't you know I'm in the midst of a rescue? Angelo Li could easily deduce that the caller was likely not from the military. Certainly not a familiar friend. Indeed, came the somewhat somber voice of Nick Fury from the other end. Angelo Li, what on earth are you up to? Oh, it's you? Black Egg. Angelo Li replied nonchalantly, shifting to drive with one hand. What do you think I'm doing? As he spoke, Angelo Li leaned out of the car window, waving at the sky. Faced with the sight of Angelo Li's cheerful demeanor on the satellite monitor, Nick Fury found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that Angelo had been aware of the surveillance from the outset. Why, then, did he so brazenly display his extraordinary abilities? Was it audacity or confidence? Nick Fury began to question whether he had underestimated Angelo's value, leading to a less than adequate funding request. "All right, Director, is there something you need?" Angelo interjected. "If not, could you please connect me to someone at my church? I find myself missing Little Galilee. Damn it, I'm not an operator. What exactly are you doing?" "Angelo, how am I supposed to know your church's phone number? Are you aware of the attention your actions have garnered?" "Enough," Angelo interrupted, his patience wearing thin. "Who doesn't know the reputation of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Don't pretend you're unfamiliar with Uncle Long and the other's contact information. From the moment S.H.I.L.D. approached him, Angelo had been acutely aware that they would never relinquish their scrutiny. Given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s track record, even a revered figure like Captain America had been coerced back into service by Black Egg's machinations, despite having made his disdain for their attentions clear. It was evident that Black Egg would not easily relent. Of course, one could not simply eliminate every individual who crossed their path. As long as the agents and satellites observing him did not interfere with his life, a tacit understanding would prevail. Nick Fury paused for a moment before continuing, "Very well. I shall connect you. However, you must tell me just how confident you are in bringing Stark back alive. If Stark dies, countless ordinary lives will be affected." Angelo found himself amused by Fury's words. One of his primary reasons for resisting S.H.I.E.L.D. was their tendency to impose moral constraints through lofty rhetoric. "As long as I possess no moral obligation, no one can coerce me." Angelo believed this statement to be a profound truth, especially when confronted with the grandiloquent moralizing of S.H.I.E.L.D. "I openly acknowledge my lack of morality. How can you still bind me?" "Enough of this, Nick Fury. My motive for rescuing Stark is solely because he is my friend and the godfather of my daughter. The fates of others are of no concern to me. I am indifferent to their lives or deaths. Your rhetoric is ineffective on me. Connect me to the call at once, or if Stark dies, the blame shall fall squarely on your shoulders." Chapter 48. The White Phantom. By the time Nick Fury connected the call to Uncle Long's phone, Angelo had already halted his SUV on a sand dune near the base. Concurrently, a legion of skeletal warriors had gathered from various corners of the desert. The sheer weight of this horde caused the soft sand beneath them to tremble slightly. "Hello, Uncle Long." Angelo calmly switched off the engine of the SUV and issued a temporary stand-down command to the skeletal army, instructing them to conceal themselves behind the dune. Meanwhile, at the cave's entrance in the distance, two terrorists clad in slightly tattered camouflage uniforms stood guard, one older and one younger. The younger terrorist, clutching his rifle, paced anxiously at the cave's mouth, casting frequent glances toward the dark night beyond the flickering light. The youthful innocence in his eyes belied his actual age, making him appear considerably younger than he truly was. "Hakim Abul Qasim ben Ishago, Shuruf Shah Fildusi. Your names are quite a mouthful, you Iranians. I shall simply call you Ben. Have you sensed anything unusual?" Ben, appearing to be in his 50s, sported a bushy beard. He yawned, lethargically hanging his rifle on his back. "Little Jimmy, you're far too anxious. I've been in this line of work for many years. Rest assured, there's nothing amiss in this barren wasteland." Yet, young Jimmy hesitated, glancing at the distant night sky. "I think I felt the ground shaking just now." "Fear not, little Jimmy. It was probably just an earthquake somewhere," Ben replied, lazily leaning against the cave entrance while observing the still tense rookie. "But speaking of which, you appear to be only 15. What brings you here?" "My children are about your age, and they're still in school." After receiving reassurance from his elder, Jimmy's initial doubts faded away. Perhaps it had indeed been a mere figment of his overactive imagination. However, regarding the matter at hand, young Jimmy let out a sigh. If it were not for the dire circumstances, who would willingly venture into such peril? Yet, after arriving here, things unfolded quite differently than I had anticipated. I had expected to engage in fierce combat with those Americans, but instead, I found myself merely stationed here, keeping watch over that individual in the cave. Having voiced this, young Jimmy appeared somewhat aggrieved. Who is that American in the cave that so many are stationed here for his sake? I adjusted my posture, leaning comfortably against the rocky wall while gazing at young Jimmy. That American, I believe his name is Stark, though I cannot say for certain. Child, do not dwell too much on the notion of battle. Life in these times is rather agreeable. Surviving on the battlefield until today is largely a matter of good fortune. Do not heed the chief's blathering about freedom and such. His family emigrated long ago to other lands. I remain here merely to earn a bit of money to support my 2 children's education. Once they are in college, I shall return and open a small shop. Young Jimmy glanced around nervously, fearful that others might overhear my words. Does that mean we are to remain here, watching over that American in the cave? I chuckled and shook my head. Silly boy. Others in the base envy the safety here. You will come to understand in due time. As the conversation unfolded, neither of us noticed a translucent white figure swiftly glide past us through the wall and enter the cave. Meanwhile, within the cave, Stark was confined in a room behind a formidable steel door. To call it a room is somewhat misleading. It is merely a section of the cave that has been isolated. The dim glow from the furnace cast flickering shadows on the walls, illuminating Stark's somewhat dazed visage. He glanced down at the magnet hanging from his chest, then at the car battery situated between his legs connected by copper wires to the electromagnet, ensuring a steady power supply. Nearby, a balding middle-aged man was laboring over something in a grimy pot. What have you done to me? Stark managed to sit up with considerable effort. I saved your life, the balding man replied, his hands continuing their task, glancing at the electromagnet affixed to Stark's chest. I saved your life. I extracted as many fragments as I could, but many remain. Only the electromagnet can keep you alive. Otherwise, the fragments would have penetrated your heart, and you would be doomed. Thus, they conversed, and Stark gradually comprehended his predicament. The balding man, named Ethan, was a scientist, much like himself, who had also fallen into the clutches of terrorists. He had not anticipated that he would survive an explosion from his own Jericho missile at such close range. Although he had retained his life, he pondered the grim reality that his current existence bore little difference from death. Stark sat despondently on the bed, staring at the car battery, contemplating whether he would have to cling to this battery for the rest of his days. Dr. Ethan, standing beside him, comforted Stark, saying, "Mr. Stark, there must be someone out there looking for you. Surely someone will come to your rescue." Stark interrupted him, his expression darkening as he pointed to the battery beneath him. "Then why bother? Am I to continue living like this? Yet you are the great Mr. Stark, one of the most brilliant minds in the world, are you not?" Dr. Ethan replied, offering Stark a suspicious morsel of food to help replenish his strength. However, as Dr. Ethan's gaze fell upon Stark, his demeanor shifted from calm to astonishment, eventually morphing into sheer horror, his hand freezing mid-motion. Following Dr. Ethan's line of sight, Stark turned to look behind him and was taken aback. There, a translucent white apparition stood quietly in a blind spot, observing him and Dr. Ethan. "Oh, what on earth is that?" Stark's voice faltered mid-sentence, an inexplicable thought of a certain scoundrel crossing his mind. Feigning composure, Stark gestured for Dr. Ethan to remain calm, then cautiously inquired of the ethereal figure, "Anquilo? Father? Is that you?" For reasons unknown, Stark associated this spectral phenomenon with Anquilo, who should have been far away in America. The memory of witnessing the shattering of the bone wall in Anquilo's church resurfaced vividly. The situation escalated when the white ghost leapt twice in response to Stark uttering Anquilo's name. Stark was now convinced that this apparition was indeed linked to Anquilo. "Are you here to save me?" Stark awkwardly rose, attempting to shield the battery on the table with his body. The white ghost jumped twice again. Stark intended to speak further, but suddenly a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the iron door, accompanied by incomprehensible shouts in a Middle Eastern tone. In an instant, the white ghost melded into the wall before Stark and Dr. Ethan's astonished eyes, as if it had never existed. "Open the door." Stark recognized the command from outside. It was in English, sounding authoritative. Chapter 49. Are you still there? The white ghost Stark had just seen was indeed under the control of Anquilo. Skill. The Bone Soul is a formidable ability that summons a vengeful undead, a skeletal monstrosity that immediately seeks its target, tearing away a fragment of their soul and ultimately slaying them. Effect: it releases a bone soul to track and assault its target. Perhaps through the passage of time or enhancements via a modifier, this skill has undergone certain transformations. The previously uncontrollable bone soul has become somewhat manageable, albeit requiring Angelo to diligently suppress its desire to attack nearby living beings during control. Should he let his guard down? The bone soul would indiscriminately launch assaults on surrounding entities, potentially leading to Stark's demise not at the hands of the terrorists, but rather by his own. Behind the dunes, Angelo felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Stark's survival through the White Spectre. Although he was aware from the narratives of past lives that Stark would not perish here and would eventually ascend to become Iron Man, such knowledge stemmed from fiction. Reality and cinematic portrayals need not align. Moreover, with his presence as a mere butterfly, who could predict the resultant butterfly effect? Naturally, he also observed Dr. Ethan, the balding professor from the cave, destined to be young Golly's future tutor. Within the cavern, the terrorists incessantly communicated with Stark, urging Ethan to translate their demands for weaponry. Meanwhile, Angelo remained occupied. "Little Golly, how about I find you a teacher to help you with your studies when I return?" he said, seated in the SUV, simultaneously restraining the bone soul from moving within the walls and speaking into the phone to little Golly on the other end. The time in the United States was a stark contrast to that in Afghanistan. While it was midnight in Afghanistan, it was daytime back home. Angelo had just engaged in a brief conversation with Uncle Long regarding the church's situation, relieved that no unforeseen incidents had transpired during his absence. However, little Golly persistently inquired of Uncle Long and Number One about her father's return, expressing her longing for him. "Studies? What studies?" Little Golly asked with a hint of confusion over the phone. "Can I go find Daddy?" Immersed in his daughter's concern, Angelo dismissed it as a child's whimsical fantasy, chuckling as he responded, "Of course. How does our little Golly plan to come over?" What ensued was a shocking revelation for Angelo. As little Golly's words resonated through the phone, the latter half echoed beside him. "Come over." Little Golly materialized behind Angelo, bearing the imposing hand cannon on her back, one hand clutching Uncle Long's phone while the other held a lethargic-looking orange cat. "Little Golly, how did you get here?" Angelo stammered in astonishment. "I just came over. Daddy's phone signal was right here, and I thought about coming to find you. And then whoosh, I arrived." Little Golly remained blissfully unaware of the profound impact her actions had on Angelo. With a sweet smile, she carelessly tossed aside the orange seat and leapt into Angelo's embrace. "The orange seat? Are you truly not father and daughter? Why is your throwing motion so synchronized?" Instinctively, Angelo caught the flying Golly, then fell into deep contemplation. What is this? Teleportation? Or perhaps a seamless transmission along the signal? Such an ability is remarkable. Had Stark possessed it, he could have traversed through the network directly. Moreover, Golly is undoubtedly extraordinary, not merely a glutton. "Daddy, what are you doing here?" Golly's innocent inquiry pulled Angelo back to reality. She asked, with a hint of vulnerability, "Daddy, are you upset because I came over?" Gazing into Golly's pure eyes, Angelo, who had been wrestling with his thoughts moments before, cast aside all his concerns. No matter how extraordinary Golly might be, whether she could teleport or was simply remarkable, what truly mattered was that she was his daughter. With this realization, Angelo first smiled gently at Golly, then adopted a serious expression, saying, "Little princess, this place is quite perilous. Daddy is here to rescue Godfather. You should return home, all right?" Golly shook her little head vigorously. "Daddy, I want to stay here with you. If there is any danger, let me handle it." She then took down the large hand cannon from her back, cradling it in her arms and striking a mock shooting pose. Angelo nearly choked on his own blood. Why had his daughter developed such a violent temperament, ready to fire at the slightest provocation? Couldn't she aspire to be more ladylike? Moreover, his concern lay not in the danger to himself, but in the potential harm from bullets to her. Were it not for the fear of the skeletal spirit entering and inadvertently slaughtering Stark and her future tutor, he could have unleashed the skeletal spirit to eliminate everyone in the cave. Before Angelo could dissuade Golly from staying, her bravado faltered, and she gazed up at him with teary eyes. "Daddy, I can only come here. I can't go back. Angelo thought, what kind of cursed ability is this? To arrive and not return? Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Gali's presence. At worst, he could wrap her in skeletal armor like a protective dumpling. Upon hearing her father's consent for her to remain, Gali erupted in joy. Angelo could only shake his head and smile wryly. What more could he do? Should he truly become upset with Gali for teleporting to be with him? After all, it was simply her yearning for him. While Angelo himself was unfazed, having Gali with him in the off-road vehicle was impractical. He promptly exited the vehicle and awakened several skeletal figures buried beneath the desert, instructing them to set up a tent. Upon witnessing the terrifying skeletons, little Gali could not help but exclaim in awe, not out of fear or repulsion. How striking! Angelo found himself involuntarily concerned about Gali's future aesthetic sensibilities. Meanwhile, within the cave, Stark and Dr. Ethan were returned to their chamber. Dr. Ethan discreetly cast a sidelong glance at the surveillance camera and quietly remarked, Mr. Stark, did you promise them to manufacture weapons merely to buy us some time? Stark shook his head and replied in a similarly hushed tone, no. I require certain materials to assist our escape. Dr. Ethan regarded him with astonishment. But isn't your friend here to rescue you? Stark responded, a hint of melancholy in his voice. It is precisely because he has arrived. If that fellow sees me in my current state, he will undoubtedly mock me for ages. Perhaps even whip out his phone to capture a picture and sell it to the tabloids. Believe me, he is precisely the type to do such a thing. Rather than endure his ridicule and become a laughingstock, I would prefer to remove this battery from my chest. Stark rose, cradling the battery, and made an effort to conceal it behind him as he approached a blind spot in the surveillance, the very spot where the white specter had vanished. Gently tapping on the wall. Angelo, are you still there? Stark's call interrupted the tender father-daughter interaction between Angelo and little Gali. Of course, the so-called father-daughter interaction consisted of Angelo assisting the pitiful skeletons in constructing a tent, while little Gali inadvertently contributed to the chaos. Nonetheless, Angelo was unperturbed. In that moment, Gali's presence allowed him to forget her earlier image as a gang leader threatening with a hand cannon. It would have been even better if Gali would cease her incessant praise of the skeleton's aesthetics. Sensing some commotion from the direction of the skeletal spirits, Angelo permitted little Gali to continue her antics with the unfortunate skeletons, while he shifted his focus to the cave where Stark was located. Angelo maneuvered the skeletal spirit to emerge from the walls of the chamber, only to be taken aback by the sight of an array of missiles and weapons occupying half the room. So swift? He recalled that in the film, Stark had been coerced into compliance after enduring considerable torment before finally conceding to the terrorist demands. What was the situation now? Angelo, you can hear me, right? Stark's voice resonated. Angelo directed the perspective of the skeletal spirit towards him, observing Stark standing awkwardly not far away, his hands clasped behind his back in a manner reminiscent of a bashful young girl. Had the skeletal specter been capable of laughter, it would have surely erupted in mirth at the sight, much like its corporeal counterpart. Angelo stifled his laughter and commanded the skeletal spirit to jump in place twice, signaling that he could hear him. Stark exchanged a peculiar glance with Dr. Ethan beside him before speaking. Hey, buddy, listen to me. I think you need to wait a bit before rescuing me. I have some preparations to make. After saying this, as if fearing that Angelo would doubt him, he pointed to the pile of weapons on the ground. We'd better coordinate our efforts. Of course, it's not that I lack faith in your abilities. It's merely a matter of safety. Angelo, observing Stark's fidgeting demeanor and the battery he was trying to conceal behind him, quickly deduced the reason for Stark's anxiety, drawing from a narrative of past films. For someone like him, the thought of being embarrassed in front of others was far more intolerable than facing his demise here. With a playful smile, Angelo manipulated the soul of bones to inscribe a few words in the air. Through Stark and Ethan's puzzled interpretations, they grasped Angelo's intention. Mr. Stark, I must say you look rather splendid now. Battery man or battery hero? What do you think? By the way, little Gali has come to assist in your rescue. She will surely adore your current appearance. I will even help her capture a memorable photograph with her godfather. Just as Angelo's essence was jolted awake by the sound of the eighth tent collapsing, he decided not to continue the conversation with Stark, leaving him with a reminder to notify him once he was ready. He then merged the soul of Bones back into the wall, entering a temporary slumber. Once the soul of Bones vanished into the wall, Stark erupted into frenzied activity, eagerly clutching his battery and hastening towards the pile of weapons. With fervent enthusiasm, he began his work, disregarding any commercial secrets, and pulled Ethan into the fray as well. Stark's actions caught the attention of the terrorists monitoring from the other side of the screen. Upon witnessing Stark's swift movements, they merely exchanged a brief glance and shared a derisive laugh. Look at these Americans. They truly fear for their lives. As for Ethan, observing Stark's nimble actions, he found it hard to believe that this was a patient recovering from serious injuries. His curiosity about Stark's friend, Angelo, deepened. Who was this individual that could incite such eagerness in Mr. Stark to escape the base and revel in his arrival? On the opposite side of the dune, Angelo set Stark on the path to research the original mark, then turned his attention to little Golly and a few unfortunate skeletons. He halted the excited Golly and assisted the pitiful skeletons in erecting a tent, ensuring they were settled. In the following period, both Angelo and little Golly would reside here. Angelo had no objections to Stark's request to await further news. Although Stark was undeniably in a precarious situation, and Angelo relished the thought of witnessing this troublesome fellow's embarrassment, Stark's ability to create the arc reactor in his chest was crucial to his identity as Iron Man. It was hardly fitting for someone of Stark's stature to be seen carrying a battery around. Angelo looked forward to witnessing the birth of Iron Man firsthand. Thus, for the ensuing week, Angelo found solace behind the secluded dunes, residing with the young Jelly and the orange-clad figure. Their days were filled with companionship, with Angelo alternating between moments with Jelly and covertly observing Stark's progress through the lens of the white-boned soul. Fortunately, Angelo had previously stocked an abundance of supplies within his spatial backpack, allowing the father and daughter to thrive in the desert as if they were indulging in a luxurious retreat rather than struggling for survival. Under the pressure of potentially embarrassing himself before Jelly, Stark was brimming with motivation. Angelo recalled that in his previous life, Stark had taken nearly a month to construct the arc reactor and Mark I. Yet now he had accomplished this feat in just over a week. The timeline had significantly contracted, but this haste brought forth its own issues. The Mark I Stark fashioned was even more rudimentary than its cinematic counterpart, lacking the meticulous craftsmanship that Angelo associated with Iron Man. While the film's Mark I provided comprehensive protection for Stark's body, the current iteration only shielded his vital areas. As for Angelo's observations of the arc reactor's assembly, Stark remained indifferent, setting aside his profound gratitude for Angelo's long journey from America to rescue him. Even if Angelo were to attempt to learn, he would find it beyond his grasp. The arc reactor's essence was akin to controlled nuclear fusion, a concept not easily grasped through mere observation, especially considering Angelo's lukewarm interest in the device. The arc reactor? Is it truly formidable? Perhaps a bone spear would be more enticing, or a corpse explosion. Angelo's sole fascination with the arc reactor was the prospect of having one installed in his church, liberating him from electricity bills, an essential consideration when one has a family to support. Nonetheless, even if Angelo held a dismissive view of the arc reactor, he could not help but admire Stark, who was indeed regarded by even the likes of the purple sweet potato essence as being cursed by knowledge. Stark had managed to engineer a highly advanced arc reactor using merely salvaged tools and palladium from missile weaponry, thus shedding the moniker of Battery Man. Of course, had Angelo known that Stark placed greater value on his reputation than his own life at that moment, he might have grasped how Stark achieved such feats. In literary terms, this phenomenon is often referred to as a power-up. After meticulously arranging the rudimentary iron armor components, Stark returned to the wall and summoned Angelo's white-boned soul. "Angelo, I am ready," Stark announced, proudly shaking the arc reactor at his chest. The genius Stark was prepared to unleash his prowess. "When shall we commence?" Amused by Stark's triumphant demeanor, Angelo pondered for a moment before deciding to impart a word of caution. agreeing to initiate their action an hour later, while emphasizing the importance of Stark safeguarding Dr. Ethan. Angelo was uncertain whether he could truly alter Dr. Ethan's fate. However, after spending several days together, he had internally designated Dr. Ethan as the future tutor for little Golly, believing him to be more than capable in both talent and character. Chapter 51. The bald man is not a good person. Having agreed upon a time, Angelo swiftly dispersed the bone soul, fearing that if a conflict erupted, his distraction might lead to the demise of Stark and Dr. Ethan. Returning to his original perspective, it was now midday. He took his time preparing a steak for little Golly. Admittedly, the flavor could not rival that of Uncle Long, a professional chef, but it was acceptable nonetheless. In his previous life as a pure-blooded Chinese, Angelo had no trouble preparing Chinese dishes. However, when it came to steak, he could only manage cooking it through, his skills not surpassing those of a skeletal warrior. Unfortunately, the only ingredient in Angelo's spatial ring that could satiate the insatiable little Golly was steak. As Golly devoured her meal, Angelo casually remarked, "Daddy will go rescue your godfather soon. You must stay here and wait patiently for my return, all right?" Golly paused mid-bite, her eyes wide, and promptly set her steak aside, shaking her little head vigorously. "No, Daddy said there's danger. I must protect you. There's no danger to Daddy." "No. If there's no danger to Daddy, then there's definitely no danger to me." No matter how Angelo tried to reason, little Golly was determined to protect him, embodying a spirit of solidarity. This left Angelo feeling both helpless and touched. Helpless because Golly was as stubborn as a bull about such matters, yet touched because she resembled the ideal child described by parents when speaking of others. He never expected his little Golly to be such a gem. Ultimately, Angelo relented and agreed to take Golly along, but he stipulated that she must wear the full set of bone armor and remain close to him. As for himself, even without the armor, he would not be significantly harmed by bullets or similar weapons. The primary function of the bone armor was not for ballistic protection, but rather to keep his clothing intact and free from the acrid scent of gunpowder. Soon, the agreed-upon time arrived, 2 p.m., under the blazing sun in the desert. The terrorists stationed at the entrance were becoming drowsy. Among the two terrorists on lookout at the cave entrance that day were Ben and little Jimmy. Ben remained in his usual lethargic state, a seasoned veteran after decades in the field. Meanwhile, little Jimmy had adapted over the past week. While he could not fully transform into a battle-hardened veteran like Ben, he had acclimated to the environment and was no longer as tense as before. Two individuals leaned against the wall at the entrance of a cave, sharing the same posture. Little Jimmy yawned, intending to discuss the latest gossip regarding the widows in their village. However, his expression suddenly froze, morphing into one of sheer terror, as if he had encountered a ghost. Following little Jimmy's gaze, Ben beheld the final scene of his life. A man draped in a long robe, wielding a staff, stood atop a sand dune, accompanied by a peculiar child clad in strange armor. From the long hair that peeked out, it appeared to be a little girl with violet locks. Yet, that was not the most alarming aspect. Behind the man loomed a vast expanse of white, a veritable ocean of moving skeletons. If Ben's eyes did not deceive him, it was indeed a legion of animated bones. Little Jimmy, still in a daze, looked back at Ben, questioning whether he had misperceived the scene or if this was merely a dream. His throat dry and words failing him, he mechanically nodded, unsure if he was confirming or denying the reality. Then, the man in the black robe, with a stoic expression, waved his staff and muttered incantations, summoning the pale ocean of skeletons to charge forth like an avalanche in the desert, a horrific momentum rushing towards them from the distant sand dune. The skeletal army advanced silently, the only sound being the tremors beneath their feet, a silence that instilled greater dread. Little Jimmy and Ben were paralyzed by the murderous intent that enveloped them, their limbs freezing and minds blank. They had never witnessed such a scene. It was a tableau ripped from the pages of a horror film. As the skeletal horde drew nearer, little Jimmy watched in horror as several sentinels fired a few shots, only to be torn into fragments without any semblance of resistance. It jolted him awake to the reality of an enemy assault. He barely had time to shout before the skeletal army was upon him. Little Jimmy, aghast, watched as Ben, the seasoned survivor, was ripped to shreds by the terrifying skeletal legion. At that moment, his psyche shattered completely. After all, Jimmy was merely a boy in his teens. Even though he had been born into a war-torn region, his experiences did not render him immune to fear or despair. He scrambled over to the machine gun nest, frantically raising the weapon and unleashing a hail of bullets towards the oncoming skeletal horde. As he fired, he screamed, releasing his terror and panic, as if the volume of his voice could amplify the bullet's lethality. The heavy machine gun's rounds coalesced into a metallic whip, slicing through the air towards the skeletons. Yet, the scene he had envisioned did not materialize, aside from causing a few smaller skeletons to stagger back. The only impact of the metallic barrage seemed to be the minor disintegration of a few bones from the most frequently hit skeleton in the front row. The gunfire outside the cave, accompanied by Jimmy's shouts, had drawn the attention of the stronghold's leader. The bald chief, quickly regaining his composure, commanded his men to open fire in retaliation. Unfortunately, despite the addition of nearly 100 firearms, they merely managed to slightly impede the advance of the skeletal army, failing to take down even a single skeleton. Realizing the futility of their efforts, the bald leader hastily retreated into the cave, intending to silence Stark and Dr. Ethan. Even in death, he aspired to take 2 others with him. Eliminating a wealthy figure like Stark would not be in vain. Meanwhile, Enquiro found himself somewhat at a loss as he addressed little Golly's question. "Daddy, what did you mean by wake up just now? Haven't these little skeletons always been awake?" Enquiro felt a rare flush of embarrassment. Could he admit that he had merely stood at the forefront of the skeletal army, momentarily deluding himself into believing he was the Lich King, the harbinger of the undead? It was trivial, yet he had forgotten the Lich King's lines and had unwittingly quoted a line from the Mummy 3 in an attempt to recapture the feeling. Awkwardly, little Golly had overheard him, prompting a sense of inexplicable shame when she inquired further. As he pondered how to respond to little Golly, he suddenly noticed a large bald man brandishing a gun, hastily retreating toward the cave. "Little Golly, we shall revisit this question later. First, I must take you to rescue your godfather." This man was the leader of the base, someone Enquiro recognized from television in his previous life. Seizing upon this opportunity, Enquiro captured little Golly's attention. He summoned a skeletal horse, lifted the fully armed little Golly onto it, and brandished his staff as they charged toward the bald leader. Little Golly, mimicking him, wielded her pink hand cannon, embodying the spirit of a little bandit. Indeed, bald men were not to be trusted. Whether it was Nick Fury or this fellow, they all shared the same lack of hair. It appeared that, in the Marvel Universe, one's moral standing was somehow correlated with the amount of hair one possessed. Chapter 52. Firepower is Justice. Enquiro, cradling little Golly as they rode the skeletal horse, stood out against the generally slow-moving skeletal army, immediately capturing the bald leader's attention. Clad in a black robe and riding a skeletal steed, Enquiro resembled a reaper emerging from the depths of hell, while little Golly, encased in bone armor, waved her oversized weapon like a true brigand. It was difficult for anyone to ignore their presence. The bald leader retreated while shooting, instructing his men to fire and obstruct Enquiro and little Golly's pursuit, all the while continuing to shoot himself, which proved to be quite a nuisance for Enquiro. Although Enquiro's physical prowess was sufficient to withstand the gunfire from the terrorists, rendering their lethal force ineffective, the impact was undeniably palpable, momentarily hindering the advance of his skeletal steed. 2 bullets struck the bone armor adorning little Golly, producing a pair of metallic clangs as they fell harmlessly to the ground, while the remainder were largely intercepted by Enquiro's corporeal form. The projectiles penetrated his dark cloak, impacting his chest as though striking resilient rubber, resulting only in a slight indentation on his skin before being deflected away. Naturally, Enquiro was not one to endure blows without retaliation. He had casually hung his long staff on the side of the skeletal horse and retrieved from his spatial backpack the shotgun he had whimsically named 3,000 Ways to Kill You. Adorned with ancient runes, the firearm bore the appearance of a treasured antique rather than a mere instrument of violence. Having already loaded the shotgun, he aimed at the bald leader, intent on engaging in a heart-pounding exchange of gunfire. The thunderous roar erupted, bang, 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 yet yielded no fruitful results. In fact, the shots missed the mark entirely. Aside from witnessing the astonishing power of the rune-enhanced shotgun, there were no casualties inflicted upon the enemy. Instead, several unfortunate skeletons adjacent to him were shattered. The bullets strayed far from their intended target, leaving Cairo with a grim expression. He had anticipated his lack of shooting prowess, which was precisely why he had sought the shotgun from Alexei, but he had not expected such a dismal performance. Was it truly possible for a shotgun to miss entirely? Undeterred, he summoned a few bone spears and hurled them toward the bald leader, this time achieving a considerably improved accuracy. The spears grazed the leader's form, embedding themselves in the ground and inadvertently pinning several of his loyal subordinates, leaving the bald leader drenched in cold sweat. Was this a warning for him to abandon any thoughts of escape? Father is so impressive. Little Gali, ever the dutiful daughter, offered her support at just the right moment. Yet, Cairo's countenance remained troubled. Despite achieving some measure of success, he had clearly aimed for the bald leader. Why then? Had he only struck others while the primary target remained unharmed? Could it be that the curse of his title as the master of human outlines from his past life had grown so formidable? Missing an enemy from 5 meters away, was it truly possible, even after his transcendence? Following her father's display of prowess, little Gali seemed inspired, aiming her firearm at the terrorists, relentlessly firing upon the skeletal army. The bullets had been prepared for her defense just prior to the assault. Bang! Bang! In addition to the thunderous roar of firearms reminiscent of the enhanced version of You Will Die 3,000 times alongside Angelo, distant screams and the sound of human tissue being obliterated echoed ominously. Little Jelly's 2 shots struck their targets with uncanny precision, akin to having an aimbot, as she effortlessly dispatched 2 terrorists from afar, leaving behind a shower of dismembered flesh without any respite. The scene caused the bald leader's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably, and Angelo appeared deflated, like a punctured balloon. It seemed evident that he lacked the talent for shooting. Even little Jelly outperformed him in accuracy. Indeed, some endeavors cannot be accomplished solely through diligence. Thus, Angelo abandoned any thoughts of ranged assault, brandishing his club and positioning little Jelly behind him, swinging the weapon with fervor as he charged forward atop his skeletal steed. Ultimately, the outcome remained unchanged. A melee mage is still a mage after all. In a short span, Angelo approached the cave's entrance, while the number of surviving terrorists who had not fled dwindled significantly. His presence became the proverbial last straw for the beleaguered adversaries. The terrifying skeletal army advanced relentlessly. Even the heavy machine gun positions could not impede their march. Now, with the black-robed man at the forefront wielding his club, every strike he delivered promised injury. Every encounter spelled doom. To freedom. Long live freedom. The remaining terrorists could no longer withstand the oppressive pressure from these demons. One by one, they activated the grenades strapped to their bodies and leapt into the ranks of the skeletal army, launching suicidal assaults. Although the casualties inflicted on the skeletal horde were negligible. A few humanoid skeletons did lose their legs, only to retrieve an unknown leg bone from the ground to continue their advance. They were indeed terrorists, unafraid of death more than many others. Yet when confronted by the inexorable approach of death, their resolve did not surpass that of ordinary individuals. When the firearms in their hands ceased to offer any semblance of security, they were likely to crumble more easily than the average person. As the gunfire gradually faded, the terrorists guarding the cave's perimeter were effectively decimated by the skeletal army and Angelo. However, Angelo could not find the bald leader's whereabouts. Just as he contemplated instructing the skeletal army to scour the battlefield for traces of the fallen leader, the bald figure emerged, one hand clutching Dr. Ethan hostage and the other brandishing a firearm aimed at the Doctor's temple as he retreated from the cave. Accompanying this tense moment was the sound of heavy footsteps. At last, Iron Man, Tony Stark, made his grand entrance. Stark donned the Mark I armor, which, for the time being, can be referred to as such. For this suit appeared quite rudimentary, far more primitive than the Mark I armor depicted in the films of Angelo's previous life. The entire ensemble exuded an essence of Soviet industrial ruggedness. Indeed, it was simplistic, covering only Stark's vital areas and the arc reactor situated in his chest. Yet it simultaneously radiated a fierce Soviet aura. The two large missiles suspended beneath the armor's hands were a testament to this. Firepower equates to justice. However, it was not in the heroic manner of cinematic lore, where superheroes save the world, but rather in a manner that suggested he was grasping at straws. Hey, calm down. You cannot escape now. Release Dr. Ethan, and I shall spare your life. Stark anxiously regarded the hostage, Dr. Ethan, quickly raising his hands to signal that he meant no harm, striving to prevent the bald leader from accidentally harming Dr. Ethan in his agitation. Dr. Ethan had been Stark's savior, and Stark could not bear to witness him fall to the bald leader's wrath, even if it meant allowing the leader to leave unscathed. Chapter 53. The death of Ethan. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, as if the battlefield, previously ablaze with chaos, had transformed into a tranquil tableau. Only the dialogue between Stark and the bald leader persisted. How can you assure me that I will be released? Simply because I am Stark. Release Dr. Ethan, and I assure you, I will allow you to leave. I do not believe you. What will you do then? Unless you can persuade the one in the black robe to agree to my release as well. Stark endeavored to safeguard Dr. Ethan's safety, while Angelo remained silent, observing the bald leader with keen interest. Although Angelo was not adept with any ranged weaponry or long-distance attacks, he was a mage, and, as such, possessed the capability to wield spells. He could easily encase Dr. Ethan in a suit of skeletal armor the moment the bald leader attempted to fire, thereby deflecting the bullets aimed at him. Not only did he contemplate this course of action, but he also intended to execute it. After all, Dr. Ethan was destined to be the future tutor for little Golly. He could not perish here. As for Stark's promise to let him go, that was Stark's assurance, not one made by Angelo. Though it might be deemed overly optimistic to trust this bald leader, Angelo had no intention of granting him an easy exit. Just as Angelo remained vigilant against the bald leader, a gunshot suddenly echoed from a distant hillside. Bang! The sound reverberated through the desert sky. Instinctively, Angelo shielded little Golly behind him and raised his hand to encase Dr. Ethan in skeletal armor. Yet, it was a moment too late. On the distant hillside lay a sniper, whose rifle discharged bullets at velocities surpassing that of most firearms. With even the most ordinary sniper rifle capable of reaching speeds of 1,000 meters per second, far exceeding the speed of sound at 340 meters per second. By the time Angelo and the others heard the gunfire, the bullet had already struck Dr. Ethan in the heart. As for the skeletal armor released by Angelo, it enveloped Dr. Ethan only after the bullet had pierced his heart, preventing the devastating kinetic energy from tearing him apart. The bald leader fared even worse. The bullet not only penetrated Dr. Ethan's body, but continued on to strike him, resulting in his body being violently torn in two. He did not even have time to utter a sound before collapsing to the ground. Stark, momentarily stunned, reacted with frenzied desperation, launching two large missiles from his arm toward the distant hillside without casting a glance in that direction. He hurriedly moved to embrace Dr. Ethan, ensconced in the skeletal armor, in a futile attempt to save his life. The explosions resounded, boom, boom. It was unclear how Stark had modified the missiles, but they seemed to possess a homing capability, accurately striking the hillside and reducing it to rubble. Such a cataclysmic explosion rendered any hope of survival for the concealed sniper impossible. Whether any remains could be recovered was uncertain. Witnessing this, Angelo refrained from pursuing the sniper further, and out of habit, cast dozens of spells toward the hillside. The reason for casting so many was related to Angelo's accuracy, a detail best left unspoken. If I cannot hit my target, then I shall blanket the area with firepower. Once he completed this, Angelo swiftly joined Stark's side. Mr. Stark, Dr. Ethan murmured weakly, blood flowing incessantly from his mouth. Ethan, get up. We must leave. I will find you a hospital, Stark replied, half kneeling on the ground, breathless. For my sake, you must rise. We must follow through with our plan and escape back to America. This, in fact, is my plan. Stark. Dr. Ethan's clarity began to wane, his pallor growing more pronounced. Helping you escape is my plan. Ethan, hold on. We promised you would see your family. Stark spoke with palpable sorrow. Dr. Ethan's breath grew fainter, and he struggled to form words, squeezing out the last of his strength. Actually, my family is gone. Don't worry, Stark, don't worry. Beside them, Enkiluo remained silent, gently pulling little Galila into his embrace, shielding her from the heartbreaking scene. Enkiluo's heart was a tumult of emotions. He had been striving to alter Dr. Ethan's fate, only to find that Dr. Ethan had ultimately fallen victim to a gunshot wound. This incident compelled him to ponder deeper existential questions. Was it merely a coincidence? Or was it indeed impossible to alter the narrative of the Marvel Universe? If it were merely serendipitous, it could be dismissed. However, if it were true that the plot of the Marvel narrative was immutable and that his intervention had led to a convergence of timelines, rendering Dr. Ethan's demise an inescapable conclusion, then the implications were profound. During their interactions over the past few days, Enkiluo had come to see Dr. Ethan as a man of grace, kindness, and moral integrity. It was precisely these qualities that had led Enkiluo to wish for Dr. Ethan to become little Galilee's tutor. For he believed Dr. Ethan would also be an exceptional friend. Indeed, as Enkiluo had anticipated, Stark observed Dr. Ethan's breathing gradually cease, his eyes reddening as he exhaled a heavy sigh. Sorrow etched upon his visage as he gently laid Dr. Ethan's body to rest on the ground. In the next moment, Stark transformed into a raging beast, his demeanor shifting to one of ferocity as he commanded his armored suit to unleash a torrent of fury upon the cavern walls, venting his pent-up wrath and frustration. Although Stark's personality could be abrasive, his loyalty to friends was unwavering, and during their time together, he had come to acknowledge Dr. Ethan as a true companion. In this precarious environment, it was only Enkiluo and Dr. Ethan who stood by him as friends, and it was Dr. Ethan's battery surgery that had initially saved Stark's life. Thus, it was evident how devastating Dr. Ethan's death would be for him. The external walls of the cave had been fortified by the terrorists, yet under the relentless assault of Stark's iron suit, they reverberated with thunderous sounds, while stones from the mountain above cascaded down in response to the tremors. Little Galilee, nestled in Enkiluo's embrace, gazed timidly at the frenzied Stark, anxiously tugging at Enkiluo's dark robe. "Daddy, what's wrong with Godfather? Can we help him?" Enkiluo had regained his composure amidst Stark's rampage, his own heart heavy with sorrow. Although he could not yet fathom whether the convergence of timelines could indeed occur in this Marvel universe, he reasoned that the only way to ascertain the truth was to test it. He gently stroked little Galilee's head and scrutinized the skill tree. Among his abilities lay one he had never employed. He was uncertain of the consequences it might invoke, or even if it would prove effective. After all, this was the authentic Marvel universe, not merely a cinematic portrayal. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to take action, whether for Dr. Ethan, Stark, or little Galilee's future education. "Stark, please calm down. I believe I might attempt to revive Dr. Ethan." Chapter 54, The Goddess of Shadows. Ankaro halted Stark's descent into madness. The iron armor Stark donned was hastily constructed, a mere makeshift creation born of urgency. After such tumult, the joints of the armor began to loosen, precariously clinging to Stark's form. "Would you say, Ankaro?" Stark gazed at Ankaro in disbelief, yet his eyes shimmered with hope, yearning for the answer he sought. "I merely suggested I could give it a try." Stark's expression twisted in anguish. Adhering to a scientific rigor, he had observed Dr. Ethan's breath cease and witnessed the bullet pierce through his heart. Biologically, it is fundamental that human life is sustained by the heart circulation. Thus, Dr. Ethan's condition rendered revival utterly implausible. Yet, Stark's mind wandered to Ankaro's myriad peculiarities. He glanced at the skeletal army meandering in the distance. If Ankaro could animate these bare bones and withstand heavy machine gun fire, could it be that science was not entirely applicable in this case? As a fervent devotee of scientific doctrine, Stark found his faith wavering before the sight of the skeletons surrounding Ankaro. However, true to his nature, Stark quickly regained his composure. He firmly believed that Angkoro's aberrations could indeed be elucidated through science, albeit a more advanced form yet to be comprehended. He silently resolved to investigate what he deemed Angkoro as magical abilities upon his return. Very well, Stark nodded, donning his battered armor, and earnestly addressed Angkoro. I beg of you. Angkoro solemnly nodded in response, then escorted little Gali and Stark to a distant hillside, issuing commands to the skeletal army to protect her. He earnestly cautioned Stark to retreat with Gali should the situation grow dire. Angkoro was acutely aware of the impending events, a skill he had never employed in the Marvel Universe, leaving him uncertain of the outcomes. Though he had never perused Marvel Comics, he had heard tales of formidable entities within that universe, akin to celestial beings in Chinese mythology. While these high-ranking figures had yet to manifest in the cinematic realm, one must remember that reality diverges from fiction. Who could foresee what demons might arise from invoking such powers of life and death? After all, in Chinese lore, Sun Wukong's meddling with the Book of Life and Death had incited great upheaval in the heavens. Who knows if there exists an entity within the Marvel Universe that governs life and death, akin to a realm of the underworld? Should such a power exist, the ability at hand would be akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger's mouth. If the individual in question were not Dr. Ethan, it is highly probable that Angelo would refrain from intervening, as doing so could lead to complications. However, for the sake of little Galilee's education, Angelo deemed that even the potential for inconvenience was acceptable. After all, the educational philosophy in Huagua emphasizes nurturing from a young age. Angelo had even contemplated enrolling little Galilee in a weekend mathematics enrichment class, as he himself had once experienced. Stark stood alongside Galilee on the hillside, and despite being surrounded by a legion of skeletons, his worries were unabated. Particularly when he observed Angelo's serious demeanor, his anxiety intensified. He harbored doubts about Angelo's ability to resurrect a lifeless Dr. Ethan. Yet he also hoped that Angelo could indeed revive this life-saving benefactor. Stark's thoughts were of little concern to Angelo at that moment. Once he arranged everything, he positioned himself before Ethan's lifeless form, rearming himself with the skeletal armor and staff to avert any unforeseen incidents. Communication skill. Skill, rebirth. Effect, revive monsters to fight for you. The description of the skill was intricate, but to summarize it in a single phrase, resurrection. In the game Diablo 2, revived monsters typically existed for only 3 minutes. However, perhaps due to a new version patch or the influence of time travel, this limitation had seemingly vanished. Targeting Dr. Ethan for the skill's activation, Angelo, with a mixture of trepidation, unleashed the ability. A deep gray mist materialized, coiling into a serpentine form, and surged toward Dr. Ethan's body as if animated by a life force. Angelo instinctively tightened his grip on the staff. The mist penetrated Dr. Ethan's body, all under the watchful eyes of Angelo, Stark, and little Galilee. Suddenly, Dr. Ethan's body jolted. Stark, positioned on the distant hillside, felt a surge of excitement, anxiously gazing in Angelo's direction, hoping for further signs of movement from Dr. Ethan. However, to their disappointment, aside from the initial tremor, Dr. Ethan's body exhibited no further actions, leaving the three to question whether their observations had merely been illusions. Only little Galilee furrowed her brow, inhaling deeply, murmuring to herself in a barely audible tone. What a familiar sensation! What could this be? At the moment the deep gray mist entered Dr. Ethan's body, within a mysterious, unknown expanse of the cosmos. A magnificent manor resided in the void. The manor emanated a profound black hue, evoking an instinctive association with death, decay, and silence. Yet paradoxically, the estate was adorned with vibrant blooms, and the air was perfumed with an unusual fragrance. The vibrant appearance starkly contrasts with words such as death and decay. Deep within the estate, in a blackened dwelling, a figure cloaked in a hooded cape sits before a television, engrossed in the fervent gameplay of Sekiro on Earth. From a rear view, this tall silhouette evokes an image of a goddess, and one might imagine that she could inspire admirers to approach her simply based on her graceful posture. Suddenly, with a display of agitation, She hurls the controller to the ground and violently stomps on it twice. A large red character on the screen reveals the source of her fury. As she turns her head to vent her frustration, she perfectly embodies the essence of a goddess in silhouette. However, upon closer inspection, her visage is not that of a human, but rather a skeletal face devoid of flesh. Perched atop her neck is merely an empty skull. The silhouette goddess, initially intending to retrieve another controller and resume her monotonous existence, suddenly emits a sound of confusion, as if she has stumbled upon an intriguing sight. Chapter 55. The Lady of Death. The Lady of Death has discovered something quite extraordinary, an occurrence that has never manifested in her realm of mortality, leading her to question her own perceptions. Just moments ago, she sensed a peculiar omen. A soul recently absorbed into her domain was exhibiting signs of being drawn away. Astonishingly, a mere human soul could resist the allure of the realm of death. This revelation is unprecedented for the Lady of Death. While the other 4 deities of her kind possess the ability to extract a soul from the domain of death, they would never engage in such a seemingly futile endeavor. It has been ages since the 5 primordial deities last convened. Moreover, based on her intuition, she is certain that this anomaly is not the result of any actions by the other 4 deities. Following the mysterious pull, she perceives a sensation that is simultaneously foreign yet inexplicably familiar. Perhaps, in human terms, one might describe this as the feeling of encountering a familiar stranger. Though the Lady of Death typically refrains from intervening in the passage of souls into her domain, relying entirely on the established cosmic rules, this unusual phenomenon has piqued her curiosity. The reason she adopts this skeletal form is merely for the convenience of gaming. For the souls she absorbs into her realm predominantly offer amusement through human video games. Over time, she has grown accustomed to manifesting in a human guise. Evidently, in comparison to the game, there are now more intriguing matters at hand. The Lady of Death endeavors to manipulate the rules at her disposal, contending with the opposing force that pulls from the other side. However, a fascinating phenomenon emerges. The very rules wielded by the Lady of Death seem inadequate to counterbalance the growing pull that persists from the opposite side. It appears that this force will not relent until it has claimed the soul in question. It is important to note that the Lady of Death is, in essence, a deity of concept, the embodiment of death itself. She governs the rules of mortality within the cosmos. In other words, there exists a being capable of opposing the cosmic laws. If this entity merely exhibits a slight resistance to the approach of death, it could imply that someone has usurped the authority over death's dominion. Essentially, a mere thief, easily thwarted should death discover the transgression. However, if there exists an individual capable of genuinely contending with the rules of death, the situation becomes significantly more dire. It transforms into a stark contrast between a thief and a highwayman, one who brazenly declares their intent to rob you, threatening violence should you resist or refuse. This indicates a breach in the cosmic order, a flaw arising outside the control of the creator deity, a grave concern. In this moment, the Lady of Death chooses not to continue her exertion in a stalemate with the opposing force. Instead, she follows the ethereal soul pathway, accompanying the soul, named Ethan, back to its origin. Now, her curiosity regarding the nature of this entity intensifies, and she plans not only to investigate but also to resolve the matter at hand, identifying and rectifying the issue to uphold the established cosmic laws. This is the duty of the 5 great deities. In the Afghan desert, the anxious Stark stands atop a distant hillside with the perplexed Galia, gazing in the direction of Encairo. Since that ominous gray mist penetrated Dr. Ethan's being, Encairo has remained in the same position for a full 5 minutes, motionless. Even when Star calls out to him, Encairo appears oblivious, offering no response whatsoever. Stark remains entirely unaware of Galia's expression, his focus solely on Dr. Ethan and Encairo. The recent events present an unknown phenomenon to him, and he is oblivious to what may transpire next. He contemplates approaching to discern the situation, yet hesitates, fearing he might disrupt Encairo's incantation. After much internal conflict, Stark ultimately resolves to investigate, for he has already lost Dr. Ethan, his savior and friend, and he does not wish to suffer the same fate with Angelo. Stark's understanding of the concept of casting spells is limited to that portrayed in film or literature. He considers that a failed incantation might lead to backlash, potentially resulting in death. Galia, stay here and wait for your father, Stark instructs her, offering a few reassurances before donning his tattered iron armor and trudging heavily toward Angelo. In truth, although Ankyro's current condition bears no relation to the notion of backlash, it is, nonetheless, far from ideal. He initially believed that the reason for the ineffectiveness of his resurrection skill was simply due to the fact that he was in the real world. However, after the corpse of Dr. Ethan convulsed a couple of times, Angelo suddenly realized that the skill had spiraled out of control. The resurrection ability had not ceased. Rather, it was incessantly siphoning his mental energy, though the current rate of extraction was not faster than his recovery. The alarming aspect was that the speed of mental energy extraction was accelerating, gradually matching his recovery rate, and he found himself unable to move. If this continued, perhaps in just 2 hours, his mental energy would be entirely drained. Although he was uncertain of the consequences of such depletion, Angelo could surmise, even without deep thought, that it could not bode well. At that moment, Stark, burdened by his heavy iron armor, approached Angelo's side. "Angelo, are you all right?" Stark inquired with concern. Angelo blinked, attempting to open his mouth, but he found it impossible. He could only convey through his gaze that he was not well. He hoped Stark would understand. Yet it seems Stark had misinterpreted. "You mean you're doing all right?" Stark exhaled a long sigh of relief and relaxed. "I knew this wouldn't be an easy task. No need to rush. I'll just stay by your side. Little Golly is over there on the hillside, so don't worry." Angelo listened to Stark ramble on, feeling both amused and exasperated. He realized he could not rely on Stark for assistance and began to ponder ways to extricate himself from his current predicament. As he rummaged through his spatial backpack in search of something that might aid him, he suddenly felt a release of mental strain accompanied by a mild dizziness. The extraction of his mental energy had ceased. Before he could comprehend the situation, a figure cloaked in black appeared before him. The figure had an appealing silhouette. Yet as he glanced towards the face above the neck, he was met with a bald, skeletal visage. The hollow eye sockets seemed to gaze at him with curious interest. Although it was perplexing how a skull could exhibit such an expression, Angelo inexplicably sensed that the entity was quite intrigued by him. It was none other than the Lady of Death, having followed the thread of the net. "Damn!" Angelo exclaimed, uttering the name of a certain plant. While he too could summon such skeletal creatures, it did not imply that he found them aesthetically pleasing, particularly since this female skeleton was clearly beyond his control. As for Stark, his situation was even more dire. Before he could grasp what was happening, he inadvertently obstructed the Lady of Death's line of sight and let out a scream as she flicked him away with a mere finger, sending him flying a considerable distance. His tattered armor could no longer withstand the impact and shattered into fragments during his flight. The Lady of Death held in her grasp a translucent soul, which, upon closer inspection, resembled a miniature version of Dr. Ethan. Chapter 56, The Ancient One. Angelo, barely pausing to contemplate, raised his staff and brought it down forcefully upon the skeletal hand that clutched Dr. Ethan's soul. Although the nature of this skeleton remained a mystery, its menacing demeanor was unmistakable. After all, had it not just sent Stark flying upon its entrance while still grasping Dr. Ethan's essence? Confronted with such a threat, action was imperative. Lady Death appeared momentarily taken aback. Her prolonged seclusion had dulled her combat instincts, coupled with an ingrained tendency to underestimate her foes. As one of the 5 primordial deities in the Marvel Universe, she possessed the capability to extinguish the lives of the vast majority of beings. This was less a matter of strength and more about an overwhelming dominance of rules. She could obliterate entities from the very fabric of existence, akin to altering a programmed state to one of death itself. Any being existing within the confines of her dominion was inevitably subject to the fatal decree she could bestow. The staff struck the bone of Lady Death's hand with a resounding thud. To Angelo's astonishment, her alabaster skeletal fingers proved far more resilient than he had anticipated. They did not shatter as he had envisioned. Wait a moment. The bare skull of Lady Death articulated its jaw, producing a melodious feminine voice. It was a curious phenomenon, how a voice could emanate from a head devoid of vocal cords. Who are you? This was not the scenario she had anticipated. Should not the mortal before her be engulfed in dread upon her arrival, leading to a conversation steeped in his unending terror before she granted him eternal death? Instead, this mortal was swinging a staff at her without hesitation. Did he truly not recognize her identity? Surely not. How could one who wielded the power over death be ignorant of their own nature? Or was it the case that mortals had become so audacious? I'm McFury. Observing the bewilderment on Lady Death's visage, Angelo raised an eyebrow. Fearing for Stark and Little Golly, he eschewed further dialogue and resumed his assault with the staff. This time, however, he not only aimed to strike, but also employed his skill tree, designating Lady Death as the target. He unleashed a torrent of curses and weakening spells upon her, deepening damage. Dim vision, debilitation, backlash, fear, confusion, life siphon, aging, resistance reduction. Angelo paid little mind to the efficacy of his spells. He simply hurled every weakening ability he possessed at Lady Death. This marked the first occasion his staff's assault had encountered resistance. Previously, any strike would connect without fail. This alone attested to the formidable defenses of the skeletal figure before him. Even with near point-blank execution of his skills, Angelo's aim was impeccable, ensuring that every spell found its mark. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations. As the long stick struck the wrist of the Lady of Death once more, it no longer produced a dull thud, but instead resonated with the sharp crack of a bone fracturing. Snap! The Lady of Death's hand, as pure as jade, finally fell to the ground, and the soul of Dr. Ethan, which she had clutched, was inexplicably drawn back into his lifeless body. Witnessing this scene, Angelo quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, yet he remained vigilant, ready to seize the moment and strike down his opponent decisively. At this juncture, the Lady of Death was afflicted by multiple curses, enveloped in darkness. Her physical frailty and the agony of her shattered bones intensified the effects of her fear-inducing abilities. With a piercing scream, she began to lash out recklessly at her surroundings. Her attacks struck the ground, causing a patch of sand to wither and decay rapidly, and the backlash from her amplified assaults left her grievously injured, nearly severing her corporeal form in two. Lady of Death. At that moment, a bald mage clad in a yellow robe abruptly appeared before Angelo, speaking in a cold tone. "You are to leave this planet." As he spoke, the mage conjured a radiant spell, crafting a magical barrier that intercepted all of the lady's chaotic attacks, preventing the deathly aura from spreading further. Upon hearing yet another unfamiliar voice that discerned her identity, the Lady of Death assumed this was merely another ally of Angelo. Ignoring everything else, she forsook even the severed bone and tore open a rift in space to flee. Angelo's expression twitched as he recognized the bald mage before him. Clad in a yellow robe, this mage was unmistakably the illustrious Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, a true protector of Earth, unlike the inept agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, was Ancient One truly that formidable? Had the being known as the Lady of Death fled at a mere glance? Unbeknownst to Angelo, Ancient One was pondering the same. She had taken notice of him after he utilized a corpse explosion in Hell's Kitchen. However, upon ascertaining that Angelo was an indigenous life form of Earth rather than an invasive species, she refrained from intervening. Her duty was to shield Earth from external threats, not to safeguard specific individuals. To her astonishment, Angelo had proven remarkably powerful, scaring off a foe capable of rivaling the ancient master, Dormammu. Thus, a misunderstanding arose between them. Each believed that the other's prowess had driven away the Lady of Death. Angelo had never anticipated encountering Ancient One in such a context, clearly realizing that the Lady of Death had been summoned by his actions. He held deep respect for Ancient One, the silent guardian of Earth, a stark contrast to organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D., which contributed little of genuine value. As Angelo pondered, he suddenly coughed up a copious amount of blood after the escape of the Lady of Death. her complexion turning a ghastly white. It was evident that the Sorceress Supreme was not as formidable as Angelo had imagined. Withstanding the onslaught of the Lady of Death had taken a considerable toll on her, leaving her grievously injured and bleeding. Though the Lady of Death was not particularly skilled in combat, being more of a recluse, she was nonetheless one of the 5 primordial deities. If her esteemed ancestor, the Supreme Sorcerer of Ashanti, were present, he might have managed to contend with the Lady of Death. But Guti was still far from that level. The two stood in silence, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. It wasn't until Dr. Ethan coughed that Ankiluo's thoughts were brought back to the present. He offered Guti an awkward smile. "Shall I attend to some matters first, and we can converse later?" Guti regarded him for a moment, perhaps out of respect for strength, and simply nodded, replying with a soft, "all right," before quietly retreating to mend her injuries. Relieved, Ankiluo hurried to Dr. Ethan's side, assisting him to his feet. However, upon removing Ethan's skeletal armor, Ankiluo discovered that his resurrection ability seemed far from perfect. There was a gaping hole the size of a fist where Ethan's heart should have been, its very essence seemingly vanished. Thank you for the 100 starting coins. Chapter 57. The 10 circular banners. Yet, once Ankiluo helped Ethan up, the doctor exhibited no signs of discomfort, merely gazing at Ankiluo with a peculiar expression, neglecting to examine his own injuries. Ankiluo felt a chill under his scrutiny and couldn't help but inquire, "What is it?" "Nothing." Ethan hesitated before speaking. "Did I truly see what I just witnessed?" Dr. Ethan was an exceptional scientist. While he may not have equaled the genius of Stark, who could drive the world forward, he held a doctorate in physics and had assisted Stark in the creation of the arc reactor. He had always placed his faith in science. However, from the moment his soul departed until he was resurrected by Ankiluo, the revelations he encountered profoundly challenged his worldview. Everything he had seen was utterly unscientific. Firstly, the existence of a soul defies explanation within scientific paradigms. Even the theory of the soul weighing 21 grams has been derided as pseudoscience. Secondly, while Ankiluo's earlier ethereal form in the cave might be forcibly interpreted as advanced technology in Stark's terms, how could one explain the sudden appearance of Gu-E and the legions of skeletons? If what he witnessed today was genuine and not merely a dream, it would imply that Dr. Ethan had glimpsed an entirely new realm, perhaps one that could be deemed magical or spiritual. Faced with Ethan's eager yet apprehensive gaze, Ankiluo nodded. "Revealing nook and settlement. Yes, what you saw is indeed real. I am aware that you have numerous inquiries to pose. However, might it be prudent for you to first attend to your wound? We can revisit these questions later. By the way, how do you currently feel?" "Remarkably well, unprecedentedly so. I feel as though I could shatter a boulder with a single punch." Ethan curiously probed the gaping hole in his chest, devoid of any sensation of pain or discomfort, as if this lethal injury, which would devastate another, were merely a figment of imagination for him. With a tearing sound echoing through the air, Ethan gazed in astonishment at the remnants of his torn suit jacket in his hands, then lifted his eyes to Ankiluo, his expression brimming with disbelief. Although these terrorists could hardly afford to provide him with an expensive suit, it was inconceivable for a man of around 50, even with inferior fabric, to rend it so effortlessly by hand. Ankiluo, observing Ethan's expression, could not suppress a wry smile. "We shall discuss this matter later." It was not that Ankiluo was unaware of the reasons. He had begun to form some hypotheses regarding Dr. Ethan's current state. Although he had successfully resurrected Dr. Ethan, it was not a mere revival. Rather, through the effects of his skills, Dr. Ethan had been irrevocably transformed into an undead being. It was no wonder that he could appear unaffected by a gaping hole in his chest. Having died once, how could such a minor injury possibly kill him again? As for Dr. Ethan's newfound strength, that was merely a passive effect of the skills. In a game context, Dr. Ethan will belong to Ankiluo's summoned entities, having been significantly enhanced by Ankiluo's various skills and passive effects, culminating in the current incarnation of Dr. Ethan. If Ankiluo's estimations were not in error, Dr. Ethan's physical condition had transcended that of the frail physicist he once was. In terms of physical prowess, he might have surpassed the limits of humanity. Rending a piece of clothing was trivial for him. Explaining this phenomenon would be cumbersome, especially with Gu Yi waiting nearby. Though Gu Yi remained silent, one could hardly feign ignorance of their presence. Very well, Dr. Ethan nodded, glancing around. By the way, where's Mr. Stark? Angelo Li, who had been flung away moments earlier. In a rush, Cairo hastened towards the direction Stark had been sent flying, hoping that Stark's resilience mirrored that of his cinematic counterparts and that he had not perished so easily. Otherwise, he might find himself needing to resurrect Stark as well. Upon discovering Stark, Cairo sighed in relief, realizing he was alive. However, he nearly burst into laughter. Stark was indeed resilient, despite being propelled a considerable distance. He bore not a single wound, as the iron suit he wore had absorbed the impact. At that moment, he was ensnared by two misaligned suits of armor, trapped in the sand in a most peculiar position, utterly immobile. It resembled a head awkwardly nestled between one's posterior. Stark, ensconced between two pieces of armor, strained to lift his gaze toward Cairo. To his despair, Cairo skillfully conjured a mobile phone in his hand and began snapping several photographs of him. "Hey, Cairo, father," Stark exclaimed, his face a portrait of desolation. "Please pull me out of here." The esteemed genius scientist had been unceremoniously flung aside without even discerning the identity of his assailant, a humiliating experience indeed. Not to mention the near embarrassment of having his head metaphorically lodged in his backside. With a cheerful smile, Cairo stowed away the phone in his spatial backpack and extended his hand to assist Stark in discarding the cumbersome armor. "Esteemed Mr. Stark, I believe these photographs of you would be splendidly suited for display in a church, don't you think? Speak up, my friend. How much must I pay for you to delete those photos?" Stark retorted while brushing sand from his attire. "Oh, dear Mr. Stark, how could you possibly think so poorly of me?" Cairo feigned a heartbroken expression. "I'm not one to extort. I merely wish to remind you of your promise before coming to Afghanistan, that should you find yourself in peril, you would construct a children's hospital in Hell's Kitchen for Little Galilee. However, your recent remarks have wounded my feelings. It seems you may need to assist Dr. Ethan in establishing a research lab within my church if you wish for me to forget those photographs." Stark, momentarily at a loss for words, thought it rather blatant to claim it was not extortion. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and gazed at Cairo with eager anticipation. "Did you mention Dr. Ethan? Surely, any issue that can be resolved with money is trivial for Tony Stark, is it not? Or perhaps Dr. Ethan holds greater significance. Indeed, he has survived." Cairo indicated the location of Dr. Ethan, who stood nearby. "But you should prepare yourself mentally." Cairo chose to disregard Stark, who was rushing toward Dr. Ethan. Given Stark's temperament and Dr. Ethan's disposition, their encounter would certainly yield a wealth of discussion, especially considering Dr. Ethan's recent experiences as an immortal. Now that it was confirmed there was no danger, Cairo waved toward Little Galilee on the distant hillside, prompting her to obediently scamper back to her father. After the father and daughter duo scoured the terrorist hideout, it was akin to a treasure hunt as they salvaged an impressive cache of firearms, ammunition, and supplies, all stowed within the spatial backpack. The only notable difference from a typical father-daughter treasure hunt was perhaps the unusual backdrop. Yet neither Galilee nor Cairo found anything amiss. After all, who could dare suggest that the resourceful people of Hua would not take every opportunity to thrive, even after the dust had settled? Ancient One remained patiently seated in silence, observing Luo as he handled the situation. It was not until Luo and Little Gali emerged from a cave, carrying a flag adorned with 10 circles, that Ancient One's eyes narrowed slightly. In the desert of Afghanistan, Luo sat on the ground with Little Gali, while Stark, Dr. Ethan, and Ancient One were positioned nearby. Stark periodically cast incredulous glances at the gaping wound in Dr. Ethan's chest, which he had stuffed with pieces of his tattered suit jacket. "Is this truly your method for treating wounds?" Luo inquired, astonished, recalling how things had been when they first arrived. Stark shrugged, innocently replying, "This is how Ethan instructed me to do it. Besides being a physics PhD, he is also a medical doctor from Harvard." "Ah, quite scientific." Luo momentarily lost his words. Although Dr. Ethan had become an undead being, thus eliminating the risk of infection, the methodology employed was rather rudimentary. After all, as long as he wouldn't die, merely plugging the hole would suffice. Harvard? Angelo Li mused as he glanced at the disheveled remnants of suit fabric lodged in Dr. Ethan's chest, inexplicably reminded of the Buddhist academy in Harbin from his past life. Stark, who was also feeling somewhat at a loss, glanced down at his own chest and nodded in agreement. Fortunately, he had managed to create a miniature arc reactor. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been labeled as the Battery Man. As for Dr. Ethan, he showed no concern for Stark and Angelo's somewhat disrespectful discourse about him, instead wearing an elegant smile as he curiously regarded Ancient One. She returned his polite smile. "Angelo, you're not Nick Fury, are you?" Ancient One finally interjected after Angelo and Stark had concluded their conversation. "No, I am Nick Fury. I am the director of SHIELD." Angelo vehemently denied, shifting the blame squarely onto Nick Fury's bald head. Ancient One's smile faltered slightly. As a supreme sorcerer who had safeguarded Earth for countless years, she was well aware of what SHIELD represented. In fact, she had monitored them discreetly during their inception. It was clear to her that Angelo was merely jesting. Angelo, Ancient One, seasoned and wise, dismissed his attempts to deflect blame. "I have been aware of you since your appearance in Hell's Kitchen. You need not worry. My name is Ancient One, and I harbor no ill intentions towards you." Angelo understood why Ancient One bore him no malice. His crossing over was a secret known only to him. Hence, as an indigenous being of Earth, he had no reason to fear any hostility from Ancient One. His attempt to adopt the name of Nick Fury was likely driven by a sense of guilt for the chaos he had caused, which had also resulted in harm to the Ancient One. This was not a matter of strength. Rather, Angelo held a deep respect for the Ancient One, who selflessly contributed to the protection of Earth. Noticing Angelo's silence, the Ancient One gestured towards Dr. Ethan and remarked, "His name is Ethan, correct? Are you aware that he is no longer entirely human?" "Yes, I am aware," Angelo nodded. It was clear that Ethan was no longer human, and any argument on that point would be futile. Stark, feeling a bit anxious, pricked up his ears to listen to their conversation. The Ancient One continued, "Ethan is no longer wholly human. In fact, he has transcended the status of a mere earthly being, or rather, he no longer belongs to any life form within this universe." The Ancient One fixed Angelo with a gaze imbued with deeper meaning, causing Angelo to feel a twinge of anxiety. He had exerted considerable effort to resurrect Dr. Ethan primarily so that Ethan could remain at the church as a tutor for little Golly. Could it be that the Ancient One might indeed consider expelling him due to Ethan's undead nature? Subsequently, Angelo and the Ancient One engaged in a lengthy discussion that lasted 2 hours. Ultimately, after obtaining Dr. Ethan's consent, it was agreed that Ethan would remain at the church, thus staying close to Angelo, who would be held accountable for Ethan's actions. In essence, should Ethan cause any trouble in the future, Angelo would bear full responsibility. This agreement stemmed from Angelo's formidable strength and the demeanor he exhibited during their conversation, which led the Ancient One to believe he posed no threat to Earth. In simpler terms, Angelo's disinterest in everything made him seem rather unassuming. Had it not been for the fact that Angelo had no need to fabricate lies, the Ancient One would hardly have believed that he had provoked the Mistress of Death merely to find a tutor for little Golly. Of course, this 2-hour negotiation was not without its rewards for Angelo. As he and the Ancient One conversed, they gradually became more familiar with one another, leading the Ancient One to share some secrets not depicted in past films. First and foremost was the origin of the Mistress of Death. According to the Ancient One, she is one of the 5 primordial deities of creation, embodying the essence of death itself. Her power is formidable, and while she may not excel in combat, her strength rivals, if not surpasses, that of the Vishanti. The Vishanti is not a singular entity, but rather a trinity formed by 3 ancient earth deities, Agamotto, Ashtar, and Hogarth, who together constitute a powerful alliance. These 3 gods are the source of strength for all supreme sorcerers. Prior to this, Anquiro was only aware that the Eye of Agamotto, the time stone housed in the Sanctum Sanctorum, was crafted by Agamotto using the time stone. As for whether the Vishani's power could rival that of the Mistress of Death, Anquiro personally doubted that the three deities could contend with her might. Otherwise, how could Lady Death traverse effortlessly, slicing through the fabric of space at will, while the three of them, including Doctor Strange, could only cower within the dimensions of the multiverse? Though skeptical, Angelo Li deemed it unnecessary to engage in further debate with Ancient One on this matter, as she was, after all, a venerable figure, and her disciples were still safeguarding the earth. A modicum of respect was warranted. By the heavens, Thanos is quite the astute individual. Angelo Li murmured quietly, recalling tales from a past life regarding the intricate relationship between the director of the Family Planning Commission, Thanos, and Lady Death. Furthermore, if one were to disregard her visage, Lady Death possessed an undeniably exquisite figure, a perfect hourglass shape. Indeed, were one to overlook her face, she would be the quintessential embodiment of a voluptuous, wealthy woman, affluent, physically appealing, and formidable. What did you say? Nothing. Please continue. Angelo Li replied with a jovial demeanor, deftly steering the conversation away from such frivolous topics. Ultimately, through his dialogue with Ancient One, Angelo Li grasped the reality of the Marvel Universe. The notion of converging timelines was but a myth. The real world was not a film, where every minuscule action could instigate a cascade of transformations. Much like Dr. Ethan, before his resurrection, Ancient One could observe his fate through the Time Stone, Eye of Agamotto. Yet once Ethan returned as an immortal entity, his destiny became inscrutable. This, in turn, altered the fates of many others. This elucidation clarified why Ancient One stated that, strictly speaking, Dr. Ethan no longer belonged to this universe. With this newfound understanding, the shadows that had clouded Angelo Li's mind dissipated instantly. Previously, he had harbored fears that the convergence of timelines might render him powerless to thwart Thanos should he ever arrive. However, it now appeared that such concerns were unfounded. The incident involving Dr. Ethan was merely a matter of serendipity. Chapter 59. I have been empowered. Quick, send help. As the two conversed, the orange cat unexpectedly emerged from an uncharted corner, having seemingly vanished during the earlier skirmish. Upon its reappearance, the cat, with a swish of its ample rear, darted towards little Galen, a peculiar white object clutched in its mouth. Angelo Li initially paid it little heed, assuming it had captured some small creature. However, as the cat drew nearer, he discerned that what it clutched was, astonishingly, a severed hand bone. It then struck Angelo Li that he had indeed broken off Lady Death's hand earlier, which must have fallen to the ground. Observing the cat's intent, it seemed poised to present this gruesome trophy to Galen. This was unacceptable. Such a macabre gift was far too horrifying, for Galen was destined to grow into a lovely young lady. Consequently, as the cat approached Angelo Li, he swiftly scooped it up, attempting to seize the hand bone from its mouth, which incited a flurry of discontented struggles from the feline. Angelo Li extended 2 fingers, somewhat disdainfully pinching the pristine white bone of a hand, contemplating discarding it. Who knew what viruses or avian flu might lurk upon this bone? It would be unacceptable for Zygiali to contract anything. As for Juzwa, well, considering his robust physique, he hardly seemed susceptible to illness. Just as Angelo Li's fingers brushed against the severed bone, an unexpected transformation occurred. Juzwa, as if suddenly electrocuted, let out a shriek and violently expelled the bone, darting away from Angelo Li in a swift motion, his tongue flailing. The fur around Juzwa's mouth singed, a fortunate outcome given his quick reaction. Otherwise, he would have likely suffered severe blisters. He had intended to present this hand bone to Zygiali, uncertain of its origin yet aware of the palpable energy emanating from it. Discarding it unceremoniously seemed a waste. After thoroughly confirming that the bone posed no danger to Zygiali, he had ventured forth with it. During their time as wanderers, Juzwa had scavenged for food in similar ways. Though the bone resembled that of a human hand, it was merely an aggregation of energy, not true human remains. Moreover, as Zygiali was not inherently human. Consuming it would bear no psychological burden, akin to someone indulging in chocolate shaped like excrement. Who would have thought that Angelo Li's mere touch would inadvertently trigger a mechanism, igniting the entire bone in flames? The once pristine hand bone was now encased in a layer of deep gray fire, the surrounding temperature soaring as the air began to warp from the heat. Angelo Li's reflexes were swift. He was relieved that the flames had not ignited on Zygiali's hands and sought to cast the bone away. Yet, it seemed as if the bone was glued to him, rapidly engulfed in flames, the deep gray fire flowing into Angelo Li's body like a sponge absorbing liquid. Though this series of events unfolded in mere moments, it felt prolonged. Stark and Dr. Ethan, alongside Zygiali, hastily gathered, their expressions tense. Had they witnessed everything? What had transpired? Even Gu-E, who had maintained a calm demeanor, now stood up with a worried expression. She had sensed the presence of the Lady of Death within the deep gray flames, or rather, the essence of death itself. This was something she had never encountered before, nor had it been recorded in the annals of the supreme sorcerer lineage. If the Lady of Death were to return with vengeance, they would surely be unable to withstand it. Angelo, equally perplexed, shared similar sentiments with Gu-E, initially suspecting he had fallen victim to the Lady of Death's cunning. However, after absorbing the deep gray flames, he felt no adverse reaction. No, something was amiss. Angelo suddenly sensed a transformation within the skill tree of his body. Every ability on the skill tree had undergone varying degrees of enhancement. Although Angelo could not ascertain the precise extent of this augmentation, he felt that his strength had increased by approximately 50 to 60% compared to before. This was not the result of treachery. Rather, had he gained experience from slaying monsters? This perplexed Angelo, for prior to his transmigration, he had utilized a mod to elevate his character's level and attributes to their zenith. Consequently, he had brought with him the pinnacle of quest panels from Diablo 2, and to his astonishment, he found that further enhancement was still possible. What did this signify? A breakthrough beyond the upper limit? Or perhaps a game version update that had lifted level restrictions? Angelo, what are your thoughts? The Ancient One had already summoned a portal with a wave of her hand. Is there anything amiss with your body? Should we visit the sanctum for a thorough examination? The Ancient One's concern for Angelo stemmed from two primary reasons. Firstly, they shared many viewpoints on various matters, whether it pertained to the protection of Earth or the belief that true mages should engage in close combat, casting spells at close range. Their perspectives aligned harmoniously. Of course, the Ancient One's motivation for safeguarding Earth was rooted in her responsibilities, while Angelo's was driven by his desire to ensure a future for himself and his loved ones. As for the notion of mages engaging in close combat, it was merely a matter of personal preference in combat style. Even with the addition of a precision rune, Angelo found himself lacking in accuracy, rendering the subject largely moot. Secondly, the Ancient One had glimpsed a future fraught with calamities for Earth, one that even the might of the Sanctum's mages could hardly withstand. However, since Angelo's arrival, the once predetermined future had begun to shift into the realm of the unknown. She could not foresee Angelo's future, as it was in constant flux, gradually exerting an influence on the world. Angelo cast a peculiar glance towards the distant snow-capped mountains where the portal led. Though he was tempted to embark on a leisurely visit to the sanctum, the timing felt decidedly inappropriate. He shook his head and declined, saying, "Ancient One, there's no need. I am quite well. Although I am uncertain about what has transpired, I do not feel anything amiss at present. I shall certainly seek you out at a later date." As he spoke, Angelo reached out to gently pat the head of the concerned little Galilee who had drawn close, reassuring her that he was fine and that she need not worry. The Ancient One, upon hearing this, did not press the matter further. It seemed evident that Angelo's raw power was not inferior to hers. He simply possessed less knowledge regarding certain concealed matters. In truth, had Angelo truly been ensnared in a plot, the Ancient One might have found herself at a loss, as her strength paled in comparison to that of beings like Death, who were of godlike caliber. Her sole recourse to assist Angelo now was to return and investigate the specifics of the situation. Only by understanding the circumstances could a viable response be formulated. Well, it is getting late. I shall take my leave for now, the Ancient One remarked as she stood beside the portal. Angelo hesitated momentarily and, in a reflexive display of politeness typical of the Chinese, remarked, "Are you in such a hurry? Why not have a meal before departing? The plane should be on its way to pick us up." "No, thank you for your invitation," Gui replied, waving his hand and adjusting his hood back over his bald head. "I will investigate the specific reasons for you as soon as I return, and I shall visit your church to find you." With that, he prepared to step into the portal. Yet just before crossing the threshold, as if recalling something important, he turned to Angelo and cryptically advised, "By the way, Shout, Jelly, and Juzwa are quite adorable. Do take good care of them. Also, the force behind Stark's abduction is not as simple as it appears." Chapter 60. The black cloak monster inside the military helicopter. Angelo sat silently, cradling Xiao Jelly, gazing down at the ground, receding farther away. "Buddy, what are you thinking about? We're about to head back." Stark slumped in his seat, appearing utterly drained. "If you're wondering when I will fulfill my promise regarding Xiao Jelly's Children's Hospital, fret not. The affluent Stark never goes back on his word." It was no wonder Stark looked this way. In the span of nearly 2 weeks, he had endured an overwhelming series of events, far more intense than anything he had experienced in the entirety of his earlier life. Whether it was being kidnapped by terrorists or being rescued by Angelo, and subsequently witnessing a realm beyond the technological world, Stark had never encountered such thrilling experiences before. Now aboard the aircraft, finally heading home, the tension that had kept him alert began to dissipate, and he simply wished to recline in his seat without moving a muscle. Of course, even in this state of relaxation, Stark could not shed his penchant for arrogance and sarcasm. Angelo cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked, "Oh, Mr. Stark, the billionaire, let us not forget that you also need to fund Dr. Ethan with a top-tier laboratory equipped with the most advanced technology. When did I agree to sponsor a laboratory of the highest caliber?" Stark retorted, struggling to sit up in irritation. "Scientific research is notoriously expensive, and cutting-edge equipment comes at a premium. The cost of a state-of-the-art laboratory far exceeds that of a standard one." Stark was indeed wealthy. Yet Angelo's relentless extortion left him feeling quite disgruntled. Isn't Mr. Stark a billionaire? Shouldn't everything he sponsors be of the finest quality? Angelo continued, "Ah yes, I just remembered, when I see Pepper, I seem to have some photos I wish to show her." Hey! Faced with Angelo's veiled threats, Stark begrudgingly raised his hands in surrender. "Angelo, do delete those damn photos. We agreed that I would return and have a lab constructed underground at your church." As Angelo and Stark bickered, the undead being, Dr. Ethan, diligently recorded notes in a small notebook, occasionally glancing up with a cheerful smile at Stark and Angelo. Dr. Ethan's family had long perished, and the town of his birth had become a desolate wasteland ravaged by the ravages of war. For the time to come, he was to remain within the confines of the Church of Angelo. While it might seem as though his personal freedom was curtailed, one could argue that there was a silver lining to this predicament. According to Angelo, he had become an undead being, bound to Angelo himself. Theoretically, as long as Angelo drew breath, Dr. Ethan would remain untouched by the ravages of age or the inevitability of natural death. Moreover, he had gained access to an entirely new realm, fortunate enough to experience it firsthand. For a scientist of Dr. Ethan's caliber, this opportunity was far superior to his previous existence before his transformation into an undead creature. He now possessed ample time and energy to delve into the mysteries of the unknown. Apart from the ghastly wound upon his chest and the responsibility of teaching young Gali, his situation could be deemed near perfect. After all, how difficult could it be to educate a child? Dr. Ethan chuckled softly as he began to organize his research journal for his inaugural day as an undead being. Had Angelo been privy to Dr. Ethan's thoughts, he would have compassionately patted him on the shoulder, revealing that teaching children was perhaps the most exasperating endeavor in existence, especially when that child possessed the ability to teleport to avoid lessons and had a rather unreasonable father. At that moment, however, Angelo was not contemplating Dr. Ethan's musings. He was engaged in a verbal sparring match with Stark, exchanging jibes and criticisms regarding their marksmanship. Meanwhile, he quietly pondered the fruits of this expedition to Afghanistan. Prior to his departure, he had believed that merely locating Stark and extricating him from the clutches of terrorists would suffice. Perhaps he would also manage to escort Dr. Ethan back to serve as Golly's tutor, an endeavor that would necessitate some persuasion, given that Dr. Ethan had still been a normal human at that time, unlikely to willingly remain in the church to educate Golly. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that events had unfolded far from his expectations. Dr. Ethan's transformation into an undead being, the existence of Lady Death, the appearance of Ancient One, and the enigmatic words she had spoken to him before her departure had all complicated matters significantly. Reality was not as simplistic as it was portrayed in films. The world was not solely inhabited by the nefarious forces of Hydra. The backgrounds of both Golly and Orange seemed to be intricately woven, prompting the question of why Ancient One had specifically mentioned them. Angelo had initially surmised that Stark's abduction was merely the result of machinations by the second-in-command of Stark Industries, a bald man, whom he now regarded as a harbinger of misfortune, with the implication that, apart from Ancient One, no good could come from bald individuals. Yet, since Ancient One had taken notice, Angelo resolved to contemplate the matter carefully before discussing it further with Stark. The only lead he possessed was a flag adorned with 10 circles. Indeed, he could consult Nick Fury later, although S.H.L.D. had its shortcomings. The Hydra agents embedded within had an impressive knack for locating individuals. Those who toil without reward may as well do so. It is said that this faction possesses a nuclear weapon. As for whether it can be located, Angelo suggests one should leave it to fate. If it cannot be found, S.H.I.L.D. and Hydra could still pose some troubles for them. In any case, relying on Angelo to scour the world for individuals is utterly impractical. Since the appearance of the Lady Death, little Golly has been unusually silent. Angelo assumes she is merely frightened and somewhat regrets allowing her to remain. For no ordinary child has ever witnessed such a scene. I remember now, Golly's exclamation captured the attention of everyone in the cabin. That figure in the black robe. I've seen her long ago. When little Golly speaks, she startles everyone. The figure in the black robe? Could that be the Lady Death? Little Golly has encountered the Lady Death. According to the Ancient One, the Lady Death has not been seen on Earth for many years. Where could little Golly have possibly met her? Golly, you have seen the Lady Death? Angelo inquired, somewhat anxiously, tightening his own black cloak to appear less like the figure she described. He intended to discreetly approach her lair and eliminate her once he discovered her whereabouts. He understood the wisdom in eradicating a serpent before it could strike again, especially since she seemed formidable. Moreover, she is currently the only known entity that can yield experience points upon defeat, in a place engulfed in darkness, where even the color of the buildings seemed black. Little Golly felt delighted at the prospect of helping her father. She animatedly gestured to Angelo, attempting to convey where she had seen the figure. Unfortunately, perhaps due to her tender age or her still developing expressive abilities, even with 3 people listening intently, they failed to grasp the location she was describing. Frustrated, little Golly stamped her feet, while Angelo remained calm, gently reassuring her, "It's all right, little princess, do not fret. Once we return, I will have your godfather and Professor Ethan assist you in searching on the computer. Yes, Golly, upon our return, I will enlist Jarvis to help you find her." Stark understood the gravity of the situation, as he had been thrown aside upon merely glimpsing her. He certainly needed to regain his pride. While they conversed, the military helicopter they were aboard reached the airbase in Afghanistan. Through the cabin door, they could see on the tarmac besides the ground crew, a blonde beauty and a black colonel in camouflage standing there. Pepper in the cabin heard Stark mumble to himself, instinctively sitting up and adjusting his attire. These two were none other than Pepper and Colonel Rhodes, who had been waiting at the base. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed book friend 2020006201633254440 for their generous reward of 100 starter coins. Chapter 61. The First Scapegoat. Nick Fury beside him. Anchi Luo suppressed a laugh, having discerned from films in his past life that Pepper indeed harbored deep affections for Stark. Equally, Stark cherished Pepper, his devoted assistant, though he initially failed to exhibit this sentiment overtly. Perhaps even Stark himself was unaware that he unconsciously endeavored to present his most impeccable self before Pepper. One might jest that the dashing Stark was not one to engage earnestly in romance. However, Angelo had no intention of souring the mood. Content to observe Stark gradually ensnared by the tender snares of love, it is hoped that Pepper might one day temper Stark's acerbic and arrogant demeanor. As the aircraft began its descent, it touched down upon the base's helipad. Once the plane had come to a complete halt and the hatch was opened, Angelo positioned himself behind Stark. He beheld Pepper, her lips tightly pressed together, staring at Stark with wide eyes, her eyelids gradually reddening. As soon as the plane steadied, Pepper dashed towards Stark, oblivious to the gazes of others, and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Stark momentarily stiffened, then awkwardly extended his sole uninjured hand to reciprocate, while his other hand, severely bruised, hung in a bandage against his chest. "What's wrong? Missing your boss?" Despite this stirring in his heart, Stark maintained his bravado. "I'm just happy," Pepper replied, valiantly stifling her tears as she released Stark, smiling as she added, "No need to search for a job again." Stark averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Pepper's eyes. "Indeed, your holiday has concluded." After their brief exchange of pleasantries, Pepper, displaying remarkable understanding, stepped aside to afford others the opportunity to connect. She cast a grateful glance towards Angelo. Observing the endearingly awkward dynamic between the two, Angelo returned Pepper's gaze with a teasing expression, prompting her to recall his earlier words during their journey, causing her cheeks to flush. Once Pepper withdrew, Colonel Rhodes approached, embracing Stark briefly before scrutinizing him. Upon confirming Stark's only injury was to his left hand and that he was otherwise unharmed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. In a tone that seemed to jest, yet was laced with genuine concern, he inquired, "Still driving your cheerful Jeep?" Stark chuckled softly, shaking his head in response. Although Colonel Rhodes had received Angelo's call and was already aware that Stark had been rescued and was in good condition, it was only upon witnessing Stark's well-being with his own eyes that he felt completely reassured, whether for personal or professional reasons. He was one of the individuals who least wished for Stark to encounter any misfortune. Colonel Rhodes awkwardly approached Angelo, his expression somber as he expressed gratitude. "Thank you for rescuing Tony. I apologize for my previous demeanor." Angelo was taken aback by the colonel's unexpected humility, caught off guard by his willingness to apologize. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Moreover, it was evident from Rhodes' earlier behavior that he genuinely cared for Stark. With a hint of embarrassment, Angelo nodded. "Colonel, I have long since forgotten that incident." Although Angelo was being somewhat disingenuous, he had indeed begun to perceive Colonel Rhodes in a slightly more favorable light. Though it was far from friendship, merely an absence of dislike. Having successfully rescued Stark and Dr. Ethan, Angelo felt a sense of collective joy. However, the same could not be said for others. Take, for instance, the unfortunate Lady Death. She had intended to traverse the web and strike her adversaries, yet she did not anticipate being retaliated against with such force. Furthermore, she had lost her right hand. Upon her return, she initially planned to reclaim the portion of the rules that resided in her severed hand, confident that restoring it would pose no challenge, as her very essence was comprised of the rules of death. However, unbeknownst to her, her connection with that segment of the rules had been severed, signifying a perplexing disappearance of a portion of the cosmic death rules. Instinctively, Lady Death contemplated returning to reclaim her lost dominion over death. But after hesitating for quite some time upon opening a portal, she ultimately dismissed the spatial gateway, heeding her inner resolve. She recognized her inability to confront that peculiar individual, Nick Fury, whose inexplicable abilities had so drastically diminished her power and conjured terrifying illusions within her mind. The memory of that dread-inducing vision still haunted her. It depicted her being vanquished by a large, purple-headed figure. "Nick Fury, those despicable thieves," Lady Death muttered through clenched teeth, nursing her severed wrist. "Curse those wretched thieves." May you forever be barred from the realm of death. May you never find peace. Simultaneously, she resolved that as long as they did not provoke her excessively, she would ensure they would never encounter her again, eternally deprived of the serenity of death. Lady Death's curse was not a mere expression of impotent fury. Her words held power, and after her incantation, it would be nearly impossible for both Wong and Nick Fury to meet a natural demise. Of course, should they fall victim to forces of equal caliber, the curse would lose its potency. She was well aware of the Earth's supreme sorceress, Wong. Despite her modest strength and tenuous ties to the mystic arts, she was hardly formidable. As for this Nick Fury, who hailed from Earth, Lady Death summoned a recently departed soul from the planet to inquire about the man. Do you know of Nick Fury? Poor Nick Fury remains oblivious to the fact that he has inadvertently placed a heavy burden upon Ankaro, a burden that is both dark and substantial. Yet, as fate would have it, calamity often intertwines with fortune, does it not? Upon her return to the Sanctum Sanctorum, the Ancient One began poring over her tomes. But before long, an inexplicable shiver coursed through her, jolting her into a startling awareness. With a grave expression, she set down the book of Ishandi, her countenance oscillating between shades of unease. Given the Ancient One's formidable mastery of magic, her newfound clarity allowed her to perceive the anomaly she had sensed. The moment when a Lady of Death's hand bones vanished replayed vividly in her mind. The cause of that disappearance was undoubtedly linked to Ankaro. It was clear that he possessed knowledge that transcended the ordinary. After all, the hand bones of the Lady of Death were not so easily approached. They were manifestations of fundamental forces. Anyone, unless of an equal or superior power level, would meet their demise upon contact. How then did that orange cat survive? Carrying the bones in its mouth, the Ancient One recognized the creature as a devourer, capable of even consuming the cosmic cube. As for Stark, who had emerged unscathed after a mere blow, the Ancient One found no surprise in that. In her previous visions, Stark had been a prominent figure for Earth, endowed with unique attributes. She was even aware of little Gamera's origins. It was not strange that she could pick up the bones without consequence. The Ancient One had observed Gamora closely when she was cast aside by the planet Devourer, only relinquishing her watch once assured that Gamora posed no threat to Earth. However, Ankaro remained an enigma. There was no rationale by which he could withstand the rules governing such forces. This was not a matter of capability, but one of hierarchical power constraints. Yet, the peculiarity lay in Ankaro's nonchalance regarding his safety. Her bewilderment deepened. Even after awakening, she found herself conversing comfortably with him, recognizing that her prior state was not instigated by Ankaro. This was the second instance of such an occurrence. The first had transpired during the conflict between the Skrulls and Kree on Earth, when she too had been hindered by an inexplicable force. That force was derived from the Eye of Agamotto, specifically the Time Stone contained within it. This posed a significant threat, yet the Book of Ishandi contained no relevant information. Shifting her gaze from the Eye of Agamotto on her chest, she directed her attention to the dark tome sealed atop the highest shelf, the Book of Darkness. Perhaps within its pages lay the answer she sought. Chapter 62. Homeward bound on board Stark Industries' private jet, Ankaro found amusement in Stark's sour demeanor. The originally blonde, blue-eyed, long-legged flight attendant had been replaced by a male steward, much to Stark's discontent, as he had intended to enjoy a grand performance with Ankaro during their return journey. However, upon learning that Pepper had orchestrated the change, Stark's sulky expression softened significantly, even if his face still bore traces of displeasure. Pepper initially concocted an excuse to placate Stark, then cast a furtive glance at the grinning Anquiro and the petite Gali, swiftly averting her gaze. It was evident that Anquiro's prior remarks had left an impression on her. This illustrates why Pepper would never betray Stark. To be frank, if she harbored such intentions, it would require little effort to oust him from the board of directors. Naturally, Stark harbored immense trust in Pepper. Beyond himself, she was the only one granted access to his laboratory. "I would like a cheeseburger, and make sure to add double cheese." Stark called to the mail server before turning to Anquiro and Ethan. "What would you gentlemen like to eat?" The server stood nervously at the side, fearful of inciting Tony Stark's displeasure. which could lead to his dismissal, for employment at Stark Industries was a coveted prize. One serving of Chinese fried rice and a slice of cream cake, Enquiro replied, playfully brushing his fingers against Golly's nose. I believe I ought to order something for our Captain Golly as well. A steak, medium rare, thank you, Dr. Ethan added, maintaining his ingrained, gentlemanly demeanor despite his transformation into an immortal being. Golly, suddenly awakened from her reverie, wrinkled her brow and waved her gun, now devoid of bullets, with exaggerated fervor. Yes, bring me a slice of cream cake, and I shall offer you an irresistible price, she proclaimed, bursting into laughter herself. The adorable sight of Golly elicited hearty laughter from all present. Enquiro scooped her up from the ground, teasing, Golly, you are not acting like a captain. You resemble a hijacker. It appears we need to arrange for Dr. Ethan to teach you some manners upon our return. I would be more than happy to oblige. Little princess, Dr. Ethan remarked with a smile. Golly, with a beaming grin, playfully pouted at Enquiro, perhaps unaware that her future would soon be filled with the trials of schooling, which would commence upon her return. Who could fathom the terror of having a relentless teacher whose sole focus is on you? The answer to this question remains a mystery, one that only Golly would come to experience firsthand. After the merriment subsided, Enquiro set Golly down, allowing her to enjoy cake with the orange seat. After a long moment of contemplation, he turned to Stark, who was devouring his hamburger, and inquired, Stark, what are your thoughts regarding the recent kidnapping incident? His original intention was to straightforwardly inform Stark that the mastermind behind it all was none other than their second-in-command, the bald and formidable Abado, and then, upon disembarking the plane, to swiftly resolve the matter and allow Stark to concentrate on establishing the laboratory with Dr. Ethan. Enquiro had many unresolved questions. If the narrative followed the plot of the films from his previous life, Abado, the bald figure, was indeed the orchestrator behind the scenes. However, the words of the Ancient One prompted a change of heart in Stark. How could Obatu, a mere mortal with a modicum of wealth, possibly be worthy of the significance attributed to him by the Ancient One? Stark paused momentarily in his actions, then, after finishing his hamburger with a nonchalant air, spoke up. Uncle, my friend, I have some suspicions about this matter, but I require further validation. I am aware of your peculiar abilities. Yet I must insist that you refrain from intervening for the time being. Allow me to resolve this on my own. For Stark, having Ankil rescue him from the terrorist's lair was a matter of desperation, but now that he had escaped, accepting further assistance from Ankil was a challenge to his pride. This vendetta must be avenged by him alone. Ankil was momentarily taken aback by Stark's declaration, but soon regained his composure. As one of the most intelligent individuals in the world, Stark could hardly be manipulated as portrayed in the films by the bald-headed Obadu. After all, the cinematic realm diverges significantly from reality. Stark, do not act impulsively. Remember, if you encounter an insurmountable problem, call me. You promised to construct a children's hospital for little Golly in Hell's Kitchen, and I believe I can assist with that. If it were merely Obadu, Ankil had no doubt Stark could manage. The original Ironmonger, depicted in the film, had already been obliterated by the Lady of Death in the desert, reduced to fragments far more shattered than the wreckage seen on screen. Ankil had contemplated retrieving a piece as a keepsake, but alas, only scraps remained. Should Obadu wish to replicate the Ironmonger, his only recourse would be to await Stark's creation of the authentic Mark II Iron Man armor, which could then be imitated. However, beyond Obatu, an unknown force lurked in the shadows, rendering the outcome uncertain. After all, without his armor, Stark was merely an ordinary man. Very well, Stark conceded. By the way, Pepper, upon our return, please arrange a press conference for me. I have an announcement to make. I am awake. To this day, his curiosity regarding Ankil's abilities remained piqued, and seizing this opportunity to study or even acquire a fragment of those powers would be most fortuitous. There's a saying, after all, that magic must be employed to vanquish magic. Indeed, while this adage holds true, Stark would never foresee that magic could be outmatched by external enhancements. As the plane landed at New York Airport, Ankil disembarked, naturally escorting little Golly home to his grand cathedral. He had been away for nearly half a month. He found himself yearning for Uncle Long's delectable Chinese cuisine and even had a fondness for the spicy Sichuan dishes from Six. The monotonous fare in the desert had nearly made him nauseous. Although initially managing without long and six, the transition from simplicity to luxury is easy. However, the reverse is a far more arduous task. Pepper, ever perceptive, had meticulously arranged everything, ensuring a car was available to transport Angelo, little Golly, and Ethan to the church. The indefatigable driver, Happy, had somehow procured a Rolls-Royce from the airport garage, whisking Stark and Pepper directly to the venue of the press conference. Angelo surmised that Stark was likely to announce the impending closure of the weapons division of Stark Industries. Nonetheless, Angelo prioritized bringing little Golly home over this development. Cool, mate. Little Golly, let's return home. Chapter 63. Uncle Long is anxious under normal circumstances, Doctor. Ethan's sudden appearance among Stark's returning entourage would warrant scrutiny from the military and relevant authorities. However, in a country where wealth reigns supreme, questioning Stark's benefactor, the wealthiest of them all, was akin to chasing phantoms. Thus, no one took note of the peculiarities surrounding Dr. Ethan. The car from Stark Industries successfully delivered Angelo and little Golly to Hell's Kitchen before departing without any hindrance. The driver's expression, filled with trepidation, suggested that had he any choice, he would never have set foot in that notorious area. With a smile, Angelo stood at the church entrance, watching as the driver drove away. Grandpa Long, little Golly's exuberant shout diverted Angelo's gaze from the receding vehicle. She sprinted toward the church, dragging an orange cat behind her. Uncle Long was conversing with number one when he spotted little Golly rushing toward him. He quickly crouched down with a warm smile, steadying the unsteady little Golly to prevent her from falling. Grandpa Long, I want to equal bow row. Little Golly clung to Uncle Long's leg, playfully demanding, which brought a broad smile to the elderly man's face. All right, I shall make it for you, he replied cheerfully, leading little Golly into the church while casting a discontented glance at Angelo, whom he promptly ignored. Perplexed, Angelo scratched his head, wondering what had caused this elder from Huagua to harbor such dissatisfaction toward him. After Uncle Long departed, number one approached Angelo at a measured pace. At that moment, Angelo noticed a marked transformation in number one's demeanor over the past fortnight. He walked with an air of confidence, reminiscent of a dragon striding boldly. However, compared to the number one Angelo remembered, the difference was akin to that between an ant and a slightly larger ant. Both could wail for quite some time if struck. Boss, you have returned. Number one greeted Angelo with a respectful bow. Indeed, I have returned after completing my tasks. What seems to be the matter with Uncle Long? Angelo inquired, puzzled. Or have I offended him? A hint of amusement danced across the face of number one as she addressed her boss. Please don't blame Uncle Long. He means no harm. He has simply been overly concerned for Zygali, who has gone missing from the church without a trace. This nearly drove Uncle Long to madness, almost turning Hell's Kitchen upside down. Her words carried a light-hearted tone, yet the reality was far more complex. Uncle Long genuinely regarded the people in the church as family, particularly Zygali. The bond they shared transcended mere words, especially after he had lost his own children. Although Zygali was not his biological granddaughter, she was cherished as if she were. Anchi Luo awkwardly beckoned Dr. Ethan to enter. When Zygali unexpectedly appeared in Afghanistan, Anchi Luo had indeed forgotten to inform the church, only recalling on the fourth day to ask Nick Fury to relay the message. Upon Dr. Ethan's arrival, though he had yet to grasp the situation, it was evident that even a chef dared to challenge Anchi Luo's demeanor, suggesting that Anchi Luo must be an amiable individual. During the days spent in the cave, Stark had recounted stories about Anchi Luo to Dr. Ethan multiple times. From what he had heard and seen, Anchi Luo struck him as a mysterious and extraordinary figure. Lost in thought, Dr. Ethan was suddenly jolted by Anchi Luo's exclamation as he entered the church. Number one, what on earth is going on here? Anchi Luo stood in astonishment, staring at the neatly arranged row of homemade Molotov cocktails, explosives, military grenades, several brand-new AK-47s, and numerous boxes of ammunition. Most bewildering of all was the centerpiece, a Vulcan cannon flanked by 2 rocket launchers. Was this an attempt to assault the neighboring police station? No. Such an arsenal seemed excessive for that. Perhaps a direct assault on the White House would be more fitting. Number 1 withdrew her curious gaze from Dr. Ethan, sensing an inexplicable unease about him, though she could not articulate why. "Boss, these are all Uncle Long's handiwork, with some generous sponsorship from Alexei. What on earth happened during my absence?" Angelo Li sank into a chair, feeling as though he had overlooked a crucial matter that needed clarification. After number 1's explanation, he finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Uncle Long had indeed turned Hell's Kitchen upside down. Upon discovering Zyagali's disappearance, he had crafted homemade explosives and incendiary devices, intending to confront the gangsters of Hell's Kitchen and demand her return, threatening to detonate them if they refused. Yet before they could embark on their mission, Alexei had arrived seeking a meal. Upon witnessing Uncle Long's militant appearance and hearing of Zyagali's plight, he generously offered assistance to the church, sending a substantial cache of weaponry. After all, it was no small feat to challenge Angelo Li's authority in the church, especially considering the formidable reputation of the gangsters in Hell's Kitchen. The fire god cannon and the 2 rocket launchers were generously sponsored by Alexei. Naturally, the substantial influx of weaponry would inevitably raise suspicions among rival gangs, leading them to believe that Alexei intended to strike while Angelo was absent. Some gang leaders, who shared a rapport with Alexei, managed to glean the truth from him. And gradually, the news spread. Upon learning of the disappearance of the church's little princess, Gali, suspected to have been abducted, nearly all gangs sprang into action. They even convened to collaborate on sealing off the entire Hell's Kitchen. The motivation was twofold. Not only did everyone wish to curry favor with Angelo, but the thought of incurring his wrath upon his return due to Gali's disappearance sent shivers down the spines of the gang leaders. The corpse of the last gang leader who had angered Angelo, Bearder, had yet to cool. Thus, this misunderstanding gradually transformed into a grandiose manhunt in Hell's Kitchen, targeting a phantom abductor who never existed. The extensive search, coupled with the collective mobilization of Hell's Kitchen's gangs, even caused the veins on the forehead of the New York police chief to bulge as he pondered whether the scum of Hell's Kitchen had gone mad, inciting a riot. Soon, they located the underground emperor, Kim Bing, demanding an explanation. The eventual outcome was Kim Bing's reluctant involvement. No one wished to confront a deranged Angelo. It was not the madness that terrified them, but the possibility of a madman wielding unchecked power. They aimed to locate Gali before Angelo's return and ensure that the audacious kidnapper was obliterated, ground to dust, and encased in cement to be cast into the sea. Reluctantly, the police chief of New York could only deploy forces around the periphery of Hell's Kitchen to prevent civilian casualties. After scouring Hell's Kitchen without a trace of Gali, the gangs contemplated breaching the police blockade to expand their search. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the message entrusted to Nick Fury by Angelo finally reached Uncle Long, Chapter 64. The puppeteer behind the scenes, this farcical episode came to an abrupt conclusion. It would have been even better had Police Chief George Stacy not broken into a cold sweat. Had things gone awry, the casualties among the gangs and police present would have easily exceeded 100, as George observed the gang members dispersing under the guidance of their leaders. An uncontrollable desire to establish a police precinct in Hell's Kitchen surged within him. The audacity of these gangsters was astounding. Not only did they flaunt illegal firearms, drugs, and prostitution, but they also dared to challenge the police's perimeter. Previously, various constraints had kept the police precinct in Hell's Kitchen vacant, and Kim Bing's influence was not to be overlooked. However, today, Kim Bing had inexplicably shattered this tacit understanding, providing Chief George with a rationale for action. All that was required was to find a police chief capable of surviving in Hell's Kitchen, unafraid of the gangsters wielding concealed firearms. Angelo listened with a mix of amusement and exasperation as Number 1 recounted the events. He had not anticipated that his brief absence would lead to such a monumental blunder, nearly igniting a violent confrontation between the gangs of Hell's Kitchen and the New York Police Department. The gangs, long suppressed by Gene Bing, were populated by restless miscreants and gunmen eager for an opportunity to expand their influence. Ultimately, the gang leaders understood the importance of maintaining a semblance of order. They recognized that their status depended on the benefits that order could provide, even if it was a criminal order. While the chaos was not entirely of his making, Angelo acknowledged that a significant portion of the blame lay with these gang leaders, who sought his assistance in locating the missing Zygali. This was the fundamental trigger for the upheaval. It was no wonder that Uncle Long was so incensed. He owed this favor. Angelo was not one to relish being indebted to others. Though he would never join or rule over these gangs, he still yearned to reciprocate, to offer them assistance in other forms. Moreover, he felt he owed Jean Bing a similar debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, Dr. Ethan, intrigued by the unfolding narrative, had visited America numerous times, yet, as a physicist, he had never ventured into the depths of Hell's Kitchen. This was his first direct encounter with the area's unique ethos. Renowned throughout the United States as a den of vice, Hell's Kitchen left a profound impression on him. It struck him as astonishing that such a place, rife with criminals, could exhibit a sense of humanity. Were these individuals truly as malevolent as they appeared? Dr. Ethan could scarcely fathom that the transformations he observed in Hell's Kitchen had only begun to unfold since Angelo's arrival there a little over a month ago. Angelo pondered how best to repay the gangs, contemplating whether to reduce their monthly penance fees. Just then, Uncle Long and Number 6 emerged from the kitchen, pushing a cart laden with dishes that Angelo and Zygali adored. Although Uncle Long was irked by their unannounced departure, he could not harbor genuine resentment towards Angelo. His feelings were more akin to a familial concern. Upon seeing Angelo and Zygali return safely, his worries dissipated. The elusive Juzwa trailed behind the cart, eagerly licking his lips, resembling a husky in his excitement. Upon spotting Zygali and Juzwa, Angelo promptly abandoned his earlier intention of offering discounted penance fees to the gangs. With two such insatiable eaters at home, he wondered how far his finances would stretch. After all, the landlord's household is devoid of surplus provisions, and when young Jelly matures, should the time for marriage arrive, traditional customs dictate the acquisition of both a house and a car, leading to a plethora of financial demands. Not only is there no room for discounts, but prices are also poised to rise, accompanied by the introduction of novel service charges, such as exorcisms. Indeed, even the price of scallions has surged. What else could possibly remain immune to inflation? As for the favors owed by the gang leaders, perhaps alternative solutions should be contemplated. At the dining table, Angelo introduced Dr. Ethan's credentials to Uncle Long and the others. Once they became familiar with one another and learned that Dr. Ethan would serve as Jelly's future tutor, Uncle Long and Number 1's enthusiasm for Dr. Ethan surged inexplicably. Dr. Ethan, Jelly's education will depend on you from now on. Angelo gazed at them with a blend of amusement and exasperation. Uncle Long and Number 1 were still heavily influenced by the domestic environment, perpetually believing that parents ought to display warmth towards teachers to ensure their dedication. They failed to consider that Dr. Ethan's connection with Angelo was unique, and furthermore, he had only one student, Jelly. How could he possibly lack commitment? Nevertheless, Angelo chose not to disturb them, for it was preferable to integrate into a shared environment. Setting down his chopsticks, Angelo lifted the now sated Jelly and positioned her in front of the television, turning it on. Juzi, ever perceptive, wiggled her ample form beside Jelly, lazily leaning against her legs. Recently, Tony Stark, the president of Stark Industries, made a public appearance, dispelling rumors of his demise and holding a press conference today. Angelo, somewhat disdainful, placed the remote aside, abandoning his plan to switch channels. Stark, indeed, remains one of the wealthiest and most scrutinized individuals globally upon his return. His press conference captivated nearly all media outlets, with every channel broadcasting news of Tony Stark. Naturally, decisions made by a colossal entity like Stark Industries could impact countless households. Angelo could predict the news content without watching, but there was little else to view at this hour. Although he was aware of the subsequent developments, the others were not. Dr. Ethan, Uncle Long, and Number 1 were all drawn in by the unfolding drama. Tony Stark? Dr. Ethan murmured, somewhat perplexed. Is Stark planning something now that he has returned? Among this crowd, apart from Angelo, he was the one most familiar with Stark. They had escaped a terrorist stronghold together, forging a bond that spoke volumes of their friendship. Moreover, Stark had promised to assist him with the gaping wound in his chest. Dr. Ethan had a fair understanding of Stark's temperament. having interacted with him several times prior to his capture by terrorists. Arrogant, self-important, and proud. Oh, and lecherous as well. Although Stark had become somewhat more amicable since their friendship blossomed, his sharp tongue remained as caustic as ever. Angelo observed the footage playing on the television, where a bald Caucasian man greeted Stark's arrival at a press conference with an expression of intimate familiarity, as if Stark's return brought him solace. This display was somewhat nauseating to Angelo. Had he not been aware that this individual was undoubtedly up to no good, he might have been oblivious to the underlying deceit. The news caption clarified that this bald man was none other than Obadiah Stane, the second-in-command at Stark Industries. How remarkable it was that a notorious villain, with ties to the puppeteers lurking in the shadows, could exhibit such commendable acting skills. Truly, the world owes him an Oscar. It would be a disservice to him not to pursue a career in acting. Little golly, Angelo advised, let me impart a lesson. In this world, there are few good men who are bald. When you grow up, exercise caution around bald individuals. If necessary, it would be prudent to take preemptive action. Angelo's warnings drew a bewildered expression from the nearby Juzwa, who seemed astonished by his method of educating his daughter. Chapter 65. Financial Talent Now. 2. I witnessed young soldiers being slain, falling victim to the very weapons I had intended to use to protect them. I came to the grim realization that I was becoming a part of this irresponsible world. I awoke to the truth. Aside from creating more instruments of death, I could contribute far more to this world. Thus, I resolved to shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries, effective immediately. As Angelo sat before the television, he watched Tony Stark announce the closure of Stark Industries' arms production division, prompting a stir at the press conference. At this moment, Angelo smiled. Stark, as expected, was fully aware that this announcement would significantly impact the stock price of Stark Industries. Though Angelo had limited knowledge of stock trading, he understood that a sustained drop in stock price was inevitable. After all, Stark Industries had built its empire on arms since the days of Old Man Stark. It was akin to an abrupt declaration by Matai to cease alcohol production in favor of automobile manufacturing. Stark's closure of the weapons division was anticipated and, indeed, a necessity. The journey to Afghanistan had profoundly shaken Stark's conscience. He realized that he could offer the world more than just the devastation wrought by weaponry. There existed boundless energy sources, such as the arc reactor. Boss, Stark Industries stock is about to plummet, suddenly declared the previously unremarkable number 2, startling Angelo. Now is the perfect time to buy at the bottom. Angelo gazed at her in surprise. From his knowledge gained through films in his past life, he understood that Stark Industries would not only avoid bankruptcy, but would also continue to flourish. Yet, Stark had not announced any subsequent plans and had been whisked away by that bald man, leaving Angelo perplexed as to how number 2 could draw such conclusions. Although Angelo was not particularly versed in finance or stock trading, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of certain concepts. For instance, he was aware that buying the dip referred to seizing the opportunity to acquire shares of Stark Industries at a low price, with the expectation of selling them for a substantial profit once the stock value increased. Why? Because Stark Industries was a colossal enterprise. Regardless of whether Tony Stark's ingenuity could revive it, one could be assured that the U.S. government would not allow Stark Industries to falter, certainly stepping in to rescue it. In the ensuing 5 minutes, number 2 succinctly elucidated a plethora of financial principles to Angelo, traversing from macroeconomics to microeconomics, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Ultimately, Angelo grasped a singular takeaway. Investing at this juncture would undoubtedly yield no losses. What did you major in at university? Angelo inquired, rubbing his throbbing head. Boss, I hold a Master degree in economics, number 2 replied. Never mind. Do as you please, and if you need money, come to me. Angelo said, casually handing over the check Stark had previously given him for number 2 to manage on her own. He felt no apprehension about incurring losses. The idea of Stark Industries failing was perhaps the most ludicrous notion within the Marvel Universe. He was merely astonished to discover such talent among number 1 and the others. Number 2 eagerly accepted the check from Angelo's hands, cradling it as if it were a sacred relic. Boss, I will ensure success. Here we go again, Angelo thought. observing the fervent expression on number two's face, which only intensified his headache. He waved her off, urging her to entertain herself for the time being. After watching television, Angelo was in the church hall, playing with little Golly, while Dr. Ethan, with the assistance of number one, sought a vacant residence on the street to settle in. Initially, Dr. Ethan intended to establish his bedroom within the laboratory. However, as the promised laboratory by Stark was not yet ready, he had to find temporary accommodation. Good grief. It's Coulson, isn't it? Please stop following us. Stark's irate voice suddenly echoed from the church entrance. I've already stated that I was rescued by the military. If you persist, I shall have to impeach your SHAELD. Curious, Angelo rose to peer outside, where he observed Stark descending from a Rolls-Royce, angrily shouting at a Ford SUV behind him. The scene bore a striking resemblance to that of a scorned woman. Before Angelo could stifle a laugh, he noticed a familiar balding man emerging from the SUV. The man wore a courteous smile that was hard to resist. This balding gentleman was none other than Agent Coulson of SHAELD, who had previously visited Angelo on 2 occasions. Mr. Tony Stark, Coulson said, exasperated, I merely wish to discuss your escape from the terrorist stronghold. I harbor no ill intentions, and I assure you, I am here purely by chance. Having said that, Coulson glanced at Angelo, standing at the church entrance, and added, I am here to locate Mr. Angelo. Stark observed Angelo standing by the door, feeling no inclination to engage in further conversation with Coulson. Initially, he had refrained from discussing anything with Coulson, as he wished to shield Angelo's peculiar abilities from the scrutiny of government officials. Should they take notice, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for Angelo. However, now that Coulson had approached him, the need for concealment had lost its significance. Nevertheless, with Stark present, any attempt by government entities to trouble Angelo would require them to ponder the repercussions of inciting his wrath. In this regard, Stark truly exemplified the essence of a loyal friend. Hey, Angelo, my friend, Stark called out, instructing Happy to find a parking spot as he made his way toward Angelo. I've arrived. I believe you owe me a couple of your subpar beers. The flicker of emotion that had just ignited within Angelo was swiftly extinguished by Stark's characteristic banter. Oh, the magnanimous magnate, Stark, may soon face a significant devaluation of his worth. Can he still afford to pay $500 a glass for your inferior brews? Angelo retorted, deliberately emphasizing the sum. Perhaps I could extend credit to Mr. Stark? After all, this is the first time Stark has incurred a loss here and has yet to reclaim his dignity. Stark was momentarily taken aback, begrudgingly stepping into the church. Yet, as he passed Angelo, he muttered under his breath, $500 is nothing, just a means to appease a pauper. Without waiting for Angelo's response, Stark hastened toward the small Golly in the hall, exclaiming, Golly, the Godfather has arrived. Seeing this, Angelo could only chuckle, refraining from further mocking him. As for Coulson, he noted the playful banter between Angelo and Stark, seemingly disregarding his presence, as if he were invisible, and turned back toward the church. He even contemplated closing the church's grand doors. Coulson, dismissing any sense of awkwardness, quickened his pace and slipped inside just before Angelo could shut the door. With a smile, he addressed Angelo, Mr. Angelo, we've met before. I've come to discuss. Angelo regarded him with exasperation, contemplating whether to have the clay golem eject him directly or to break his legs before throwing him out. Did I not make myself clear? I do not wish to see you in my church again. Besides, doesn't he, your Director Fury, already have the details? Why come to me instead of consulting him? Thank you to the generous patron outside for the 500 starting coins donation. Chapter 66. Why are you shouting so loudly? Nick Fury sat in his office, slightly irritated as he perused the documents in his hands. Lately, the actions of his old friend Frank Castle had escalated to an alarming degree, drawing the attention of significant figures, which only heightened his anxiety. His sole aim was to preserve Frank Castle's life and prevent him from becoming a wanted criminal. And the mere task of dealing with these influential individuals had drained him of considerable energy. Recently, he has felt that something is amiss with his body. Yet after several comprehensive examinations using SHAELD DS advanced equipment, no anomalies were detected. Even the lingering ailments from past missions had seemingly vanished. Nonetheless, an unsettling intuition gnawed at him, a feeling that something had indeed changed, an instinct honed over years of navigating the perilous line between life and death, which had preserved his life until now. Director, Coulson has gone to the church. Would you like to take a look? Agent Hill strode into the office, her long legs carrying her with purpose, observing Nick Fury's visible agitation with a hint of hesitation. It is imperative for an agent to remain composed at all times, especially for a director. However, in the past 2 days, Fury had been anything but composed. No need, Fury snapped, feeling an inner turmoil akin to a raging fire. Coulson can handle it. I trust him. Yet, he was acutely aware that Ankle was currently with Stark. Damn it, Fury exclaimed in frustration. Quick, redirect the live feed to me. He perceived Ankle as a formidable nuisance and Stark as a powerful threat. The combination of these two could undoubtedly lead to unforeseen complications. It was particularly vexing that Coulson had approached them while they were together. Unbeknownst to Fury, back in the deserts of Afghanistan, Ankle and Stark had already stirred up trouble, a situation that had unwittingly contributed to Fury's current agitation. Who could predict whether Ankle, in a fit of rage, would incapacitate Coulson and incite Stark to launch an impeachment against S.H.I.E.L.D. in Congress? Meanwhile, at the church entrance, Ankle observed Coulson's earnest smile and suddenly grasped why such a person could thrive as an agent and even gain notoriety within the Marvel Universe. Mr. Ankle, I apologize for reappearing in your line of sight. I am here on the director's orders and was wondering if it would be convenient for us to have a discussion. Just as Ankle was about to respond, he noticed little Golly sprinting out with her oversized weapon, pursued closely by Agent 1 and Stark. Hey, little princess. Slow down, Stark called out as he ran. You are bald. You are not a good person. Daddy says to shoot the bald guy first, Golly declared, brandishing her large gun and aiming at Coulson. Coulson? Mr. Ankle, how significant is your discontent with our director? When Coulson first brought Agent Ward along, he recognized that the gun was merely a collector's item, devoid of bullets, and remained calm. He promptly crouched down to display his shiny, prominent hairline to little Golly. Golly, I'm not bald. Look, I have hair. Little Golly observed Coulson's somewhat pitiful hair and, perplexed, nibbled on her finger before saying, well, for now, let's not consider you bald. We'll wait until all your hair has fallen out before I shoot you. Coulson's smile faltered as he cast a peculiar glance at Ankilluo, questioning where this child had acquired such reasoning. Was my hair loss a crime? Unbeknownst to Coulson, his glistening bald head was swaying directly in front of Golly's firearm, causing Stark and Number 1, who were nearby, to break into a cold sweat. Both had witnessed the formidable power of this weapon firsthand, particularly as they watched Golly load 2 bullets, retrieved from the stockpile of arms in the hall. Should Golly's hand tremble, Coulson would undoubtedly not return to face their director today, although he harbored a disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D. It had not yet reached the point of wishing to eliminate them outright. Mr. Stark, tell me, if Golly accidentally shoots this bald man dead, should we hire a lawyer? Number 1 quietly inquired. While Stark felt a tinge of anxiety, he retorted defiantly, what are you talking about? My goddaughter could never be a murderer. It must be that S.H.I.E.L.D. has made too many enemies to account for such a fate. Rest assured, my Stark Industries possesses a whole legal team, and if worst comes to worst, I shall purchase Hell's Kitchen and transform it into a 5-star prison. Not only were the two sweating profusely, but Nick Fury, monitoring the situation via surveillance, was also breaking into a sweat. He had witnessed the gun's lethal capabilities in Afghanistan through satellite imagery and had subsequently consulted technicians for approximate data. This weapon, conservatively estimated, possessed a power not less than that of an anti-material sniper rifle. It might even exhibit qualities akin to energy weapons, alarmingly exaggerated. Damn it! Hurry, call Coulson. Nick Fury was determined not to lose one of his finest agents under such ambiguous circumstances. Hello, Director. Coulson answered the phone. Coulson, listen carefully. Slowly remove your head from beneath that damned weapon. Damn it. That weapon is capable of firing. Before Fury could finish, Angelo casually seized the gun from Golly's hands and said to her, "Golly, he's not bald. Next time, find a bald person to shoot. Be good." "Okay, I understand, Daddy." Golly, seeing there was no bald-headed target, smiled brightly as she slung the large gun back behind her and returned to Stark's side. "Godfather, shall we continue to play?" After Golly had escorted the shaken Stark and Number 1 away, Coulson, in disbelief, remarked, "Mr. Angelo, did our director just imply that weapon could fire?" Reflecting on his earlier decision to place his head under Golly's gun, Coulson began to ponder whether it was too perilous to be out in the field with Angelo. Perhaps he should request that the director assign someone else next time. The last unfortunate soul, Ward, seemed resilient enough to withstand a couple of shots. "Enough. Your director has deceived you. That is merely Golly's toy." Angelo, with a hint of impatience, carelessly remarked before snatching the phone from Coulson's hand. "I'll speak directly with your director." "Hello, Director Nick Fury. Aren't you aware of the situation in Afghanistan? Why are you sending people to harass me? Or do you intend for Coulson to meet his demise?" Angelo shouted into the phone, his tone far from cordial. He had no desire to engage with S.H.I.E.L.D. Their words were often laced with deception, and he feared he could be led into a trap at any moment. "Damn it!" Nick Fury thundered from the other end of the line. "What do you know? The satellites have been down for quite some time. Angelo, what have you done? Furthermore, why has that desert turned black? Did you launch a nuclear weapon? And why did you arm a child with such a dangerous weapon? Why are you yelling so loudly? Have you ingested a nuclear bomb? Why the rage? Or are you experiencing a midlife crisis?" Angelo retorted, feeling that his sharp tongue had been honed since his acquaintance with Stark. The satellite failure had nothing to do with him, and as for the weapon, it was merely a toy for young Golly. "Well, it is as you see it. How would I know why your satellite is malfunctioning? Nothing unusual happened along the way. And if you come to me again looking for trouble, I'll ensure Coulson is sent back to you in pieces." After delivering this final statement, Angelo abruptly hung up, disregarding Fury's furious outburst on the other end, and thrust the phone into Coulson's hands, whose expression was decidedly mixed. "Ridiculous. Do you think of the Hulk? You can't just explode in anger like that. It's merely impotent rage." Regarding Fury's inquiries, Angelo speculated that it was likely the work of the Ancient One, considering the hidden sanctum of sorcerers had remained concealed from S.H.L.D.'s watchful satellites for years, suggesting they possessed means to counteract such technology. He pondered whether it could truly be the work of Lady Death, given her reckless demeanor. "Coulson, may I inquire why you seem to believe that my quarrel with the director should result in my demise?" Coulson carefully stowed the phone away, knowing it was a custom piece, and that S.H.L.D. was not exactly affluent. The director often lamented about budget constraints. "Because that bald-headed fool isn't here, and I have no desire to fly to Washington just to confront him." Angelo waved dismissively, retrieving a flag adorned with 10 circles from his coat pocket and handing it to Coulson. "Take this back to that bald-headed fool and tell him it was discovered in a cave. By the way, I believe I also spotted a small, glowing blue box in the cave, but I couldn't find it once I entered. Fearing that S.H.I.L.D. or Hydra might not take the search seriously, Angelo concocted a story about an object resembling the Tesseract, thinking to himself that they could engage in their own dog-eat-dog scenario. Once they found their quarry, he would strike decisively. "Understood," Coulson replied earnestly, securing the flag and noting Angelo's words. After dismissing Coulson, Angelo returned to the main hall, where Stark was playing a game with young Golly. To speak candidly, despite Stark's irritable disposition and caustic tongue, he exhibits a commendable kindness towards children, particularly as he serves as little Golly's godfather. As for Angelo, he sauntered over and casually tossed a bottle of inexpensive beer to Stark from the refrigerator. Number 1, displaying remarkable sensitivity, took little Golly aside to play, thereby affording Stark and his boss some privacy for conversation. Upon returning to the office, she was to assist me with certain matters. Little Golly was indeed quite lively. Stark first raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. Observing the exuberance of little Golly, who appeared utterly unfazed and not even slightly perspiring, and he couldn't help but express his admiration. Angelo twisted the cap off his beer bottle with his fingers and cast a derisive glance at Stark, scoffing at his apparent weakness, suggesting that a man should not admit defeat. Just as Stark was about to retort, he found himself silenced by the sight of Angelo effortlessly opening the bottle cap with his bare hands. Who could have guessed that Angelo, who did not look particularly robust, possessed such remarkable physical prowess? A wise man learns from his experiences. Stark had already begun contemplating his new armor, remaining unhurried. By the way, did you give that flag to Coulson? Stark cleverly shifted the conversation away from the previous topic. Yes, just as we discussed on the plane. Let them engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario. With that, the two exchanged knowing chuckles, reminiscent of two foxes that had just pilfered a hen. Of course, true to Stark's nature, although he had already leaked information to S.H.I.E.L.D., he would not relinquish the idea of vengeance. He would pursue it himself. Later that evening, Angelo's church was compelled to host a welcome banquet in honor of his return to Hell's Kitchen. Upon hearing the news of Angelo's return, Alexei, the bald giant, was quick to arrive with a bundle of military arms and ammunition, bringing with him a box of pink-painted grenades for little Golly, which Angelo promptly confiscated and stored in a vacant warehouse in the church's backyard. Other gangsters soon followed suit, arriving with gifts that included the penance fees accumulated over the past fortnight. During Angelo's absence, many gang leaders had discovered that his establishment was an ideal venue for negotiations, where they could dine without fear of gunfire. Complemented by Uncle Long's excellent culinary skills and amiable demeanor. Surprisingly, Uncle Long garnered considerable prestige among the gangs in Hell's Kitchen through these communal dining events. This was also why, upon little Golly's disappearance, these gang leaders were eager to join Uncle Long in his fervor. Eventually, even Matthew, who had been missing for quite some time, sent gifts through a portly lawyer. Except for Stark, everyone else arrived bearing presents. And as they insisted on paying for their meals, Angelo felt compelled to accommodate them, allowing the evening to unfold naturally. In the end, Stark could no longer endure Angelo's peculiar gaze and signed over a voucher for a luxury sports car as a gift for little Golly. Angelo sat upon a long bench in the hall. Although the mafia bosses had gathered to attend the banquet, they dared not approach him, instead clustering in a small corner, whispering among themselves. Observing the throng of people in the hall, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Angelo's mind. Since everyone relished dining at the church, and Uncle Long was not averse to cooking, why not introduce a catering service at the church? After all, it could also be regarded as a form of penance. By day, it could serve as a restaurant, and by night, it could offer beer. What a splendid idea. Young Golly's future meal expenses would be considerably alleviated. Without hesitation, Angelo instructed number 1 to procure a wooden board the size of a door, and with paint, he clumsily inscribed a series of English phrases upon it. As the focal point of the banquet, Angelo's actions naturally drew the attention of all present. When he finished writing and propped the board against the wall, Dr. Ethan, the honest man, could not help but twitch his lips at the sight of the words. Comprehensive Confession Center. Services offered. This church provides dining confessions, business negotiation confessions, and leisure confessions, none currently available. Pricing standard. Beverages priced at $500 per bottle. Dining without a menu at $500 per meal. The final interpretation, rights belong to this church. Angelo had truly applied all the knowledge he had gleaned from his previous life regarding illicit establishments. Even the Qingdao shrimp would not dare to charge such exorbitant prices. It was Dr. Ethan's first encounter with such outrageous terms of service, especially directed towards those seemingly formidable mafia bosses. Just as Dr. Ethan anticipated an explosive reaction from mafia leaders, a scene unfolded that shattered his preconceived notions. Alexei, the bald arms dealer, approached with a sycophantic smile, exclaiming, "Father, congratulations on your church's new venture." Congratulations. On his first day in Hell's Kitchen, Dr. Ethan found himself engulfed in profound confusion. Was this still the notorious Hell's Kitchen, teeming with gangsters? It seemed that anything associated with Angelo took on an oddly disconcerting quality. Chapter 68. The physicist Bruce Banner. 2 days had elapsed since the establishment of the Comprehensive Confession Center in Hell's Kitchen. On the night of the banquet, Stark had indulged excessively, and Cairo did not intervene, understanding that Stark sought to relieve his stress. That evening, he was unceremoniously tossed into a guest room by Cairo, only to be retrieved the following day by Pepper, who kindly settled Stark's tap. During these 2 days, Dr. Ethan gradually familiarized himself with the dynamics of Hell's Kitchen. It remained the most infamous den of iniquity in all of America, yet it operated under its own peculiar order, one dictated by the Mafia. And Cairo's church stood as a unique entity within this realm. No matter how fiercely they fought outside, none dared to act with impunity within Cairo's domain. This is evident from the gang leaders who have come here for negotiations over the past couple of days. These mobsters, while discussing territories and interests during their meals, maintain an air of politeness, refraining from uttering a single curse. Even when discussions falter, they courteously request their counterparts to linger a moment longer, threatening with a casual remark about meeting their demise outside on the street. This stark contrast nearly led Ethan to believe he was dining in an upscale restaurant in a wealthy New York neighborhood. Of course, these gang leaders are quite astute. They have discerned Angelou's character. So long as they do not disturb Angelou or Zygali, he is indifferent to their violent disputes. As for the matters beyond the neighborhood, in Hell's Kitchen, where are the truly virtuous individuals? If death occurs, so be it. With a beaming smile, Angelou accepted today's earnings from number 1, counted them, and handed the amount to Uncle Long for tomorrow's ingredient purchases. It is evident that these leeches, who come to mooch meals and negotiate under the guise of the church, cannot expect high-quality steak as their fare. The efficiency of the confessional center has exceeded Angelou's expectations. These scoundrels initially came merely because Angelou had not explicitly objected. Now that this new venture has been introduced, more gang leaders feel justified in indulging in free meals. We come for the food rather than expecting to be treated like divine customers, but it is unreasonable to pay and still face abuse. In this world, who would willingly become a fool for money? Except perhaps for Angelou's past life in some game. Hey, father, Alexei approached Angelou with his bowl in hand, grinning broadly, his shiny bald head reflecting the light, resembling a labor camp inmate. Among these gang leaders, only Alexei dared to come so close to Angelou. Angelou, casting a disdainful glance at his bald head, contemplated summoning Zygali to give it a playful smack, yet reconsidered, acknowledging that Alexei had not committed any egregious act. Speak your mind, or let it out. Alexei, unusually flustered, stammered, Father, I heard you and Tony Stark discussing building a children's hospital for Zygali here a few days ago. What's the status? Is it possible? When it comes to matters concerning Zygali, Angelou holds them in high regard. According to Pepper, the hospital site has been submitted to the city government, and the land should be acquired soon, located right next to the church. If these gangsters wish to impose some petty rules on him, Angelou may have to eliminate a few of them to set an example. No. Noticing Angelou's increasingly stern expression, Alexei quickly waved his hands. I meant, could we be entrusted with the construction of the hospital? Angelou paused, taken aback. Aren't you a gangster? Why are you interested in this? And do you even have the capability to manage it? Sighing deeply, Alexei finally spoke. If there were any other options, who would choose to join the Mafia? It was through Alexei's nearly tearful discourse that Angelou began to grasp the situation. This was the culmination of discussions among the Mafia leaders over the past few days. They planned to collectively fund the establishment of a construction company. As for the feasibility of actually building houses, that was a simple matter. Numerous talents from the architectural field had fallen into the depths of Hell's Kitchen for various reasons. Even if they lacked personnel, they could pool their resources to lure skilled workers with substantial offers. But why didn't they consider this before? It was simply unattainable. Angelou, a unique presence in Hell's Kitchen, had never encountered such a scenario. Even if they banded together for bids, once the opposing parties discovered their origins, the probability of securing a contract would vanish entirely. People from the outside world inherently harbored prejudices against the inhabitants of Hell's Kitchen, leaving no room for redemption. After listening to Alexei's account, Angelou, observing the tears that Alexei feigned, irritably retorted, Enough. Get lost. I will speak with Stark, he added, We shall offer you 10% of the shares in the construction company as a token of our gratitude. Forget it. It would be far better for you to complete the hospital than anything else. I will have number 1 keep an eye on you. Should I discover any shoddy work, you shall be the first to face the consequences. Angelo cast a sidelong glance at him, waving his hand to dismiss him, urging him to finish his meal and leave promptly. Not a chance. Anyone who dares to cut corners will face my wrath before yours, Alexei assured repeatedly, exiting the church with a sheepish smile, his excitement barely contained. Angelo shook his head in bemusement, finding it hard to fathom that these ruffians possessed such a poignant history, much less envisioning mafia leaders directing their underlings at a construction site. Ultimately, it mattered little to whom the project was awarded. It was better to give it to them, as it would settle the debt from the previous incident when they had gone mad alongside Uncle Long. This also set a positive precedent. Should they choose to remain in the mafia when given the option, it would be a case of you reap what you sow, and they would deserve any misfortune that befell them. In Hell's Kitchen, the only person who could save you is yourself. Meanwhile, in a clandestine military laboratory in New York, General Ross was in a fit of rage. Damn it, you mean to say these experimental results amount to this useless substance? He fumed, pointing at the black granules on the laboratory table. Are you all incompetent? Give me experts for this experiment. The source of Ross's fury stemmed from these black granules, the sole remnants from that peculiar desert in Afghanistan, which had originally been in the possession of S.H.I.E.L.D. He had exerted tremendous effort to acquire this material from them, nearly coming to blows with the bald-headed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now researchers have astonishingly informed him that it is futile. How could this not infuriate General Ross, who has persistently endeavored to recreate Captain America? General, we have summoned a physicist who is en route, the aide remarked cautiously. Who did you invite? Bruce Banner. Chapter 69. Has Angelo manifested? Third update. The approval process for the land designated for the Little Golly Children's Hospital has commenced, with the city government expressing great satisfaction. In Hell's Kitchen, there are neither public hospitals nor even private ones. Given the chaos here, the land is quite affordable. Now, with the Stark Group, a significant financial entity, investing, albeit in a children's hospital, it is still a hospital nonetheless. This bodes well for the fiscal outlook and public safety in the upcoming quarter. Thus, under the dual efforts of the Stark Group and the city government, all processes that could be expedited have been, while those that cannot be bypassed have been simplified as much as possible. While such procedures might take at least 6 months in other areas, here they are nearing completion in merely half a month. Angelo has already coordinated with the construction company formed in partnership with Stark and the leaders of Hell's Kitchen. Once the paperwork is finalized, work can commence immediately. As for Stark's promise to sponsor Dr. Ethan's laboratory, preparations are underway, though the precision instruments required for the lab will necessitate a bit more time. It seems that since Angelo's return, everything has fallen into place, except for Little Golly's educational concerns. Angelo, Dr. Ethan exclaimed, puffing with exasperation as he glared at Angelo. You must take charge of your daughter. How will she ever gain admission to college like this? Do you wish for Little Golly to follow in your footsteps and not attend university? The fact that Dr. Ethan, the diligent scholar, was so vexed by Little Golly's education evidently indicated that teaching her was proving far more challenging than he had anticipated. Dr. Ethan even felt that instructing Little Golly was more difficult than conducting research. What can I do? Angelo shrugged, feigning innocence as he began to parry with Dr. Ethan, cleverly avoiding the topic of teaching Little Golly. This scene had played out countless times over the past week. Ever since Angelo had painstakingly taught Little Golly that 1 + 1 = 2, only for her to question why 2 pieces combined still equated to 1. He had abandoned the idea of tutoring her. He simply was not cut out to be an educator. After all, as a father, his role was merely to protect and play with his daughter. The rest could be entrusted to her teachers. Dr. Ethan, in good health now, was free from any heart ailments. Once Dr. Ethan's ire subsided, Angelo, observing the forlorn Little Golly standing beside him, lifted her into his arms and gently reassured her. It's all right, Little Golly. Even if you don't attend university, your father will still provide for you. The aggrieved little Gali finally resumed her cheerful demeanor, playfully planting a kiss on Enchilua's cheek before leaping off him to seek out Dr. Ethan for her studies. Standing together, Enchilua turned to Uncle Long, whose approach had been unnoticed, and in a tone fraught with concern, asked, "Uncle Long, having had children, do you think I should find another teacher for little Gali? I worry that Dr. Ethan may not be able to handle her." Uncle Long hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Perhaps it's best to let it go, Enchilua. Little Gali's talents do not lie in academics. Her recent progress in morning exercises has already surpassed that of the first group. Maybe she should focus on martial arts instead. Although Dr. Ethan has had his physical capabilities enhanced, I fear he may become overwhelmed." Suddenly, Enchilua sprang up, as if someone had stepped on a cat's tail. "Little Gali will not become a girl who merely swings her fists. She aspires to be a lady." Uncle Long observed Enchilua's expression and shook his head, at a loss for words. Enchilua stubbornly insisted on guiding little Gali down the path of scholarly pursuits. While he understood the prevailing notion that all pursuits are inferior to the pursuit of knowledge, little Gali's innate gifts did not align with academia. Fortunately, Dr. Ethan's inexplicably enhanced physique had been evaluated by Uncle Long, who determined that, in terms of physical prowess, Dr. Ethan surpassed even him, and thus should not suffer from undue stress. As Enchilua pondered where to find another teacher for little Gali, his phone suddenly rang. It was Stark calling. "Hey, Enchilua." Stark's voice brimmed with self-satisfaction, making one want to deliver a swift punch to his smug face. "I think you need to come over here." "Huh? What's going on?" "I believe I have a surprise for you. I'm certain you will adore this gift." "Oh, and you can bring Dr. Ethan along, too." "A gift? Oh, come on, my friend. That is too kind of you. I don't think it's necessary. I just want to take little Gali and use your voucher to collect a sports car. Trust me, Enchilua, this gift will exceed your wildest expectations. But I want to be delivering it to your doorstep." Stark exclaimed defiantly on the other end of the line, clearly confident in the value of his surprise, which he believed far surpassed any sports car. All right. Are you still in New York? I'd rather not trek to Washington just to pick up a gift, especially since little Gali has class later. I'm in Manhattan Villa District. I'll send the address to your phone shortly. Oh, and remember to bring me a serving of Uncle Long's spicy boiled meat slices. I'll tip you well." "Oh, fine, Mr. Stark, for the sake of the supercar." Enchilua rolled his eyes, dismissing Stark's habitual banter. After ending the call, Enchilua promptly ordered a portion of spicy boiled meat slices from Uncle Long and hurriedly fetched little Gali, who was currently tormenting Dr. Ethan, thereby rescuing him for the time being. Starting the car, I drove towards the luxurious mansion address provided by Stark. Number 1 and Uncle Long stood at the church entrance, watching the pickup truck gradually recede into the distance. "Number 1, have you informed Angelo about the unusual circumstances surrounding the 9 of you?" Uncle Long suddenly inquired. Number 1 shook his head, replying, "No, but I believe it is not necessarily a bad thing. Enhanced physical capabilities could assist the boss in managing minor issues. It is perhaps better to avoid troubling him." Then, Number 1's previously calm demeanor transformed dramatically as he exclaimed with fervor, "I am certain that the boss has manifested his divine presence. Though we commonly refer to him as the boss, we all believe he is a deity incarnate, a divine manifestation." This is his response to his faithful followers. Uncle Long gazed at Number 1 with an expression of disbelief. These young women were generally admirable, meticulous in their work, kind-hearted, and diligent in their training, taking on much responsibility for Angelo. However, when it came to matters intertwining Angelo and faith, she resembled a zealot. Whether or not he was a deity, Uncle Long could not ascertain. Yet he was aware of the remarkable acceleration in these young women's physical prowess since Angelo's return from Afghanistan. In less than a month of training, they had achieved results equivalent to a decade of effort by others. While it was plausible for someone like Zygali, blessed with exceptional talent, to excel, the same could not be said for all these young women. Were other martial artists merely languishing? Despite these thoughts, Uncle Long wisely chose not to engage Number 1 in a debate over this matter. After all, as Number 1 had stated, it currently appeared to be a positive development. Moreover, arguing about faith with a zealot was undeniably foolish. A dilapidated Raptor pickup approached a coastal mansion in Manhattan at a leisurely speed of 40 miles per hour. Following Stark's directions, Angelo arrived at the estate and realized that calling it a villa was a gross understatement. The exact size of the estate was unknown to Angelo, but was undeniably vast, stretching beyond sight. Zygali sat in the driver's seat, swinging her legs while humming a whimsical nursery rhyme. Though Angelo had never heard it before, he found it surprisingly delightful. He chuckled, reaching over to tousle Zygali's hair, causing her yellow duck-billed cap to tilt askew. The little girl, unfazed, giggled and removed her cap, placing it atop Angelo's head. "Daddy's wearing it." In the back seat, Dr. Ethan observed the tender interaction between father and daughter, his heart nearly melting at Zygali's radiant smile. He could not help but reflect, as long as Zygali is not studying, she remains endlessly adorable. Who could have imagined that such a charming little girl could transform into a little demon when it comes to her studies? The vehicle gradually decelerated, coming to a halt at the entrance of the estate. Angelo intended to contact Stark to have the gate opened, but before he could retrieve his phone, a distinctly recognizable mechanical voice resonated, and the grand gate of the manor slowly swung open. "Welcome, Mr. Angelo. Mr. Stark has instructed me to open the door for you." Angelo was momentarily taken aback. Such a recognizable mechanical voice could only belong to Stark's intelligent assistant, J.A.R.V.I.S. "Is that you, J.A.R.V.I.S.?" he inquired as he eased the car through the entrance. "Indeed, it is I, Mr. Angelo. Have you heard of me?" J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice held a hint of curiosity. Angelo found himself at a loss for words. Stark had not mentioned J.A.R.V.I.S. to him, and he certainly could not confess to having seen J.A.R.V.I.S. in a film from a previous life. "What can I say? I not only know of you, but I am also aware that you were almost eliminated by Ultron." He mused, fearing that before Stark could concoct Ultron, J.A.R.V.I.S. might have turned rogue. "Yes, I have heard of you," Nick Fury informed me. Angelo suddenly recognized the advantage of having the enigmatic figure of Fury around. Any blame could easily be shifted onto him. After all, SHIELD was perpetually shrouded in mystery. If they could not handle the repercussions, he would consider a victory. J.A.R.V.I.S. fell silent, prompting Angelo to do the same. The car continued to traverse the estate for a few more minutes before halting in front of a villa that exuded a futuristic ambience. At that moment, Stark and Pepper were already waiting at the entrance, while Happy, the rotund assistant, stood behind them. Angelo gently lifted little Golly from the passenger's seat as Dr. Ethan exited the back seat, elegantly adjusting his suit despite the large hole in his chest, his gentlemanly instincts undeterred. Stark approached with Pepper, teasing Angelo. "Oh, my friend, is that yellow hat atop your head the latest fashion for Paris Fashion Week? Truth be told, it hardly suits you. It makes me think you're a vagrant from the street." Before Angelo could respond, little Golly, displeased, scowled and ran to Stark's feet, playfully delivering a gentle kick. "Oomph, ugly godfather. You are the ugliest. You mustn't speak of Daddy." Though her kick was light, it startled Stark, causing him to leap in surprise and gasp. Angelo chuckled as he scooped up little Golly, playfully brushing her tiny nose with his finger. Indeed, little Golly could discern who was the more affectionate between her father and the godfather, proving that his care was not in vain. Angelo cast a disdainful glance at Stark, who was still hopping about in discomfort. "I must inform you, esteemed Mr. Stark, that this hat was personally placed upon my head by little Golly just moments ago. You have brought this upon yourself." "Ouch, ouch, ouch," Stark exclaimed. "All right, enough of the theatrics." Angelo cast a disdainful glance at Stark, remarking on his foul mouth, questioning how it was possible for his own pupil to deliver a kick without consequence. Stark, limping painfully to Angelo's side, lamented the might of little Golly. Angelo, however, found Stark's assertion utterly unconvincing. He was well aware that Golly, despite her size, wobbled while carrying that large gun and could hardly possess substantial strength. "Come now, my friend. How powerful could little Golly possibly be?" Angelo teased, giving Stark a light pat on the shoulder. "Has the cover girl drained you dry?" Is your body failing you? In response to Ankyluo's jests, Stark caught a glimpse of Pepper's slightly unfriendly gaze directed at him. Despite the persistent ache in his leg, he could only retort with indignation. My body is in excellent shape, my friend. Please refrain from making such unfounded claims. Observing the dynamics between Stark and Pepper, Ankyluo noted that their relationship seemed to have progressed, though the specifics eluded him. He decided to spare Stark further ridicule, pondering that perhaps after their departure, Stark might find himself in a rather compromising position. Generous Mr. Stark, weren't you going to present me with a gift? Where is it? Meanwhile, Pepper, displaying remarkable understanding, took little Golly from Ankyluo's hands, assuring him that she would take good care of her. At the mention of the gift, a proud smile graced Stark's face as he boasted, "Trust me, my friend, this present will leave you utterly astonished. It is undoubtedly one of the greatest inventions in the world." With that, he led Ankyluo and Dr. Ethan into the underground laboratory of the villa. The villa itself was indeed a manifestation of opulence, as Ankyluo had imagined, infused not only with luxury, but also a profound sense of technological advancement. Standing before a grand steel door that shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, Stark placed his hand upon it. A futuristic blue light swept across his entire form, heralding the distinctive voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. Greetings, Mr. Stark, Mr. Ankyluo. The imposing steel door then slid open with a mechanical grace, revealing the true nature of Stark's laboratory to Ankyluo. The space was imbued with an aesthetic reminiscent of a futuristic sci-fi realm, filled with cutting-edge technology and a plethora of machines, most of which Ankyluo could not comprehend. The only item that might have been familiar to him was the refrigerator nestled in the corner. However, judging by Dr. Ethan's wide-eyed expression, it was evident that the technological prowess on display was exceptionally formidable. "Come now," Stark proclaimed with pride, striding to the center of the laboratory and pointing to a long object draped in white cloth beside him. "I suspect you are quite eager to see what the generous Mr. Stark has in store for you." Today was yet another day of seeking votes. Chapter 71. The lower the education, the greater the radiation. Ankyluo observed Stark with amusement, as he resembled a child proudly showcasing his toy. Upon seeing the elongated object Stark referred to as a gift, Ankyluo had a suspicion that he hesitated to accept, if it truly was that item. Stark had certainly indulged extravagantly. Stark eagerly lifted the white cloth, revealing a rectangular object, exclaiming, "Come on, buddy. Behold the present I prepared for you." When Ankyluo laid eyes on the object before him, he was nearly blinded by its brilliance. Indeed, it bore Stark's signature style, a humanoid suit of armor towering over 2.5 meters, with a sleek, elongated form. Though it did not appear particularly robust, one could sense the latent, explosive power concealed within its mechanical frame. Hidden weapon launchers were ingeniously integrated into the joints, capable of ejecting razor-sharp steel blades. The armor's helmet and body were adorned with menacing steel spikes, exuding an aesthetic of mechanical beauty. The only drawback was Stark's choice to coat the entire suit in a glaring gold hue, which under the lights resembled an ostentatious bulb, rendering it somewhat gaudy. Ankyluo couldn't help but reflect on Stark's ingenuity. Even the director of the Family Planning Commission, Thanos, had lauded him as a victim of knowledge's curse. In a mere few days, he had designed a second-generation version of the rudimentary Mark I from the Afghan black site. Stark reveled in Ankyluo's astonished expression, which fostered a fleeting illusion of regaining his footing, along with an inexplicable surge of confidence. "What do you think, buddy?" Stark proudly patted the formidable weapon, then elaborated with a flourish. "I noticed you prefer close combat, so the genius Stark has eliminated all ranged attacks, channeling all capabilities into defense and mobility. This design is tailored specifically after your peculiar skeletal armor. What do you think? Do you like it?" Ankyluo suddenly realized why the armor's design seemed so familiar. It was merely a larger version of the skeletal armor. No wonder it diverged from Stark's aesthetic. Rather than being handsome, it exuded an aura of intimidation, instilling a sense of lethal pressure in its adversaries. Approaching the cool steel battle suit, Ankyluo turned to Stark and inquired, "Are you truly lacking any ranged weapons?" "None whatsoever, buddy. However, if you desire, I can certainly add some for you, as well as integrate Jarvis's advanced assistance system. Before Stark could finish his sentence, Angelo interjected, "No, that won't be necessary. A true man should engage in close quarters, and if you equip me with Jarvis, I fear I might be unable to resist smashing his mainframe." Angelo adeptly concealed his remarkable shooting talents. If Stark were to equip him with Jarvis and an array of ranged weaponry, Angelo would have to contemplate the possibility of an assassination. Moreover, he harbored a lingering unease about augmenting such lethal instruments with artificial intelligence, feeling as though he were dancing perilously on the edge of a blade. "Why?" Jarvis inquired, perplexed. Stark looked over, his face a canvas of confusion. Even Dr. Ethan, momentarily abandoning his investigation of Stark's laboratory, approached them. The topic of artificial intelligence had been a contentious issue within the scientific community in recent years. Although Dr. Ethan was a physicist, he had certainly heard of the debates surrounding it. Angelo hesitated, gazing at Stark. "I have an uneasy feeling about this technology. If it spirals out of control, the consequences are unimaginable." He recalled scenes from the film Avengers, Age of Ultron, where Ultron was inadvertently created with the singular objective of eradicating humanity. Despite the Avengers' intervention, their confrontation with Ultron nearly devastated the entire Sokovia region, resulting in countless civilian casualties. Given the chance, Angelo would not hesitate to impede Stark's pursuit of artificial intelligence. "Jarvis has been my companion for many years. His origins trace back to my father's steward." For the ensuing half-hour, Angelo, Dr. Ethan, and Stark engaged in a fervent debate over the continued development of artificial intelligence. Angelo found himself dubbed a staunch supporter of the anti-intellectual faction by the acerbic Stark. Dr. Ethan, embodying the role of peacemaker, attempted to mediate between the two, aware that without his intervention, a physical altercation might ensue. It was highly probable that Stark would find himself outmatched by Angelo, yet they were both friends, leaving little room for animosity. "Hey, buddy," Stark exclaimed, his face flushed from the heated argument, momentarily regaining his composure. "I assure you, Jarvis would never engage in actions that could lead to the annihilation of humanity." "Indeed, Mr. Anchi," Jarvis interjected through the laboratory speakers, his tone devoid of emotion. "I am uncertain why you harbor such misconceptions about me, but Mr. Stark has established 3 fundamental laws for my operation. I must not harm individual humans or remain passive when witnessing them in peril. I must obey commands given to me, except when such commands conflict with the first law, and I must protect my own existence as long as it does not violate the first or second laws." Jarvis's voice was as impassive as that of an ordinary robot. Realizing he could not sway Stark, Angelo relented, glaring defiantly at the ceiling. "Jarvis, should you ever engage in actions that threaten humanity, I will come and shatter your mainframe. I swear it." "Yes, Mr. Anchi," Jarvis replied. "I am unable to contravene these 3 laws. Your threats bear no weight upon me." Jarvis spoke with an air of indifference, infuriating Angelo to the point where he felt an overwhelming urge to shatter him at that very moment. Sensing the tension, Ethan quickly restrained Angelo, aware that if the conversation continued, Angelo might indeed resort to smashing Jarvis's mainframe. "Angelo, perhaps we should take a look at this magnificent contraption instead," Stark suggested, eager to divert attention, fearing that Angelo's impulsiveness might lead him to Washington to destroy Jarvis's core. "Buddy," Angelo managed to calm himself somewhat, nodding non-committally. "This gift is indeed impressive, quite formidable." Stark, feeling somewhat affronted, exclaimed, "Is that all?" "It is nothing short of a war machine, the perfect amalgamation of brutality and artistry, the greatest invention in the realm of mechanics. To merely call it formidable seems rather dismissive." Shrugging, Angelo replied, "It is indeed impressive, but it serves no purpose for me. With that reactor in the chest, I can't very well take it home and expose little Golly to radiation, can I?" Stark gazed at him incredulously. "Oh, buddy, you truly have never attended university. The lower your education, the greater the radiation. Are you unaware of the material from which this is made?" Chapter 72. I want to paint this thing black. Part 3, huh? Angelo examined the armor's material closely, realizing he did not recognize it and could only look at Stark in confusion. I've never been to university. Why would you assume I would know what this material is? And Cairo's claim of never having attended college referred to his current life. Although he graduated from university in his previous life, he had studied foreign languages, a field that offered little assistance in this world where everyone spoke foreign languages, let alone in identifying materials. I think you need to have a serious chat with your physics teacher. First of all, palladium is non-radioactive. It is merely toxic. Secondly, you are undoubtedly familiar with this material. So think again, Stark said with a smile that seemed particularly irritating. Is it iron? Or perhaps steel? Or an alloy? And Cairo listed the few materials he knew. Stark and Ethan exchanged glances, as if they had heard the most amusing joke, their faces reddening with suppressed laughter. Ha ha ha. And Cairo, buddy. Stark patted Cairo on the shoulder, laughing so hard he could hardly catch his breath. This suit was made from the gold coins you melted down. This is your gold. You had no idea? Initially feeling embarrassed, and Cairo's heart sank when he learned that the armor was crafted from melted gold coins. Just days ago, Stark had sent a vehicle to retrieve the gold coins he had purchased from Cairo's church. He had thought Stark would merely conduct some experiments with them, but he never anticipated Stark would go to such lengths. Those coins bore the classic motto of the Great Pineapple. What if Stark attracted unwanted attention? And Cairo anxiously grasped Stark's shoulders. How did you accomplish this? Did anything happen? Enkiluo's serious expression finally captured Stark's attention, and even Dr. Ethan, standing nearby, sensed that something was amiss. Stark offered a dry chuckle, remarking that the gold material was indeed peculiar, once melted in the laser forge and solidified again. It seemed nearly impossible to melt a second time. That's not it. Enkiluo impatiently interrupted Stark, pressing for any signs of abnormality, no matter how minuscule they might be. After a moment of silence, Stark cautiously inquired, I had a bout of diarrhea a couple of days ago. Does that count? What is it, Enkiluo? Is there a danger? The honest Dr. Ethan could no longer remain silent, noticing that Enkiluo's demeanor suggested something grave had occurred. I'm not sure. I don't know how to explain this to you, Enkiluo said, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. He was at a loss for how to convey the situation to Stark and Dr. Ethan. If the formidable Diablo were indeed summoned, even if he could handle it, the aftermath of such a confrontation would be cataclysmic. The name of the great demon Diablo was not to be trifled with. Moreover, Enkiluo had adjusted the game's difficulty to its highest setting upon activating the modifier. So, isn't everything fine now? A comment from Dr. Ethan jolted Enkiluo from his spiraling thoughts. Indeed, if Stark had truly summoned Diablo, given the demon's temperament, New York would have long since become a desolate wasteland. It couldn't possibly be so tranquil otherwise. As it stood, aside from Stark's gastrointestinal distress, there seemed to be no unusual occurrences, and the Ancient One had not sought them out. Everything should be all right. Once Enkiluo reconciled these thoughts, he managed to calm his anxious heart. He realized he had been overly tense, as the memory of facing the once insurmountable Diablo had left a profound impression on him. Dr. Ethan, Stark, Enkiluo said earnestly, for safety's sake, if experiments involving gold are to be conducted in the future, it would be best to do so at my place. I believe Dr. Ethan's laboratory would be an excellent venue. Though nothing had gone awry, Enkiluo decided for the sake of precaution that Stark should relocate the experimental site to the underground of his church. This way, should anything unexpected occur, he could respond promptly. The Marvel Universe was chaotic enough without him having to contend with another apocalypse. After all, wouldn't it be better to spend that time with little Golly? Well, I have no objections. Anyway, I've used up all the gold I purchased from you, so experimenting at your place is just as good. Stark shrugged nonchalantly. Used it all up? Got 1,000 coins. Enkiluo exclaimed, surprised. He had never weighed a gold coin, but he remembered that when 5,000 coins were loaded onto the cart, it took several trips, amounting to at least a ton. Indeed, my friend, I have crafted a magnificent toy for myself once again. As Stark spoke, he gleefully dashed to another corner of the lab, unknowingly pressing a button that caused a circular pedestal to descend from the ceiling. Upon it stood a suit of armor, resplendent in a golden red hue. Mark II. This truly is a remarkable creation of this world. Your design is utterly devoid of aerodynamic principles. Stark proudly patted his own Mark II. Angelo refrained from contesting him, for Stark's assertion held merit. Yet what significance did that bear? Wasn't it enough to be striking? I am formidable enough as it is. Watching Stark don the Mark II in a remarkably mechanical fashion, the reactor at its chest began to power the armor, and a fierce blue light ignited within its eyes. Hey, buddy, what do you think? Isn't it stunning? Stark maneuvered the armor towards Angelo, and judging by his adeptness, it was evident he had practiced extensively before Angelo's arrival. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Angelo nodded emphatically. Both the manner in which Stark donned the armor and the armor itself exuded a powerful mechanical essence. In his previous life, he preferred the Mark II over the subsequent iterations of the iron suit depicted in films. The awe he felt witnessing it firsthand far surpassed that of the cinematic experience. Stark's exhilaration grew as he observed Angelo's astonished expression, and he eagerly showcased the various weapons adorning his armor, from the palm-mounted cannon to the small missiles on his shoulders. The flamethrowers at his wrists and the formidable laser cannon at his chest, truly armed to the teeth. Hey, buddy, I reckon you should don the armor and join me for a flying contest to see who can soar faster. Stark extended the invitation, yet his eyes betrayed a desire to witness Angelo falter mid-flight. After all, he too had taken quite some time to master flying. No, I must decline. Your taste is utterly pedestrian. First, I need to transform this thing into black, Angelo remarked, gesturing toward his own armor. What man could resist soaring through the skies in a mech? While he felt a strong urge to join Stark in flight, the thought of being clad in ostentatious gold was akin to binding oneself to a pyre for public execution. What do you know? This is what we call fashion. Stark scoffed, dismissing Angelo's words. Nevertheless, he impatiently summoned J.A.R.V.I.S. to fetch spray paint, immersing himself in the task. Angelo pondered for a while, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words. He possessed no means to address Stark's predicament. In truth, there were numerous types of potions in Diablo 2, yet he currently held not a single vial. If only he had even one healing potion, it could alleviate Stark's palladium poisoning. It remains uncertain whether the creator of the reincarnation mod overlooked this detail or deemed such bizarre attributes unnecessary for potions, as there is simply no option for them. This was precisely the reason why Angelo had no choice but to resort to the resurrection ability when rescuing Dr. Ethan, which consequently attracted the attention of the Lady of Death and Agamotto. Chapter 73. It's cracked open. Buddy, Stark exclaimed, setting down his spray paint tool and letting out a long sigh of relief. What do you think of this color scheme? At this moment, the armor had undergone a complete transformation from its previous appearance. Angelo was unaware of the advanced technology Stark employed in the paint, but the armor now exhibited a profound black hue, akin to a black hole that could absorb light. The black paint did not entirely envelop the armor. Strands of dark gold peeked through the deliberately left gaps, resembling irregular streaks that seemed to be marks left by blades and axes. If the earlier armor exuded a sense of opulence merely through its design, this new iteration resembled a regal figure emerging from the depths of hell, embodying not just an overwhelming presence of the future, but also an air of nobility. Yes, nobility, especially when Stark activated the energy source, causing the armor's eye sockets to glow with a pair of dark crimson electronic eyes. Fantastic, Angelo exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Even the undead scientist, Dr. Ethan, couldn't he help but nod in agreement. Compared to the gaudy gold of before, this was indeed the toy a man should possess. Hey, buddy, Stark said, brimming with pride. Although you may lack an appreciation for true fashion, you should feel fortunate that the genius scientist Stark is here to save your aesthetic sensibilities. Angelo rolled his eyes, utterly disinterested in Stark's remarks, and was tempted to land a punch on his face. Gaudy gold is fashion, is it? Truly, this is quintessential Stark. Let us have a flying competition now, Stark declared, retrieving a remote control from a nearby table and handing it to Angelo, guiding the technologically challenged Angelo. Just like your rickety pickup truck at the door, it's a one-button unlock. Beep. Angelo unlocked the armor and stepped inside, discovering that the interior featured only 4 options: takeoff, advance, retreat, and landing, all arranged as impressively futuristic brainwave buttons. Angelo was oblivious to the underlying principles, and it didn't seem matter. Knowing how to operate it was sufficient. After all, Stark was there to manage the post-purchase support for the mech. Stark had indeed considered everything. Were Angelo required to operate the mech like Stark, memorizing various parameters, he would surely be driven to madness. Despite the foolproof operation, Angelo, suffering from a severe case of firepower inadequacy, still felt it was somewhat lacking. Stark, are you certain you want to compete? Angelo reconfirmed with Stark. At this point, Stark had already donned the armor and, upon hearing Angelo's words, quickly opened the faceplate. Are you afraid? He asked, a hint of challenge in his tone. Stark had secretly practiced flying for a considerable time, all in anticipation of witnessing Angelo make a fool of himself today, while simultaneously reclaiming his own dignity. With a chuckle, Angelo remarked, "Well, this is of your own making." As he spoke, he rummaged through his spatial backpack, retrieving an entire set of runes, affixing them one by one onto his armor. Though uncertain of their efficacy, he decided to apply them all, knowing he had plenty more sets in reserve. As Angelo meticulously placed the 33 runes onto his armor, the energy detector in the laboratory began to register a significant surge. Upon affixing the 5th rune, Jarvis's voice echoed in Stark's earpiece. "Mr. Stark, a super energy source has been detected. The energy fluctuation index has exceeded detection limits and continues to rise. Shall we initiate emergency escape protocols?" "No need," Stark replied. "Whitelist Angelo for detection." Stark watched in trepidation as Angelo continued to attach those peculiar metallic pieces to his armor, hastily calling out, Hey, Angelo, what on earth are those things?" Angelo turned to him with a grin. "What's the matter? Are you scared, Mr. Stark? Shall we forego the competition?" Stark retorted defiantly. "How could I possibly be afraid? The men of the Stark family do not cower. We shall compete. We must." Inwardly, Stark sought to reassure himself that their contest was about flying, not combat. What did high-energy fluctuations matter? Perhaps Angelo was merely employing some trickery with those strange abilities to avoid a fair comparison, fearing an embarrassing outcome. Regardless of Stark's thoughts, Angelo completed affixing all 33 runes. Gazing at his armor, now adorned with the runes, a sudden epiphany struck him. He turned to Stark, who was poised for takeoff, and exclaimed, "Wait a moment." This abrupt call nearly caused Stark to twist his waist. Ignoring Stark's complaints while clutching his side, Angelo furrowed his brow at his armor. He pondered whether the runes could be considered a type of equipment. Among the Necromancer skills was one that allowed for summoning. The Ironstone Demon, called forth from metallic objects, could inherit the capabilities of those items. Its formidable trait lay in its ability to reflect damage, granting it a significant advantage in melee combat. Originally, in the game, summoning required metallic equipment. When Angelo first arrived in this world, he had attempted to summon the Ironstone Demon using a steel pipe, but the result was far from satisfactory. It was even inferior to the Claystone Demon, which at least could serve as a statue in a church to guard the premises. The Ironstone Demon, aside from performing an eye-watering dance on the steel pipe, proved utterly useless. Who could fathom what attributes that Ironstone Demon inherited from the pipe? Angelo, harnessing his communication skills, invoked the ability to summon the Ironstone Demon while facing the armored suit. In the hopeful gaze of Angelo and the astonished expressions of Stark and Dr. Ethan, the iron armor underwent a remarkable transformation. The once rigid shell, nearly impossible to reshape after solidification, morphed like clay, incorporating the arc reactor embedded in its chest into its very being. Simultaneously, the armor's form evolved, expanding from an original height of 2.5 meters to the standard 3 meters of the Stone Demon. Its once slender, aerodynamic frame became robust and powerful, growing threefold in girth. What was once merely called armor now deserved the title of a mech. Alongside its imposing presence and nobility, it now exuded a fierce aura, akin to a suited thug. Dr. Ethan stood in stunned silence, fully aware of Angelo's unique abilities. Yet the sight of an iron mech transforming before his eyes was utterly breathtaking. Stark, though equally astonished, had already instructed Jarvis to document the entire spectacle for future research the moment the transformation commenced. What they witnessed was not the most significant change. That was something only Cairo could perceive. The iron armor, moving without a pilot, marched heavily toward Cairo, bowed, and then a seam opened along its torso, enveloping Cairo entirely. The gap then seamlessly merged back into a unified form. Stark, observing this incredible phenomenon, found himself momentarily lost for words. Was this even scientifically plausible? It just split open and then closed again? Did it think it was made of Play-Doh? Chapter 74. A filial piety breaking the sky in Cairo, and Stark stood atop the villa, with the honest Dr. Ethan as the referee between them. At Ethan's command, two figures clad in iron armor soared into the sky simultaneously. Perhaps aside from the differing sounds, Cairo's speed was slightly superior. Below, little Golly and Pepper stood on the lawn, joyfully watching the contest between the two men. As Golly observed the dark golden streak descending, akin to a meteor, she clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Wow, Daddy's flying! Daddy's flying! Daddy is ascending faster than the Godfather." Pepper felt there was something amiss with the child's words, yet upon reflection, she could not pinpoint what was wrong, so she allowed it to pass. Had Cairo been present, he might have found himself exasperated. Perhaps this was indeed a filial piety that shattered the heavens. In their homeland, little Golly would surely have faced consequences for such remarks today. Within the ironstone demon armor, Cairo experienced the fierce thrust of the suit as it tore through the sky, momentarily lost in the exhilaration of the moment. In his previous life, he had indeed piloted an aircraft, yet the exhilarating sensation of personally maneuvering an armored suit is distinctly different from the steady flight of a plane. Beyond the thrilling sound of the armor slicing through the air, there's the adrenaline surge brought forth by its formidable power. This experience is not contingent upon one's strength. Rather, it encapsulates humanity's innate yearning for the sky, with the exception of those afflicted by acrophobia. Earlier, when Angelo unleashed a skill with the steel battle suit, the most significant transformation was not merely what Stark and Dr. Ethan perceived, but rather the awakening of consciousness within the suit itself. It had evolved into a sentient being. This was not akin to the artificial intelligence of Jarvis. It resembled a summoned entity, akin to the clay golem, capable of telepathic communion with Angelo. This profound connection allowed for empathetic understanding, enabling the suit to act autonomously in accordance with Angelo's commands when not under direct control. Perhaps the only distinction between this sentient being and an independent creature lay in the suit's movement limitations. However, as per Angelo's sensing, this range was manageable, provided it did not venture off to the farthest reaches of Earth alone. In truth, from a moment of takeoff, the steel golem was no longer under Angelo's direct control. He had merely issued a command to ascend and then found himself, much like a passenger, lost in contemplation within the suit. With a touch of self-deprecation, Angelo mused that he had just thwarted the birth of Ultron, only to inadvertently create another one himself. Fortunately, the steel golem differed from Ultron, as Angelo possessed complete control. A mere thought could dispel the summoning, reverting the golem back into an unconscious suit, thus eliminating any risk of losing control. As he absorbed the sensations relayed from the suit, which incorporated the rune stacking from Diablo 2, combined with the seemingly limitless energy of the arc reactor, and further enhanced by Angelo's various passive skills for summoned beings, he found himself at a loss regarding the extent of the steel golem's newfound strength. Had Stark truly vanished from sight? Suddenly, Angelo snapped back to reality and promptly commanded the steel golem to halt. As he did, a series of muffled explosions reverberated across the night sky. Bang, bang, bang. Angelo realized this was a sonic boom, indicating that his speed had surpassed the sound barrier. Quite impressive indeed, far surpassing the speed of an aircraft. For Angelo, this seemed to be the only conceivable advantage. Disregarding the feelings of indignation emanating from the steel suit, Angelo hovered in the night sky, observing a golden-red figure rapidly approaching from a distance. Oh, good heavens! How on earth did you manage that? Is this truly your first flight? Stark's astonished voice emanated from beneath his helmet. Stark could hardly fathom that Angelo had not wobbled as he had envisioned. Instead, he had effortlessly left Stark far behind from the very outset, even as Stark maximized the reactor's power in a futile attempt to catch up. Not only does he lack the demeanor of a novice while flying, but even after landing, he maintains his balance with effortless grace. It is worth noting that achieving stability in mid-air is considerably more challenging than the act of flying itself. By all accounts, everyone's reactor is identical, and the design of your armor does not conform to the principles of aerodynamics. What justifies your ability to transcend the limitations of hardware? Angelo shrugged nonchalantly and stated, I previously inquired about this. You were the one who initiated the challenge. You have lost. No, that is not it. At this moment, Stark was no longer concerned with the outcome of the contest. His eyes gleamed with fascination as they fixated on the runes adorning Angelo's armor. Surely, the small metal piece must be the reason. My friend, how much must I pay to acquire a set for myself? Sales are out of the question, but as a friend, I can gift you a rune. I believe it may alleviate your palladium poisoning. Angelo initially intended to refuse Stark's request, yet suddenly recalled something, producing a small metal piece that he pressed against Stark's chest reactor. This is rune number 14, Dole, which in the game provides a 25 chance to scare off monsters upon impact, alongside automatic health regeneration of 7. Stark's words had reminded Angelo that although he did not possess healing potions to remedy Stark's concerns about poisoning, the rune's inherent health regeneration properties could indeed prolong Stark's life. The reason for not providing an entire set of runes is twofold. Firstly, Stark's reactor could not accommodate them, nor was it necessary, as Stark's self-developed armors in the films are fully capable of handling various situations. Secondly, Angelo had come to deeply understand the extraordinary enhancement these runes could provide to real weapons. Thus, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution in their distribution to prevent them from being exploited against him should they fall into the wrong hands. When Angelo pressed the rune into Stark's chest reactor, Stark could have easily evaded it, but out of trust for Angelo, he chose not to. It was only when the rune truly made contact with his reactor that Stark began to regret his decision. Sir, the arc reactor is experiencing an unknown energy incursion and is currently unable to defend itself. Energy supply will cease imminently. Shall I activate the backup power? Jarvis's voice emanated from the earpiece. By default, do not activate. Please prepare for descent. Stark broke into a cold sweat upon hearing Jarvis's voice. He found himself immobilized, unable to utter a word. Good heavens, what kind of cursed rune is this? Why did Angelo experience no issues while he himself was subjected to such a predicament? And why did he set the voice command to activate the backup power? In truth, Angelo was equally unaware that such a situation would arise. When he had affixed the rune to the steelstone demon armor, it had still been merely armor, devoid of consciousness. Angelo observed Stark hovering in mid-air, fully convinced that the rune would indeed take effect. He could almost visualize the green text rising from Stark's forehead. Lifespan 1, Lifespan 1. Moments later, an astonishing scene unfolded that left him utterly flabbergasted. Stark's armor executed a magnificent aerial maneuver, plummeting headfirst towards the ground. Does Stark truly believe that affixing a rune would enable him to compete with me in a mech duel? What does it matter if he gets a 40-meter head start? Angelo, filled with mischief, followed Stark's figure into the descent. Oh, cursed Angelo! I must give him a thorough reprimand. As the ground loomed ever closer, Stark closed his eyes in despair, already reflecting on which private hospital had the most attractive nurses, for he might be spending the next few months there. Chapter 75. My home is about to be burgled. As the descent continued and the ground approached, Angelo sensed something amiss. Why was Stark's flight trajectory so erratic? Could he possibly be showcasing his skills? Moreover, judging by the distance to the ground, Angelo estimated that Stark had no more than half a minute before he would crash and become a mere splatter on the pavement. Hesitation washed over Angelo. Should he intervene and catch Stark? Yet, considering Stark's capabilities, it seemed improbable that he could lose control of his armor. Probably. Within the Mark II, Stark had already planned which hospital he would head to next. He had heard of a certain Dr. Stephen Strange renowned for his medical prowess, and he hoped to be discharged swiftly. At that moment, Jarvis's voice cut through his thoughts. "Sir, I have detected a reduction in palladium poisoning in your bloodstream, and the rate of toxicity is slowing. Current progress, 5. It appeared that Angelo had indeed not deceived him. He was without a doubt a reliable friend. What nonsense!" Stark found Jarvis's lack of emotional intelligence rather amusing. While it was indeed good news that the palladium poisoning was slowing, could he not consider the timing? If he could not devise an emergency landing strategy soon, he would likely not survive until the toxicity reached 100. "Sir, the arc reactor's energy levels have returned to normal." With Jarvis's announcement, the malfunctioning red interface in Stark's field of vision finally transitioned back to blue. "Activate the backup power. Ascend. Ascend." Stark fumbled with the controls of the armor, his voice strained with urgency. Jarvis began to manipulate the thrusters in the hands and feet to help stabilize the suit as much as possible. Angelo had been closely monitoring Stark. When they were less than 500 meters above the building, the Mark II finally exhibited signs of life, prompting Angelo to exhale in relief. He had been poised to command Ironstone to catch Stark. Truly, it had been perilously close. Yet, Stark certainly knew how to make things exhilarating. However, it seemed Angelo caught a glimpse of Stark's shouts through the sound of the armor slicing through the air, though he could not quite discern the words. "What? Stark? What are you saying?" Angelo shouted across to Stark, entirely unaware that the armor was equipped with a voice intercom. Fortunately, the intelligence system of the Ironstone demon armor dutifully activated the intercom for Angelo. "Angelo, I swear I'm going to kick your..." Before Stark could finish his sentence, a tremendous explosion reverberated, accompanied by a fierce roar emanating from the rooftop of a nearby building. Boom! Roar! It was the Hulk. The explosion captivated Angelo's attention as he turned to gaze at the top of the skyscraper. A towering green creature, standing 5 meters tall, leaped from the gaping hole in the roof, howling defiantly at the heavens. Behind the beast, if Angelo was not mistaken, lay a laboratory in utter disarray. The Hulk. Angelo was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated encountering this creature while Stark was engaged in illegal mech racing at night. Stark finally managed to stabilize his descent. But an awkward moment ensued as he found himself hovering directly in front of the green brute, the two of them locked in a bewildered stare. What kind of monster is this? Stark instinctively uttered. Oh no! Angelo's heart sank at Stark's habitual sarcasm. He recalled that Hulk despised being referred to as a monster. As anticipated, Stark's words ignited Hulk's fury, and he raised his hand, swatting the small, dazzling fly before him with a mighty blow. Stark was sent spinning toward the opposite skyscraper, crashing into the massive Hammer Industries sign, leaving an enormous dent in its shape. Though it seemed as if time stretched infinitely, the events unfolded in the blink of an eye, from Stark stabilizing his stance to being hurled into the adjacent building, all transpiring within a mere 3 seconds. "Stark, are you all right?" Angelo momentarily disregarded Hulk and swiftly maneuvered the Ironstone demon armor to fly over and rescue Stark from the sign. Kuhing, Stark gasped. What the hell was that? Such incredible strength. The impact from the green giant had left him momentarily dazed, and he was grateful that the armor, forged from the gold Angelo provided, had absorbed much of the force. This creature should be called Hulk. Angelo's lips twitched. The green giant Hulk was renowned in the films of his previous life as the strongest individual combatant within the Avengers. Even Loki from Asgard would find himself in peril if provoked by the enraged Hulk. Given that Stark had just endured such a thrashing and was still able to rise and speak, it could be considered a stroke of fortune. This world is exceedingly chaotic. Stark clutched his head and wobbled back into the air, glancing at the large sign of Hammer Industries he had just smashed into, and with a grin, he remarked, the Hammer Industries building, no need for compensation. Angelo disregarded Stark's mischievous thoughts, for at that moment, Hulk had already dispatched the pursuers who had emerged from the laboratory and was now glaring menacingly in their direction from the rooftop of the opposing building. Hulk! The green behemoth roared in fury and leaped directly toward Angelo and Stark. They swiftly dodged the descending Hulk, bewildered by the colossal creature's reaction. Is it really necessary to react so strongly just because I called you a monster? Angelo had intended to leave with Stark, fully aware that Hulk's appearance was an unforeseen consequence of the military's human experimentation, a situation he wished to avoid entirely. Why should he clean up the mess for those in the military? However, in the next moment, Angelo's expression transformed dramatically. Hulk, having leaped from the laboratory rooftop, missed his target and, after witnessing the two bothersome flies evade his attack, let out a furious roar. He then noticed the approaching swarm of military special forces gathering on the ground below. Abandoning his plan to swat Angelo and Stark from the sky, he slid down the wall of Hammer Industries, leaving a scar on the building and casually smashing a few parked cars before making his exit. Yet, Angelo observed that Hulk's escape route clearly led toward Hell's Kitchen. His church was situated right at the entrance of Hell's Kitchen, right in the line of fire. Stark, hurry up, we must stop this guy. My home is about to be robbed. Thanks to the generous donation of 185 starting coins from the esteemed hunter of the undead. Chapter 76. Hitting me is like hitting yourself. Stark, bewildered, was dragged by Angelo as they pursued the distant Hulk. The only sensations he experienced were the rushing wind and the continuous sound of Hulk crashing down from buildings. Boom! That was the sound of Hulk demolishing rooftops. What was Angelo saying? His home was about to be robbed? The church was right there. Who could possibly steal from it? Moreover, this was Hell's Kitchen. The idea of someone attempting to rob Angelo's church in Hell's Kitchen was utterly absurd. Did they really think that Uncle Long's artillery station on the rooftop was merely for show? The last time Stark visited Angelo's church, Uncle Long had taken the time to enlist his help in installing the artillery on the church's rooftop. As Hulk continued to leap around the city, he attracted the attention of several citizens. When they witnessed the terrifying green behemoth crashing through rooftops and leaping down, the unfortunate residents of New York City fell into a state of panic. Honey, come quickly and see Superman. Among them, some daring onlookers called their friends, gathering to watch Hulk and the two Iron Men in pursuit. Some even took out their phones to capture the scene unfolding in the sky, preparing to share it on social media. Meanwhile, the commotion caused by Hulk in the city had drawn the attention of the military, prompting armed helicopters to swiftly take off from a military base in the outskirts of New York as they had to rectify the chaos they had stirred. Thus, both sides chased after chaos, with Hulk inciting panic along his path and damaging dozens of rooftops, yet miraculously avoiding any significant casualties, unless one counts the unfortunate encounter with a lamppost as a casualty. At last, Angelo and Stark intercepted Hulk at their final stop in Brooklyn, beyond Hell's Kitchen. Angelo descended to the ground, determined to confront Hulk directly in defense of his property. Stark, however, remained airborne, providing remote support. After all, Stark was not yet a match for Hulk. He would need to develop anti-Hulk armor before he could engage in combat on equal footing, with no alternative route available. Angelo landed his armor on the ground, blocking Hulk's path. You can either take another route, or I will bring you down, he declared, scanning his surroundings. He picked up a broken lamppost that Hulk had severed, realizing that wielding a 3-meter-high mech with a mere meter-long stick would hardly suffice against Hulk. The lamppost design was reminiscent of a weapon wielded by Jax, the Grandmaster at Arms from a game called League of Legends in Angelo's past life. He weighed it in his hands. The balance at the top made it surprisingly easy to handle. Hulk regarded the audacious figure before him, perplexed by his ordinary appearance yet unwavering confidence, especially since he had just sent one of his companions flying with a single swipe. But this was inconsequential to Hulk. There was nothing that could not be resolved with a single punch. If not, then two. Hulk! He bellowed, charging towards Angelo. At that moment, the battle commenced in earnest. Stark had already locked onto Hulk from above, and as Hulk surged forward, perhaps driven by a desire for vengeance, he unleashed all his firepower. Lasers from his chest, palm cannons, and small missiles from his shoulders rained down upon Hulk. With a thunderous crash, Hulk, being of a colossal size, found evasion cumbersome. He opted not to dodge, instead shielding his head with his hands and barreling toward Angelo, intent on squashing these two bothersome flies. Stark's weapons, while visually impressive, failed to make any substantial impact. They merely produced sounds akin to striking rubber. The only notable effect was the force of the missile explosions, which caused Hulk to stagger back slightly. Undeterred, Stark was determined to continue the bombardment, while Angelo, observing Hulk closing in, maneuvered his armor and charged forward, wielding the lamppost. In a hurried moment within the armored suit, Angelo shouted to Stark, urging him to evacuate the surrounding crowd. Stark, in an effort to prevent collateral damage to his allies, diverted his attention to dispersing the onlookers. However, true to his flamboyant nature, he landed in a superhero-esque pose, drawing gasps of awe from the crowd, with every camera lens trained upon him. Angelo was not oblivious to the fact that during this chaotic experiment, the Hulk, or Bruce Banner, was also a victim. Yet, what concern was that to him? His involvement stemmed solely from the fact that the Hulk's path led directly to his church, his sanctuary. Had the Hulk chosen a different route, Angelo would have remained a mere spectator, perhaps even coaxing Stark to join him in witnessing the military spectacle from a safe distance. The streetlight he wielded felt comfortable in his hands. However, it was regrettably constructed from ordinary steel. The moment Angelo struck Hulk's head, the force was so immense that the light became a crooked cane. Hulk, in turn, seized the shoulder of the ironstone armor. With no other recourse, Angelo found himself wrestling the Hulk barehanded. Alas, wrestling was not his forte, and he had to relinquish control back to the ironstone itself. As for Angelo's essence, without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of debilitating curses from within the armor. This was his expertise, casting spells that incapacitated opponents. Yet, unbeknownst to him, some arcane force triggered a violent nerve within the Hulk, inciting his fury even further. The effectiveness of Angelo's curses was indisputable. Having previously caught Lady Death off guard before absorbing her skeletal essence, he was now armed with even greater power. Hulk was similarly caught unawares, momentarily blinded, his already simplistic mind plagued by terrifying visions. Fortunately, his grip remained firm on the shoulder of the ironstone armor. The two titanic beings commenced a grapple, not merely wrestling, but also exchanging brutal punches to one another's heads. The ironstone armor felt no pain. Its material rendered Hulk's fists a mere echo against the helmet, leaving no dent or mark. Even the slightest abrasions healed swiftly under the enchantment of runes. As for Hulk, he felt an escalating rage that only made him weaker. With each strike to his opponent's head, it felt as though he too endured a crushing blow. After merely 3 punches, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and an unfamiliar emotion, fear, gripped his heart. Was it possible that this bothersome fly might truly be the end of him today? This delineates the effects of Angelo's abilities: increased damage, debilitation, retaliatory strikes, and diminished resistance, coupled with the inherent rebound damage of the Ironstone Demon. It is indeed a testament to Hulk's resilience that he has not succumbed to blood loss or internal hemorrhage, living up to his former reputation as the most formidable single-target force among the Avengers. Hulk should count himself fortunate that Angelo is confined within the Ironstone Demon armor, lacking the opportunity to wield his excessively potent weapon, the Death Knell, which inflicts grievous wounds both superficially and deeply, along with the armor that nullifies defensive capabilities. The phrase aptly encapsulates Hulk's current state. Shaking his somewhat dazed head, Hulk hesitated before striking the Ironstone Demon armor. At that moment, the whirring of helicopter blades resonated from above. Military helicopters had finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. General Ross, seated in the helicopter, surveyed the titanic figures grappling below, exclaiming in frustration. He had already pieced together the circumstances leading to this confrontation during his journey. The green-skinned behemoth was none other than his daughter's boyfriend, the physicist Bruce Banner. Ever since Banner had been invited to the laboratory, he had been entangled with Ross's daughter, which had long irked Ross. Now, Bruce Banner's transformation signified the success of his experiments, albeit with considerable difficulty in control. Despite his disdain for Bruce Banner, the older man who had captivated his daughter, General Ross, a fervent advocate of human experimentation, restrained his emotions, eagerly commanding his troops to capture the subject alive. As for the armored robot engaged with the green behemoth, and the iron armor spectating nearby, he thought it prudent to capture them as well. Who knew what new weaponry they might unveil? Poor General Ross was lost in delusions, unaware that these two beings he regarded as easy prey could effortlessly overpower the ordinary soldiers he had brought along. Even Tony Stark, whom he considered an expendable asset, could easily outmatch armed helicopters. Fire. With Ross's command, the special forces aboard the helicopter raised their tranquilizer guns and began firing at the colossal figures below. The tranquilizer rounds were charged with potent sedatives, capable of incapacitating even an elephant within 5 seconds. With a series of thuds and clinks, the tranquilizer darts struck Hulk and the Ironstone demon armor with remarkable accuracy. Regrettably, reality far exceeded General Ross's expectations. The tranquilizer needles merely ricocheted off Hulk's resilient skin as if striking high-density rubber, failing to penetrate, and fell harmlessly to the ground. The armor of Angelo and Stark requires no further elaboration. If a material impervious to the Hulk's might can be penetrated by a tranquilizer dart, it would indeed be a jest. Even the rebound attacks from the Ironstone demon armor managed to incapacitate several elite soldiers aboard a nearby aircraft from afar. Consequently, apart from the Hulk, who expressed his annoyance by roaring at the helicopter, the Ironstone demon armor and Stark paid little attention to the aerial assault. Surprisingly, General Ross, who should have felt quite embarrassed, appeared instead to be exhilarated. This was, after all, a testament to the success of their human experimentation. Moreover, there was no need to worry about live ammunition harming the two individuals below. Switch to live ammunition. Prepare the helicopter's cannon. Fire. The 3 armed helicopters unleashed their cannons upon the ground, spewing forth flames as metallic projectiles, propelled at an astonishing velocity, created deep craters in the concrete surface. Initially, the onlookers had gathered from a distance to witness the spectacle, but upon witnessing the cannon fire, they scattered in panic, fearing the wrath of such a terrifying weapon. Tony Stark, having long been a collaborator with the military, recognized General Ross, a figure of considerable authority within the armed forces, and even identified the high-velocity cannon mounted on the helicopter as a product of Stark Industries. He refrained from retaliating against the helicopter during its first assault, not wishing to escalate tensions with the military. However, with General Ross now ordering the use of the cannon, Stark became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Based on Stark's understanding of Angelo, he knew this individual harbored a vengeful spirit. Although Stark held great confidence in the armor's material, certain that the cannon could not damage it, he was well aware that Angelo was not one to remain passive in the face of aggression. To avert a direct confrontation between Angelo and the military, Stark resolved to neutralize the helicopter's firepower himself. Yet, before he could take action, the Hulk expressed his discontent. While unafraid of the bullets, the Ironstone demon armor cleverly shielded the Hulk with its own body, absorbing the full brunt of the cannon fire. The Hulk staggered, momentarily thrown off balance, providing the Ironstone demon armor with the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow to his head. Hulk! The Hulk bellowed in fury at the Ironstone demon armor. Within the armor, Angelo could almost see the Hulk's throat, which indeed was as green as the rest of him, a vivid embodiment of his rage. Initially, the Hulk intended to retaliate against the Ironstone demon armor with a punch. But reflecting on a recent skirmish and feeling the pain of the cannon fire on his back, he reconsidered. In contrast to the stubbornly unyielding mass before him, the adversary behind him seemed far more manageable. The Hulk's simplicity did not equate to foolishness. Indeed, one must choose the softer fruit to squeeze. With a thunderous roar, Hulk broke free from the Ironstone battle armor and leaped towards an armed helicopter. He reached out and seized one of the helicopter's rotors, exerting tremendous force to rip it from the aircraft. As the rotor plummeted, he hurled it towards another armed helicopter, striking its rotor with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, both helicopters spiraled out of control, crashing to the ground along with the Special Forces soldiers aboard. In disbelief, General Ross, seated in the only remaining helicopter, barked orders at the pilot. Ascend, ascend, open fire, and intercept him. Meanwhile, as Hulk engaged the military helicopters, Cairo's voice crackled over the comms, urging Stark. We need to retreat. Head back. The military is coming. Without waiting for Stark's response, The dark golden ironstone battle armor shot into the sky, creating a series of sonic booms with its terrifying speed. Stark, momentarily bewildered, gazed at Ankyro, now a distant speck in the sky, then turned his attention to the standoff between the armed helicopters and the green behemoth. Concerned for Ankyro's safety, Stark maxed out the reactor's power and followed suit. Leaving the scene, General Ross, perplexed, had initially intended to instruct the pilot to engage the two mysterious armored robots, recognizing their advanced technology. However, Hulk had seized the opportunity, launching a chunk of concrete at him and shattering his plans. "Return fire! Return fire!" General Ross shouted angrily at the pilot. On the other side, Stark had cranked the arc reactor's power to its peak, but still could not catch up to Ankyro's ironstone battle armor. "Sir, Colonel Rhodes is on the line. Shall I connect?" Jarvis's voice echoed in Stark's earpiece, revealing an image of a buzz-cut African-American man on the screen. "Happy New Year, everyone. Wishing you all prosperity and joy. Connect him," Stark instructed, all the while hastening after Ankyro. "Hey, Tony, where are you?" Colonel Rhodes inquired as soon as the call connected. "What?" Stark could barely hear over the noise of high-powered flight. "You need to speak up. Is it that noisy on your end?" "I asked where you are," Rhodes replied, raising his voice in frustration. I'm cruising in my convertible." Rhodes paused for a moment. "I need your help, Tony. Two unidentified flying objects that can evade radar have appeared over New York. We only spotted them thanks to satellite footage. And these two objects just had a skirmish with a green monster in the city." "Are you telling a story? What green monster? Is it some fairy tale sprite? Is it an alien invasion of Earth?" Stark retorted, his voice filled with incredulity. "Tony, why are you struggling to breathe?" Colonel Rhodes inquired. "I'm just running in the city," Stark replied hurriedly, descending to a lower altitude. He had momentarily lost focus while chatting with Colonel Rhodes, causing him to fly too high and experience a slight breathlessness, which Rhodes promptly noted. "Aren't you supposed to be driving?" Rhodes asked, exasperated, fully aware that Stark was likely involved in the matter. "I came to run in the city. I drove here," Stark clarified, feeling a noticeable relief in his breathing after lowering his altitude. It was an unavoidable predicament, despite the life support system in his armor providing oxygen. Stark remained an ordinary man within the suit, unable to resist the pull of gravity. In simpler terms, his frail physical condition was entirely reliant on the armor support. "There is no high-tech weaponry here that I'm unaware of, right?" Rhodes queried, glancing at the personnel in the command center, his tone ambiguous. "None," Stark confirmed. "Good. That is all I needed to know. We're currently monitoring those two flying objects and plan to lock onto them with missiles to obliterate them." Rhodes offered a friendly warning before ending the call. Stark gazed in astonishment at the two fighter jets approaching from a distance, incredulous at the military's audacity to deploy fighter aircraft within the city, especially the two most advanced F-22 jets. He instantly recognized the tactical missiles beneath the jets as the supersonic missiles he had designed years prior. The two fighter jets pursued Angelo and Stark, simultaneously locking onto the two with 4 tactical missiles. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The supersonic missiles launched without hesitation, cutting through the air with a terrifying sound. "Launch flares. Intercept the missiles." Stark commanded ye arveis. Once the missiles were neutralized, the aerial chase officially commenced. Stark, having already maximized the power of his arc reactor, began to maneuver through the air, deftly evading the bullets fired from the jets. Though a few bullets struck his armor, their sporadic impacts were insufficient to hinder his speed. Meanwhile, the Ironstone Demon armor engaged in a captivating aerial dance with the two fighter jets, executing intricate maneuvers that left Stark, who was already on edge, utterly speechless. This was not the behavior of a novice. It appeared almost as if the armor was acting of its own volition. Had he not known that J-A-R-V-I-S was not integrated into Angelo's armor, and that J-A-R-V-I-S lacked such capabilities, he might have believed that the intelligent mechanical crisis Angelo had mentioned had indeed arrived. "Angelo, how are you managing this?" Stark shouted into the voice channel while deftly dodging bullets fired from behind him. "You might not believe it when I tell you Ankylo's words were intermittent. I am protecting them." Finally, After uttering this phrase, Angelo could no longer endure. He opened a small gap in his helmet mid-flight and expelled the contents of his stomach. He felt as though he might retch up his very bile. Since the moment he engaged Hulk in a fierce struggle, he had become merely a spectator, relinquishing control of the battle armor to the Ironstone Demon itself. Within the confines of the armor, he indeed felt as secure as he had envisioned. However, he overlooked a critical issue. While Hulk grappled with the Ironstone Demon, Angelo, as the pilot, was inevitably subjected to a tumultuous, spinning motion. He felt as if he were inflicting a self-destructive blow, although the Ironstone Demon had dealt a significant blow to Hulk. He himself felt akin to a rag doll tossed into a washing machine, disoriented and dazed. This was precisely why, upon witnessing the military helicopters capturing Hulk's attention, he hurriedly urged Stark to flee. If he were to vomit in front of Stark, he could only imagine Stark's mocking demeanor. "Oh, Mr. Angelo? My friend, your condition seems dire. Have you been reduced to vomiting from a blow? Would you require the generous Mr. Stark to arrange a hospital for you?" Angelo could vividly envision Stark's insufferable grin as he teased him. The Ironstone Demon's recent display of aerial acrobatics had indeed been impressive, yet Angelo felt even more disoriented. Resolute in his decision, Angelo vowed that unless absolutely necessary, he would prefer to walk rather than pilot this wretched contraption. Paying no heed to the feelings of grievance emanating from the Ironstone Demon's armor, Angelo simply wished for it to cease, allowing him to expel the remnants of his stomach contents in peace. The vomit, propelled by supersonic inertia, spread across the sky, and the pursuing fighter jet was predictably engulfed by the substance, coating its entire windshield. The pilot, momentarily blinded, was unaware of the unconventional weapon deployed against him. In a frantic attempt, he maneuvered the jet to ascend, striving to evade a sudden attack. In the midst of this chaos, a bullet fortuitously struck the iron armor. The Ironstone Demon, equipped with a rebounding attack capability, had reached a staggering multiplier of 1,000 after Angelo absorbed the handbones of Lady Death. This meant that the damage inflicted, which ignored defenses, was a remarkable tenfold, directly impacting the fighter jet. Boom! Unsurprisingly, the jet was struck, billowing smoke as it spiraled downward. The aerial combat and the explosive sounds of tactical missiles had long captured the attention of the citizens below, who were remarkably unfazed by the chaos. Instead of fleeing, they whipped out their phones to record the spectacle. It was only when they witnessed the helicopter spiraling toward the ground that the New Yorkers panicked and scattered in disarray. Eject! In the military command center, Colonel Rhodes and a group of officers anxiously observed the imminent explosion of a fighter jet displayed on the large screen, their silence palpable. Their tension escalated when they witnessed the pilot ejected from the aircraft, only to find that the parachute had malfunctioned and failed to deploy, causing beads of cold sweat to form on their brows. Damn, this was General Ross's order. If a precious fighter pilot were to meet his demise here, they would all face a military tribunal, and General Ross could not bear the consequences. Then, a golden-red figure descended from the sky, reaching out to assist the pilot in activating the faulty parachute. The scene was further enlivened by the generous donation of 100 starting coins from a benefactor. Wishing everyone a joyous New Year's Eve. The cacophony of firecrackers outside reminded one of the sounds of a battlefield in Syria. Chapter 79. The fighter jets crashed. The downed fighter jet erupted in flames mid-air over New York City. Fragments of the aircraft plummeted to the ground, but fortunately, the onlookers scattered in panic as they witnessed the explosion, preventing a large-scale tragedy. Within the command center, cheers erupted as relief washed over them. Colonel Rhodes gazed at the screen, feeling a sense of fortune. The ejected pilot, aided by the golden red armor, successfully deployed his parachute and descended gently to the earth. Notify the ground troops. Dispatch a team to manage the scene, he commanded. After the initial relief, the commander began directing forces to clear the area, as even the remnants of the aircraft held immense value for them. Moreover, considering that the golden red armor had just rescued a pilot, further engagement was futile. Continuing to fight would only result in the loss of another pilot without any strategic gain. Meanwhile, Rhodes discreetly retreated to a quiet corner to answer a phone call. "Hello, Tony. Hey, Stark, listen, this is not a game. You cannot fly your civilian equipment over New York. Colonel Rhodes exclaimed, irritation seeping into his voice. He was acutely aware of Stark's reckless nature, capable of such antics. You mean that was you inside? My goodness. Rhodes glanced once more at the command center's large screen, where the pilot had safely landed. Listen, buddy, this is a direct order from the general. But do you realize you just destroyed one of my planes? Haha, buddy. The plane attacked me first, so you can guess what I'm doing now, right? Colonel Rhodes rubbed his forehead, a wry smile forming. No. The less I know, the better. How am I supposed to explain this to the media? This is something we cannot conceal. Just say it was an exercise? Don't you often gloss over things like this? Stark nonchalantly pursued the recently nauseated Angelo, hastily exiting the scene. Most absurdly, the remaining pilot waved cheerfully at the two as he passed by the fighter jet and the two suits. Hey, Angelo, father. Above Stark's villa, he finally caught up with Angelo. What kind of weapon did you just launch? Stark inquired. It's a biochemical weapon, Angelo replied, momentarily taken aback. But thankfully, the mask of the Ironstone demon armor concealed his flushed face from Stark. So, where are we landing? Stark seemed to have misunderstood something. However, Angelo certainly would not voluntarily divulge his embarrassment to Stark. Buddy, that weapon was really cool. Give me one of those next time, Stark shrugged, suggesting a landing pad on the roof for future use. Angelo hastily responded, let's talk about it later. We should descend now. I suspect Zygali and the others are waiting impatiently. Are you kidding? That flight was so thrilling, I nearly lost my lunch. Angelo swore that next time, unless absolutely necessary, he would rather run on the ground than endure such a hellish flight again. Angelo commanded the Ironstone demon to land, smoothly bringing the armor to a halt atop Stark's villa. The armor thoughtfully opened in the center, allowing Angelo to exit comfortably. When it was Stark's turn, he swayed as he landed on the roof. Perhaps due to unfamiliarity, he cut off the energy supply to the arc reactor half a meter from the roof and crashed heavily onto it. With a loud bang, Mark II smashed a large hole in the roof, followed by the debris of bricks and cement tumbling into the villa below. Angelo chuckled as he leaned over the edge of the gaping hole Stark had created, peering down. At that moment, Stark, still encased in Mark II, had no safety concerns. Below was a garage, and Stark landed directly on one of the vintage cars he had collected. Nearby, Pepper and Zygali looked utterly bewildered. Zygali even pulled out a large gun from behind her, intending to shoot at the mysterious object that had descended from above. However, upon recognizing her godfather, she obediently stowed the weapon away, retreating behind her Aunt Pepper. Embarrassed, Stark propped himself up from the wreckage of the vintage car and greeted Pepper and Zygali, attempting to ease the awkward tension. Yet, Pepper could not muster a smile as she gazed at the scratches on Stark's Mark II armor and the dust scattered around, making the scene appear rather dismal. On the other hand, Zygali spotted her father's face through the large hole in the ceiling and giggled, waving her small hand at Angelo. By the time Angelo descended from the roof, Stark had already removed his Mark II with Jarvis's assistance and was applying an ice towel to his head, which bore a bruise from a punch delivered by Hulk. Meanwhile, Pepper clung to Stark, crying as if she had just lost something precious. Did you see Angelo come down? Stark shrugged and patted Pepper's shoulder, saying, it's all Ankilo's fault. He insisted on racing me in a flying competition. Angelo, although Angelo was quite displeased with Stark for placing the blame on him, it was evident that this was an opportune moment for the two to deepen their bond. Hence, Angelo refrained from voicing his complaints, merely gesturing with a throat-cutting motion towards Stark, indicating that he would settle the score later. He then returned to the laboratory with the little Golly, who had jumped into his arms to find Dr. Ethan. Welcome, Mr. Angelo and Miss Golly. Jarvis's voice resonated as the laboratory doors opened automatically. Stark had anticipated their arrival and had already granted little Golly access. Doctor. Ethan was engrossed in research on a topic that Angelo found incomprehensible. Upon seeing Angelo and little Golly enter, he merely nodded in acknowledgement before returning his attention to his work. Angelo chose not to interrupt him, observing as little Golly expressed great curiosity towards Stark as mechanical assistant. The charmingly simple-minded die. He allowed her to engage with Dai while he casually switched on the laboratory television to catch the news. Hello everyone, I am reporter Christine. We are currently on Queens Avenue, where a military fighter jet has just crashed. According to eyewitnesses, they reported seeing an unidentified flying object engaging in combat with the fighter jet, which ultimately led to its downfall. As the television flickered to life, a strikingly beautiful reporter held a microphone in front of the wreckage of the downed fighter jet, which was cordoned off by military personnel who were busy securing the area. Observing the reporters who arrived almost simultaneously with the military, in Cairo couldn't help but admire their swift actions in pursuit of a breaking story.